All right, one more day until we get round 2 of Nuggets and T-Wolves rolling. I just want to get a quick vibe check of where we're at heading into this because this is a nerve-wracking series. If I had to bet on this, I would bet on the Nuggets to win this series. The Nuggets, by the way, they are favored slightly to win this series on Circus Sports. If you were to bet on the series price, it's minus 185 in favor of the Nuggets. So not huge, but not quite like 50-50 either. When you have the backing of being the best team in the NBA last year, you win the championship, you're healthy heading into this series for the most part. I know some guys, obviously Jamal's calf and KCP's ankle and stuff like that, it's lingering. But you have the ability to go out, and much like last year, I think your toughest opponent on the way to the NBA Finals is coming in the second round. Because whoever makes it out of the West between the other teams, whether it's OKC or we're assuming it's going to be Dallas, whoever that is going to be an easier sort of matchup than Minnesota is. But can you get through this series, first of all, with a win, second of all, healthy, and third of all, not depleted of a whole bunch of energy because they're very difficult and physical? And much like last year, this is tracking in the same kind of way. You played a very physically tough first-round series against Minnesota last year. You got your toughest opponent in Phoenix coming in the second round. And then in the third, you have a team that looks like, yes, is it going to be super easy? No, but you feel pretty good about any one of those you match up against.
So what's the difference between the T-Wolves last year and this year? Is it just that Ant made a step?
You mean in the playoff matchup or in general?
Just in general. I mean, they were the 8 seed last year, and were the 1 seed from 1-2 seed for most of the year.
I think their younger guys took a step. Yeah, the younger guys took a step, but also the difference in the playoffs this year, the reason why they were able to sweep Phoenix Suns and they wouldn't have been able to do that last year is because Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid are healthy. And I do think those guys are big difference makers, especially Jaden McDaniels. He is like a offensively elevated version of what KCP is. At least to me. Like, they're the same kind of guy. Jaden McDaniels is very tall and lanky, though. What is KCP? I think he's 6'4", 6'5", maybe. Jaden McDaniels is 6'9". And he moves like a guard. And mark my words, I guarantee you they're going to put him on Jamal and just say, see if you can figure this one out. Like, the defensive matchups and the defensive game planning from them is going to be really interesting to see which direction they're going to go. Like, if I had to guess, they are probably going to put Towns on Jokic and Gobert on Gordon and just kind of let him roam in the paint. So if Jokic gets deep, he comes over to help, and they just hope somebody doesn't make a shot. But I think those will be the two bigs matchups. I think they put McDaniels on Jamal, at least for parts of the game they will. Throw Conley over on KCP and throw, who am I missing here? Gobert, Towns, Edwards on Porter. Duh.
Oh, yeah, their best player.
I bet they throw him on Porter.
So McDaniels last year was the wall puncher, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Broke his hand punching a wall in was that the play-in game? Play-in game, right?
Think so. Yeah. Why was he pushing a wall in the play-in game?
Because they lost game 1.
Oh, they had to...
They lost game 1. They played game 2. They won game 2, and that's how they got matched up with the Nuggets, who were the 1 seed.
Whoopsies.
But remember, that whole playoff run, it was like Gobert punched Kyle Anderson or something during a timeout, and then Jaden Daniels punched a wall. Like, they were just not vibing at that point. But they sure are now, because that's a very good basketball team. My wife said, who do the Nuggets play in this next round? I said, Minnesota. And she said it just like this. The Timberwolves? Like, shocked. She goes, when did they get good? I was like, this year. They got really good this year.
They're
somehow.
still around?
Yeah. It is like if you tell somebody who hasn't watched much basketball, the best team in the NBA could be Minnesota, they would probably be like, really? Them? Like, yeah, they're pretty good this year. Last night, by the way, just thank your lucky stars that you're not one of the two teams that lost. Philly loses at home to have the series closed out. The Knicks move on. I don't know what they do. I have no idea what the next step is for Philly. They have tried so many different iterations of how to make that work. And I heard people say, like on ESPN after the game, Marty, that the face of the team should be Tyrese Maxey. And I'm like, what? Really? Because that feels like an overstatement to me. Joel Embiid was just the MVP. Wasn't he averaging like 36 a game before he got hurt this year? Something like that. I don't think you just move on from that quickly. But they have a serious issue in which they don't know how to get the best out of guys surrounding Embiid. And I do think that's sort of an Embiid problem. And I think this is what happens when you got a guy who takes 30 shots a game. Actually, more than that, he probably attempts, as far as shots attempted, if you include ones that net him free throws, Marty, it's probably like 35. It's hard to get other guys in the flow of an offense when that happens. And it's the complete opposite of what Jokic does. Our frustration with Jokic at times comes from, dude, shoot the ball more, right? But if you err on that side of getting other guys involved, nobody feels like, I'm sure some of these guys feel like they're pinch hitting in baseball. It's like, I've been cold all game just kind of standing around, and then you get me the ball and like hit a big shot. That's really difficult to do.
Do you see Tobias Harris's stat line yesterday? You got the box score up?
Yes.
I think that's exactly what you're talking about. He's a max contract guy, and he's taken 2 shots the entire game.
And I'm trying to figure this out with Tobias Harris. It was a long time ago when I was doing a show in Michigan, and he was a Piston, and he was a pretty good player, but he's had consistent numbers pretty much his entire career. He's hovered anywhere from like 16 to 19 points per game. His shooting percentage is always anywhere from like 47 to 50. He's always from 3, like 36 to 39%. Like, he's the same dude every year, no matter if he's played for. And he's played for all these teams: Milwaukee, Orlando, Detroit, LA, and Philly. He's always been the same guy. And Philly is convinced that he stinks. And I want to know why that is. And what I'm talking about is, he played for 30 minutes last night. He shot the ball twice. And this can't just be some sort of Tobias Harris problem. The biggest difference between Embiid and Jokic is Embiid makes people better around him. You can't say that about Embiid. 25 shot attempts, 2 assists last night, 5 turnovers. And they've had this process going. When was he drafted? Like 2013? Like, he's been in the league for 10 years, hasn't he?
2014, yeah. But I don't think he played that first year, right?
No, he didn't. He was on that sort of MPJ sort of route to getting playing time, but still unreliable in a sense of it's not his fault, but he gets hurt a lot.
Well, he's on the ground constantly. Constantly. He's so frustrating to watch.
Well, I know between Embiid fans and AD fans, they say he has to because somehow that makes him get hurt less or something.
Oh, okay.
Like, you've heard that same thing, right? Well, he falls because it's if you brace yourself, then you can hurt this and this. And I was like, oh, okay, fine, whatever.
I can't imagine being hurt more, but okay.
But he's been surrounded by some pretty damn good players, and they cannot find a way to get out of the second round. I mean, this is a first-round series exit in 6 games. Same thing applies to Milwaukee, by the way, as they were so excited about getting Dame Lillard back or getting Dame Lillard in the trade. Then Giannis gets hurt. Lillard gets hurt. Did play last night. And Lillard's still a really good player. But I was thinking about this on the way here. So I'm kind of firing from the hip here, but hear me out. Vic mentioned something yesterday that I think is true. If your plan as a basketball team right now in the NBA is to go out and form a super team, is to acquire big-time player, big-time player, big-time player. I think those are now failed experiments, aren't they? Phoenix this year was swept despite having Durant, Booker, and Beal. You go back to the Brooklyn Nets when they had Harden, Kyrie, and Durant. Awful. You see what...
And like the Sixers, even when Harden went there?
Say it again?
Even the Sixers when
Harden went there. Look at the Clippers now. Like, the Clippers are in big-time trouble.
Actually, just follow James Harden's career, and you'll find that these super teams don't work.
Houston, kind of, right? Between the Harden, Westbrook, and who was... They had a big, too.
Was that the CP3 year? I thought a big.
Oh, maybe CP3, yeah. I think these are failed experiments. If you want to know a way for your team to be, like, for a decade, something to be feared, look at what the Nuggets did. Look at Golden State. Look at the Spurs from a couple decades ago. Like, you want sustained success? Can you catch lightning in a bottle for a couple of years if you form these super teams? Yeah, you could. Like, Miami did it. That wasn't a long stretch. It was, 4 years in Miami? But it was 4 years where they were really good. Same thing with when LeBron went back to Cleveland. It was him and Kyrie and Kevin Love. A nice 4 years.
And then Boston was like the original super team, like 07, 08.
But
KG went there.
When they got KG, yeah. It didn't feel quite like that. It wasn't. You're right.
That was the first time they started using the big three, and then everybody's like, oh, we all need a big three.
But they had Pierce and Rondo that were their drafted core pieces, right?
Yeah.
And then they acquired Ray Allen, who's a good player, but it wasn't like he was a superstar. He was very good at what his role was. And then they got KG. That didn't feel very super teamy to me. It was just like, okay, you got a big acquisition. But the teams that had sustained championship runs, Golden State's been doing it forever. Why? Because their core pieces are guys that they've drafted and built with. San Antonio, when they had Parker and Ginobili and Duncan, drafted and built with. And now the Nuggets. Jamal, Joker, MPJ, drafted and built with. And then, yes, Marty, you have to keep up with the Joneses, like trading for Aaron Gordon is something that teams have to do. Not everybody has to be a drafted piece, but I think if you make that your core, it's different. Because there's not egos involved anymore. They grew up playing with each other. Like, I still wonder if KD didn't leave Oklahoma City, like, what would that team have been? But Oklahoma City's trying to redo that now. Yes, they got the trade for Shea, but they essentially built with Trey. Trey was like, or Shea, sorry. Shea was like a rookie or a one-year guy by the time they acquired him. And now they got Chet and Dort and all these other guys that make up the rest of their roster.
And a billion other picks still.
Right. But God, it's got to be frustrating. I mean, hell, dude, look what happened. I know that Dallas looks like they're going to move on to the second round this year, but look what happened last year. They made a trade to be competitive in the postseason and ended the year tanking their last games to not make the playoffs after getting Kyrie. So 303-504-0925, Shunt Mazda text line. As a big series starts this weekend And I think this is going to be one that decides who wins the Western Conference.
You see the way this is set up? It goes Saturday, Monday, and we got to wait till Friday for Game 3.
Is Game 3's Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I think that's probably going to be? That's giving them a runway for the Avs whenever they decide what that schedule looks like. It's got to be. Doesn't it? Because the schedule just came out. We knew that Game 1 was going to be Saturday. Do we know what the rest of the schedule was?
I think we knew the first 4 games.
I think that's probably giving the Avs a runway here for whenever they find out who their opponent is between Dallas and Vegas.
Well, that sucks. I don't want that long in between games. Monday
No
to Friday,
kidding.
we got all week.
Well, we were thinking about it. If Dallas, okay, never mind. If Dallas wins tonight, then the Avs would start on the road anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they would start.
Probably Sunday.
Would they start Sunday?
I think they want to get those things going in the NHL, yeah.
Yeah, because they've had a lot of series that ended quickly.
So then ball would be open, Tuesday to, all next week then.
Right.
They'll be in Minnesota.
By the way, in the NHL, Toronto wins over the Bruins, so now they feel like they can go into Boston for a Game 7 and come back and win. That place was a mess just a few days ago. Now, a couple wins later, they got hope again. They did that without Matthews. So, there's a lot going on here in the playoffs between the NHL and the NBA. 303-504-0925. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to Will Hite Wins. That is Will Hite Wins. Back after this. All right. Again, 303-504-0925, the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Champ Mazda. Still curious to see what's going to happen here for when the Avs series is going to start. And
the scenario you wanted was gone immediately.
Yeah, what I wanted was a six-game series win for Vegas, and then it starts at Ball Arena on Sunday, and then you get 4 straight days of playoffs.
So now what do you want? Are you pushing for Game 7?
Yeah. Now just beat each other up as much as you can. So Vegas win tonight, and then I honestly don't care who wins Game 7 anymore. It's just a weird place to be where you don't have a preference on who wins and who loses a series. Because both teams are difficult. They're both tough, and they're both challenging in their own ways. You get to the point, though, where I know this is the old cliched discussion of momentum versus rest, right? Like, you want time for guys to get healthy. You would like time because the playoffs are a grind. You want that time for those guys to get up and ready and not have to deal with these nagging, lingering injury issues. At the same time, Georgie was just playing really well. I don't know if I want like a week off in between games, because when did the Avs close out the series? Was that was Tuesday? Yeah, I hope this series starts on Sunday. Like, I'm almost... See, part of me is like, Dallas, just get the win tonight and start this thing on Sunday and let's go. Like, get them tired 2 days after, or a day and a half after getting a win, get back on the ice and take them on then. As opposed to you go Game 7, and yes, they'll still be tired, but I mean, the Avs will have a full week off. It'll feel like by the time they get that thing rolling. So there's a battle here. The nice thing about where you're at is, I think for both of these teams, I don't know how much you could ask for in the sense of hoping that they're playing at any higher of a level. Like, the Avs have reached a level of confidence within me that I didn't think was possible after that first series. The thing that really encourages me about the Nuggets, they won that series in 5 games, and I don't even think they played all that well. They're really bad shooting the basketball, especially from the outside. I mean, if not for guys like Porter knocking down those threes, like, I don't know what the 3-point percentage would be in that series, but it would be awful. So it leaves them room to, I guess, grow and become that behemoth that was unstoppable in the postseason last year. But as far as keys and things I'd like to see against Minnesota, first and foremost, I want to see a lot more consistency from the outside. I think the 3-point shot is going to matter a lot in this series. Secondly, have to clean up the boards. Have to. 2 7-footers on the floor at basically all times for Minnesota. Gobert, Towns, Naz Reid isn't 7 feet tall, but he's huge. They're going to be trying to clean up the glass. Do not give them second chance opportunities. Do not give them offensive rebounds. Box out. Get the ball, possess it. Don't turn it over, but rebounds are going to be huge. And thirdly, I would like to see some stuff from bench guys. And if I had to call out one in particular, I want to see Christian Braun just confident when he has the basketball in his hand. That entire Lakers series, it looks like the second he touched it, he wanted it out of his hands as quickly as possible. He was me in the pickup game. White boy don't want to taste. Don't want to taste. No taste for me. I mean, it's exactly what it was.
You take it. I don't care what team you're on.
Like, they're daring him to shoot, and he won't. And I'm just like, Christian, you don't even have to be... I don't care if you take threes. Drive to the rim. Like, he's got hops He's stronger than he looks. And when he enters the lane fearlessly, good things happen. Just do that.
He would do that even when he got an offensive board. Instead of just going right back up, he'd just look to pass.
He'd dribble it out and he'd reset.
He was like that in the middle of the year. Then what happened? I think he hit a couple threes and was like, "Oh yeah, I'm good at this game."
Was feeling his shot a little bit more. If you remember going back to last year, Marty, this exact thing actually happened in the Lakers series. Remember, they had a couple of games where they didn't even play him in the Lakers series. And then Miami series started, and then he had a couple 14, 15-point games. So, I want to see that out of him specifically. He does his other role stuff really good. He plays good defense. He's pretty good on the boards. But if you're on the floor, especially in minutes where Jokic is off, those crucial key, 10 minutes a game, essentially, in the postseason when he's off the floor, I just want to see him go to the hoop confidently. This also might be a series where we see DeAndre Jordan. I think you might have to, just to match up size when Jokic needs a breather. They're too tall for you not to unleash DeAndre on them. And DeAndre, this is the nice thing about him. Do you ever have a question of how DeAndre is going to play? Because I don't. He's going to be
on fire for 6 minutes.
He's going to be big and tall and lanky and block a shot, grab some rebounds, and throw down some dunks. Good. And this actually might work better. I don't know what the status of Jamal is, but let's say that he can't go 39, 40 minutes a night. Maybe with his calf, they take it down to 35, 34. That means extended Reggie minutes. And Reggie looks like he plays better with DeAndre on the floor. When he has a little safety valve that he can just throw up at the rim and get an alley-oop chance, it feels like that makes his game better. So maybe it can help that too. But just a lot to sort of think about as we head into this game one tomorrow, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Looking last night at the couple of those games between New York and Philly, Indiana and Milwaukee, did you see Patrick Beverley chuck the basketball at that fan twice?
How did the fan get the ball? What I missed that part.
All I knew is all I know is the video I saw. The fan, he threw the basketball to the fan, and when she caught, he threw it back to Beverley, and then Beverley fired it back at him. And I'm like, what's going on here? What do we think of Patrick Beverley, by the way? I used to really like Patrick Beverley, and now it's like he's got that podcast, and he does a lot of talking for a guy who is not very good.
Yeah, I'm growing a little tired, and I think it was the podcast. I like this on-court antics.
But he's the dude, he wins the play-in game and just strips naked and throws all of his clothes into the stands. You're like, all right, it's the play-in. Let's relax. But he's one of those. I think I'd take him on the Nuggets. I think I would. He plays hard. That's what I like about him. If you play hard, then I'm probably going to like you. That's why I was a big Facu guy. Facu was not good, but Facu played his ass off. It's why I've always liked Westbrook. Everybody calls him Westbrick, and he takes too many shots and blah. And I'm like, you find somebody who plays harder than Russell Westbrook. I dare you. Because there's not a single person out there. That guy's a million miles an hour at all times. And it's probably his problem, actually, is that he plays almost too fast. But how disappointing would that be? If you're a Milwaukee fan, got Giannis, you make the trade for Dame. Dame, by the way, just found himself in Portland in another jersey during that playoff series, didn't he? It was just him by himself, essentially, trying to make things happen. And is it unfair for me to say this? Is this an example of why Damian Lillard has been maybe a little bit overrated in his career in this sense. I like Damian Lillard a lot, and he's obviously super talented. But let's not pretend, Marty, that Bobby Portis, Chris Middleton, Brook Lopez is like nothing to work with for a starting unit. Those are all really good players. Like Chris Middleton's an all-star. Bobby Portis is a really good role player. Brook Lopez, he's been an all-star before, hasn't he? A really good role player.
He's been good for a long time.
That can't beat Indiana. That loses 120-98. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't somebody of the ilk and the skill level of a Damian Lillard be able to take that to like a winning sort of place?
Sure, but he's also hampered too. Like,
I know he was hurt.
He's not playing 100% at all.
But it's the same thing that I felt like in Portland. Those Portland teams weren't like devoid of talent. Maybe the last couple of years they weren't good. But they had plenty of dudes. But they lost. The games that they lost in this series, Marty, were 125-108. They lost a close one, 121-118, but then 126-113 and 120-98. Like, these aren't losses. These are like blowouts. And I hate to do it this way and be this over the top about it, but I feel like there's certain guys who get to skate on some responsibility.
And their one win, Damian didn't even play.
Like, weren't we talking about this the other day, Marty, of there's just some guys in this league that don't get the same amount of criticism as others?
With KD, yeah.
Kevin Durant is one of them. Damian Lillard is another. Like, I'll turn on these talking head shows this morning, and nobody's going to say, how much is Damian Lillard at fault for this? Never happened when he was in Portland either. But you know what I will see this morning? What does Philly do with Joel Embiid, right? That's going to be a topic. Embiid, by the way, last night, as he is also hurt, was 12 of 25 from the floor with 40 points.
Only had 13 free throws, so about half of what he usually averages.
There's just some guys that skate on that kind of stuff, and I find it really weird. I don't get it. And what a great place to be. Like, if you win, you're the man, and if you lose, it's everybody else's fault. Because I can tell you exactly who didn't get that treatment. Jokic. Like, Jokic did get the praise when the Nuggets won, but when Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are out of a playoff series and they lose in 5 to Golden State, it's like, this is your MVP? It's like, well, yeah, he still is. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. I'm not buying the Knicks, by the way. That like Jalen Brunson shoot the ball every time I get it thing and hunt for fouls and free throws, that's not sustainable. The Eastern Conference is trash, is what they are.
Okay, what about that team plus Julius Randle when he's healthy? Would you buy that?
No. Julius Randle's fine. Julius Randle only gets this love because he plays for New York. If Julius Randle was in Atlanta, nobody would say a word about him. Am I right or wrong about that?
I mean, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. He, to me, is like Middleton. Like, he's good. That's a good player. But he plays in New York, so he gets the extra bump. But seriously, look at what the Eastern Conference is compared to the West. Look at it. You have Boston, and then New York, who, depending on who you ask, thinks they might be a championship contender, but most people would say no. Milwaukee, who just got bounced. It's Cleveland, Orlando, Indiana. Philly was a play-in team. Miami play-in team. Like, what is that? Then you go to the West, and the first-round matchup was T-Wolves Suns. Nuggets Lakers. Dallas and LA. And then Oklahoma City still waiting there in the 1 seed. It's such, I don't know why the Western Conference is always like this too. It always feels this way, doesn't it? When's the last time you could definitively say that the East is better than the West? It's been forever. Because you could definitively say the West is better than the East like 19 of the last 20 seasons.
If you power ranked every team in the NBA, it would be like Celtics would be top 3. Then when's the next West Eastern Conference team? At like 10?
They wouldn't be. Okay, they wouldn't be in front of OKC. They wouldn't be in front of Denver, not Minnesota. Yeah, somewhere around there.
So the next team would probably be Bucks if they're healthy. They would probably slot in right above Dallas.
Bucks with Giannis would probably be in there somewhere, but they don't have Giannis. Didn't have Giannis. I can use it past tense now. 303-504-0925. Schomp Mazda text line. A lot to get to this morning. Stick around. Marty, I think my sneezes are out. We're going to see. I feel like I got another lingerer in here somewhere.
Just a single? Or is it going to be like an attack?
I just had a double. But it feels like there's more. Anybody else you got the allergy things rolling on here? A lot of blooming trees and flowers I see across my neighborhood. And they're in attack mode. What is it about your body where it just doesn't understand what this stuff is? I don't get it.
You've been going through it for 30 plus years. It should be used to it by now.
No, I haven't, though. I started getting this allergy thing when like the season changes, like in my mid-20s. Is that a sign that death is coming? Like, is that your body's letting you know, hey, some stuff's going to start breaking down here, okay? Do you ever think about that, like 400 years ago? Marty, you and me would be like medical marvels that we're still alive. And look at us. All I'm doing here is talking about, I sneezed. Is death coming? That must have been how it felt like 400 years ago. Somebody sneezes, you look at him like, all right, dude, isolate yourself in the bed.
It's over,
You got
buddy.
3 days.
It's over, pal.
Did you sneeze? It's done.
Seriously. Like, if you got the flu, you were a goner. So you get a sneeze, you get a little bit of a fever. Like, a fever was just like, all right, this guy, we might write up your will. It's about done.
Yeah, life expectancy 1600 was 30 years.
30 years, so I was right. It was around this time. Like, we would be medical marvels. So 1600, who was ruling the world then? Was that the Ottomans in the 1600? Which was the dominant empire of the 1600s, Marty? Look it up. I need the full history lesson now. If I was going to die 400 years ago, or I would be like the town elder at 34 years old, who would I need to go to get all my gold?
Charles of Austria. Ottoman was the 12th century.
Oops, a little off on that.
A little off on that.
Austria? That was the dominant power in 1600? Really?
There's a bunch of them. They didn't last very long. As I said, you can only live 30 years, so it moved pretty quick.
But you would just pass down. There would be a successor to the dominant power. So who are we talking here? They couldn't go from like Austria to a whole bunch of different things. Who was it?
Spain and Portugal also were power ranked in the top 2. They were up there.
They did the world power rankings, and they said, Spain, you got it again. Top 2. All right. But because I am alive and well, and I'm doing a show, there's a guy that I love here. And if you've seen clips from him, so yesterday we sang the praises of Xavier Leggett, who is now the wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers, who is from South Carolina, who sounds like something straight out of The Waterboy. I love that guy. There's another dude that you're going to love. Buffalo. They were in the market for a wide receiver because they traded away Stephon Diggs. Gabe Davis is no longer a Bill. Like, I have no idea who the wide receivers are in Buffalo right now. Actually, that's a great question. After all the death of the Buffalo wideouts, what the hell does their depth chart look like at wide receiver? Because it has very much dissipated since last year. So they have Curtis Samuel, who they got over from the Commanders. Khalil Shakir. They signed Mac Hollins and Andy Isabella. Like, no big names here. So they drafted Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State. 6'4", huge kid, huge. But every time this guy's in front of a microphone, it's like a stand-up comedy routine. So this audio that we're going to play you, is this ready to go, Marty? This is him doing is it a combine meeting, right? That top 30 sort of player meeting where you're in the room with all the coaches. They go through film with you. They ask you questions. They asked him, what do you do for fun outside of football?
Nice to meet you.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you learn ball from? Like, who'd you learn from?
Man, I think just my time at Michigan State, just becoming a film junkie and asking questions, the more I ask the questions, then I turn on the film, and then it'll start to make sense. So I start trying to learn what the linemen do, so I can buy myself even more time on certain routes. So I'm not getting into a window too fast or too slow. Watching film with my quarterback, so I can understand where he would want me to be. You know, areas he struggled to throw in, we can avoid that, but I can still get that for you. So just trying to be as quarterback friendly as I can be, and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay. What do you do outside of football?
I chill at the house, golf, so, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. Now. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that.
I wanted this guy to be a Bronco now. Like, if you see some of the clips from this guy, I'm not Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Wish He Could, which is an unbelievable line. Like, I don't know if he came up with that on the spot, but his introductory press conference was the same thing. It's just he's quick.
Was he the guy that asked for snacks when he was done?
Yes. No, that guy's hilarious. And between him and Xavier Leggett, we lost out on 2 prime press conference opportunities. Prime. And instead, what the Broncos went and got, they got Mr. Polished, and that is Bo Nix. Bo Nix is good in front of a microphone. He is. He's very good. And let me tell you something that matters here. I saw a side-by-side of Bo Nix and the suit that he had on and the suit that J.J. McCarthy had on, and I'm glad that they drafted Bo Nix just from that, because J.J. McCarthy looks like a kid at a funeral.
Like his first funeral, too.
Yes, like a little kid who does not have anything that fits, but they're just like, here, wear this. J.J. McCarthy also looks like me and how I would look in a suit. It's ill-fitting. It's baggy in places it shouldn't be baggy. Like, it's bad. But there's a couple of gems that came out of that draft. Finally, one last thing here before we get to Moshe Lombardi and Kane. So you know that podcast that LeBron does with JJ Redick, where they drink wine and they talk about hoops? And I wonder what that's going to sound like now that they've been eliminated by the Nuggets again. Did you see the latest that JJ Redick is a potential coaching candidate for the Lakers job if Darvin Ham were to get fired?
Oh, for the Lakers job? No, I saw it was the Hornets.
Lakers job now, too.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I wonder who
I was
would
just
be
coming around
making...
on JJ. I don't want to have to hate him again.
I know. I really like JJ. I really like him. He is so good at the media thing, too. He's so good at it. But you're right. If he goes to the Lakers, he's got to be dead to us. He's got to go on your list, right?
Yeah, he'd have to.
At least thin ice. Like,
Can you be
watch
just
it.
a head coach from watching film and having a podcast to being in charge of the whole organization?
I don't know. Ask
do
Derek
that?
Fisher. I don't know. Ask Steve Nash. I don't know. Like, this is what happens. Like, I've had my questions about it, too. Like, look, when Deion first broke into the college football ranks, or when he first got hired by CU, I told you guys, I had some questions like, does he know what it takes to be a head coach here? And the answer is yes. Like, he's gotten all that stuff figured out. He's really good at recruiting. Like, still, some of the on-field X's and O's stuff is to me still a question mark. But this is when he was rumored to get, like, Florida State's job opened up. And they're like, well, why don't you get Deion? I was like, well, he hasn't really coached. He coached at the Prime Academy, which was essentially high school. He coached a couple of years at Jackson State. But does that mean you're ready for a gig like that? Like, I don't know. But obviously it worked out well for the Buffs because they've been put back on the national map as far as attention goes. But yeah, can JJ Redick just walk over with no coaching experience and just be the head coach of a basketball team? I guess.
I feel like he could do it with the Hornets. The Lakers job is completely different than any other NBA job.
But if LeBron wants his buddy to be the coach, then he's the coach, right?
Is that it? Just sitting on the podcast? Dude, what are you doing next year?
You want to coach?
You want to coach my team?
No, don't worry about anything. I'll talk to Jeannie today, and she'll have the paperwork made up. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and you can save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate Mom with fresh-cut flowers and chocolate-dipped strawberries. Shop in-store on the Safeway app to discover great deals. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. All right, a day away from round number 2, game 1 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And a couple of things from last night, because why do I hear sound?
Huh?
I heard an echo of my own voice. Anyway.
Vic, what are you doing? What do you mean?
Well,
You did something. You did something, and then
Look
you
at that
muted something.
stupid look
Yeah,
on his
look at
face.
that look in your face.
Oh, my God.
Wow. So you had something that wasn't on mute, and now it's on mute, so it's all fine. But just admit that you were wrong at the beginning of the show.
What are you talking about? I don't even know nothing.
What's going on with my camera?
All right,
Yeah, there you go. We got game 1 tomorrow of Nuggets and T-Wolves, but last night, in both sports, so you get the Bucks eliminated, you get Philly eliminated, and you have Toronto now pushing to a game 7 in the NHL.
Oh, baby.
And they didn't have Matthews on the ice.
Oh, baby. Let's start with that first. If the Boston Bruins lose to the Toronto Maple Leafs at home tomorrow night, they will become the first team in history of sports to blow back-to-back 3-1 series leads in consecutive seasons.
Oh, my God. Would be the biggest choke job in consecutive seasons.
There is no doubt about it. I don't know what happened, but they cannot score the puck. And you've got to think, boy, when you start to watch them, what they're doing, the pucker factor for the Boston Bruins, you couldn't drive a nail you know where right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these guys are tight. What's that?
They got outshot in the first period like 12-1.
Yeah. Vic, I'm telling you right now, they are in this mode of, oh my God, we can't do. They're paralyzed, is what they are. They're mentally and physically paralyzed by the circumstance. I mean, last year, when you have the best regular season in the history of the game, and then you blow it in the first round, boy, oh boy, they are absolutely freaking. And their only goal last night was with a second left to go in the game. It's just ridiculous.
And it's much the same personnel. You don't think that's in the back of their minds, what happened last year?
Oh, absolutely it is. Oh, here we go. Jesus.
Hell of a start
Allergy
today.
season, boys.
Hell of a start
Allergy
today.
season
Well,
is
we
here.
realize
Sorry.
that. But that's why you have a cough button.
Sorry. Monty's in trouble, bro.
He is. I mean, I don't know if he's in trouble yet. All they have to do is go home and win a dang hockey game on Saturday night. But man, oh man, this is real. For everybody in Beantown, this is real nail-biting time. Yes.
Well, not to mention, again, like, Matthews out of the lineup for Toronto, too, and it's still, you can't make this happen. You can't make this work.
Hey, I don't even want to say, imagine if it was like that around here, because it ain't.
You were just talking about, the ramifications for Boston if they blow 2 3-1 leads in consecutive years. Like, I was thinking the same thing. Now, it's not the same as blowing it in the way that Boston is maybe on their way to doing right now. But, dude, if you're a Sixers fan, what do you think this morning? What are you supposed to do? You just lost another first-round series. Embiid has never made it past the second round, and he's been in the league for a decade now, 10 years. He was drafted in 2014. And I can't keep looking at that roster and saying, well, is Maxey just not good enough? Is Tobias Harris stinks? This guy, like, I don't know what you do if you're a Philly fan.
Brett, Tobias Harris had as many points as you did last night.
Well, Vic, he took 2 shots. And what I'm trying to figure out, and this is what hit me last night, is I didn't watch the whole game.
When you go through some of the names, though, when you talk about Batum, okay.
But before, I didn't watch the whole game. I watched a little bit. But here's what I noticed. Embiid in any given game, I'm just going to say on average, Vic, attempts, I would say 35 shots. Like if you include free throw attempts and stuff like that, right? Because he finishes every game with like 25.
Correct.
So with the free throw attempts, it's got to be somewhere in the 30s, 30 to 35 shots a game. How do you ask teammates to stay involved and be consistent when they don't touch the basketball consistently?
Let me give you the Embiid era versus the Joker era, okay? Because we make these comps all the time. And again, I'm not trying to Not trying to take a shot at Joel Embiid here. I'm not. But I want to tell you the difference between the two. The Denver Nuggets have produced a championship. They've gone deep into the playoffs. We know where they live. Here's the process in the Embiid era. 13 first-round picks. Only 2 of them are still with the team. 5 second-round exits. No conference finals appearances. 2 first-round exits. 3 Game 7 losses in the second round. 2 stars who quit the team, who literally said, get me out of here. That is the Joel Embiid era in Philly.
That doesn't sound
Enjoy
like
it.
a very good era. When you go up and down and you go through the names, right? Because all these names are very recognizable names and good players. Like Oubre, right? Maxey, Lowry, Batum, Embiid, Harris. I mean, that's your top 6 players right there. You're like, they're pretty good. Maybe they just aren't as good as we think they are. Just because I know these guys and in my head I think they're pretty good. But Buddy Hield, maybe they're just not that good.
Here's the question I have, though,
because
Moj.
nobody can coach them up and nobody can get them through anything.
Here's the question I have. So, Vic, you said Tobias Harris had as many points as I did last night.
Mhm.
Does Tobias Harris have that night if he plays alongside Jokic?
I don't know, because we've had nights here in Denver where you're asking for somebody else to contribute. I don't know the answer. All I know is he makes a ton of money for 0 points. You know, we wondered aloud, would Michael Porter Jr. be able to come along, right? Would he be able to contribute late in games? He has answered the call every single time. And that's the difference. Their Michael Porter Jr. is Tobias Harris, right?
He's the
That's
max
that third
contract.
guy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that guy. And that guy in Philly is doing nothing. Our guy here is doing a lot. That's the difference.
But it's like Porter doesn't have a night where he takes 2 shots. You know what I mean?
Well, who's that on?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, maybe that is just on Tobias Harris and he's just not very good. But I have a hard time believing that if a guy like Tobias Harris was here, look at his numbers, by the way, throughout his career. He's been in the league a long time. He's played for a lot of different teams. His numbers are almost identical every season. It's almost like you can guarantee he's going to score 17 points a game. He's going to shoot about 46% from the field, and he's going to shoot like 36% from 3. Every year, he's been the same guy. But he'll have a game like this, and then he'll take 2 shots. And I'm just saying, like, I said to Marty, it's like being a pinch hitter. It feels like if you're one of these role players in Philly. Being a pinch hitter in baseball is one of the most difficult things, I think, in the world to do. I'm sitting on the bench for 3 hours, and bottom of the 9th, you need a base hit. You say, go out there and get me a hit. Really difficult because you aren't in the flow of the game.
Yeah.
Who's the best pinch hitter in the history of baseball?
The best pinch hitter in the history of baseball.
There's probably 2. It's either Manny Mota or Rusty Staub.
I was going to give a late career Julio Franco on that list.
Okay, maybe, yeah.
But
When he was like
Moshe,
40, when he was like 41?
yes.
Yeah, John Vanderwall, good one, Bearcat. John Vanderwall, when he was doing it for the Rockies in the late 90s, early 2000s. Hey, I got to ask you guys
But do you
this
understand,
question.
just quickly, do you understand my point, though? It's like if you aren't involved in the flow of the game and then they just kick you a shot, in the fourth quarter, like make this, it's really difficult for somebody
Of
to be
course.
involved that way.
It's awful. So what's a worse situation? What Philly went through? Because Philly had some major injuries to obviously Embiid. The injury bug also hit Milwaukee. How would you guys describe the Milwaukee experiment this year? They go out and get Damian Lillard. He wants to go play for a championship-level team. They get there. They fire their coach with a second-place record right before the All-Star break.
Wild.
They fire the coach. Doc Rivers comes in, and they played 500 ever since.
Dude, I have absolutely no opinion on that.
I
I think if you want to screw up a franchise, that's what you do. But again, let's not talk about, or let's not talk about when you lose Giannis. I mean, it's
kind of an
that's
incomplete.
everything. It's everything.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's an incomplete for me
So you
for
can-
this year.
Whether guys get fired, coaches get fired or not, or blah blah blah. But Lillard, blah blah blah. If
But
Giannis
even when-
isn't playing, you're going to lose. That's the end of the
But
story.
even when Giannis was healthy, because we saw it here in Denver when they came here with a full roster. They brought a full roster to Denver with Damian Lillard, Giannis. There was something wrong with that roster, something wrong with that team.
Weird
It didn't
dynamic.
Click.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Like
and
Phoenix.
the weird dynamic with Milwaukee, I think what we were talking about after those games in the regular season, Vic, was Lillard is still like doing his thing, putting up 20-some points a game. but he's not handling the basketball at all because Giannis is, and it looks weird. It just seemed weird. And I'll say this, because I don't want to let Dame totally off the hook here. I know he was injured and he played hurt last night. Bobby Portis, Chris Middleton, Brook Lopez, Patrick Beverley. That's not a bad starting five. Even with Giannis out, that's not like you're surrounded by nothing. Middleton's an all-star. Brook Lopez has been a good role player in this league for a long time. I think he's been an all-star before. Bobby Portis is the king of role players. You didn't need to lose to Indiana in 6 games with that roster. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why Dame just gets to kind of slide and be like, well, Giannis was hurt. What are you going to do?
He's dodged criticism his entire life.
That roster's the one that Giannis won a championship with.
Yeah, I think Damian Lillard, for as much as we love him, has had the softest landing of all stars in the NBA.
Correct.
Yep. It's never
He's
his
had a
fault,
very,
ever.
Very soft landing.
While we're sitting here,
yep.
While we're sitting here beating down these downtrodden franchises and not talking about the Nuggets, I know we'll get to that. I went back yesterday and I watched the entire Ishbia press conference following I watched it from beginning to end.
Were you looking for a mortgage?
That guy's weird.
Yeah.
In what way?
Why?
He's just sort of I don't know. And when you look at the reaction from Suns fans, they're like, "Oh my God, this is really us." I think that they are coming to a realization that this guy, he is the Jerry Jones of the NBA. I don't know, man. This guy he's just in my opinion, Vic, he's a strange duck. He may be a great guy. He's a bit of a
example.
He's a bit of a strange duck.
Example. Having a ton of money and being willing to spend a ton of money on your product, because every fan wants that. You want your owner to spend everything, and that doesn't always solve the problem.
No.
You have to do it strategically. You have to build it the right way. And if you don't build it the right way, the flaws will show, the warts. You can't build a team the way you build a business. I've had these conversations before. I've had them with Greg Penner. Building the Broncos versus building Walmart, 2 entirely different entities.
Correct. When you
can't
realize
treat them the same way.
When you realize, and again, knowing what I know about their situation with the contracts, I don't know who he was trying to convince about all this stuff. Maybe Suns fans, maybe himself. I don't know. But he's completely.
You mean the 26 GMs would take this roster thing? Is that what you're talking about?
Because they're in. What's that second apron called, Vic? The second apron.
It's called the second apron.
You nailed it.
Bloom, blam, bling. Because they're there, dude, they are stuck.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
Well, they could trade one of their guys. They could trade Durant.
But there's rules.
You can trade Durant, but it has to be for exact money. It's because they're in that second apron, they're incredibly hamstrung by the CBA. They are in trouble. They really are in trouble down there. And I'm here for it.
This is the beauty of what's happening in the NBA, and I am all for it too. The teams that tried to skip steps are paying the price for it. That's what's happening. You can't, and if I'm going to credit the NBA for one thing, is they installed this luxury tax business, this apron. I know you guys hate talking about the apron, but they did this for a specific reason, because they saw players starting to align themselves and form these super teams. And it took all the competitiveness out of the game. And it forced these small markets to throw their hands up in the air like the Colorado Rockies and such and say, what are we even doing here? In baseball, you're seeing it now. In basketball, they did something about it. They put a play in. They put a rule in that hurt these teams that tried it. Well, Phoenix tried it. How you feeling now? Milwaukee is trying it. Let's see how it goes. Matt Ishbia wanted to come in and go super team right away, and now he's paying the price. You know what? LA tried it. Got them a bubble championship. Now what?
And an in-season tournament championship.
Yes.
Do not forget that.
Did you see the mayor of LA get blasted?
Oh, yeah.
She came
out. I don't
out.
think we talked about that.
We didn't talk about it. The tweet was deleted, I'm not even sure that she's tweeting. It's probably one of her staff. Who knows? But she hung her hat on at least we had the midseason tournament championship.
Did you see that, Vic?
Yes, I did.
And
Guys,
she got destroyed.
Yeah, it was hilarious. The Brooklyn Nets tried it. That was the biggest and failed experiment because the Brooklyn Nets, think about it, they brought in 3 MVPs and they were a terrible team. How many teams have tried this super team process? I'm all for player empowerment. We've gone down this road. Players aren't GMs.
So hang on a
Players aren't
second,
GMs.
Vic, because I want to extend on that conversation because I actually thought about this yesterday watching Milwaukee lose, watching Philly lose. Because it really put in perspective, especially if you look kind of I'm going to say historically, but the last couple of decades at what success has sort of bred in the NBA. Yeah. It's exactly what the Nuggets are doing. So we'll get to that in a second. 303-504-0925. Break down game 1 of Minnesota and Denver next. Vic, I'm watching Fox 31 right now, and your boy Hans is on doing a Nuggets hit. I don't think the camera could be closer to that man's face.
Is he doing the old man? Is he doing the zoom? Is it doing a zoom? Is that what it is?
I swear to God, yes. It looks like this.
Yeah.
He's that close.
Yeah, so when we Zoom my parents with all our relatives in Italy, they think that the closer you get to the camera, the better they'll be able to hear you.
Mm-hmm.
So all you're seeing is nostrils. It's the old man communication via technology method.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I could count Bill's nose hairs.
Yeah, you could.
Whenever my father FaceTimes my daughter, he puts the phone to his ear. So all she sees is an ear canal.
Oh, I love this move too. You call like your parents on FaceTime and they do this. How are you? They have it in front of their face and then they throw it to their ear. And it's like, you can hear just fine. Trust me. Anyway, here's what I wanted to talk about because you brought something up, Vic, the super team era. We talked about this a little bit yesterday too. Most of these have been pretty epic failures, especially as of recently. So you go back and you think about, okay, the ones that were successful, like Miami was successful. I'm not going to call Golden State a super team because they didn't build their championship run in a super team way. They built a team, and the team was really good.
Draft. They added Kevin Durant, but other than that, they were developed through the draft. They did add the mole, Iguodala.
They did. But even people throw like the Boston team before Miami as a super team. I'm like, well, they drafted Rondo and Pierce. They acquired Ray Allen, okay, fine, but Ray Allen's a role player. Their big fish was Garnett, and yes, that changed things, but that didn't feel like a super team either. That was a team that was built, and they got a good player. You want to talk about sustained success. Even the super teams that were successful, they basically had 4-year windows. Miami was 4 years. When LeBron went back to Cleveland with Kyrie and Kevin Love, that was 4 years. The Lakers felt like 4 years. Which teams lasted a decade? Well, the San Antonio Spurs with Parker and Ginobili and Duncan lasted a long, long time.
That was all homegrown.
The Golden State Warriors with Curry, Clay, Draymond lasted a long, long time.
That's homegrown.
The Nuggets have the ability to be another team that lasts a long, long time.
What's interesting is, the Nuggets have signed guys to free agent deals, but not one of their quote big
but
guys.
you have to keep up with the Joneses. You have to continue to find pieces.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Absolutely, because guys like Bruce Brown will play well, and then he'll flee for 22 per. And you're going, oh, my God, that kind of thing. But the Nuggets, I raised this question, and I felt guilty about it. I felt kind of, oh, you're just being an idiot, Moj.
Yeah.
Don't respond to that. Hey, are the Nuggets going to change the way that the NBA does business? With the way they're
What
built?
do you mean?
Well, with the way they're built and what they're doing, how they're playing.
No.
Okay, right. I raised that question a couple 2 years ago on this program.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways they are. I mean, it's in some ways that you're because you have a joker.
Yeah.
But as far as teams being as far as teams being built, teams are always going to go for a quick fix. They're always going to have to.
Watching Knicks Sixers last night, Buddy says to me, "Why didn't you keep Hartenstein here in Denver?" And I'm trying to recall because I remember watching him play, and in the preseason he was awesome, and then the regular season came around and he was terrible.
He just wasn't good.
And he just improved his play. But how would you like to have him now? How would you like to have him now?
Well, yeah. Hey, listen,
backup.
He didn't play like that when he was in Denver. So what do you want?
Remember when Marty and Brett, you guys came up with that list of former Nuggets, most former Nuggets, when they leave the Joker orbit, they don't improve?
Yeah.
I pointed to who? 2 players.
You pointed to Jeremy Grant.
Jeremy Grant, and now Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah, but
now,
his game
Hartenstein's
got
not
better.
fair because Hartenstein never played with Joker.
True.
He only
But
played
left
when
Denver
Joker
and
was
got
off
better.
the floor.
True, but he left Denver and got better.
But
And
yeah,
very
he
few
did.
do.
But he's also bounced around. I mean, look, you could ask that same question to Houston, ask the same question to Cleveland, ask the same question to the Clippers. He actually was not bad. He was getting better for the Cavaliers and the Clippers, and then he went to New York and he played well. But why didn't they want to keep him?
Marty, can you look up real quick when did they get rid of him and for what? I can't recall how long
Well,
he
he
was
was
on the
only here
team.
for
You
one.
got
He was
two
only here
future
for 1
second
year.
round picks.
For what years? What years did they traded him to? Did they trade him directly to the Knicks, or did he go?
He went
No,
to
he went to
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Okay, so 2 future seconds. What years were those seconds? I want to see if they amounted to anything. And you're clueless. So
Well, you put him on the
Oh,
spot.
okay. Name any second round pick besides Jokic that has panned out. I think the answer is no.
Jalen Brunson, 2nd-round pick. He scored 41 last night.
for the
Nuggets.
Nuggets.
And you're clueless.
Yeah, dumb.
Boom.
By the way, they also got
Good
JaVale
comeback,
McGee
Martin.
in that trade.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember
JaVale
that.
McGee.
And at the time, I think we all thought, okay, that's good. That guy's he had some championship experience, and he really didn't play much. Remember, JaVale didn't play much when he got here?
Nope. Well, he's basically the same role as DeAndre, right? DeAndre doesn't play all that much, but he gets a few minutes here and there. And I think he's going to get a few minutes in this series, by the way. You mentioned that, Vic. I think that they might have to go to DeAndre in the 10-minute spans during these games where Jokic leaves the floor just to have some more size out there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how they play it. I mean, Naz Reid, what a great privilege to have Naz Reid as your backup big, right? It's not enough to have 2 twin towers in there. You got Rudy and Cat, and then coming off the bench is Naz Reid.
Yep.
My goodness.
By the way, Moj, let me ask you a question. I just heard a promo in regards to the Avs. So the Dallas in Vegas series could end tonight if Dallas gets the win.
Correct.
But it is that old discussion of rest versus rust and stuff like that. And you said rest is a weapon at this point in the year. And I agree with you. I do think there's a limit on that, though, especially with Georgiev. And I want to get him some rest, but also on the ice to continue the stretch of play that he had in games through two through 5. Is there a part of you that would be okay if Dallas just ends this series tonight and then you get a game on maybe Sunday or whatever the day would be?
Yeah, I would be okay with that. As long as all the Avs' little knick-knack, paddywhack injuries are okay.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys have been dealing with, a little this, little that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Extend it. Let it go as far as it can go.
But my preference is what Vic just said. I would prefer this thing to go overtime in Game 7.
Yeah.
And then the team that is playing the Avalanche has less than 48 hours rest before they drop the puck on Tuesday night. That's what I'm hoping for. And I don't know that they drop the puck on Tuesday night, but you got to get You got to get cracking in that second round, baby.
So you're not worried about the time off, Vic? Like if this thing goes 7 and they don't play again until whatever it be Tuesday, whatever day it would be?
I don't have any worry in the world.
Nah,
I don't have
hockey-
any
hockey-
worry in the world.
Hockey's a different beast.
Not only that, every day you have off is another day that Jonathan Drouin is healing.
Exactly right.
Healing,
Yeah.
Brett.
Yeah.
Do you?
Brett, you know what the healing powers of time
Yeah, I
are?
knew
Do you
that was
understand time leads to healing?
I think it's pretty clear he does not.
I mean, how long have you been around? You ever had anything you needed to heal besides your skin?
You don't think that Georgiev being off for a week affects him at all?
What's the difference? Would you want to play every night? What's the difference? No, it doesn't affect him.
I think having an
I don't
extended
understand the correlation there between playing night after night and having a week off to chill.
Well, I think the difference is when you're in a zone, and he seemed to be in the zone for games 2 through 5, where it was pretty much game, day off, then you have a week off. It almost feels like a reset again. And I don't know where the reset goes with him.
Well,
I'm not worried
okay.
about much of anybody else. And I agree that getting a
So
guy
what
like
you're saying is that he's going to lose all his mojo in the week
I think
off.
I think it's possible that you lose a little bit of that.
Well, I think it's possible, but it's also possible he's completely fixed and says, you know what? This rest is great. I'm ready, refreshed, and mentally stable enough to go kick some more butt.
So
I mean, I think you're looking for reasons to be worried.
I'm not looking for reasons to be worried. I guess this is my problem, is that as well as Georgiev played in games 2 through 5, I'm still not totally in a place where I just think he's going to be A-okay still. Like, I guess I don't have full confidence that he's going to be this guy over and over and over again. And I don't think that's unfair to feel that way. Do I have confidence in Georgiev right now? Yeah, I do. But it's not permanent, I guess is what I'm saying. Like,
Travis says-
Nathan McKinnon confidence is permanent. I know what that guy does every night.
To argue your point, Travis on the text line says, does Vic have any concept of what time does to something that's hot? It cools things. So your argument is that Georgie having a week off will cool him down. I don't see anything there. I don't see the correlation of having 2-3 days off. You think Georgie playing every other night will change his confidence level? His confidence level was changed by what he did, not what he's going to do. What he did it. I don't see the correlation one bit.
I don't know, man. I know that hockey's different from things like basketball and baseball and everything else, but sometimes you can just, if you're feeling it in the moment and you do get that game one night off, game another night, I think it can, as the texture says, have a cool down effect.
I think most coaches will tell you, most coaches would rather see the other series go as long and strong as it possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Let them go. Let them fight it off. Let them go.
Oh, it's certainly, I understand the advantages of this. I totally do.
Brett, would you have preferred that the Nuggets and Lakers went 6 or 7 and then turned around and played the T-Wolves with no rest? Or did you enjoy the fact that that series was over Monday?
No, I wanted that over.
Okay, I mean, I don't understand the difference here.
It's just the specific guy. Forget the team. It's the specific guy in Georgiev is all I'm talking about here. That's
Somebody
it.
just brought up
that's the main concern.
Somebody brought up the Rockies in
That's
07.
not the same.
Come on, everybody knows baseball is different.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
not the
knows
same.
that. That's not the argument to bring up here. You give a baseball team 8 days like that, and all of a sudden all their timing is off. That's a timing sport. All timing. Hockey's a hustle sport. It's a skill sport. These guys aren't going to forget how to attempt a slap shot in a week.
I guess what I'm asking though, Vic, is let's say that this series goes 7 games and they don't play their game again until Tuesday. That'd be a full week, right? Is that a full week off because the Avs' last game was Tuesday? I think. I don't know. Getting all these games mixed together. Yeah. But if they come out in game 1 and let's say game 1 is in Dallas and Georgiev gives up 6, you're going to be cool? You'll be like, oh, no problem. He figured it out last time. Or are you going to be a little bit of like, oh boy, okay,
Sure,
need to find this again.
Of course you're going to be concerned. But he could have done that with 2 days rest instead of a week's rest. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what's in that dome. We don't know how it works. I mean, the only difference this time around is that he does have a backup who is finally healthy and you can throw him in there if you need to. But you're always going to have that lingering question about him. Always. That's not going to go away, no matter how much rest you get. Let that other series go as long as possible.
303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. Did you happen to see, so we played some audio yesterday of Xavier Leggett, who was a very interesting character, a wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers who was drafted, and speaks like he's in the water boy. Have you heard Keon Coleman, the new wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, I did.
Because you want to talk about another character who's just a giant wide receiver who was I think he was also a second-round draft pick in this year's draft.
Where's Mosier?
He just got back. I don't know where he went. Second-round draft pick to the Bills. Now, if you look at the Bills' depth chart, God, did they need help because they traded away Stephon Diggs. They lost Gabe Davis this offseason. Their wide receiver room is like, who are these people? So they take this kid, and they tweeted out a video, the Bills did, of his, what do they call these? Their top 30 visits or whatever, where they meet with all the coaches. They go through some film together, get to know the guy. Here's what he said when asked the question. Just go straight to this, Marty, of what do you do in your off time when you're not playing football?
Okay. What do you do outside of football?
I chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods now. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like, take me 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like, you know, it's controlled chaos. You know, you frustrated, but you can't get mad.
I love this kid. And there's like 5 other clips of him doing this stuff. He's the dude who was asking for snacks as he was doing his press conference.
He's the one that goes, yeah, you got any snacks around here?
Yeah.
He's all hungry. I like that guy, too. Listen, there's nothing wrong with having a personality. Nothing.
It feels like the Broncos just drafted guys who are just huge. Like, I look at Audric Estime, I'm like, does that guy need a personality, or is his personality he takes his shirt off? Because that's also a good personality to have. Just being a giant brute.
Well, Von Miller had a pretty good personality, but he also took his shirt off.
That's true.
I mean, he did.
He had both.
He had the twofer going on, right?
I am not Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Wish He Could.
That's kind of all of us, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to get on the course with this kid, have a few coldies, slap the ball around a little bit, and just talk, man. Every time I've heard him talk, it's been he put a smile on my face. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm. So some of the key matchups here for Game 1 in this entire series against Minnesota. I want to go through some of these because it's funny. You know what my wife said to me yesterday? She goes, "Who do the Nuggets play in the next round?" And I said, "Minnesota." And she goes, "The Timberwolves?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're good now." She goes, "How?" They're good. They really are. They have a really good team.
Let me tell you how.
She was shocked.
Tim Connolly did something. He went against the grain, and you got to give him his flowers because when he made that move, there's not a soul out here that said, "What the hell was that?"
Well, hold on.
Right? We all said, "What are you doing?"
They haven't won jack yet. Okay,
but they got better. Come on,
no, they did. Vic, I'm the first one to say they got better. I've been saying, hey, this ain't your dad's T-Pups team. I've been watching highlights of these guys and trying just to get a feel overall for what this team looks like and what it does. It's a pretty dang well-connected team. I mean, it really is. But the one major factor is this. You got a guy who went to college at Georgia who's an absolute lightning bolt. None of this happens if Anthony Edwards isn't becoming a superstar before our very eyes. This guy is really good. Now, he's still young. He may be inconsistent. He's done throwing chairs. That part of his life is behind him. He's engaging. He's smart. He's a hella good basketball player. That's the reason that this leap has been the way it has been, is because this guy has gone from here to here in the span of 2 years, and he's a stud, total stud. I mean, he's Vic. I don't have to tell you, he's really good.
Yeah. Do you guys respect Scott Van Pelt in this business?
Yes,
what we do for
sure.
Yeah. I think
he's
I
really
respect
good.
him more than most. Right? I think he's one of the best in the business. Did you guys hear his? Well, he has this commentary he does. One big thing. Is that what he calls it?
Mm-hmm.
One big thing. He went off on Prime and Shedeur Sanders. He went off. So for everybody that says we may be picking on them and we're nitpicking and we're not taking the good with the bad, when he does it from a national level, that ain't good.
Well, let's save this for when we come back. 303-504-0925 back after this.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch his reality show?
No.
Rock of Love on VH1. What show?
There was like 15 of them because he couldn't find his Rock of Love.
Well, him, Flavor Flav, they had those shows where they got those.
Wasn't Flavor Flav with Stallone's ex-wife?
Yeah. What's it? Brigitte Nielsen?
Yeah.
Is that her
She's
name?
She's like 6'2" or something.
And she was twice the size of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were together for a little bit.
That's cool.
So listen, we'll get to the prime stuff in a second, Marty, if you can pare that down just a little bit. Oh, good to go. Okay, we'll get there in just a second. Vic, if you were to lay out what you feel like, give me 3 things that you think need to happen for the Nuggets to get past the T-Wolves in this series.
3 things that need to happen is keep Ant-Man in check in crunch time, because you're not going to keep him in check all 4 quarters. But in crunch time, see what you can do to stop those drive-bys, which is what he's really good at, just driving to the rim. That's number 1. Number 2, see if you can get one of their bigs in foul trouble, whether it's Rudy or Cat. Get one of them in foul trouble, because then they have to change things up. Number 3, and this might be the most important, they're not necessarily in order here, because I know what the Timberwolves game plan is going to be. They're going to throw everything at Jamal Murray. Everything. And Jaden McDaniels will have that assignment. He's long. He's 6'9". He poses a problem to a lot of guards. If Jamal can win that battle, and he's proven everything you throw in front of him, he'll find a way. Jamal needs to win that battle. Find a way at least to make up the difference there. Those are the 3 factors in this series, in my opinion.
I think you're right. If they cannot allow Anthony Edwards to go unimpeded to the rim, just can't happen.
He did it a lot last year, if you remember.
Yeah, he did. They also allowed the Lakers at times to go unimpeded to the rim. Who's gonna guard him? Who's gonna be on him? Who wants that responsibility? Primarily.
Well, it's
On
gonna be
Ant?
KCP.
Yeah,
It's
it'll
gonna
be
be
KCP.
to start. And then if things get a little physical, they could switch AG onto him. See, Anthony Edwards has a little bit of both. He's quick as can be for his size, and maybe a little too quick at times for AG, but AG's proven he can adapt. And for KCP, he's huge. He's a big, muscular dude. So he's going to have to contend with that. I think they'll switch guys off. In fact, I don't mind blitzing him on occasion. Just get the ball out of his hands. Get the ball completely out of his hands.
The thing is, if you switch AG over there, that means what? Probably MPJ would have to go to Towns? That would be the next thing?
You don't have to do it regularly. I'm
No,
just
I hear
saying
you.
on occasion. Yeah. There's some matchup nightmares here because their front line is so big, okay? But then again, they have matchup nightmares because Joker can solve everybody. You know what the Lakers did with Joker, and Coach Malone mentioned this yesterday. This is why this series is going to be interesting to see what the strategy is. The Lakers sent a double team to Joker immediately. Immediately. They sent a double team to him. And they started blitzing Jamal Murray in that series too. So now the Nuggets are used to it. They've seen it. They've had a 5-game series in which they sent doubles to Jamal and doubles to Joker. And going through that will get you ready for what you're going to see now. Are they going to single up Joker? Are they going to just stick?
That would
Rudy
be well.
and say,
That might be a mistake. I mean, that means he's going to get his then. Okay, just say, Rudy, go to town. This is your guy. Period for the entire series.
or are they going to put Cat on Joker and have Rudy roam like they've done in years past? If they do that, the number one goal for Nikola Jokic is to get Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Because he is prone to fouls.
Yeah, let me tell you something else, because I think that probably late in games, Vic, because I think the Lakers did a lot of this too. They didn't start Anthony Davis all that much on Jokic, and then the game got tight, and then they put him on him towards the end. If they do that, if they start Cat on Jokic and they put Gobert on AG, which they're probably thinking, like, yep, that's the matchup because we're going to dare AG to go and shoot the basketball, because if he's got Gobert guarding him, then all these dunks and stuff like that are going to be harder to come by. All it's going to take, Vic, Can AG in the first half knock down a couple of threes? Because if he does that and he forces Gobert to go out and play him at the perimeter, then he could blow by him for a dunk or something like that. Him hitting a couple of early threes would be so huge in a couple of these games.
Yeah, but if I'm the opposing team, listen, I'm going to consistently allow AG to shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he hits a couple earlies doesn't mean you're going to just, oh my God, we got to hit the line. You're going to let him try again and again. And if he beats you doing that, you'll throw your hands up there and say, oh, well, he was hot. The Nuggets should be better from three in this series because they were atrocious in the Lakers series.
I was going to say,
can
it get worse? And I'm not trying to be flippant here, but
well, yeah, it can. That's if Porter doesn't hit threes. That's when it can get worse.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Can we expect MPJ to continue the same pace that he's been on?
I think so.
It's a pretty hot pace, though. Okay, all right. I personally feel, look, they're not going to sit and shoot 25% from long distance from this point on. I don't believe they're going to do that. This rest is good. They're going to find their stroke, and then here we go. So, but they're good. Let's be honest. They're going to have to make shots.
What they're really going to have to do is rebound. Rebound. Do not give second chance opportunities to two guys who are 7 feet tall. And I pray to God that Cat stands outside the 3-point line and tries to be a shooter in this series. I hope he does that. Because if he does, he's a decent enough 3-point shooter, but you eliminate all the size advantage that you have. That's what I've never understood about his game. You're 7 feet tall, and you don't use any of that to your advantage because you're constantly outside the 3-point line. So you can't even get offensive boards.
He's a guard in a center's body in his own mind, and that's what he is. He doesn't view
Which is crazy.
He doesn't view him. He views himself as a small guy. He doesn't view himself as a center.
But the other thing is their offense almost has to have him on the outside because, Vic, the last thing that they want is both Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert in the paint, and then Anthony Edwards can't drive.
Yeah. Yesterday, fellas, I mentioned something, and I wanted to bring this up today. Because sports is an opinion at the end of the day, right? When you watch a team and everybody casts an opinion. And this was my opinion. My opinion was
You have a
simple.
right to your opinion too, Vic. You have a right to
Damn it,
it.
I have a right to my opinion. My opinion is...
But you say that, hold on a second. You say that about once a week. I have a right to my opinion. And we've reiterated time and time again, week after week. Nobody is denying you the right to your opinion.
Just a reminder, if you haven't read the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, he has that right.
Apparently he's got it wrapped up in his back pocket. He's going to yank that sucker out and read it word for word every time he needs to express his opinion.
Okay.
Now, please do.
Yes. Now, hit me with it.
My opinion is this. Jamal Murray already is the greatest playoff performer in Nuggets history.
I saw your tweet. Yeah. I saw your tweet. I saw the blowback you got.
Yeah. Let me define what that means. Because only the uninitiated or the uneducated would assume by me saying that he's better than Joker in the playoffs. I'm not saying he's better than Joker in the playoffs. Joker's the most consistent player on this team, both regular season and playoffs. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, once again, the words that are coming out of my mouth, listen to my words. He's the best playoff performer in Nuggets history. No one has gone off in the playoffs for 50-point games like Jamal Murray did in the bubble. No one. No one has hit more game winners in playoff games than Jamal Murray. No one in Nuggets history. No one. That is my definition of the best playoff performer in Nuggets history. He's not the most consistent. He didn't have a great series against the Lakers, but he won 2 games for you. He won 2 games in crunch time. He took them to places that no player did. No player in the history of the Nuggets has ever done that. No player in the history of the Nuggets has ever had a series or 2 like he did in the bubble, ever. He is the greatest playoff performer in Nuggets history. I'm a Nuggets historian. Challenge me on that. Debate me. Go ahead.
I mean, I think it's a fair argument. I would still say it's Joker. But
Joker's the most consistent. Joker by far is the best player in Nuggets history, and by far is the best both regular season and postseason. But Jamal Murray, nobody can match what he's done in that category, in the scoring category, to win certain games.
Like I said, your argument is fair. Your specifics, though, on what makes him the greatest are different than mine because I value consistency over anything.
Yeah.
That's my value.
Well, I also value the guy who changes the game, changes what opponents want and need to do.
Yeah.
And that's the big fella.
Well, obviously, Jamal. Let me preface this by saying Jamal Murray cannot do what he's done without Joker doing what he does.
You know, just because
Understand that?
Yes, understood. But
but at the same time, Joker needs Jamal to do that, to take this team to that level. He needs Jamal to do that. He needs that. Without that,
just because you're entitled to your opinion doesn't mean you're not a dork. All right? I want to get that on the record, Martin.
that's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
But
had to get that on the record.
In debating that topic, which I thought was a pretty, by God, if you lavish any praise on anyone outside of Nikola Jokic these days, I never knew the blowback that existed. You know what I found? All these closet, what's the term that's used? The kids use the term stans. What's a stan? Is that like a stalker fan? Is that what that is?
I think it's just like a sycophant.
Okay. Well, by God, if you lavish praise on another player outside of Nikola Jokic, who we deem as nobody loves Nikola Jokic more than we do in this town. But the amount of Joker sycophants is the term you use that came out of the woodwork and basically wanted to shed tears. How dare you lavish praise on anyone outside of Nikola Jokic? I don't understand people who follow a team based on one player. Like, they're not fans of the Nuggets, they're fans of Nikola. You saw that with the Lakers. When I made the rounds in the arena the other day, there are LeBron fans and there are Laker fans. And they're not the same. They're not the same at all. I would never, and I repeat this one more time, would never follow a sport for one player. Never understood it, never got it, never appreciated it. I love the players that play for the Nuggets. But if Nikola Jokic, as much as I love him, if he moved to LA and put on a Laker uniform next year, do you think that love would be there? That same love and passion?
He'd be dead to me.
Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
This is how sports works. If you're a fan of a player and not a team, I don't understand you. I will never understand you. And to me, you're not real. Either you're in on the Nuggets or you're not.
What does not real mean?
You're not a real. I don't know what the hell you are. You're a stalker.
That guy is not real.
I mean, could you imagine? Are you guys, when you follow other sports? I was trying to think about this yesterday. Is there a sport that, oh man, I want that team to win because of that? I don't care. I follow my teams. I live in Denver. It's about the team. It's always about the team. The players are great. We love the players. Players come and go. They come and go, they come and go. It's always about the team, which is why what's happening in college football is so damn unsettling. I don't know who plays for what.
Well, hey, if you don't think that a whole bunch of people are CU fans right now just because Prime is there.
Exactly.
Like,
case in point. It's not about CU. It's never about CU for these people. It's about Prime. And to those people, I say,
well,
I'm not that way.
And on that subject, I want to play the audio from Scott Van Pelt because he had his one big thing about Prime yesterday. We'll get to it next. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now. They got the brand new Circus Sports Colorado app with everything catered to our local teams here. So check that out and download the app to see for yourself. But tomorrow, T-Wolves, Nuggets 4-point favorites in the opener. If you would like to bet the series price, who wins this series? Well, the Nuggets are the favorites in that one as well, minus 192. And what a time to jump on with the Circus Sportsbook. NHL and NBA playoffs in full swing right now. We're in the middle of Major League Baseball season, and you can check out all the lines, all the props right there on the app or on circusports.com because they have the best tight money line splits, exceptional customer service. Circus Sports, download the app or circusports.com. So, Scott Van Pelt is typically a very measured guy. He doesn't spit out too many opinions when he does a Sports Center show, but he does have one big thing where he talks about what to him was the biggest or most interesting story of the day. And he focused that time yesterday on Prime and sort of the social media spats that have taken place over the last couple of days. Again, Scott Van Pelt is not a very polarizing figure, which is hard to do now in the sports media world. But here's what he said about Deion.
The Buffs were no longer just coming, they said, we're here. They went 1-8 from there. Still, Colorado was a huge story, great for the sport. They drew massive television ratings and were, at minimum, a whole lot more interesting and competitive than they had been. But if you mention that record or today's tweets, you know what that makes you? A hater. Only, not really. With regard to last year's record, it's not hating, it's counting, isn't it? And reasonable criticism is fair game, which comes with the gig. The term haters gets used like a bulletproof vest. It's Kevlar to deflect the source of any criticism, no matter how fair it might be. Undoubtedly, plenty of what is directed at Sanders is not. But everyone's just a hater? I'm not at all. And as a guy who used to have to endure segments on radio where we recounted my Twitter beefs, I understand how difficult it is to do what people suggest those in the public eye should do. Just ignore the noise. Sometimes it's hard, though, to hold your tongue. However, as the leader of a program looking to ascend, I don't believe that any of this serves to elevate.
That's what I said yesterday. That's it. I mean, that's all it is to me.
He's so right. I mean,
Well, that's exactly what I said as well. You're bringing this on needlessly.
well, I go back to fanatics, right? The radicals, the C radicals who feel there's no room for criticism at all, ever. You can't criticize. You can't criticize, otherwise you're a hater. No, you're not. Fans are allowed to criticize. We could pull for CU and Deion. We want them to thrive. We want them to win. He's already revived the program. We want that. We all want that, right, guys? Are we in agreement here? We all want that.
100%.
I would love
you
nothing
have
more
to-
than an 11-1
Yes.
record, a Big 12 championship,
But
college football
Would
playoff.
you also agree? Would you also agree you have to do it the right way? The right way.
Well, what is the right way? That's where
Well,
I get lost.
Don't do
sometimes.
what you're doing. Don't belittle kids who leave your program.
Yeah, I just
Don't do that.
it feels entirely unnecessary.
Exactly. That's all.
And
it's
don't
just
say-
it's a little criticism.
Yeah, and don't say that everybody who has at least a little bit of criticism about the way you're going about things or what you're doing is a hater, because I'm not a hater. I spend my money at CU. I go to games. I spend my bread. You know what I mean? I don't know how else I can show that I want them to win. I want Coach Prime to succeed. And I do the same with CSU and Air Force, but I'm just telling you, I don't know how else I could do it. It doesn't mean I'm a hater if I say, hey, man, don't do this kind of, it's a bad look for you. I mean, listen, I know it's an us against the world mentality at times, but it's a bad look, and you're bringing it on for no reason. That's all I said.
Texter says SVP is a Brett Kane knockoff. I'll take that. Wait, he's a knockoff
What
of
does that
me,
even mean?
or I'm a knockoff of him? I don't get it.
I mean, I have nothing but respect for SVP. He's one of the most, as you mentioned, most measured voices in our craft. He's very good at what he does. And when you hear a voice like that come from the mountaintop to talk about what's going on in Boulder, there should be reason for worry, okay? Again, I don't care who you're a fan of. Teams, players, if you don't have any room to criticize at least a little bit, there's something wrong there. You're now a stalker.
Well,
There's something wrong.
here's an exercise. Like, there's a couple of things that I really enjoy doing, and not just like the sports world, but in day-to-day life. There's two things I really like. You ask the question why a whole bunch, and then you can get to the bottom of things. Here's another one. Take same scenario, copy and paste to somebody you dislike, and they did the same thing. So I don't know who that guy would be, and let's say it's for CU fans, it's Jay Norvell. If Jay Norvell did this, would you be like, wow, it's a bad look?
Yeah,
Or would you
probably
say it's no problem? Because I bet you if Jay Norvell did that to a diehard Buffs fan, they would say, what the hell is this guy doing? That's stupid,
All
right?
Listen. From the 7874, why do y'all keep saying that he's belittled kids that left the program? He hasn't ever. Either if that's semantics.
Stop it, 7874.
Shador did. Shador did.
Stop it.
And it's a hand-in-hand situation. So just quit being so damn defensive all the time. Why do you got to be so defensive about everything? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. When
Grow
you come
up.
out on national television in your first organized team meeting and you basically tell everybody in the room that they're Samsonite luggage and you're looking for Louis, is that belittling or not in your book? What is that?
Well, it's reality.
What is that, 787? What is that?
It's reality.
It's reality, but is that public belittling? Public belittling.
Yes.
Of course it is. If you're a father of one of those kids in that room and there's a picture of them listening to Dion tell them that they're no longer wanted here because they're not Louis, is that belittling?
Yes.
That being said,
No, at the same time,
that was the
guess
reality.
what?
They needed better
All
players.
of that was necessary. Like,
Yes.
yes, maybe the way that he did it was wrong, but we all knew the roster had to be turned over. They weren't very good. Like, we knew that. So don't confuse these two things. And what kills me in this is like the inability of some, and I'm going to call this a minority of Buffs fans, but the inability for them to just say, yeah, that was probably wrong. Like, we aren't crucifying the guy. We aren't throwing him in prison. It's nothing like, it's like, it's a bad look. It's not that hard to say that. Like, I've done that with plenty of people that we have liked. You know what I mean? Like, if we talk about, who are some of your favorite athletes that came through Denver? I'm sure they all did something where you're like, hey, shouldn't have done that. Bad move. Like, I don't know. This was before I got here, Moj, but the McKinnon, Bednar sort of back and forth thing on the bench that was there for like 2 years. People talked about it.
It goes back to the demagoguery that takes place in sports. We love and lavish praise on two athletes in town, right? Joker and McKinnon. They can't be any better. MVP type athletes. Are you allowed to be critical of them at any time or no?
Of course.
Duh. Does it mean you disrespect them or don't like them or think less of them if you're critical?
No.
Have you ever, Brett, have you ever been critical of Joker's play or his mannerisms?
Yes.
What are you critical of with Joker?
Well, especially back in the day,
When he
it
was too hot-headed.
Control your attitude.
He
Like,
couldn't control his emotions. Or
Yes.
he didn't,
Moj, what
or
are
he
you
didn't
critical
control.
of? What are you critical of with McKinnon?
Well, there have been times I think he dusts the puck off too much. You know, I mean, listen, he learned an awful lot how to play the game at a very elite level. But as he was going through the process of the light switching on in October of 2017, as he was going through that process, there were times out there where he was individualistic. He was lost a little bit. Yeah.
It doesn't mean you don't think they're the best at what they do and you don't give them the ultimate respect because they are the best.
Correct.
But my God, when you carry yourself to a point where you can't be critical of another human being, there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
Listen.
Yeah.
Bottom line is, I think we all, this is the last time I'm going to say it. I think everybody on this show is supportive and hopeful that Coach Prime and the CU Buffs kick some major butt. Again, we'll be going to the games this year, some games that we can. I'll be spending my money. I'll be rooting for Coach Prime. I'll be watching all of his stuff. And I hope they do well. It's great for everybody in the great state of Colorado if they do.
Can I give you another example that I think is more apples to apples?
even helps the
Because
Rams.
it's a head football coach in this town. You know how many times that we talked about Sean Payton in a very critical way of the way that, not even football-wise, the way that he handled things, the way that he speaks to media members maybe after losses and stuff like that. And they go, hey, man, when you went in training camp and said, we're going 0 dark 30, no information's going out, no interviews, no bucket hats on the sideline, and you make the biggest headline in all of football for like a month, calling Hackett the worst coach in NFL history, probably a bad look. Doesn't mean I didn't want him to succeed. Didn't mean I thought he was a bad coach. It was a bad look. It's the exact same thing.
Jesus Christ faced criticism. I think you could throw a couple Dion's way. All right?
Just a couple.
Calm down.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
He messed up. It's okay. He messed up. He's human. He can do better. He'll know it. Years from now when he writes his book or his reality show on this, I'm sure he'll admit he made a mistake. We all make mistakes. Don't belittle kids. Don't belittle guys that left your team. It's that simple. It's a bad look.
303-504-0925. Question I want for you, Moj. we talked a lot about when do you want this series to end? Do you want it to end tonight in Dallas? Do you want it to go game 7? I think we're all kind of on board now. We want it to go 7 games. But do you have a preference still of just the team? Like, is there a preference between one or the other that you'd like to face? We'll get to it next.
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let me see what this is that I'm reading first. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. The path through the NBA playoffs goes through Denver. So who better to lead a pack of young and hungry Wolves down that path than the man who built it? Flashback to 2018. Guided by the vision of Tim Connolly, the Nuggets went back to the drawing board, building around a championship core and coach en route to their first NBA title ever 1 year ago. As Denver ascended to the As Denver ascended to I can't say that. I can't say it. As Denver ascended, Connolly went north and gave the Wolves a new identity. Minnesota's dominating D suffocated the Suns in round 1. Denver, meanwhile, dispatched LeBron's Lakers for a second straight season. Gone are the days of LeBron, KD, and Steph. First time in 18 seasons, all three failed to make it out of the first round. Here are the days of Murray, Edwards, and Joker. Tonight, a clash of 2 Western Conference Titans. 6 years in the making. All right. Thanks, buddy.
I love this. We got a text here from Camara.
Camara?
Yeah, Camara. Not Camaro.
Okay.
Mosier is incapable of criticism for the Avs. Is that true?
No, you've criticized. I mean, it's a soft criticism, but I also understand where you're coming from.
Well, hold on a
Folks,
second. You have a team that just wiped out the Winnipeg Jets in 5 games, playing their best 5-game stretch of hockey in the entire season. A goalie who's found himself. What would you like me to stick and where? I mean, what do you need me to do?
Mose, you're in a different seat, and this is the reality of the seat you sit in. This man calls the games. He calls the games. If I were calling Nuggets games, I'm going to tell you right now, I would probably soft pedal a lot more subjects than I do right now. I would. It's just human nature. You have to.
Here, right now,
you may not like it.
Right now, what would you like me to say?
There's nothing. You've been fair. You've been fair. I mean, heck, you turned out to be the more reasonable person on this show, and we skewered you. At the beginning of the playoffs, we insisted that Georgie cannot be in net. And after game 1, we wanted him out of the net. And you kept telling us, no, let the coach make the decision. You were the poised voice on this show. I give you full credit. You were right. We were wrong. Correct, Brett?
Yes.
You were wrong. I was wrong. We were wrong. You were right, Moj. And at the time, you could have construed that as, oh, come on, Moj is just, he can't criticize. Well, you were right.
Would you like me to go back and talk about the poor play in their own end? Getting beat to pucks, getting beat off the boards, losing their men, right? I mean, disjointed, disconnected, not good. The O side, fine. The D side, not good. I think I said all of that at the appropriate times. Anyway, you're asking, who do I prefer?
Yes.
That's a great question. Number one, I'm like Vic. I prefer them to go 7 games in double overtime. Sunday night, like at 11 o'clock at night, somebody wins it by puking on the puck. That's what I would prefer.
Yeah.
You know, Kaner, again, I think that you got the defending champions who are, their blue line is really good. They have a really good defensive core. You add Hanifin to that, Theodore and McNabb and Petrangelo. I mean, I just go on, right? Martinez.
Yep.
I mean, that blue line's, I would rather not face that blue line. However, Dallas has the better goalie. I think Ottinger is better than either Hill or Thompson. So, and both forward groups present problems. So I'm focusing on specific aspects of each team. Who would I prefer to face? Just for a selfish, I'd rather go to Dallas's building than go to Vegas's building. That building in Vegas is loud.
Yeah.
Again, it makes me have to pee.
You know, there's a level to this where it's hard to really judge Vegas because they're not the team that you watched all year. They're always something different when the postseason rolls around. It's like they're the one team in the league that gets to add 2 free agency guys at the very end of the year. Almost every year, it's just like, hey, throw a couple of more guys in the mix, add to the depth, and then get after it that way. I don't know what happened in my head here, Moj. A few days ago, I was like, well, you know, the prospect of facing Ottinger freaks me out a little bit. You were fine against Dallas all year.
Yeah. I was
You
going
were
to say,
fine.
after what they did to Hellebuck, they basically disemboweled the man. I don't think another goalie should worry you. Maybe the defense in front of the goalie, but the goalie himself, the presence of that goalie, dude, look at what they just did to Hellebuck.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what Hellebuck had to say?
Yes.
He said half the shots that went in, I never even saw them. The Avs did a great, as that series, I should say, went on. They did a great job of screening that big fella.
Yes.
And, you know, he's 6'4", he's a big goalie. They did a great job of taking away his eyeballs because they've got guys, A, who can do it, and B, who are willing to do it. Now, I would argue to you, going to the front of the net ain't like it used to be. If you went to the front of the net 25 years ago in this league, you are going to be mauled and abused hard. Well, the rules have changed so that you can't be abused and mauled hard anymore, not like you used to be able to be. And so, guys, they'll set up shop. And who's great at it? Val, Lecky. Of course, Gabe was always great at it. The Moose is great. I mean, all these guys are great at taking away eyeballs. Really, really good. And they'll let the shooter shoot. Love it.
Playoff hockey is so crazy how next level some of these players go and the work they put in. Just to think of what Toronto did to Boston last night. And they did it without Matthews.
I know.
How?
Well, sometimes, Vic, when you have a wounded animal, and I say that about the Maple Leafs because they're without their superstar player, or one of them, but Matthews is their best player. Sometimes you suck it in more. You regroup even more together as a team. You say, you know what, all we're going to do is defend, and hopefully we'll get a couple of tallies, which is exactly what happened last night.
Did you see the liquor, Marchand, push the official out of the way?
I don't think I did. I saw him get leveled. I did see him get leveled.
Look it up. Look it up. Marchand official. Tell me if this is worthy of anything, if the NHL will do anything about this as they head to a Game 7, a decisive Game 7. Tell me if this is just, the official was in his way, he's trying to get him out of the way to get in the door, or if this is worthy of anything in your mind. You know a lot more about discipline in hockey than I do.
Well, you're probably going to have to send it to me. Let me see. I did see the other day where the linesman ran him over.
Yeah.
I did see that.
Are you talking about that, or are you saying Marchand pushed the official?
Marchand pushed the official out of the way to get in, into the bench.
Here you go, Moshe. I found it.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's trying to get to the bench, and just a little baby shove, but, yeah, it's a shove.
I don't think that's that big of a deal, personally.
Okay.
Linesman,
Right,
linesman,
that's why I asked you.
Linesman certainly didn't seem to care about it.
No, he didn't care. He was like,
No.
"Oh, I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Okay.
No big
Because
deal.
if you did that in the NBA, you wouldn't play another game in the playoffs.
Well, what about Patrick Beverly throwing a basketball not once
Dude,
but
that
twice?
guy.
I know,
at-
but I mean, if you did what Marchand did to that official in the NBA, you'd be suspended for the rest of the playoffs.
You probably, but that wasn't done. I don't think it was done out of anger. It's just sort of a.
It doesn't matter if you did that in the NBA.
If you
even
t-
if
if-
it wasn't
right.
done out of anger,
If
you'd be done.
if you touch one,
yeah,
correct.
you'd be done.
Correct.
Speaking of
Hey, well,
Beverly,
hold on a second.
Yeah?
Well, you want to get the Pat. Who do you want to face? You never even answered that. What do you want? What do you want?
I want Vegas because I want that same
you
feeling.
want the satisfaction of trying to knock them out?
Yes. And I think they can. Like, that's what I want. I know their building is tough to play in and all that different stuff. But could you imagine if we had a playoff run where the Nuggets take out the Lakers and the Avs take out Vegas? God, that would feel good. So good. And I really think that the matchup, it's like, it's not one giant swing one way or the other. It's not like somebody's way more difficult than the other team. They're both really good. They're both really good and present different challenges.
That is correct. Why not just sit? I know what you're going to do tonight.
What's that?
Do you have any cold IPAs at home?
Duh.
Okay. You're going to sit back, kick your feet up, and watch you some good old-fashioned slobber knocking hockey.
Well, you guys would all prefer that Vegas wins tonight then, right? To push it to a Game 7 at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would.
Did you say who you wanted, Vic?
I'm with Mosier on this. I don't want to deal with Vegas. I don't want to deal with the scene there. I don't want to deal with all the pomp and circumstance. I would rather handle Dallas. And I think outside of one game this year, the Avs handled Dallas, correct?
Yeah. I heard the coach the other day. He specifically was talking about the two games coming down the stretch that bothered him the most. And that was the loss to the Stars, when you're talking about position and trying to go for the division win, and the loss to the Winnipeg Jets. Those two games, I think, really stuck in his craw. And by the way, I think it also stuck in the craw of the players, because clearly they got it together for game number 2, defensively, smartly. Okay, now we're back to playing Avalanche hockey, and they just drilled them. So I actually feel very confident about where the Avs are right now on any ice. And I know that the coach said, hey, listen, Well, it'd be nice to be on the home ice. I dig that. I think they're confident right now going to Dallas, having Vegas come here. I just think that they worry about themselves mostly. They mostly worry about themselves. You've got to scout. You've got to be prepared. You've got to understand. But if you're playing your game, you're a dang fine hockey club, man.
And as much as you want home ice, obviously home ice is a huge advantage. I like the formula that the Avalanche put in place in round 1. Take 1 out of 2 on the road, steal the momentum, then come home to a raucous crowd, add to that momentum, and close the series. I like it. So the pressure's now off because you're on the road to start. And they'll be on the road in Dallas. Take 1 of those 2. If you want to get greedy, take both. Take 1 of those 2, come home, and go to work.
Well, we'll find out maybe after tonight when that series is going to start and against you.
But if Dallas comes back and wins 4 straight, that's a little bit frightening. That's
Sure.
a little bit frustrating. I mean, but that would show you that the intestinal fortitude of that club. I mean, they already have it. I mean, you drop 2 on the home ice. You're down 0-2 going to their building, the loudest joint in the league. You take 2 there, then you come home and win your 3rd in a row. That shows me something about that team and about their mentality, about what they're made of as players and guys. They're tough, man. Really tough.
By the way, Vic, why does the Nuggets and T-Wolves series go Saturday, Monday, Friday?
I don't know. It's a weird, I don't know. It's all television related. It's all about getting in as many games on the national television circuit as you can. Every game from here on out is obviously on TNT or ESPN national television. So they're trying to schedule it so every game is seen by the most amount of people.
I don't like
mind
that.
though.
I don't like it.
mind it at all. I want more rest because the Nuggets are going to play more minutes. They don't have the rotation that Minnesota has. Minnesota has a deeper bench. The Nuggets' minutes on the starters are going to be taxed. More rest is good.
Okay,
I like it.
So then the Avs will get back at it. And when there's no hockey on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, what do I do with my hands?
Why would there be no hockey Tuesday, Wednesday?
No. Well, if the Avs aren't playing, talking about, I want see what I'm saying? I like the every other day thing. That was a good thing.
Well, the Avs will be playing.
We'll be playing in there somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when they're not playing.
Oh, so
when
the
there's
off days in between?
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. So what, if Dallas wins tonight, would they start that series on Sunday, you think?
You know what? I think they're eager to try to get things going.
Because if they push that to Monday and they make the Nuggets and the Avs play on the same night, I'm going to lose my mind.
By the way, we have times for the Nuggets now. It took a long time to get them.
How do you?
The Nuggets play.
They both can't be in the building. Let's say the Vegas comes back. Well, you're talking about Dallas.
They would be opposite.
I would lose my mind as well. I don't know what they do. It's all a mystery coming from the league office. You'll know when you know.
Nuggets play at 5 o'clock Saturday night. Tip. That's a weird tip time for them. 5 o'clock.
I like that
Saturday.
though. I like it.
Yeah, so do I.
It's the only game
Monday.
going, right? It's the only game.
That I don't know.
Is there another NBA game on Saturday?
Mosier's correct. There's one game.
That's it. They're the only game. It's 5 o'clock here, 7 o'clock East Coast time. Everybody's going to get a chance to watch it. Here we go, baby. The only game in town. Love it.
5 o'clock tips are great. God, I love
Why?
those.
I like it too because
it's not too late. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like just the right time to have a game on. 5 o'clock. Like, all these 8 o'clock tips and puck drops, they were killing me for a second.
Let's be honest. It's not that you need an excuse to day drink. You don't need one.
You think 5 o'clock is day drinking, bro?
When are you going to start?
What time?
So hold on a second.
What time do you?
Hold
No,
on a second. It's a Saturday 5 o'clock game. You're doing nothing but sitting around with your teeth in your mouth all day Saturday after you mow the lawn.
What time today
it's
do you
a
think?
Kentucky Derby. It's Derby Day Saturday.
Oh, dude. Nobody cares. Hey, the Derby. Yeah.
There is not. I don't think there's a sporting event that exists that I care less about than the Kentucky Derby.
I am 100% with you, and I know that they're going to be horse lovers. Even Nikola Jokic. Humble apologies to all horse lovers. Let me think of things. I'd rather play pickleball. I'd rather watch pickleball than the Kentucky Derby.
I would rather have a live camera on Martin running the Boston Marathon that I have to watch for 3 straight hours than the 1 minute of the Kentucky Derby.
I would rather do 4 straight hours of jazzercise.
Hey, Jane Fonda.
Wait a minute. I know what's happening here. Mose, you're a horse guy, aren't you? You love the Kentucky
I'm not
Derby.
necessarily a horse guy.
You love it, though, don't you?
Well, it's the fastest 2 minutes in sports.
Oh, here we go.
I knew it. I knew it. I don't get it. I don't understand why people get all jazzed up about this
I
thing.
don't get it either. It's all about the event. It's an event. It's not a sport.
That
it's
is
an
correct.
event. Everybody gets dressed up.
That is correct. I don't do all of that, although I did last year. I did get dressed up, and I went to a Derby party. I had a lot of fun doing it, too.
Oh, no, I love the parties. The parties are great. No, there's no taking away the parties. I've been to a bunch of those Derby parties. They're awesome. But the actual thing, I don't get it.
Mosher, can you name a horse in the race? Do you know a horse this year?
Absolutely not.
Like the fact that we have made multiple movies, feature-length films about horses from that damn race blows my mind.
Because it
blows me away.
Because, Brett, again, you are subject to your own lifespan. It used to be a thing in this country.
Well, it obviously still
It used to be
is.
like boxing. Boxing, the 3 things. Ready?
We cannot compare
Sit
that
back-
to boxing.
sit-
Not compare that to
sit
boxing.
back and get educated, Moj. I'm going to educate the kids here. Ready, Moj? Moj, they're going to get blown away.
Sometimes I don't even know who you people are. I really don't.
Let me educate the kids here. There was a time in this country where the 3 most popular sports.
This is a Granddad's happy hour.
All right,
Let
go
me
ahead.
give you the 3 most
Mix a little
popular.
Metamucil with my whiskey.
All right, shut up. The 3 most popular sports in this country in this order: baseball, boxing, horse racing.
Yep.
That's it. The 3 more popular than anything else. Again, I'm going to repeat myself. Baseball, boxing, horse racing. That's why there are movies made of horse races.
Imagine, Marty, if you lived in a time where you said, "Who's your favorite athlete?" and somebody said an animal. Like, imagine that. Oh, who's your favorite? What's your favorite thing to watch? Seabiscuit. Wow.
No, listen, Dork, it's more than just about that.
What's it up?
I'm not doing.
What do you mean?
Have you ever been to the track? Have you ever been to the track?
Yes,
It's
I have.
pretty damn fun.
No, it's fun when I'm there. I will totally say, like, as an event to go to,
Yeah.
a horse track is great. I love it.
Marty, do you have it or not? Can we do this or not?
Dude, if I went to Serbia for one of Jokic's horse races,
Yeah?
I would have a blast. I'm not watching his horses on TV. I'm not doing that.
Marty, he's really against what I'm asking him to do. He's really against it.
Yeah,
He wants to watch the whole race
No,
from
we aren't
1973.
watching
I'm not
Seabiscuit.
doing it.
I want you to hear the call of Secretary
In fact,
winning the Kentucky
Mosher.
Derby. What?
Brett, would you guys agree? A more exciting horse race is the fake horse race we do with our hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's more exciting than the Kentucky Derby.
If I had a horse, I'd name it Lombardi's Loins.
That's a good name, though. It's a good
If
name.
I had a horse,
And they're off.
how about Mosier's chins?
Oh, yeah. What would all of our names? Wait, well, he
No, you
kind of
were-
gave us the names.
Yeah, I already gave you guys the names.
It was Small Man.
Yeah, small man, you were a freak. Translucent Daddy.
Translucent
Can we
Daddy.
revisit that? Can
And,
we revisit that race? I thought that was the most classic show we've had. It came on the fly, and all of a sudden, Mosier calls our clap race.
See, Moshe, think about this for a second. You just asked Marty to pull up the call of Secretariat winning his race, and Marty was like, hell no. And then Vic said, hey, Marty, pull up the one that we did with our hands. And Marty's
That
like,
was fake.
okay, I'll do that.
Okay,
Got it,
listen,
boss.
for those people who are new to the program, if you're new, you've missed a lot of really dumb stuff in the last 4.5 years. I mean, a lot of really stupid things that you should be probably happy that you missed.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one of them. This was an absolute thing of beauty.
Nobody has explained to me the horse racing thing. You said it used to be a big thing. That doesn't help me now.
Well, I find it enjoyable. I just find it compelling. That's all. My body finds it compelling. Marty,
Animals racing.
do you have it?
Our racing or your 1973 one?
Our
Either
racing.
one.
No,
Oh,
not either.
Taking the rail early is Little Man. Little Man looking strong as he hugs that rail. In second right now is Translucent Daddy. And bringing up the rear with a slow pace to start is I Am Dumbo. As they complete the grandstands for the first time, Little Man continues to hold along the rail. On the outside, here comes Translucent Daddy trying to make an early speed push. And still bringing up the rear is I Am Dumbo. He hasn't found his pace quite yet. As they hit the quarter pole, it's a blistering 25 3/8. And I Am Dumbo is making a move on the outside. Hanging on the inside is Little Man. Translucent Daddy is losing the pace, but I Am Dumbo. Here he comes flying around the outside. He's come out of nowhere. He's got a nose on both of them, and at the wire it is I Am Dumbo.
I love that. See, that's great. That's amazing.
The worst part about it is you guys, we couldn't have a full race because you couldn't keep up the pace.
No, not true. Me and Marty kept it up. Vic gave up like 3 seconds in.
He was
I
huffing
came
and
out
puffing.
too hot, bro. I came out too hot. First pole, I was up on like 10 stretches. I couldn't do it.
52 seconds. That's as far as we got.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
303-504-0925 back after this. Make it stop, please. Please make it stop, please.
So right now, Vic's not here, and Mosier's in the corner watching a horse race.
He's in the corner, and he's watching horse races from 50 years ago.
He's moving like a tremendous machine.
Okay, yeah, he is. He's moving like a tremendous machine. Vic, he's forcing me to watch old horse races during the break, and he's not done yet. He's still. Look at the sound is at full blast.
I know.
What do we? No.
He's on one of those today.
Here's what he did. He goes, "You have to humor me," and I go, "Moj, I don't want to because then you're going to get mad at me because I'm going to say this is dumb." And so I watched Secretariat, and he goes, "Look at M Bleeper coming from here. Watch him come from all the way back here. Look at him go." I'm like, "This is great." And he goes, "But the call is great." You know what the call was? And Secretariat comes around the corner. Secretariat now takes a lead. He wins the race. That was the call that I was supposed to be blown away by.
Moj,
what are we doing here?
Our boy Benny, who works with us, writes in, one of the reasons you don't like the Derby is you didn't grow up in a state that has big races. New York has 3 big tracks. I love it. Been to 2 Derbies. It's one of the coolest events I've ever been to. But you guys have to understand it. And you're right. You know, when we don't see it, we don't feel it, we don't experience it, how the hell are we supposed to appreciate it, right? I don't live in Louisville. I don't live in near the Belmont racetrack. I have no idea.
Okay. There are still bucket list items for me in the world of sports. Okay? Just because I think as a sports human being, you have to do them. Okay? I've been to a Super Bowl. I've been to a Stanley Cup final. I've been to a World Series. I've been to an NBA final. I've done all of that.
Have you been to a prize fight in Vegas?
No, but I've been to championship fights. Not in Vegas,
nothing,
but I've been to World Championship. I did go to one in Tahoe. I did do that. Okay.
I've never had my juices flowing like a championship fight in Vegas. Never.
Now, that being said, Brett, I've never been to the Kentucky Derby. I would love to go someday.
I would too. I think that'd be a blast.
I've never been to the Masters. They shut me out every year and tell me to get bent. And I've never been to the Indy 500. I think that all sports people, whether you're a fan of racing or not, you've got to experience the granddaddy gold standard of sporting events in the history of this country. And that's the Kentucky Derby, the Indy 500, and the Masters.
Moj, would you go to the Tour de France?
Screw those bike guys.
See?
At least those are humans.
I'm gonna stand on the side of the road and wow, that was great.
What was your guys' jockey that you guys named? Like a month ago, you guys talked about some jockey? Who was the jockey who got paralyzed or something like that?
Willie Shoemaker.
Yeah.
Moj, hold on. You're making a run at bikers and cyclists saying that they just run. What the hell's what's the Indy 500 then? All they do is just what do they do?
Well, at least you get to see them a lot. Once the bikes are by you, man, they're gone.
That is true.
I mean, you're standing on the corner in St. Mary Gleason. Okay, bye. Have fun. Have fun in the Alps. I mean, what the hell? That sport is better to watch on TV because they got that drone flying overhead. They got the dudes on the motorcycles going, ring, 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 right? They're keeping up with the guys.
Texture says, real question, would you kill Brett to go to the Derby?
100%.
What's the thing that you wouldn't kill me to do? I'm almost at the point you'd kill me for a cheeseburger this morning.
Well, I am a little hungry. But I mean, and I've never been to the World Cup. Remember one of my.
That is a top 5 for me. Top 5.
One of my bucket list items was to go to an EPL game. I've always wanted to go to an English Premier League game. I did it last summer. It was everything I hoped it would be and more. It fulfilled a dream of mine for decades.
You should go to the College World Series, what you should do. College World Series is an incredible event. Don't you do that. It's amazing.
Yeah, but it's not top 5.
Not
you know what?
5.
I went to a World Series game at Fenway. That's a top 5. That's a top 5.
Yeah, it has to be.
Rockies,
yeah.
Red Sox.
But so the point
Green
is, Brett,
Monsters.
these are, to me, you can think horse racing is lame. And you know what? It's not, the sport of kings is not nearly what it was, like Vic said, even 30 years ago. Certainly not what it was 50 years ago. But it's
because
still,
people realize it's lame.
No, dude.
The sport never changed. It's the exact same thing.
Dude, it's good. I don't even know what to tell you. Churchill Downs is going to be packed on Saturday.
I would love to go. To be there would be totally different. I fully acknowledge that. If you're there, totally different thing. If somebody said, do you want to come over and watch the Derby? I'm like, I'm okay.
Somebody writes in Olympics. Olympics doesn't do it for me anymore. It's just not the same. Too many people cheat. Olympics is not the same. Used to be a marquee event. Used to be something can't miss television. Doesn't do it. I don't know who's who.
Hey, a couple minutes here.
Bulgarians, I don't know what's going on in Bulgaria. I don't know about those weightlifters.
No. Turn it off. Turn it off. I have other audio I'd like to play. First of all, did you guys see in the middle of Milwaukee losing last night to Indiana, Patrick Beverly gets into it with a fan and just starts throwing a basketball at him over and over again?
What is going on?
I don't know. This whole Pat Bev shtick has run its course. Like,
you know what? He's Draymond light. He's diet Draymond.
And not as good. Like, he's been like this his whole career. And part of me liked Patrick Beverly, Vic, just because I like people who play hard. He plays hard. Like, it's the reason why I will always respect Russell Westbrook no matter what people say. You give me somebody who plays harder than Russell Westbrook, I dare you to name one, because nobody does. That guy's a million miles an hour every second he's on the floor. And Patrick Beverly has that quality to him. But there's an ego about him that doesn't match his skill level that's very bothersome. So he goes back and forth with the fan. I don't know what's happening there, chucking the basketball back and forth. But did you guys see the post game? He's in the locker room, and he's got the crowd of reporters around him. Did you listen to this interaction?
Well, let me set it up.
Go ahead.
There's a young lady directly to his right, and she's representing ESPN, and she's a producer for ESPN, and she's got an ESPN microphone. He notices the ESPN microphone. Maybe he has a beef with ESPN. I do not know. But immediately he addresses that reporter holding that microphone. There are at least 6, 7 reporters around him, all with mics, but he specifies that one reporter from ESPN. Listen to this exchange.
Subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There wasn't the stop. They made one. What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So she kicked him out of the interview group.
He kicked her out.
Yeah. He basically said, "Get that mic out of here." I don't know if he was on something. I mean, the adrenaline of whatever happened last night. What the hell was that?
You aren't subscribed to my pod. Vic, are you subscribed to Michael Porter Jr.'s pod?
Couple things.
No, answer my question. Are you subscribed to Michael Porter Jr.'s pod? Well, then no more talky talk with Michael Porter Jr., Vic. You're done.
Couple things. The players, respect works both ways, right? You got to respect players in the room, and the players, I would think, show some respect to you. He pinpointed the young lady from ESPN. And now I know a lot of ESPN folks now are going all out on Pat Bev. Your boy Brian Windhorst tweeted something that's not cool. The young lady is a highly respected producer. To me, it doesn't matter who that person is. It doesn't matter who's holding that microphone. It could be Brett Kane standing atop Marty O in a clown suit with a microphone and a fork. It could be anybody. You don't treat somebody like that in that situation. You don't. It doesn't matter who it was or who that person represented, what outfit. You don't treat somebody like that. Clearly, he had it out for her and her organization.
What's his beef with wasn't he on First Take all the time when he was without a team in the middle of this year? Right before he got picked up by Milwaukee, wasn't he doing First Take with Stephen A? That's an ESPN show. Seems weird that he would be beefing with ESPN, but whatever.
He said, someone said that he does that to Milwaukee media as well during the regular season just to get his pod out there. And he's always asking people to subscribe to his pod. Whatever. I'm trying to imagine myself in that scrum.
Well, blackmailing people to subscribe to your pod by not talking to them following a game is completely unprofessional.
Oh, well, guess what? Yeah. Pat Bev, here would be my response. I think he'll be out of the league next year anyway. I'm good.
Yeah.
Fine.
Honest to God, if that were me, and I feel bad for that young lady because she didn't know what to do in that situation. She tried to continue to do her job. But if that were me, and I say this, and I hope you guys would believe me, If he tried that with me, I would keep my microphone until he forced it out.
Yeah.
And then I'd leave. And then I'd say, okay, well, he does. I would just stay there, and I'd say, I'm not interested in your pot. I'm interested in why you threw a ball at a fan.
Well, and that woman who didn't know what to do in that situation, I don't think anybody would, because what a weird response.
Yeah, I
after
know.
you ask a question.
Exactly. I feel horrible for her. But in that situation, maybe you get somebody else involved. Or well, how about one of the other reporters actually doing something? How about those other reporters just sitting there and allowing it to happen? If I see that happen in a scrum to somebody, I'm going to say something.
Just really weird. And again, his ego is just so off the charts from reality. Nobody's allowed to speak to people in the way that he just did.
Yeah.
But even still, it's like Pat Beverly thinks that he is here when he is there.
There was a time when he was one of the best defenders in the league. I'm like, man, the Nuggets could really use a guy like that. But then this is what you get coming with it. I'll just be careful what you wish for. That's all.
Just don't interview him. Don't give him.
That too.
You can lend your. You could be subjective instead of objective. Reporting's about being objective. I want to give you Pat Beverly's stance on what happened. Well, if he doesn't want to talk about it and he's being a jerk, don't let him talk about it, and then just offer your opinion. And if people complain, well, you're being subjective, yeah, because he didn't want to give his side of the story. So tough. Let me tell you, we talked about this before on the show. In this new media where players want to, they want to take over the media, and that's fine. Everybody has a role. They want to do their own They're not real media. You understand that, right?
I do.
They're buds interviewing buds.
Yeah, but today's day and age, what is media anymore anyway?
I don't know.
What is journalism?
But you think Patrick Beverly doing a podcast and Draymond Green doing a podcast, is that real media? I mean, it's just, come on, man. It's story time.
Hey, Brett. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at some of these horses in the Derby.
No.
There's a horse named Just a Touch.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
Right.
The other thing that bothers me about that, too, is that a guy like that is going to be knocking on the door of whatever media group wants to hire him when he's done.
And he'll get it.
And probably get a job.
He will, yeah.
Because remember how bad Richard Sherman was? Who was the interviewer that he went off
Skip
on?
Bayless.
Remember? No. During the famous
Aaron
playoff
Andrews.
game.
Oh, Aaron Andrews,
Yes.
yeah.
So the guy would completely off the deep end, and happen moments after a game. But it's funny because the guys who are most obnoxious like that end up being in the media.
Oh, Vic, but Richard Sherman said that Skip Bayless was garbage, and then he signed to be a co-host on his show. Yeah.
Vic sounds jealous of athletes with podcasts to get big payouts. I'm not jealous. It's great.
Hang
I
on.
listen to most of them.
We got to take a break here. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Oh.
That's
Hey,
what
what do
I
you
would have
guys-
said to
Let me
Pat
get this
Bev.
right. This is Doja Cat, right?
This is Coi Leray.
Oh.
Come on, get it together, dude.
I'm trying.
Speaking of player podcasts, I don't know if you guys have checked the one where LeBron drinks wine with JJ Redick and they talk hoops.
That's a really good podcast.
It is good. It is good.
It's really deep basketball 101, and I love that one. That's one of my favorites.
And guess what? JJ Redick is very good at this media game.
Yeah.
But because JJ Redick now has a relationship with LeBron, JJ Redick might be LeBron's new coach.
He's a candidate to be the Lakers' new coach
Yeah.
if and when they make the move. Is that a shock to anyone?
Nope.
Darvin Ham is going to be gone. I mean, it's not even a matter of if. It's a matter of when.
Right.
Could be today.
Moshe.
I mean, he's not going to make it through the weekend. He's going to be gone.
Moshe,
They're going to run yet
why-
another coach out of Los Angeles.
Why is LeBron James opting to apply his option year? In other words, he is going to become a free agent. Why do you think he's doing that?
To hold them
I-
hostage.
To pull the strings, correct?
Yes.
He wants to pull the strings. And one of those strings will be, here's our new coach.
And from the reports, it looks like it could be JJ Redick or a reunited
Ty Lue?
Reunited Ty Lue. Thank you. I was going to say like a reunition. I was like, that's not a word.
Well, look, Vic,
A reuniting?
Ruination
it
is.
seems pretty obvious to me that Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka have said, LeBron, whatever it is whatever you want, like she's the owner and he's the GM, but LeBron runs everything. Whatever you want, just do. Right? Coach, players, your kid, I mean, whatever. That's what it feels like. Either way, they're done.
Well, it doesn't feel like it. It is. It is that. Again, you can't argue with Laker fans because they don't see the obvious. He pulls the string on every move that happens there. Oh, my God, the Lakers don't have the role players to compete. Well, who assembled the team? Who signed off on the team? Who allowed certain role players to join the team? Who allowed the Westbrook trade? Who allowed KCP to be traded thereafter? Who?
That's LeBron. He signs up on all of it. Yeah. All of it. And that's the thing. Like, as smart of a basketball player as LeBron is, and he is smart,
He's a terrible GM.
he just puts an emphasis on things that I think on the surface, it's more of a friend vibe. It's vibes over substance. How about that? I want a superstar.
But what's funny, Brett, is the who me attitude. Hey, I don't run the team. I don't coach a team. I don't pick the players. When everybody knows what's really happening.
Well, it's nice that you have some sort of fall guy for whenever things go wrong, isn't it? Like you have, I can blame my coach. If the roster construction is bad, I can blame my GM despite the fact that I was in charge of all of it.
All those dudes of the last 3 years are really, since the bubble, all these dudes who fill out the bench, like, I could be dead tomorrow. I mean, whatever LeBron wants. He wants to flick me off the roster. He wants to keep, I mean, your whole life is determined by this one guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't know whether they're coming or going. They have no idea.
Well, and Texter says, bleep the Lakers. This is what LeBron wants. Stop talking about them. Let me tell you why I think it's important to talk about stuff like this. You have a player who is the best in the world and every reason to have the most giant ego that is possible, okay? Like, Nikola Jokic has every excuse to go out and be one of these guys proclaiming himself the greatest, one of the greatest players ever, and he has definitely, Vic, if he wanted to, he has the pull and the sway of LeBron. If he wanted to throw some weight around within this organization, they would absolutely have to be at his beck and call for everything.
And he does have pull. I don't think the Bones Highland trade happens without Joker's approval there. Like if Joker had stomped his feet and said, no, we need to keep him, I think they would have kept Bones Highland.
Correct. But here's the difference. When things don't go right, when you get swept in the second round by the Phoenix Suns and you follow that up with a 5-game exit in the first round to the Warriors the next year, could Jokic have gone out to the organization and say, Michael Malone's not doing his job. He needs to go. We need somebody else. Oh, we need another big star. Michael Porter Jr. is not pulling his weight. We can't trust him to stay healthy. He could have done all that stuff as an excuse to deflect blame from him and push it on to others, because that's what these star players do. Yeah. Something goes wrong, they deflect onto other people. He's never done it, despite all the arrows that came his way. While your MVP gets swept, while your MVP can't get out of the first round, he took all of it, and wore it. In the sake of consistency, in the sake of being a good teammate and believing in their process. Like, how many guys in the league with his stature within the NBA would do the same? Because I'll tell you this right now. I thought Giannis was one of those guys. He's not. He came out last offseason and said, if we don't, basically, I'm going to paraphrase
we don't
here,
get some help around me.
If we don't get help,
yeah,
there's no guarantee I stay here.
Yep.
And what did they do? They went out and got Dame, and they got bounced in 6 games in the first round. Like, Jokic has all of the pull of all of those different guys that we just mentioned, but does not wield it in the way that they do to deflect from himself.
Can I ask you guys, the Nuggets obviously are our favorite team here. That's why you listen to this show.
They're 5.5 going into game 1 tomorrow night. Minus 5.5.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprisingly a big number.
And matchup predictor? 62-38.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your favorite team left in these NBA playoffs besides the Denver Nuggets? I've got one.
I have one too.
Hang on.
And
it's in the East.
The grain.
It's in the East.
So is mine.
Let's say it at the same time. You right, Brett? Do you have one?
Wait.
We'll go 1, 2, 3, and then say our team.
Are you
Ready?
Are you going to say their full name or just their last name?
Full name. Ready?
The full proper name or just the nickname?
The full proper name.
So on 3?
Okay. In 1, 2, 3, New
Harlem
York
Knickerbockers.
Denver Nuggets.
I like the Knicks too, Vic. I like the Knicks.
I don't.
I can't believe I'm saying that.
You guys
I like the
them?
Knicks. Yes.
I love the Knicks. And I hate the old East Coast market stuff.
Get the hell out of here.
But that team and the way they play, I love them. Yes.
What I don't like,
especially Brunson, is such a foul hunter. I hate watching that.
I don't mind watching.
He is
them.
no different than Embiid to me. He goes into the paint and he looks for a foul. Like, I hate that brand of basketball. They play hard. I'll give you that. They play tough defense. But their style offensively is Brunson hunting for fouls.
Dare I
who's your
say
favorite team
that
outside the Nuggets,
DiVincenzo was growing on me? Dare I say it?
Dude, the
Him
redheaded
and his
paisan
stupid
can
head
ball.
cut. Yeah, he's got a bad haircut though, really bad.
Dude, as far as brands of basketball, now obviously hate them for multiple reasons. T-Wolves are probably my most fun team to watch.
Get out of here. Shut them off.
Shut him off.
Shut them off. Seriously. You're not allowed to talk for 5 minutes. Penalty box. Mose, you and I will continue. T-Wolves. The Nuggets are about to play the T-Wolves.
I just said you hate them for obvious reasons, but as far as style of play, I like their brand the most. It actually looks like the Nuggets.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
All right, call me crazy. I hate them for the moment, but style of play-wise, they are by far the most fun to watch.
Anthony Edwards is one of my favorite players in the entire league as a guy and as a player. But I can't show the love in this series, Brett. I can't even bring myself to.
But it's like the amount of times you guys complain about, all Embiid wants to do is hunt for fouls. That's exactly what Brunson does. Exactly what he does.
I don't see it the way you see it. I see a gritty team. I see Josh Hart, a guard, going in there and grabbing offensive board after offensive board. He made a big 3 last night. I see 3 Villanova guards playing like best friends. It's awesome.
Give me the Pacers then, because I think that's all they have left.
What a dork.
How about in hockey? Your favorite non-Avalanche team left? Who would
it's
it
a
be?
great. Who do I want?
You got to go to the East, because if you go to the West, you get
I'm
the
not
same
going. I'm not
reaction
going.
that we
I'm not
gave
going to the
Brett.
West.
You can't stay in the West, Brett. The fact that you stayed in the West with your answer
tells
me a lot about you.
It's very obvious that I want them to lose. I don't think anybody's questioning that.
All right, how
it's
about
very
this?
obvious.
How about this? How about I'll say a team that evokes zero emotion out of anybody.
Okay.
Carolina Hurricanes.
What are the jerks?
Yeah, a bunch of jerks or something.
Bunch of jerks.
I mean, Florida, you could get on them. You don't like Chuck, blah, blah, blah.
I'm good with Carolina. Carolina's a good answer.
Carolina. I like their
you know
coach.
what? You
I like their guys.
Are jerks.
I got mine. Toronto. I love Toronto.
No,
I
there's
love
something
Toronto.
about
I want Toronto.
There's something about if they get to a Game 7 after battling back like this and they lose, I want to see the blow up. I want to see them meltdown.
No,
you realize
I want a Canadian team. I want Canada to rest its hat on something. And if the Leafs can turn around and beat the Bruins in a Game 7, and then I'd love the Leafs to represent the East. Give me Toronto all day, all night. Plus, I have relatives in Woodbridge. Marty, who's your favorite?
Honestly, between Dallas and Vegas, I love both of those teams. I just can't wait. I like them both.
Turn yourself off.
Vic, the only people on planet Earth who are pulling for the Toronto Maple Leafs are Maple Leafs fans and you. And that's it.
I love them.
And, well, you're an idiot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think the world
what do you mean?
because for some reason, and I know this is going to sound crazy.
I love their uniforms.
For some reason, the hockey world is a better place when the Leafs melt.
I agree with you.
And that fan base
No,
becomes
true.
unglued.
Okay, Moj, I'll give you the choice. Ready? Who would you rather see advance? Boston or Toronto?
Boston. I'd rather see
I
I'd like to see Coach Montgomery pull this thing out and move on.
I would.
Wow.
I would not.
That's how you know you're not a Colorado native. By that answer right there.
Shut your
That's
hole.
all
God.
I needed to hear.
Jim Montgomery's
That's all I
Hey, Vic,
needed to
shut him
hear.
off.
I can't believe. I feel like I'm jumping back and forth between you two because I think you're both are crazy. Never want Boston to win, Moj. Ever in the history of anything. Also, Vic,
Ever.
You
In
gave me an
sport.
either or. I mean,
hold on, Vic.
Exactly.
You've hit your quota for native. That word.
Oh, I'm just getting started.
You hit that quota about 2 days into this week. You're going overboard on this. Overboard.
You really are, dude. I've been here 30 years, and you're acting like you were anointed by the god of the Rocky
Yeah,
Mountains
your
or
parents
something.
got it on here.
Listen.
Good job.
Yeah, your parents moved to Denver and got it on. Good for you.
Yes.
Very
Listen,
impressive.
Nebraska native, California native.
He's done.
Done.
No, he said, listen to me. I'd love to hear this.
Fine.
No.
Great.
Tell us exactly why we are fake and you're real. Go ahead.
You're not that at all. I'm not a gatekeeper of anything.
You absolutely are. Every time you
No, I'm
drop
not.
native, that's exactly what you're
I
doing.
drop it. The reason I bring it up is this, and I'm going to say it again. When you guys attack my credibility, when you guys attack me for being a little too sensitive and delicate when it comes to stuff like the Lakers and Boston, you guys don't understand the origin of this stuff. And the origin only I can understand because you haven't been here long enough to feel it. That's why.
So just hang on a second. To defend Mosier for a moment, I'm 34. Let's say that I was born here at 34. Would I get it then? Because Mosier's been here 30 years.
If I moved to Nebraska, like when I lived in
Look here.
Phoenix, and I lived
Move
in
back
Texas,
to Cali,
let me
Mosier.
tell you something.
You know what? Screw you two.
There
All
are
of you
things
out there.
I'm going to give you an example. When I lived in Austin, and I was there the year that the Southwest Conference fell apart. It fell apart. And I remember sitting in this room with grown men crying. And I remember thinking to myself, what are these losers doing? Big deal. You're advancing. This is modernization. What's the big deal? I didn't understand. You know why I didn't understand? Because I didn't come from those parts. I didn't live it. It didn't harden me like it did to them. And now I look back at it and I say, that's totally understandable. So that's your problem, Brett. You assume too much.
You wake up
and
one
you
day.
don't take that into account.
Brett, you wake
What
up.
do I assume? Tell me what I assume. What is it? What is it that I assume?
You don't. You are case number one of not understanding what the Lakers mean to the Nuggets and what beating the Lakers means to the Nuggets.
What?
You are case in point. You don't understand.
This is insane.
How big that is.
This is insane. You're only saying that because my fear level wasn't 1,000,000% where I was curled into a corner the entire series. Because
Yes,
I
you need
knew
to feel that way.
Because I
Yes, you
knew
need
the
to-
Nuggets were
Yes.
better. Because I
Yes.
knew it.
No, every longtime Nuggets fan who lived it was feeling what I felt. Every one of them.
No. See, but here's where you get things confused, and this is where you make weird arguments that have nothing to do with anything just to try and support your point. And I'm hanging out here like this.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with me not understanding the impact of beating the Lakers. Fully understood, fully got it. What you didn't understand was I knew this was going to happen. Both years, last year and this year. And
Hey,
because
Brett.
I'm right, You pull out the native card and you tell me because you weren't a scaredy cat, I just didn't get it. Not
Christopher
true.
on the text line. Let him know, Vic. Brett and Mosier look like idiots.
Okay. Imagine.
Get him, Vic, says
okay,
Chavez.
knock him off. Cut him off. We got to get the break. Imagine waking up and coming to do this show and then realizing that somebody thinks the last 30 years of your life are absolutely meaningless.
One quick question.
Yeah.
Who's more of a native in the sense of understanding the city, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Your son or Mosier, who has lived here longer than your son?
Oh, by far, Mosier's perspective is longer. Yeah. But
But
Mosier,
but your son's a
But he's
native.
transplant.
listen. I learned everything I need out of Mosier when I asked him. I gave him a choice, Toronto or Boston, and he picked Boston. And that tells me all I need to know.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Does it tell you? Does it reveal something to you guys?
Reveal something about you.
What when Mosier given the choice, Boston or Toronto, and he picked Boston? What does that tell you?
Bro, get to therapy.
What does that tell you?
Bro, I take offense to that. I really do take offense to it because I don't want Boston to go all the way. I don't. You asked me to pick a winner of that series, and I said because I like Coach Monty, I'll pick Boston.
You and listen, and obviously what I'm saying.
You're
is
only picking Toronto because your stupid family lives there.
No, listen, everybody, it's facetious. All right, I'm playing this whole native thing, and everybody's getting. I'm joking. It's a joke. But one thing that's not a joke. This is.
Joke.
I mean, look at my face. Look at my face. If you ever root for a Boston team, it tells me who you really are.
I'm not rooting for I'm not rooting
You
for a
never root
Boston
for
team.
Boston if
I'm
you
not
do.
rooting.
Ever. And I have Boston friends, very good friends, and they know that. You never root
Brett,
for Boston. Boston fans are the absolute worst.
I can't
The
wait.
worst.
I can't wait for these two series to start again. You know why? I feel like today, my brain right now is so scattered.
Yeah.
It's been fractured into like 17 different little pieces, and it's just sort of, it's just all over the place. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just all over. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Brett, what do you think of Boston fans in general?
Boo. They're
Marty, what do you
obnoxious.
think of Boston fans in general?
I don't like them.
Vic, who are you talking? I'm the guy. I'm the guy who
Moshe, what do you
almost
think of
threw
Boston
down for
fans?
you against a Boston fan.
Okay.
I'm
so
the,
why
I'm the
would
guy.
you say you take the Bruins over the Leafs? What the hell are you doing?
I'm the guy who was ready to throw down with that guy, that masshole in L.A.
I don't know if I can say that.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't do that.
There. Go on.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean you had to do that. I was just like, whatever. Keep going.
Well, that's what they call them, right?
Yeah.
They call themselves that. They call themselves that, and they act like it's a badge of honor.
I'm the guy who
They're the
almost went
worst.
toe-to-toe with that guy. The lady cop had to hold me back.
They're the worst.
Hold me back.
And we have a lot in
Hold
the
me
media
back, lady
that
cop.
live here,
Hold me
and
back.
they're my friends. They're my friends. They work here. They're from there, and they know they're the worst. They're the worst. They think they invented sports.
Yes, they do.
They have a God complex about them.
Yes, they do.
When it comes to sports, they think they invented sports.
That's true. I don't deny that. I don't deny it.
For this series that starts tomorrow, I don't know what kind of defense Minnesota's going to throw at the Nuggets. If I had to guess, at least at the beginning of the game, Cat will be on Joker, Gobert on AG. I don't know if they would start Jaden McDaniels on Jamal, but it'll be some combination of Jaden on Jamal, Conley on KCP, or vice versa, and then Porter getting matched up with some. Like, they have
I'm very
a whole bunch
curious.
of different combinations of things that they can throw at you defensively, and that's what's so odd about this Twin Towers lineup that they have is they can be a little bit like, we can throw this guy here, even on offense. They can switch up a whole bunch of stuff too.
Hey, Vic, when we saw AG take over a game, kind of because he had to, right? And I say he had to only in the sense that the Lakers were really doing all they could to slow down Jamal, try to slow down Joker the best thing, but it left AG wide open for some great looks, man. Dunks on everybody's heads, floaters, and he got whatever he wanted essentially in that game. Do the Nuggets have the ability to exploit that same kind of thing here against the Minnesota Timberwolves? If, like you said, they throw double teams at Joker right away like the Lakers did.
Yeah, I don't know. AG's going to have a tough assignment in this series with Cat, Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns will go outside. Unlike Anthony Davis, when he switched on Anthony Davis in the Lakers series, you knew what AD was going to do. He's going to try and post up, make his moves. Cat is a different kind of big. He will live at the 3 line and go inside. So I think the defensive assignment for Aaron Gordon, and at times he may switch on Anthony Edwards too, his defense is more important than his offense. It just is. It's more important than his offense in this series. The offense has to come from other players too. Here's what I need to see in this series. When the Nuggets go 2-man game, The others have to be able to hit their shots. KCP's got to make shots. He didn't have that lift in that game 5 because of his ankle. You noticed that, right?
Yep.
Remember that little 8-footer in the lane that almost missed the rim and Joker got the rebound for the bucket about a minute and a half left? Key bucket there. Do you remember that? He obviously didn't have the lift. Hopefully the 4 days rest gives him that lift. KCP's shooting in this series is going to be very critical.
It's a two-man game. They'll always win.
Yeah,
There you go. Thanks, buddy. By the way, we still didn't play that. For everybody who's new to the program, who has no idea what we're talking about, we never played it this week. I think in honor of the first-round series that he had, and really since the All-Star break, the kind of
Before
basketball
drunk
he's
takes.
been playing.
Before drunk takes, let's do that.
Okay, we'll tell people what it is.
It's our Michael Porter Jr. rap song.
Our Grammy Award-winning Michael
our
Porter
minds.
Jr. rap song from 2021.
If they had a category of local sports radio shows that did a rap song in the Grammys, we probably would have won.
If there, well, I could be wrong. Are there people out there who have never heard "Step Back, Jacob Bloom"?
Could
Do you
be a
think?
couple.
I mean, right now, listen.
No, I would assume everybody in.
Well, that's
on
what
planet
I'm,
Earth has heard it.
that's what I'm saying is that by now, I think anybody listening to this program probably has heard it at one point. We only play it now like once a year. 303.
How many times are you going to try to relive this?
Well, it's fun. 303-504-0925. Have you ever not heard it?
Again, well, if you haven't, we'll play it right before
That
drunk
doesn't make
takes.
sense. Have you not heard it? Let us know.
But as far as this matchup goes, I said this before, Vic, this feels very similar to last year. It's just in a different order. The first series that you played, you won in 5 games last year, but it was a tough, physical series that was difficult. That's what the Lakers series was.
And by the
Tough,
way,
physical and difficult.
That's the biggest question there too for me. How physical are the Timberwolves going to be?
Incredibly.
And that's what I'm thinking. I mean, the Nuggets have been tested in that regard, but how much more physical can they be?
But the next step after that was last year after that opening series. I think the best team that they played in the playoffs was in the second round. And I think they're going to face that again this year. Yeah. This second round matchup is probably the toughest team they're going to face.
You know, my boy Sluggo, who listens to the show every day, made a good reference. Ever since they lost 2 in a row in Phoenix, the Nuggets, they've gone 14-2 in the postseason since, and they've just rolling teams, right? They played so well. They've only had 1 losing streak in the last 2 playoff runs, and that was in Phoenix. This could be one of those series, guys. Unlike the Lakers series, which was physical and intense, we could see some technicals in this series. We could see some hard fouls. Hell, we could see some ejections. Would you be surprised if this is one of those series? I wouldn't.
You know, I really wouldn't, Vic, because the T-Wolves, I think they also realize if they can get by the Nuggets, it's not clear sailing, but the path to an NBA title becomes much more clear for them and I think much more readily available. Whoever wins this series is going to represent the West.
Are we writing off OKC?
Yes. Oh, I'm not writing them off, Vic. I'm not writing them off, but I don't think they're ready to win. I don't think they're ready to win at all. I don't think they're in the proper position. I don't think they're mature enough. I don't think they have enough experience. They've got a hell of a lot of talent.
They've shown maturity.
But
they've played beyond their age.
Get up against a club like this one is. Get up against a club like this, and then we'll talk. Anyway,
I'm not writing them off.
So I'm not writing them off either. But what I'm saying is that I think whoever comes out of this series will be the favorite to represent the West. And I think Minnesota recognizes that just as much as we do here in Denver. And because of that, dude, this is leave everything on the floor. Vic, I would not be surprised if they try rough stuff, if emotions and tempers flare. Not at all.
Yeah. See, the teams that are in there, this is the age for the Nuggets to get theirs, right? They're in that zone. So is Minnesota. They're in that zone. Boston in that zone right now. They're in their prime championships zone. For OKC, it wasn't supposed to be this year, and yet it is. This is the youngest team, youngest roster to ever win a conference. Ever. Could you imagine if they won an NBA Finals with that roster? Could you imagine what the next few years would look like since they have 109,000
I was going to say, how many first-round picks do they still have piled up?
Can you imagine?
How many, Brett? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
Does anybody have a better outlook than the OKC Thunder in any sport? Does anybody?
It's a good basketball. Listen, I'm not writing them off. I just don't know that they're poised enough right now to win it all. When it really comes down to it in a West final. What are you laughing at?
OKC, it looks like this upcoming year has 4 first-round picks. No, Utah.
They don't even need them.
Utah has their top 10. Theirs is a top 10 protected, so that one will go back to Utah, right?
They don't need, and see, that's what makes them even.
2025, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 first rounders again in 2025 with 2 second rounders. In 2026, they have a first rounder and 3 seconds. In 2027, they have 3 first rounders and 2 seconds.
Those are assets that they'll be moving a little bit. And the reason they're going to move it is because otherwise, all those first-round picks, if they make the picks, they're all guaranteed contracts. Right. They're all guaranteed. So they're going to be moving.
Moving them for what, though? If you're like an NBA champion, what do you move it for?
They're going to move them for player. Who knows? Maybe Kevin Durant goes back to OKC. Who knows?
There's no way that happens.
I'm just telling you.
No
way. You will
way.
use those picks not to use on they're not going to draft that many players. Those are weapons that they will use to bring in veterans.
I would keep trading those for like picks in 2035. Just in case everything blows up. Just keep pushing them down the line. We don't need them now, but we'll take them for later.
Justin writes in and says this. I've heard Eurostep layup kablam. I'm not sure I've heard step back J kabloom.
That's the knockoff version. That's the dollar store.
We don't have to play it. We don't have to. I just thought it was a thought before this series begins. Our guy number 1 has been kicking some major butt. Here's one from the 8505. Haven't heard that song. Just started listening to the station. Thank you.
We'll get to it in a second.
You want to give it to him? Give it to him.
5847. I'm a new listener. Have not heard the song.
Some breaking NFL news here real quick. Odell Beckham Jr. is signing with the Miami Dolphins.
Nobody cares.
Oh, okay. It's a 1-year deal worth up to $8.25 million. Is Odell Beckham still a thing that you guys are like, oh, Odell Beckham signed, or is he past all that?
I think our reaction says it all.
Well, Marty would have done that. I think I could have said anything in that moment, and Marty would have played that exact same thing.
There's 2
specifically
kinds
him.
Of,
I don't much care for him.
There's 2 kinds of NFL free agent reactions. There's the one we just gave you, and then there's the one that Brett Kane gave us the day that the Broncos signed Russell Wilson.
I will argue this day was appropriate.
Why is it Odell Beckham Jr. is 31 years old, and I feel like he's washed?
I know.
Why is that?
Isn't that weird?
He's 3 years younger than your dumb face, and I feel like the guy's completely washed. Done.
Well, he changed after, remember when he tore his ACL in the Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. It's like he changed it because he was a big-time player then. But you're right. I'm telling you, these guys, like, they hit 30 years old, and you're like, all right, so they're done, right? What's next? It really is how we do things in the NFL now. He's got a 3 to start his age? Well, take him to the glue factory. It's done. 303-504-0925. So if you're new, we'll play the Step Back Jacob Bloom and get to drunk takes next. All right. So why do you have the picture in the back? Why did you do that?
What are you talking about?
You know that was bad luck when we had that on
How
display.
is it bad luck? They both won in 5 games.
Once it went away, we took it away and then they started winning.
It is away.
It's behind Vic right now on
So
display.
what? It's not in the studio. First you made me move it from the studio. It's not bad luck. Don't believe in that crap.
Okay.
Don't go all Zodiacology.
Yeah, I don't believe that crap either.
Oh, you don't? Because you were screaming to get it out of the studio when they were losing.
Because
Remember the end of the Avs season?
Yeah, because my wife painted Vic naked.
Oh.
It brings up hurtful memories.
That's a good point. Behind your back, by the way.
Yes, behind my back.
Like the first
You were
time
not
Vic
even
saw it was
aware.
the first time you saw it.
That is correct.
What did she tell you when she went to Venice for 3 days?
I thought she was just going out for smokes.
All right. So for new listeners who have not heard this yet, was this 2020? It's 2021. Yeah,
Playoffs are coming.
Playoffs are coming. So 2021, we went to Vic's brother's music studio. We made a rap song about Michael
Shout
Porter
out to
Jr.
Adelio. Shout out to Adelio.
And what's his studio's name? What's the studio?
Side 3.
Side 3 Studios. So yeah, we went there. We cut a rap song. I mean, it's good. So if you haven't heard it, go ahead.
And here come the Nuggets. Campazzo's in the game now for Denver. He has the basketball. He brings it out to the point. Shovel pass Porter, deep 3.
Here's the story.
Yes!
Stick with me now.
Nuggets up 99-8.
It's 2021. Playoffs are coming. Nuggets undermanned, but they're still running. Got a man child ready to go and break out. Elevate his game, making fools want to tap out. He'll drive the floor, he'll dunk on your head. He'll back you in the lane and lay it up instead. And just when you slide and give him some room, hip a sucker, step back Jacob Bloom. Oh! You're on. Yeah, you're on. He drops threes like I drop rhymes. Joker smiling, handing dimes. Swatting fools in the nick of time. My daughter says, ooh, he be fine.
Stripped out of his hands and a block by Jokic. Loose ball Dozier. And Nikola Jokic is going to save this game for Denver with a block shot at the rim.
Catch and shoot, dribble, drive, ball arena, come alive. MPJ, score all day. His defense is just okay. Who gives a damn? Give the man the rock. 6'10" and he can't be blocked. If there's one man to beat man to man, y'all Nuggets fans stand because MPJ can.
Here comes Michael Porter Jr. Tough 3. Knocked it home. Split-legged with a guy hanging all over.
Step back, Jacob Bloom. Busted it out. Running the floor. He slides and glides, and the fans, they all beg for more. Finding Joker, a Joker finding him. It's a 2-man game, they'll always win. Yeah, setting screens for AG, running picks so eloquently. Running down the jumpers elementally. Hit me up from way downtown. You can dial it up, man, and wear that crown. Yeah, you're gonna slide, you're gonna give him some room, and you know what's next. Step back, Jacob Bloom.
Goodness, that was a great block out. Porter for 3. Yes! You can credit Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, on. Step back, Jacob Bloom. I said on. Step back, Jacob Bloom. Step back, step back, step back, step.
You all jumped up Mike Malone, coached him hard and set the tone, toughened him up to the bone. Now pass the rock, he's in the zone.
Step back, step back, step back, step. Step all the way back. Step back.
Don't forget about the MVP and holy hell will you stop with Embiid. Not Chris Paul, make everyone happy because real MVP is
Fat and sassy.
Step back, Jamie Kablooey. Step back, Jamie Kablooey. Step back, Jamie Kablooey.
And there you have it.
My favorite part about that is the second that started, a texter says, a great way to make an instant timeless classic. Declare the date in the first line.
What does that mean?
Like,
he
the fact
dated
that
it. We just
Moj,
dated
the
it.
first
Yeah,
line that he had was, it's 2021. Playoffs are coming. It's like, yes, timeless classic. Oh, God. You know what? Every once in a while, I get reminded how great that song was. It was a great song.
We had a great time doing it too. I had my flask with me. The bear was providing inspiration to everybody. It was great, man. It was a great time.
Moj was under the influence of rap vibes.
100%.
That's why I said running down the jumpers elementally, which nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative, and we love
I
it.
still don't even know what it means.
What's like lovely lady humps? Nobody really knows. It's just
I know exactly what that is, actually.
oh. Well,
You
I
need
don't.
you need me to explain to you what lovely lady humps are?
After the show, maybe.
Vic, are you like getting feng shui going on with 2 minutes left in the show? What's going on over there?
Fixing my set.
Anyway, we got drunk takes coming up here in just a little bit. I need this game won. Need this game won at Ball Arena, please. I can't have all this excitement and then go down 0-1 in this series. Need it.
Listen, last year, that run, having been at Ball Arena on multiple occasions, and then, of course, the final game, man, it was so fun. It was just so crazy. Vic, you said to yourself, or you said to us, I should say, you said yourself that you hadn't heard Ball Arena that loud maybe ever than it was in whatever game that was.
That was the Jamal
game
Murray
two?
game winner. Yeah, game 2.
And
At that moment, like,
and
right in
so
that- in that
I
30
think
seconds.
I think the fans, listen, man, everybody wants more, and yeah, I guess you can want all you want, but you got the team that can do it, man. I just think that place is going to come alive. It's going to be pure insanity beginning tomorrow night.
You know what it is about the Nuggets that make it's anxiety driven is what it is. Hockey games just pure anxiety because you live and die by every
Every
goal
shift,
and-
yeah, every shot
right,
on
every
goal,
shift,
yeah.
right? So Nuggets games are that way because the Nuggets are not one of those teams that blow other teams out. It's happened only twice in the last 2 playoff runs. They blew out the Suns in Game 6 in Phoenix. The game was over by halftime. But other than that, this is not that team. This is a team that it's back and forth. It's literally edge at your seat. And the anxiety levels are so supremely high. And expect more of the same, man. It's going to be that way. It's just the way it is.
They have such an interesting lineup that you're going to have to deal with between the 2 7-footers. And we've seen it over and over again, but Anthony Edwards seems like he's on a mission right now. If you can hold him in check, and to me, in check, Vic, is not like 15 points. It's just making him inefficient. It's him having to take 23 shots to get to 25 points. Like that sort of thing is what I'd be looking for.
2 wild cards in this series. 2 wild cards. Remember these 2 names when I say it to you. Mike Conley scoring, sneaky good scorer when he has to be. KCP scoring. Those 2 players, offensively, because KCP's a defender first, I get it. Conley is a distributor first, I get it. Their scoring, helping out the other guys, may prove to be the difference in this series.
All right, let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're Marty.
As Denver ascended to the I can't say that. You can't take my commercials that I do and make them drunk takes.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you totally
We
can.
just proved that you could.
Try and say it right now. Try and say it right now. As Denver did
As
what?
Denver ascended.
I think you get tripped up on Ascended 2. So try that.
Yes. As Denver ascended. I can't.
Ascended.
What's next?
Anytime you do that, you've got to knock on your wood. I'd appreciate it.
Well, there's no wood here.
Underneath. Oh, that is good wood. That is good wood.
Oh,
I know. You never felt that wood before, but now you felt it. Yeah.
It was perfect. It is underneath the table, though. It's right there. What's next?
Don't make fun of my underwear. There's a lot of people that are going to be in line today for these underwear. You think they're here for the gas? They're here for the underwear.
Vic was giving underwear away at a gas station. That's what that was.
That was not on my 2024 bingo card. I'm sorry.
It's the very reason we had a line around the block, cars.
Hey, when's the Mount Carmel Feast?
What are we doing here? We're in the middle
July,
of the thing.
August.
Okay, cool.
What's next?
Couldn't get over that hump.
Sure.
Sometimes you got to beat the hump down. Not sure if that makes sense.
Nope.
Whatever hump exists. How about this stat from your boy Raj? Alex Rajini.
Just beat the hump down mean. All right, what's next?
When they play that really loud and they crank it up, the vibration it makes me have to pee.
Really?
And you think Connor can attest to this, Riker will. It goes through your body and makes you have to go take a squirt ski.
So in Vegas, it's so loud, the vibrations make you want to pee?
The older you get, the wall of the bladder thins out, and that's what he's referring to.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's what I was referring to at all. I'm just saying it's so loud in there. The sound is like a weapon.
I think that was a personal thing from you, Vic. What's next?
Who was the lady that sued? Was it in Boston? The lady who sued because they used to shoot the hot dogs out of that cannon, and like somebody torched her right in the beak with a hot dog. Absolutely blew her face up with a hot dog. And I think she sued, but she got absolutely plastered right in the face, man. Pop, pop, pop.
Open wide.
All right.
You saw the pictures of her.
You actually brought that up 2 days in a row.
Yeah,
somehow.
you did. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast if you missed any of the show. Game 1 of round 2 against the T-Wolves tomorrow.
I'm so ready to get it on. I'm so ready for these series to start. Listen, I'm ready for the Nuggets. The Avs can wait a little bit. Let those two teams go to Game 7 and let them go to triple overtime in Game 7, and then we'll go.
5 o'clock tip tomorrow. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. You made it. Chris Dempsey, Mike Sanford, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the weekend. You made it. It's going to be a great weekend. It's going to be a great day. What's up, Coach?
Just got to let that nappy roots marinate a little bit right there, man.
Yeah, you do. It's a must.
Little useless FYI here. Do you know Nappy Roots from Bowling Green, Kentucky, home of the Western Kentucky University Hilltoppers?
I did not know
of
that.
which I was employed twice.
Go!
Did you have them in for?
No, but also of strange coincidence, Vito Tisdale, one of the many names that have jumped into the CU program and then consequently has jumped out of the CU program over the last calendar year, is the son of one of the, I think the main guy from Nappy Roots.
Oh, is that so?
Vito Tisdale.
Wow.
Look it up.
So he's got all right, so athletic genes.
Yep, Bowling Green High School.
Love it, man. I love it. Love it. I love starting the show every Friday that way. It just, I don't know.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a mood.
We're vibey. We're vibey here.
And we got good weather finally for a weekend, it looks like.
I know.
It's going to be sunny and great.
I know.
Got a 5 o'clock tip. Because,
which is the gift that keeps on giving.
And I may or may not have had a little cheat sheet with regards to what time the game would be tomorrow night in Ball Arena. And it was, if there were 2 game 7s or 1 game 7,
right,
the game was going to be the later slot. But I wanted the later slot because me and the wife are going to go down, have a little staycation.
That's awesome.
Wifey needs to get away from the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I kind of was rooting for the 7:30, but now I'm kind of cool with the 5, man. You can go out and get some patio flow before the game on a Saturday. Get greased up a little bit, get lubed up, ready to go, and make some dang noise.
And then just roll into Ball Arena.
and then go watch the best playoff series, certainly in the second round in the NBA anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be pretty epic. It really just is. I mean, Minnesota's obviously really, really good. These two teams, the Nuggets openly said last year, a few of them anyway, said that this was the series that posed them the biggest problems of any series last year in the playoffs, even though they won 4-1. And so the backdrop of that, with that being the backdrop, Minnesota's bringing a better team into that series this year, if for no other reason than they have some players available to them now that they didn't last year, in particular, Jaden McDaniels. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And fans just expect a lot of ups and downs, man. This is not going to be a straight line, easy, we'll sort it out victory. There's going to be moments of great success. There's going to be moments of like, what is happening right now? I mean, that's what I expect this to be. I expect it to go the full 7 games. There's just an enormous break, and we were talking about this right prior to the show starting. There's just an enormous break between games 2 and 3. Like 3 or 4 days. So to be honest, I think that will be of benefit to the Nuggets. I mean, they're just continuing to be a kind of a beat up basketball team.
Yeah, I actually used my AP calculus math that I learned as a junior in high school to figure out, since the Nuggets closed out the series against the Lakers, which was on Monday. If you look at the next 14 days, starting from the end of that series to Game 3 of the T-Wolves series, that's 2 games that they're going to play over a 14-day stretch. And that's beautiful for the Nuggets.
Yeah. I agree.
That's pretty good math, huh? AP calculus.
Is that what you took? AP calculus?
You know what's awesome is my daughter actually just recently, she's 14, she asked me to help her with the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten everything.
Yep.
I mean, it was like riding a bike. I was dialing up the Pythagorean theorem like it was nothing. Nelly, right now, I think you kind of lean on the side of maybe slight nerd action. Could you dial up an equation on the Pythagorean theorem right now?
Oh, isn't it a squared plus b squared equals c squared? C squared's the hypotenuse.
Very nice. Very nice. Now, what do you use it for, Demps? The Pythagorean theorem.
Nothing in life.
Okay, Nelly, what do you use the Pythagorean theorem for?
To triangulate those triangles, baby.
Yeah, you gotta
let's go.
All you need is you got to know how long one side and another side is, and you can find out the third side. It's amazing.
I just have an app that does that.
I don't know if there's an app for that, man. I don't know.
There's an app for everything, right? I don't know. I mean, Yeah, no, I don't. Math, man, that's not it for me.
Man, you know, on my 2024 bingo card, I didn't have Mike Sanford getting stoked about triangles on a Friday, man. Let's go. I like this energy.
Let's get our Pythagorean on in here.
Math is a gift.
Let's
Nature's
go.
a gift. The Nuggets are the gift that keeps giving. I love this energy, Coach.
Love it too. Love it too. Should be a lot of fun. The series should be a lot of fun. You're right. I mean, usually you look at a lot of rest, and I think the general consensus is, I don't know, it might be too much rest. I think that only applies to teams that are not good. If I can just put that in the most simple terms possible, because the teams that are actually legit good, you give them days off, they come back, maybe there's a little bit of rest in the beginning, and then they get right back to the space that they were. And that's how I view the Nuggets. It'd be one thing if they were a team that kind of just, slipped into the playoffs, but they weren't really that good either in regular season, but then they got super hot in the first round, and now you want to carry that momentum into the second round. Nah, they were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. They're that good. They're the defending champions. So the rest for them, the rest for them is huge, to be honest with you. Just with Jamal and KCP and everybody that needs it.
Yeah, and this is a team right now that is healthy, the Nuggets, but banged up. I mean, we talk about in coaching circles, and especially in the game of football, there's always the preseason speech the head coach gives where it's, hey, there's a difference between being hurt and being injured. You're going to be hurt the entire year. For the rest of the season, you're going to probably start getting hurt right in the beginning of training camp.
Yeah.
But it's different than being injured. And I think that the rest, the 2 games over 14 days, especially at home where you have all the amenities available of your own rehab, your own, PT, everything in-house. I think it does bode very well, namely for 2 players, actually 3, but 2 in particular coming off the Lakers series. And that's Jamal Murray, combination of that calf strain, whatever you want to call it, what it really was. And then he had a banged up ankle as well. And then KCP, I think that he's the key to this series. I really do. Because I think that KCP, while he gives up a little bit in terms of frame against Dan Edwards, he's the guy. He's the eraser. He's the eliminator. He's the defender that's going to allow this game to turn into what the second half of the game in game 81, Nuggets versus Timberwolves, turned into. And that is a full court basketball game where you've got to run and you've got to get out and transition. And KCP's that kind of player that can create those opportunities by playing great defense, getting his hand on deflected balls. That's going to create those opportunities. If this game becomes a half-court game, we saw it in the first half against the Timberwolves, good on good. 2 teams that were really good. If it's a half-court type of a series, I'd give a slight edge to the T-Wolves. I really would. But they have 2 7+ footer players that you want to run those guys. You want to run Karl Anthony Towns. You want to run Rudy Gobert. And so I look like I'm going to the game tomorrow night. Like I said, I'm going to see early on, can the Nuggets get out and transition? Because I think that favors them.
Yeah, I agree. Can fast break points, I think, are just putting pressure on the defense immediately, making them have to get organized in transition. And can they do that repeatedly over the course of a game? And then over a course of the series, the defensive matchups, I think, would be very interesting because how you'll put one team starting 5, like the heads. So point guard and then 2 guard and small forward, power forward, center. And then you put the other one underneath. And so when you're looking at them, you just think, okay, well, here's the matchup here. The point guards will match up. The 2 guards will match up. That's not the way this is going to go down in this series, especially from a Minnesota standpoint. They're going to mix and match this thing all over those 5. And so you'll probably have like Jaden McDaniels guarding Jamal Murray because they really want to pay a lot of attention to Jamal Murray as a player that really makes things happen for the Nuggets when they're winning. Obviously, he's playing very well. If you can make him inefficient or just playing bad, then you want to try to be able to do that. Jaden McDaniels is one of their best defenders. And then you have Ant Edwards. I wonder who he's going to guard. And I wonder if that player isn't going to be Michael Porter Jr. because MPJ's first round series was spectacular. He averaged almost 23 points per game in that series and Ant Edwards is a really good defensive player. do you want that to be your matchup? Because Mike Conley could just match up with KCP, and then your bigs. What they will do with their bigs is whoever for the Nuggets is kind of rooted down low, that's who Rudy Gobert will guard. And if whoever's up higher, that's who Cat will guard. So if, generally speaking, Aaron Gordon just hangs out next to the rim. So you just use Rudy Gobert. That way he doesn't have to play in space outside of the paint, and he could still block all the shots or alter the other ones. And then you have Cat out there with Nikola Jokic, and that thing will switch over the course of the series as well. So, if you're the Nuggets, just don't. The key here is to really be strong with the basketball, because Minnesota defensively, they can be super disruptive. And if it's deflections, steals, transition for them, it becomes a real problem real fast. And that's kind of how they got Phoenix. I mean, they forced Phoenix into a bunch of turnovers and just mistake-riddled offensive possessions, and then just ran right away from them. And I think for the Nuggets, they were a low turnover team during the regular season anyway. So I don't expect that would be too much of an issue. But you gotta really mind your P's and Q's against this team.
Yeah, back to that transition thought. The second half of that T-Wolves games, I know we all have recency bias and think that the bench is a major problem for the Nuggets going into the series and major advantage to Minnesota. Think back to that game. You remember what happened in that second half? It was the Christian Brown, Peyton Watson show, and it was because of the transition basketball. And the key to that, how do you start transition basketball? Turnovers and rebounding. And there's nobody better in the game of finding that long pass than Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
And I think because he's so good and creative at being, frankly, the best quarterback in the state of Colorado, I'm just going to throw that out there because he really is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Downfield vision and timing and anticipating.
Accuracy. Yeah, exactly right.
All of it.
Yep.
And he does it at such a high level in such big moments that the rest of the team kind of takes on that persona. And that happened in that second half. So that's something I'm going to keep my eyes on. And I think everybody can say that Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, the two-man game is unbeatable. I mean, I think the Lakers showed that there are ways that you can be physical against it. The key to this series, to me, is going to be rebounding and transition basketball. Who's going to win the fast break points?
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Minnesota will be as physical off the ball with Jamal as the Lakers were. Hey, the Lakers, they really did understand. There weren't a ton of backdoor cuts or cutting action. Like, the Lakers understood that they couldn't allow that to continue to happen like the entirety of a series and expect to even be in some of those games. And so off the ball, they would, LeBron was, and Gabe Vincent, they were super physical in terms of if the Nuggets were trying to screen off ball, they just wouldn't let that screen happen. They would just get into the guy trying to set the screen so that, they were always stuck to the offensive player. I wonder, Minnesota didn't do a ton of that because I think they believe in their ability to just lock you up once you have the basketball, or their ability to really blitz the ball handler on some ball screen action and do that with length and actual like players that can cause the turnover. So I don't know that they will go that far, but Chris Finch was here. He understands what the Nuggets are trying to do in some of this action where Nikola has the ball at the elbow.
Hey, what's the update on Chris Finch? Is he made the trip and everything? And
I don't know actually, and I wonder
patella tendon.
Can he even sit on the bench?
That's a rough deal. Like he already had surgery. Am I right saying that?
Yeah,
he had it like pretty much immediately thereafter, within the 12, 24 hours.
So is your leg like in a? Is it in a straight splint?
It's got to be locked out. Yeah. It's got to be completely. I mean, there's no way that you have a 90-degree angle. Speaking of the Pythagorean theorem, just so you know, A squared plus B squared equals C squared only if the triangle is a right triangle, meaning that one of them is in 90 degrees.
Well, you are correct about Chris Finch's knee not being at a right angle, but according to this video from a Timberwolves reporter on Twitter, he did show up to practice yesterday in crutches, and he was standing there on the sideline kind of warming up his injured coaching abilities. So, I don't know, maybe he'll be on crutches courtside at Ball Arena.
Yeah, he's just not going to be able to.
So it's more of a 180-degree angle. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Are you sure all these references we're making aren't too obtuse?
I like what you did there, young man.
I've lost control. No,
no, man. You know what? You're getting smarter. And I know you knew this.
I am getting
but
smarter.
it's been a while since you really dove into all the things with trigonometry. It's a big time subject.
If we're
how much presence of Minnesota fans will be in that building tomorrow night?
I don't think many.
Okay.
I don't think many.
I do think that Minnesota and Colorado, there's a lot of between the two states in terms of native Minnesotans live in Colorado and vice versa. Because I actually made that move.
Yeah.
In 2000, just 2.5 years ago, I made the move from Minnesota, coaching at University of Minnesota.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say go Gophers, because I don't believe that. But loved my time in Minnesota. The time that I was there, the Timberwolves, the T-Pups were god awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a bad era.
Well, this was
of
only the
Timberwolves
second time in
basketball.
their history that they won a playoff series.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's not going to be a factor in the game at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be.
I don't think so either.
We're not going to have to go Philadelphia 76ers, and the Kroenke family's not going to have to buy 2,500 tickets on StubHub.
Was that wild? That's wild.
Absolutely nuts.
I just
bought 2,500 tickets on StubHub or wherever on the secondary marketplace, just to give out to first responders, which I think is awesome. I love the idea, but shows you got a problem. We don't have that problem here in Denver.
No, and honestly, they never really had that problem in Philadelphia either. Like you know how many Knicks and Sixers games I've seen? Like so many. And that crowd, the fact that they even felt compelled to buy all those tickets to make sure Knicks fans didn't take over that place, that was wild.
Well, you got to think about the Philly sports fan now. This Philly sports fan just enjoys to be angry at every single thing to the point where you're just like, we're going to get killed by the Rangers. They're going to get.
I'm going to make money off of these tickets.
Rangers. Jeez. My mind was on hockey.
Your mind was on hockey.
It was on hockey.
We might see the Rangers
team?
when the Avs get to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Do you like this Knicks team? You like watching them play basketball?
I do.
Did you watch that game last night?
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. And they'll be better when they don't even have Julius Randle. I mean, he's not going to play in these playoffs.
What last night taught me is that the Villanova Wildcats are a better basketball team than the Philadelphia 76ers.
Well, that's part of the reason why there were so many Knicks fans there, because and it was just crystallized to me the last game when it was just a total Knicks fan takeover. It was just like, oh right, they have 3 active Villanova Wildcats on their team. And so if you're living in Philly and you love those dudes, and maybe you love the Knicks too, or maybe you just don't like the Sixers, then you show up to the game and it's apparently just so much cheaper to get into a game in Philly than in Madison Square Garden. So they just had all the things working against them in that, and now they're eliminated. So see you later, Nick. See you later, Sixers. The Knicks move on, and
you know what? You know what's funny is that we have a famous sports coach of a professional organization in Philadelphia that actually has parting words for the Philadelphia 76ers, and that comes from Nick Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni said see ya. The playoff said see ya to all these. Incidentally, I saw an interesting chart that the top 10, the teams in the top 10 in payroll. So the teams that pay the most in payroll, 8 of them are already out of the playoffs. The only 2 that are left are the Boston Celtics and the Denver Nuggets are on that list. So, all right, let's take a break. What on earth is happening up at CU? I don't know, but I want to talk about it.
You got the sweatshirt on, so I'm anxious to hear your take.
I want to talk about it. We'll do that next. Oh, we love math around here in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Chris and Mike with you here until noon. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
SAT, back in the day when we used to have to take standardized testing.
I never took it.
You never took the SAT?
I took the ACT.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know my man Nelly was an SAT guy.
Nope,
California.
ACT squad, baby. Let's
Oh my
go.
gosh.
Did not take I took my SAT 2 Spanish language subject test. Did not take the main SAT.
Very nice.
So you took the SAT?
SAT, yeah. I was going to ask if you were a better math or verbal scorer. I don't know how the ACT works.
It would have been verbal.
Yeah.
Although I did win it. So while they're on the subject of math, I did win an award for 4 years of great achievement in math when I was in high school.
Good for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do like math. It's good. I just, I've forgotten so much of it right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a disaster when my kid is like, hey, could you help me with this stuff? I should just start boning up on it right now.
I just love math. Like, you know what was weird after doing, and I don't want to get, after doing the Pythagorean theorem homework with my daughter, I want to I actually want to do it as a hobby now. Just solve equations at 42 years old. All right, go ahead. Let's talk sports.
The math really worked out for Kirby Smart.
Yeah. Math is everywhere, man.
Math is everywhere.
Especially when you're looking at Kirby Smart's direct deposit. My goodness.
Yeah, the CU Buffs are minus 18 players in the portal. I mean, that's math we can do.
18, man. I can tell you're a CU alum. It's a little bit more than that.
I'm a musician. We count to 4. So anything above 4 is a little tough for me, Mike.
Gets very vague.
It is very vague. Kirby Smart, 10 years, $130 million. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Earlier this week, we had an article in The Athletic. It was really, really well done. And I know that there was from the Deion Sanders camp and his most staunch supporters, they thought it was kind of a hater article. But it from a journalistic point of view was as even-handed as I've seen. You take this situation, which you could easily make a person look bad. I thought it was pretty even-handed. So what they did was they went and they found all the players, they were from your last team, and where they were. And the answer to that question was basically they were everywhere, but the majority of them obviously not Power 5. And then you had 4 that were just not in football altogether. And then you had they tracked down a few of them to ask them about their experiences on the way out. And this is where Deion and everybody took a kind of exception to it, which is, as I was saying a couple of days ago, I mean, they have every right to be able to say what their experience was on the way out, right? I mean, you can talk and they can talk, and it's fine. And so I thought the article was pretty even, kind of split down the middle in terms of what if you're going to say a new coach comes in and wants his own new players. Okay, all right, that's fine. I mean, that is as old as the hills, right? In college, we know that. But then also how you treat them on the way out, it also matters. And so it's been kind of a wild week, and then to see the head coach go after a player on social media, that's not what you're looking for. Let's put it that way. It's not what you're looking for. And I'm going to stop talking here because I want you to start talking. But also, I want Scott Van Pelt to start talking as well. Let's just play what he had to say about this, because this didn't even have to be this big, but now it reached national levels of attention. And this is what Scott Van Pelt had to say about this situation.
The Buffs are no longer just coming. They said, we're here. They went 1-8 from there. Still, Colorado was a huge story, great for the sport. They drew massive television ratings and were, at minimum, a whole lot more interesting and competitive than they had been. But if you mention that record or today's tweets, you know what that makes you? A hater. Only, not really. With regard to last year's record, it's not hating, it's counting, isn't it? And reasonable criticism is fair game, which comes with the gig. The term haters gets used like a bulletproof vest. It's Kevlar to deflect the source of any criticism, no matter how fair it might be. Undoubtedly, plenty of what is directed at Sanders is not. But everyone's just a hater? I'm not at all. And as a guy who used to have to endure segments on radio where we recounted my Twitter beefs, I understand how difficult it is to do what people suggest those in the public eye should do. Just ignore the noise. Sometimes it's hard, though, to hold your tongue. However, as the leader of a program looking to ascend, I don't believe that any of this serves to elevate.
When you arrive at a Power 5 program, it's not just what your ability just to have to look at people and say, I'm going to say what I want to say, and you just shut up. That's not how it works. There's a lot more scrutiny. There's some criticism. There's all of those things are present in a way that weren't at Jackson State, and you have to be able to deal with that. And if you are going to walk into meeting rooms and tell them you guys are bad baggage, go away. And if you are going to lock the doors on players who haven't yet even left the program, and if you are going to badmouth players publicly, then we get to talk as well. And that is troubling to me. I'm done talking. Go ahead.
Can I talk about math?
Yes.
I'm just playing. All right. Yeah, this is a subject that obviously the whole nation's talking about. It's even hotter in our home state here in Colorado because, you know, there's so much division in our country. There's so much division around everything with CU football right now. You know, there's the people that no matter what Coach Prime does, they hate it. And then there's the people that no matter what Coach Prime does, they love it. But I always think the truth lies somewhere in between. And I just think about it from this perspective. I got to know Xavier Smith, this player that is kind of at the focal point of a lot of the Twitter beef that happened. And I'm just going to say this because coaching for me has always been, and this might be why I'm not in it anymore. And I'm okay with admitting that. But coaching for me, because I was modeled from the time of being a young child, my dad was a coach. And it was always about a transformational relationship with young men. And I got to know Xavier Smith very well. I met with every single player when I took over as interim. And my meeting with Xavier Smith went a little bit longer. And the reason for that is because he's a terrific young man. He's thoughtful. He's very intelligent. He's actually really talented. And I think sometimes lost in all this, they're people. Mm-hmm. They're people involved. And on every side of it. And not just one side, not just Xavier Smith or not just poor 2022 CU football roster. You know, they got screwed. It's not that. On every side of it, there's great people inside the building at CU right now, but there's also great young men that actually have a great future ahead of them. And I'm going to point to this: Xavier Smith, who was interviewed by The Athletic. I don't think he went anywhere out of bounds with anything he said.
No, he didn't. No, not at all.
And I think there is a general fear that exists. I think to leave a program and then speak badly of it because of the repercussions. And he's living those repercussions and even really not speaking that badly. He's just telling about his emotions. So I was in tears because I never had the opportunity to prove my worth. And a spring ball with the total of 15 practices, that's a short-lived tryout audition, if you will. But I thought it was really cool. Scotty Walden's was the head coach at Austin Peay where Xavier Smith went. Scotty Walden's one of the hottest young coaches in college football. I assume that he's going to end up being a Big 12 or an SEC head coach in 5 to 10 years. So he just got hired at UTEP, and he brought Xavier Smith with him to UTEP. Xavier Smith was an all conference player. They won their conference at Austin Peay down there in Tennessee. And Scotty Walden came out and tweeted this: I coached Xavier at AP and now here at UTEP. He is the furthest thing from soft. He's a great kid, player, and led us to a conference title. He answered a question honestly in an interview and was just telling his side. He was a freshman All-American and an extremely bright future on and off the field. I am glad he's on my team. Check the tape. And that was after he had been called mid. And, and there's one clip shown from like a voluntary throwing session where, he got his feet tangled up and all of a sudden he's the worst player on planet Earth. All this stuff is just ridiculous. And I think it's ridiculous on all fronts. Frankly, I'm sick of it. And the best thing about the game of football, and this is where I defer to Coach Prime, I defer to the CU team, I defer to Shedeur Sanders, is the only thing that's really ultimately going to matter is what happens between the white lines in those 12 guaranteed games in the fall. And that's what we can evaluate.
Mhm.
And that's what I always go back to. That's what you're ultimately evaluated on. And we get to see, and we get to talk about it. We get to prognosticate about what they're going to be. But I do know this. Xavier Smith's a great kid, and there are a lot of great kids. There's a lot of great kids on the CU team right now. I know that for sure. I know some of them personally.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the life we live in. It's a very divided world. And when you are a public figure in sports, or you're a public figure in politics, when you put yourself out there, and that sometimes that means just getting named head coach. When I became a head coach at Western Kentucky, I immediately opened myself up to what people call hatred.
Yeah.
That's just the name of the game. And then when you put yourself out there, you're going to get it. Like it's just part of it. You just accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back to work and you get your team ready to play. And I think that at the end of the day, the only thing that's really going to matter in Boulder is going to be what happens in this fall. That's all that matters.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, and I'm very, very eager to see exactly how this goes down, because all the talking is happening, and 4 wins were happening last year, and so we'll just see what happens with this football program this year. But I see this on the text line. Isn't our society more sophisticated than to use the word hater? We can do better, and this is one of the things I just haven't liked about what's been. Let's put it this way. I'm actively sitting in a CU shirt, like a Boulder. It is a university that I love, and a football program, and all the sports programs that I want them all to do well. And I just, to be called a hater for that, for those of you who just found out about the University of Colorado because Deion Sanders got here, there's people who predate you. There's people who predate you by decades. And you don't love this program more than we love this program. I will go down on that is what. And so it's going to be, if this kitchen is too hot, then you got to find another kitchen. This is Big 12, like Dan Hawkins said, this is the Big 12, brother.
It ain't intramurals.
This ain't intramurals. It's not.
It's a Big 12.
It quite literally is the Big 12 for this football program. And it's okay to be, put under a microscope a little bit for what you're doing and why you're doing it and how you're doing it. And if it advances the program or if it does not advance the program. But Coach is right. I mean, we're going to find out what happens here in the fall. You just it just doesn't feel right to me.
Debs from the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour from Shop Mazda text line. Josh Osler he wrote in, but why did they go find these players other than to get a bad response to Deion? Is that he's not going to be allowed to defend himself? You're a journalist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So answer that question, because I think that's an interesting question.
Yeah. So the insinuation there is that the journalist went and just found players that purposely that just don't like Deion Sanders and then targeted them and used those quotes. And I can tell you, especially having read this story, I'm going to guess that this particular writer, he probably made dozens and dozens and dozens of calls, and not everybody wants to talk to you about these things. Some people do. I think if he interviewed players who were like, this was amazing, I was kicked out, but my experience in being kicked out was the best kicked out experience. Like, whoa, there's no universe in which, if your story is what happened to these former players, that you're going to get hey, this was great. But Deion Sanders, I saw him for 2 seconds. He barely said words to me, called me bad baggage and kicked me out. There's no universe in which that's the case. But I don't think, again, this article, I don't think this, if you read it, I don't think it's a bad mark even against Deion. It is a comment of where all those players on that roster actually went to. And then it was, yes, what was your experience on the way out? I guess should the writer now come to the current roster and say, just find somebody who I don't know who that player would be because he's actively how many players are in the portal again? So I don't think that there was journalistic malpractice here in any way, shape, or form. I mean, the article is the article, and it's where are they now, and how did that experience go down for them? And it quite clearly didn't go well. And if you want players to speak well of you on the backside of things like this, then you gotta treat them well even on the way out on the front side. And so that is when we have to get to that part. And it's not that we're hating on Deion Sanders. We want Deion Sanders to be successful. We want him to win all the games. But he's quite clearly not doing everything right, and it's okay to point that out. It's okay to point that out. It's okay for him to learn from that as well and improve. He always talked about improving young men's lives. Well, that also includes him. It doesn't matter how old you are. I'm 49 years old. I'm always improving myself. And it's so no, this is a actually really good piece because it could have been a hit piece. And if it was a real hit piece, he would have had a whole lot more. You could have found more and more players to tell you how bad that was and then just write it that way. That would have been a real hit piece. This wasn't what that was. Some quotes got put in the spotlight from Xavier Smith, and now it's kind of like, oh my gosh, we're out to get him. That's not what this was about. All right, we are way over. Let's get a break and come back. We want to talk a little through. We haven't talked Avs yet at all. You're in a Colorado Avalanche. Yes, exactly right. They are, speaking of long layoffs, they are in the midst of one. Let's talk about that next.
doesn't exit the zone. McKinnon, he's going to take it with him around Nino Niederreiter. McKinnon 2-on-1 with Mikko Rantanen. McKinnon holding over for Rantanen. He scores! Talk to me, Moose! Mikko has 2, and the Avalanche have a 2-goal lead. They have put 5 goals on the Winnipeg Jets in every single game this series.
The Avs. Some of you guys on the text line, I just I can't with you guys today. I want to have a vibey Friday. It's
all right. Let's talk about the Avs. We get the vibes going.
Let's get the vibes
in
going
a positive direction.
They could actually know who their opponent is tonight. So Dallas and Vegas play in Game 6 of their series in Vegas. Dallas, I think it was for the first time in that series, a home team won a game when they just won their last game. So it's been a lot of the road team winning in that series. But they are winning 3-2. So if Dallas wins, then boom, Dallas Stars and Colorado Avalanche in the next round. Obviously, if Vegas wins, we go to Game 7 back in Dallas. Does it matter which one of those teams to you they play?
It does. I still think that getting Vegas is, I know this is going to be an unpopular take because of, the last several years and Vegas being so physical and their blue liners being so big. And I just still think it's so hard to repeat in hockey. It is a beast.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the physical toll it takes. But I think home ice is really important.
Okay.
I do. I think that the Avs are so good in their own building. And then they went and proved even in the Winnipeg series that they can take their show on the road and win 2 of 3 in Winnipeg, which is incredible.
Yeah. But that's stuff on the road that they really hadn't been.
Not during the regular season.
Yeah.
The record difference between home and away was significant. But I like the Avs in either one of these matchups, to be very honest. I like the current state of the Avs. I like the fact that they got the most valuable asset in the postseason in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is rest and recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like the confidence that they're playing with. And I think when they go from a season in which we kept saying the Avs have to outscore their problems and then go play the Winnipeg Jets, who are the best defensive team during the regular season with the best goaltender on planet Earth at the time, and break them down and play really good defensively, like they're not outscoring their problems anymore. They're just outscoring their opponents and shoring up the problems.
Yeah.
And I like where this team's at.
Coach, they look so scary, man. They look so scary. And it's, when Winnipeg had not given up consecutive, I think they gave up consecutive games of at least 5 goals one time during the regular season. And that was just like 2 straight games, right? So it was just 5 and then 5. And the Avs did it to him 5 straight times. 5 straight times. And it's one thing, like they just look like the team that we all thought was headed straight to the Stanley Cup final. And they flipped a switch to be able to do that. When you look at Georgie, like, why do you think it just got so much better for him so quickly?
I think it got better in front of him. I do. I think that the shot deflections in front of net by the defenders, by the blue liners was elite as the series progressed. I think Game 1 was a little bit of a continuation of the regular season, and something just clicked, and there was a different level of pride that this entire team subscribed to. And then I think Georgie had a really good Game 2, and it snowballed. It's no different than a pitcher that might have the yips. If you get out of it, even for one game, it just continues to get better and better. And I do think that throughout the course of this regular season, there were great 10-game stretches by Alexander Georgiev.
Right, exactly right.
Bednar said as much.
Yeah.
And for the team, and I believe that the Avs right now are in the middle of one of those 10-game stretches where they're playing well in every single aspect of the ice, that I think the Avs can continue this. The question is, can they continue it after that 10-game stretch, right? And I think they can, because I think the leadership is real. It's tangible. Nathan MacKinnon as the voice. I think that he now has such a captive audience. It used to be Gabe Landeskog as the pure captain, and we know that he is still wearing that C, but Gabe Landeskog has made this his team, and now he's backing it up with meaningful playoff victories, which last year you didn't have.
I wonder if the Avs, maybe they just needed the playoffs. sometimes you just need the playoffs to snap you back into a focus spaced all the time. You know what I'm saying? And because ever since the playoffs started, they have seemed to be fine. I mean, not that every game is perfectly played, but certainly from a standpoint of consistency, playing in front of the goalie, playing like the goaltending itself, like all of that stuff is just in a more consistent, better space than it just ever was. For them, in stretches in the regular season, not ever was. I mean, obviously they were still actively one of the best teams in the NHL, even during the regular season, as they struggled sometimes. But
wouldn't you say though, Debs, that there was the last month and a half, 2 months of season, there were so many different pieces of this lineup that's playing now that were out and then in. And
right.
I think that this team is so good as the sum of all of its parts, and then the additions that were made at the deadline. And now you're starting to see that team have that continuity of being the ice together. And hockey is a game where the interconnectedness is so significant. And so I think just having the same cast of characters out night after night on the ice has been so beneficial for the Avs.
And the longer the Vegas and Stars series goes, the more the better chance you're going to maybe get a Jonathan Drouin sighting in the second round. We'll see.
Let's get a Game 7, and I want to see Game 7.
Yeah,
because first of all, I love Stanley Cup playoff Game 7s. I love elimination games. Period. Whether it's a 3-0 series or whether it's certainly if it's a 3-3. I just love watching the intensity. I love watching the handshake line at the end of the game. Elimination games in the playoffs, in Stanley Cup playoffs, are unlike anything in any other sport. So let's all root for a big time Game 7, because whoever wins that Game 7, they're gonna be limping in to a certain extent.
Yeah, that game tonight, incidentally, it's on TNT. And I'm talking about Dallas and Vegas. It's on TNT, Game 6. It's 8 p.m. If you want to kind of check that out and see what the Avs might be facing, or just want to see that. That series has actually been kind of a fun series, kind of a weird body blow series, everybody winning on the road, but entertaining. I don't know which one of those two teams that I think that the Avs would be better suited to play. I mean, I don't know what the matchup, which one of those teams they match up better against, but I do know that in the reverse, both those teams are looking at the Avs like, okay, we're going to have to strap it up because these guys are playing
confident,
Mm-hmm.
fully rested.
Yeah.
We just had to skate our tails off to even get into this position. I still think this, man, to win a championship, 2 years removed from winning your last one, you want to go and slay the dragon, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to do it with home ice.
Mm-hmm.
The more opportunities you have to play in front of your Ball Arena crowd, I think is always a win. And especially for this hockey team and this fan base in Colorado.
So when we come back, like I found something online. I just kind of ran across it. This is it's going to be CJ Stroud. So CJ Stroud obviously had the great season last year. He was asked to kind of not diagram, but kind of explain what he was seeing in a play and as the play is being developed. It's just a fascinating piece of audio. We'll play it for you next. Welcome back into the program. Chris Cochin, Nelly, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a banger.
Had to make sure I brought the volume up for Mom's Spaghetti. We can't miss that line.
Exactly right. For those of you who are listening on the app, thank you very much. For those of you who want to, download that Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Okay, so CJ Stroud last year had one of the great rookie quarterback campaigns we'll see. Probably ruined it for every other rookie quarterback from here until the end of time. He was so good. Got the Texans to the playoffs. I think it was about halfway through the season. The Texans played the Arizona Cardinals. They won the game 21-16. He threw a 20-yard touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz in that game. And the Athletic caught up with him and asked him to talk about what he was seeing on that particular play. It was kind of like I don't know how it's like a quick slant almost to Dalton Schultz for the touchdown. I think it's pretty fascinating. This is how he described that play.
I knew something was up because they're in this weird, like, tricky thing with they have this mic, so I know pressure is probably coming. Buddha runs away. I know Buddha's not really a man guy, so I'm like, okay, something's up. So I have a lot of great hot answers here. So we're in a scat protection, so we're sliding 3 here. So we're going to go for the widest. So LT does a great job getting the widest guy. Titus does a good job pushing to the second widest. And I know I'm hot if they bring 2 to the slide. So they brought 2 to the slide. As people would say, you should probably hit this Q. We call this a Q by Tank Dell, who does a good job just giving me eyes. But I know I see this front side mic push out, and I know, okay, I have a window with this glance route, and my eyes kind of got me home to where I'm keeping the safety kind of mid, and he ended up pushing the Tank, knowing that that's the issue in the defense. So I hit Dalton on this glance in a fire zone, and honestly, I thought it was a bad ball. I got mic'd up this game. You can tell.
That's craziness.
That's quarterback. That's what they sound like. I mean, that's 18 years of being around the position as a coach, and then 5-6 years as a college athlete playing it. I mean, CJ Stroud's a quarterback. What I love about how CJ Stroud verbalized that is that he's made the language and everything that's been coached to him, he's almost conceptualized it and made it his own. So from that, there's a couple things that I like. There's Qs. It's literally the letter Q. That's any type of interior blitz answer. And all you do on a Q is the tight end sees the backers basically blitz. So there's a voided area and they just peek on their way out as part of their route. So it's built into the route concept already. And then he said there's side adjust answers. So if it was coming off the edge outside of the offensive tackle to that side, then you have a side adjust, which is typically you point it out or you and the receiver kind of give each other a little heads up. And then that route actually modifies to a slant. So he hit the Q because Dalton Schultz is a tight end. And we always use the term, if they're flushing, you're peeking. So the backers were flushing down the toilet, you got to peek. And that's what a Q route is.
He just finished 1 year.
There's a reason he was successful.
Right.
There's a reason he was successful. And he knows what he's looking at. He understands the totality of the scheme. He understands his protections. But even more than that, I love that he understood not just the X's and O's, but the Jimmies and the Joes. He talked about it. Budda Baker. He said Budda's not typically a man type defender. He's all over the place, so he's got to be coming. So he understands the people, and they're in a weird spot. Therefore, I'm going to have the answer.
Yeah.
And I have that answer built in. And, ironically, like that's a pretty simple aspect of football. I know that sounds really crazy to hear it described that way. He just described it so well, which is what I'm super impressed with.
Yeah. I was my jaw hit the floor. I was like, oh, this guy immediately understands. And to your point, he knew personnel. He just got to the NFL, but he knew personnel, and then to be able to just kind of do all that, and we're talking about deciphering all these things in what, 20 seconds? I mean, you gotta be able to sort through all that.
What I love about CJ Stroud, and especially that clip, I think emphasizes this point even more, is he was the best thrower of the football at the combine last year in 2023 combine. He had the most natural stroke. He could make all the throws. He could throw the ball down the field. He could drive the ball, but he also has a really good head on his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when those two things collide, you got yourself a chance to be really good as a rookie and then have a really long career. And he reminded me a lot of Jordan Love, like listening to him talk. Like I felt like I was back in a Jordan Love quarterback film session. And that's kind of how Jordan was too. He wasn't the robot quarterback.
Yeah.
He would put it in his own language. And I love that. Like you can tell that they're now internalizing it. So it's not just your language. They're just repeating verbatim, but they're actually making it theirs. And that's how CJ Stroud sounded. That's exactly how Jordan Love was. And it doesn't surprise me that either one of those guys has been successful because they have those two traits. Really good thrower of the football, athlete, and awesome above the neck.
Yeah.
And
great
Coach,
between the ears.
When you hear breakdowns like that, for a layman like me, what percentage of all that assessing happens before the snap, and then what happens while the play is developing? And how do you run through that? That clip was about a minute long. How do you run through that in 3 seconds while a 400-pound O-line or D lineman is trying to tackle you?
Well, that's why we worked 100 to 120 hours a week. And that's why the players spend 10x time on film to practice and game rep time. It has to become second nature. And to answer the question even better, I would say that you probably get about 75% of your pre-snap recognition will help you anticipate the post-snap, which ultimately is about 25%, is what happens post-snap. And if you haven't been able to gather the information and find out what's abnormal about this look relative to the other looks, then you're probably not going to be able to compensate in time to be able to make that kind of a decision. That's why 75% of it is pre-snap looks.
Is it super rare for young quarterbacks to be that well-versed, or am I just being amazed at something that's actually kind of normal?
I'd say I would say it's super rare. I would say it's more regular than you would guess.
Okay.
But can you physically go out and do it?
Right.
That's the question. Because I have no doubt in my mind that Bo Nix will be able to ascertain all of that information in his rookie year. The question is, can he go out and do it? And does he have the physical attributes to be able to pull off some of those types of plays that you have to make in not only in split second decisions, but also have to have the ability and the talent to get the ball in those spots?
Would you start him?
I would absolutely start him.
Yeah.
But if Zach Wilson comes in and it is glaring that the talent level and the fit of the offense is better with Zach Wilson, either way, if there's better quarterback play for Zach Wilson and it leads to a season that's much better than what the prognosticators are saying that the Broncos are going to be this year, either way, whether it's Zach Wilson or Bo Nix, it's going to be a win for Sean Payton because they're both essentially, one guy's a reclamation project in the form of Zach Wilson. The other guy was the guy that nobody else wanted in the first round of the draft. And I keep hearing all these takes. The Rams are going to take him at 19. Were you in that meeting room? Were you in the draft room and say that, the Rams are going to take him at 19? Really? Are you and Sean McVay boys? Come on, man. Like, do you really know that? The Rams, who are trying to win a Super Bowl, are going to go out and draft a backup quarterback to Matt Stafford? What are we doing?
Yeah, I just don't even – I don't know why Zach Wilson would even be a part of the equation going forward.
Because of his talent. He's got ability. He's got the ability to make every throw.
I know, but it's not a –
And
he's not here to be like the franchise's quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
But if they're both practicing, Demps, and you're out there watching them and you see the same throw from Zach Wilson, and you can say it's 11 on 11, not combine setting.
Yeah.
11 on 11 football, and you see Zach Wilson make the same throw, and he has the ability to repeat that throw on time, driving the football, and it's better than Bo Nix. Who cares how you got there? Who cares? You play the better player.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a universe in which Zach Wilson could be the quarterback for this franchise going forward.
If it's glaring, but are either one going to be the answer? I don't know. What's your confidence level that either one of these guys is the answer 5 years from now?
It's a good question. I just think that I guess I come from it from this angle. You drafted Bo Nix to be that guy. And so because you did that, he gets first dibs. Like no matter what you
100%,
see.
I agree with that.
And you know,
But you're going to have a lot of data between now and the first game. I mean, coaches don't just say, "Oh, well, that's my guy. Like, yeah, we're going to play him, even if he's not better and outperforming the other player." Because you have a whole roster full of guys that are going to want to have the best possibility to win football games. And so you have to gather that data. I don't have a crystal ball to say what that's going to end up looking like. I think that for sure going into this thing, Zach Wilson is probably not right now in the plans, but I do know what his talent level is. I do know how he can throw the football. I do know even his athleticism, and I do know his processor. And I do know that he's been through absolute hell in New York playing for clearly one of the worst franchises right now in pro sports, you know, and all the different turmoil that's been happening inside that building and all the coordinators, all the play callers. It's been a disaster.
You know, this is my Friday hot take. I don't know how hot it is. It's mild take. I would just cut Zach Wilson. I would. I know they got him. I would cut him or trade him or whatever if you could get assets for him, because I think his presence here doesn't help Bo Nix. And for
if Bo Nix is worthy,
because
of
what
Bo
you
Nix
said,
is worthy of being a first-round draft pick, then he shouldn't be worried about a washed quarterback that's 3 years into the league and has had very little success. If he really is that good.
Yeah, I just think sometimes for the clarity. Sometimes there are players. Okay, so let me use the Nuggets as an example here. So when Michael Porter Jr. was a rookie, especially the first year he was playing, he didn't play at all his rookie season. I think Torrey Craig was still present on the roster, who was a player that Coach Malone really liked, right? So you would put Michael Porter Jr. out there, and he would have a really good game. And then he would have maybe not a good game. And then it'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to put Torrey Craig out here because I know what I'm going to get. He's kind of steady Eddie, right? But ultimately, Michael Porter Jr. is the player that you needed to be on the court because he was going to be the guy that going forward in your future was the main thing. Bo Nix, to me, is that. Zach Wilson, to me, is Torrey Craig. So if Bo Nix doesn't have a great training camp and Zach Wilson shows some stuff.
Shows that he's a physically talented player that's played in the National Football League for 3 seasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If you're tempted to play him because of that, then I think that's the wrong thing, because he's not. They didn't bring him here to be the franchise quarterback. They brought Bo Nix here to be the franchise quarterback.
So you're advocating to just tee it up for Bo Nix from here until the opening game of the season for his confidence to be at a premium, at a high level. But then you got to play 17 games.
Right. Right.
And that's not gonna rattle your confidence if you live in a false sense of how good you are relative to NFL quarterbacks.
I just don't think there's a. What I want is for them to get to the, get past the learning curve, get through all those things that you have to get through. I don't think it's going to look great all the time. I don't think it's going to look great. You know, I mean, I don't know what to expect, but we're not expecting Bo Nix to be C.J. Stroud, and that is not a thing that's going to happen, which means he's going to have a rocky season. I want him to have a rocky season. I want to get right through that here, and this do it in 2024, so that in 2025, when you're now adding more weapons for him around him as well, or whatever you need to add to your football team, he's really ready to hit the ground running. And I think that players that show that they can just win you football games immediately, and maybe Zach Wilson could do that to a higher degree this season than Bo Nix, I think they confuse the equation, to go back to our math, because he's not here to be your quarterback of the future. He's here to be a bridge or to be a guy that you think you can. I don't know what you think you can do with him, but if you thought he could be the quarterback of your future, then why did you draft Bo Nix? Why not just draft Brock Bowers?
Well, you didn't.
Right.
But that's the problem that you find yourself in. The Broncos did this to themselves.
Yeah.
Because I'm just telling you, there's no world that exists where Bo Nix wasn't going to be available at 12.
Yeah.
Zero world. And you knew that going into the draft. If you were at the Combine, you were at the Senior Bowl, and you just talked to people in the National Football League, there wasn't a world that existed where Bo Nix was not going to be available at 12. But you went out and signed Zach Wilson, and that happened within a week of drafting Bo Nix.
Mhm.
So those two plans don't really add up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
And I guess, like your point, the only way to really alleviate that problem is to say, let's cut Zach Wilson.
Yeah, because nobody thinks Jarrett Stidham is going to be anything but a backup. And so that just, to me, it's like the hierarchy is there. But I mean, I see competition creates and brings out greatness. Okay. I can handle that. I just this is kind of how it seems to me. But I really want, unless Bo Nix is a complete disaster in training camp, which I don't expect that to be the case.
No, he's got a great brain. He's got a great mind for the game of football. He's athletic. I keep going back to all these things that I do like about Bo Nix, but I do worry about his ability to. And he's 24 years old. We're not treating this like a guy that was in college for 3 years,
right?
And went into college as a 17-year-old, and he's 20.
Yeah,
this guy's 24 years old. He's married. He's probably gonna have kids on the way soon. Like
Yeah.
that's a reality.
Yeah,
right. Like it's gonna come down to, can he make the third down throws that you need to thread in the National Football League? I know that he can throw arrow routes. I know that he can throw slants. I know that he can throw short underneath option routes. See the Raiders of the Renfro era with David Carr.
Mm-hmm.
Can he convert on third and medium to long?
Yeah.
That's going to be the question. I think he can throw the ball. He can throw a go route or down the field. Like, it's not going to be one of those things where, everybody's just going to get into my DMs and say, "Oh, I told you he can." he just completed a go ball. I'm not worried about that.
Right.
I'm worried about his ability to drive in a dig route with really tight contested coverage on third down. Every starter that's a top half starter in the National Football League has that ability.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Bo Nix has that ability.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to find out. I really, really am interested to see how this all unfolds. We'll see. We'll see all the mini camps and camps and everything as we get through the spring and into the summer. It's going to reveal itself. All right, let's take a quick break. Come back with Nellie's NFL Notes. All right, 11:27. Break. I think it's Brett Kane. He hates it when you say the time. I'm sorry. My dad was a DJ when he came back on, he'd be like, 11:27 in Mile High City. It's time for Nelly's NFL Notes. Nelly, what's story number 1?
Well, it's an all request lunch. If you were to go on FanDuel the day after the NFL draft and look for the futures bets on the first pick in the 2025 draft, the leader, the best odds, was Shedeur Sanders. However, after all this fiasco, this drama, this fracas, whatever you want to call it, with him quote tweeting that article about that player who left and saying, I don't even remember this guy, he was probably mid. Since that, he has now fallen to second most likely to be the first overall pick. He's now behind Carson Beck, the quarterback out of Georgia. And now look, I'm probably making too much of this. The NFL draft is so far away, and there's so much that's going to happen between now and then. But I think the point still stands that if you're a quarterback and you're the face of the franchise and you're going to be the leader of a franchise, perception matters. And that's something you have to be aware of.
Caleb Williams was going through a little bit of that, right? In terms of like, what kind of character is he?
But his stuff was a little bit different, right? It was his emotional, he cried in his mom's arms after a loss. He had written expletives about the state of Utah on his fingernails.
Right.
It was a little bit more some of that stuff. I don't know. I think that Caleb Williams completed his 2022 campaign as the Heisman Trophy winner. It almost seems like he'd already solidified the first pick in the draft. I think that the 2025 draft class is so much more unsettled.
Yeah.
And I think you could say that probably about every year, but this year in particular, I think the pecking order of the quarterbacks is all going to come down to how they play in games in 2024.
Yeah, because there's no real leader in the clubhouse.
I mean, it was Shedeur.
Yeah.
But you also think, what does drive Vegas odds? It drives the appetite to bet. And everything involving CU has driven a lot of appetite to bet
that's
on both ends of it.
Let me ask you a question. What does Shedeur need to show to be I'm just going to guess that given what we just saw in this draft and all the quarterbacks being taken, I think this is going to be a thing, many drafts, maybe not all of them, but many of them. So that just means he would be taken high anyway because some teams might just need a quarterback anyway. But for him to be a top 3 pick, what does he have to show on the field to kind of solidify that for him?
He's got to show that he can't have back-to-back years where the O-line was the problem. And with regards to the sack totals and the numbers. And I think that's the biggest thing is just showing the in-pocket, reliability, consistency, getting rid of the football when you need to get rid of the football. I think that's the number one thing that has to be proved this year. And it can't just be the O-line is good enough or the O-line is not good, because that's not going to work. The National Football League needs proof. They need proof of what you've done on the field in games to invest that much into your future. But I do think he has already proven that he can go, as he calls it, Brady mode, and he's got the clutch gene. And you could say it's from his father. You can say it's innate to who he is. But he has the ability to absolutely carve up a defense late in the game, particularly if you play prevent defense like the CSU Rams did late in that game, and you go from being a heavy pressure team to a rush 3 and drop 8 the rest of the for the remaining time of that game. He's shown the ability to absolutely carve you.
Well, I'll be interested to see how he plays, and especially if they're going to run the ball a little bit more. I think that's what they want to do, or at least run it more effectively.
I don't think that's going to be the case.
I
really don't.
You think they'll still put it up?
We went to the spring game, and there's even been some comments at press conferences. Shedeur, I think, met with the media either before or after the spring game and did say some comments like, "Hey, receivers, you want to come here because we throw the ball," and that's going to be the case. They're going to throw the football.
Yeah.
What I do think is the void that has to be filled in order to run the football effectively is you're going to need tight ends ASAP.
Yeah.
And in the spring game, there were no tight ends.
I don't even
on scholarship. There wasn't one.
Yeah.
You're going to need not just one, you're going to need depth and quality. And that's tough to find in the portal.
Now they're going to have to try to find it. Because I'm trying to think of Fourier left, right?
Caleb Fourier. He didn't play much last year anyway. He's he's had a kind of an injury-riddled history at CU. Yeah, right now, like it was all walk-ons or converted defensive players to tight end, and so it's tough. Tight end's a hard position to just walk in and play.
Mm-hmm.
You got to learn the terminology. You got to get on the same page in the blocking schemes and the communication, the calls the offensive line make. So I think that's going to be something to watch. I think the offense is going to end up looking similar to the untrained eye. It's going to be a pass first offense, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, Nelly, what's next?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Chris Harris Jr. went on both Kreckman and Lindahl and PhD yesterday, and I've grabbed a cut from each of those interviews. First, here's a fun exchange that he had with DMAC.
Better cornerback, Chris Harris Jr. or Patrick Surtain?
Oh, man, don't make those questions, man. Don't put us against each other. But, I mean, we see what the kid has, man. He has unbelievable talent. And we just got to go out there and make the plays. But, I feel like, hey, I made the crucial plays.
Hey, Chris, you're overcomplicating it. You just, to a question like that, you say, well, who's got a ring and who doesn't? That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say on that.
Well, it's not that simple with Broncos country. You should know that, right? You got to explain a little bit. But hopefully this kid reaches the potential that he needs. And to max out his career there in Denver, you got to definitely win a Super Bowl.
Man, it's a good question. Like DMAC will just ask you straight to your face. You gotta love that about him. It's a really good question because Chris Harris was really good. He was really good, and he was undrafted. Patrick Surtain, we all kind of saw coming, right? He was big time recruit, big time pro prospect. I don't know which one of those two players is better, to be honest with you.
It's a really hard deal because you think about some of the best corners that have ever played. A lot of them did not win rings. Think about Darrelle Revis and Revis Island, especially when he was in his heyday. It wasn't like he was winning Super Bowls. Corner is such an island position. I mean, by virtue of where you're at on the field and what you're asked to do, that a lockdown corner doesn't always necessarily yield Super Bowl championships. It can, and it did with Deion Sanders. Definitely in San Francisco, but it's not one of those positions. I think that. Like a quarterback that comes down to who has more rings.
Yeah.
I think PS2 is widely regarded as one of the top, if not the top corner in the National Football League.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. And I don't know that Chris Harris was ever quite that when he was, although he was named to the 2010s All-Decade team. Obviously highly regarded. All right, Nelly, what's next?
Nate and Andy didn't stoke the fires as much with Chris Harris, and instead they asked him what is he most proud of looking back on his career.
Oh, man, just coming in as undrafted, I had to fight for everything. I think that's one thing I'm proud of, it's having to nobody really gave me anything. I had to go take it, and that's one thing that I try to preach to these young guys coming into the league now, especially if you're undrafted. You got to go take it, man. You're going to have one opportunity. And you got to go make the most of it. And I was able to do that. I take this one opportunity, make the most of it, turn $2,000 to being all-decade. So that's one thing I could be proud of. And also just playing corner for 12 years in the NFL, it's hard to play corner and play inside and out for 12 years, man. So that's definitely tough to do.
It is tough to do. His story is great.
I love these stories.
Yeah.
I love these stories. Just there's so many of them. Brock Purdy's story. I know he hasn't won the Super Bowl yet, but just coming in as Mr. Irrelevant. It's funny when you watch even this year's draft, like Mr. Irrelevant is almost just kind of it's like a clown show. It's almost humorous.
Mm-hmm.
The dude's playing the dang Super Bowl just a couple of years later. I love those stories, man. And I even love the humility with which Chris Harris speaks about his journey. And even the humility he spoke about who's better corner, he or Patrick Surtain. I love it.
I do too. He was great, man. He was great. He was a part of a really good secondary here, the no-fly zone. And, they went out, won the Super Bowl. And I think I know what I appreciate it most about him. He's just a good dude. Outside of all of that, just a good dude and represented the Broncos the way we love our athletes to represent our city. So, all right, let's take a break because I want to get to. See, there's an interesting quote from Nikola Jokic here about it, but also what on earth, we asked earlier, what on earth was happening with CU? What really on earth is happening with the Rockies? Yeah, that face. We'll talk about that next. Welcome back to the program.
I knew Nelly was going to come with something real good talking Rockies baseball. Here we are.
It hurts, man. Welcome back, Chris. Coach,
Is this
Nelly.
the band Rapid Eye Movement here?
Wow. I know them by their nickname. I guess I know them better than you, but REM for short,
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was Rapid Eye Movement.
The Rockies are 7-24. That's what they are.
Yeah, I was really optimistic when this thing kicked off.
I know.
You know why I was optimistic?
Why?
Because the greatest problem that exists with the Colorado Rockies
Mm-hmm.
is that their ballpark is still going to have great vibes. The beer's going to still be ice cold. It's going to be straight from the source in Golden, Colorado.
Do we know how?
And I'm going to
do we
continue
know
to
how
go,
they-
and that's the problem. And I want to watch good baseball, but I'm going to keep going.
Well, how's the attendance actually going there? I wonder because
Well, you gotta
early
think,
on there was
early
not-
season bad weather. They've the weekends have been awful
Mhm.
up until this weekend.
Mhm.
They're still decent. They're not like Oakland, the Oakland type attendance
Well,
numbers.
right? Yeah, like 3,000.
Yeah.
So if we date this back to last season, they have trailed at any point in a game for 37 straight games, including all 31 games here in 2024. It is a record. They broke the St. Louis, I believe it's St. Louis Browns in 1910, who held the previous record for
Were you
28 or 29.
You were
I
a
was-
big
I-
St. Louis Browns fan, aren't you?
I was alive back then. I remember that St. Louis Browns team. It's like they were terrible.
what, we're really a competitive baseball team.
I don't even know what to think about. I think the optimism for me was, well, they're playing young players, and this might be a rough season anyway. But like, I think it's rougher than what I thought it might be. And guys like Nolan Jones are now not playing; they're injured. This one's tough. This one's tough. And also, I think this, Coach, for so many, I would say, the last 2 to 3 seasons, especially, nobody was pointing any fingers at management, at the manager, right?
I'll tell you
like
what,
Bud
that'd be a great thing. I would have loved that in my coaching career if everyone had been like, yeah, your roster is just not that
It's just
good.
not
You keep your employment.
I know.
We're good.
I know.
Everything's fine. Why? It does matter. Then what is the point of a dang coach?
Right. And
I've coached for 18 years, and I knew every season I was coaching for my job.
yeah.
So it does matter.
Yeah.
So, I'm tired of that narrative here in Colorado.
I know.
Something's got to change.
Well, I think we're coming to the end of that, aren't we? I mean, that's when it sinks down to a point. Sometimes the coach gets takes the fall for that.
Well, it's also your job, Demps.
Yeah.
That's your job. Your job is to put the team, whatever you have, in the best possible position to win football games.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do it, you lose your job. It's pretty simple. For some reason, it's not being applied in Denver, Colorado.
No,
with the Rockies.
No, he's got.
And I don't think he's a bad guy or a bad manager, but at some point, something's got to change.
Yeah. Yep.
And by the way, Mike, to what you said earlier, I have a clip from April 2nd where you made a Rockies prediction on the show and explicitly asked me to save it to replay at some point in the season. So see how you think this is aged.
I can't wait.
Over under 5.5 times this year that the Rockies are favored.
Over. They're going to get hot. It's going to start with this Homestead against Tampa.
That's more ridiculous than starting a
The
guy
Rockies are
drafted
going to
in
get
round
hot.
7.
Hey, make sure you record that take, and we'll revisit that some point this year.
Let's just do that.
Beautiful thing about
let's just do
baseball,
that right
there's
at
a
the
lot.
beginning of May.
There's a lot of baseball to be played, guys. We're in the first week of May. All I said is the Rockies are going to get hot. How do you know
said
they're not going to get hot?
Starting with the Homestead against Tampa.
They
the
weren't
Homestead.
terrible. They won the opening game.
Let's see. They're coming off of a. They got swept in 2 straight series here, Houston and then Miami. They are in Pittsburgh today to take on the Pirates. So hopefully they can just not trail in this game, so they can get themselves. Well, they'll forever be on that graphic. But let's just get back
Make
into
sure you
it.
record that take, and we'll revisit that some point this year. Yeah, you know what? Save that take. Because I'm coming back. I'm coming back for more.
Are you? Okay, tomorrow.
They were really good in spring training.
They were amazing.
I enjoyed watching
They
them
were amazing.
in person. They were a competitive squad, a bunch of good young players. And then the old regular season started. But hey, to that, let's see the Tampa series.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. When was that? Okay, the Tampa series wasn't, I don't think it was as bad as what they're doing now.
Mm-mm.
Can't even find it.
Tampa?
There
To
it
start
is.
the season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won the opening game. It won, hey, one of three. That's not terrible.
Have they won a series?
They have not won a series.
Okay.
They're the only team in baseball that I don't think they've won a series or won back-to-back games.
Okay. All right.
When you're
And
7 and 24, it's probably going to go hand in hand with that stat line there.
Well, they did have a little stretch there where they won 2 out of 3.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Padres, that series, they almost won that series. They split that one. 2 games apiece. But, all right. That's the Rockies portion of the show. The Nuggets get back into action tomorrow. What are we expecting in this series in general? I mean, what do you think?
I think that the Nuggets franchise, even the fan base, carried the weight and the burden of Who's Your Daddy when they went and played the Lakers. That's behind them. It was a physical series. They got the absolute best of LeBron and AD in that series. And I think a lot of people didn't expect them to even go that hard in the paint for 5 games, the Lakers, that is. They didn't play their best basketball. They weren't shooting the ball incredibly well. But you know what? At the end of the day, they won this series 4-1.
Yeah, they did.
And now I think that the Nuggets can get back to playing Denver Nugget basketball. And I think it's going to start tomorrow night.
Yeah, I do too. You know what I think is going to improve greatly for them? It really is their jump shooting. I mean, it just doesn't, outside of Michael Porter Jr., just wasn't great for the most part. And maybe like a Jamal Murray fourth quarter here or there. And so if they can kind of generate the kind of open shots that they are used to generating, I think they'll knock down a lot more of those in this series. Yeah, one of the more interesting stats as I was going through kind of the wins and losses, and these two teams split the season series in the regular season, like in the wins, when Minnesota won games, it was largely because of the free throw line. Like the free throw the 2 games they won, they went to the free throw line an average of 32 times and made 26 of them. And when they lost, they went to the free throw line an average of 20, I believe it was 21 and change, 21 point something. So I guess the ability to just defend without fouling first and foremost, which is easier said than done when Anthony Edwards is just bulldozing his way to the rim. And what are you going to do on some of those occasions? But and then you have Karl Anthony Towns who will also kind of bowling ball his way to the rim as well and kind of flail and do all the things that draw fouls. So can you defend without fouling? Because that seems to be a big part of Minnesota's success when they did win games against the Nuggets. And then, can you stay healthy? I think the series is going to give you ample opportunity to be able to kind of get your body back in the space. First 2 games will start tomorrow. Next game's on Monday. Take 3 more days off. Couple of more games. I think they go every other game. But if you get to a game 7, it's like 2 more days off before game 7. So there's going to be space to be healthy here. And then hopefully, coach, the bench production, which I think is going to be absolutely important in this series in a way that it maybe wasn't against the Lakers.
You teed me up for my new bold take, and you can hear my takes are always accurate, as was evidenced there by Nelly. Thank you again for that. You could have given me a 162 game sample size. But anyway, my take is this, is that the best indicator of future events is past events, and the best game that the Nuggets played, I'd say even in the waning month of the season, was against the Timberwolves. And a huge part of that second half was Peyton Watson and Christian Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Their athleticism in transition basketball. I think the two of them are going to gain confidence. If this is a transition game, P. Watt as a rebounder, as a rim protector, Christian Brown as a defender in general, and then those two, one or the other, or both get out in the open court and can play transition game, their confidence is going to go through the roof. And I think some of those shots are going to start falling.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to have to bring it, man. They're going to have to bring it. This is going to be a fun series. Game 1 is tomorrow at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. at Ball Arena. and just get ready for a battle. I mean, these are you could argue that this would be the Western Conference Finals. These teams are that good. I know Oklahoma City would have something to say about that, but I think these are the two best teams in the Western Conference.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a pledge to the fans. I admitted openly that I was part of the problem with the T-shirt situation. If there's a T-shirt on my seat in game one, because I didn't do it last game one, I'm gonna wear that.
Yeah,
I'm wearing that T-shirt.
I'm sure there will be.
I think we all should wear the T-shirt.
Okay, I'll just put it on over my suit.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah,
look really good. What are they like? They're like larges, extra larges, something like that. Double X.
I wonder. Yeah, what did they put on there?
I don't know, but I'm wearing it.
Must be just an extra large, right?
Even if I got full man boobs going, I'm wearing those bad boys. Could be a schmedium.
Oh yeah.
Okay. With that, we're going to say goodbye. Coach, it's been a vibey Friday. Thank you. Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you. I can't talk.
Jokic has it in the paint. Murray dunked on LeBron. Hey, LeBron James, get the hell out of the way.
Get out of the way. Cause, hey, when it comes to the Lakers, he gives a little oomph in those calls. That's right.
Get him, Cos.
Let's go.
All right, everybody, have a great Friday. On Monday, we'll have a lot to talk about, and we're going to break it all down as we do better than anybody else on this radio station. PhD is next.
Funky Friday here on the PhD show and the banker and Backus and Shanker, not a banker.
Crushed it.
Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion.
I'm sure they can help you out with money too, though.
Is justice. Speaking of Backus and Shanker Studio.
Yeah.
I wish we do we have a phone number for Backus and Shanker? Because it seems like we might need to make a phone call to them. Our buddy, the D in PhD.
Mm-hmm. The little D.
Yeah, the little D is stopped on our nation's highways right now, pulled over by a police officer because he was breaking the law. He was speeding. He was being and playing the game illegally. So, D, if you're able to listen to this call, here, Kevin.
I'd like to actually.
Hey, Kevin.
I'd like to get the police officer on the phone.
Hey, Kevin, come here a second. Yeah, we'll get Kevin in here, our program director. Which is a perfect segue, and this is why one of our main sponsors, Backus and Shanker. I mean, they sponsor the whole studio. The studio is named after.
Yeah,
we have neon lights in there.
The problem is, I think they represent the people that are affected by folks like DMAC. Not the D-backs.
Well, they might be,
that are
and that's why
affected
I'm
by
going to
the
get it
D-backs.
cleared up from
Yeah.
Kevin, who's our program director. We're thinking, apropos today, our studio is sponsored. We got the neon lights all in here.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice.
You're damn right it is. They're serious lawyers, you know that?
Serious lawyers. That's right. For the seriously injured. Now,
by Darren McKee.
Yeah. Well, so what I'm saying is maybe, though, because they're our big sponsor here, that we could maybe get a call into one of them and see if they could help DMAC out. He's stopped for breaking the law. He's a lawbreaker.
Oh, do you not know?
I genuinely don't know. I heard you jump on, and I was like, what's going on over there?
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got
lawbreaker.
Little D on the PhD is currently pulled over on the highway for breaking the law.
For being a criminal lawbreaker.
You know, this really brings into question his employment here.
I know.
Well,
right?
Do we want to employ? Is he a felon?
Didn't even give his boss a heads up.
If above the speeding says a D, another little D with a U and I with it, then that might be the case.
So when I didn't hear him on to start, I thought the fear that I had forever, having a 5'2" guy with a 6'8" and 6'10", one of you guys finally stepped on him accidentally.
Yeah.
So
well, there's been many times we've wanted to. Yeah, don't doubt that.
Understandable.
But
You speak from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Second in line to Tanner, but who's a little bit bigger. So he's got a decent away. So anyway, I was just thinking if maybe if this thing drags on a little bit, we call Mr. Backus and Mr. Shanker. See if they. Speaking of the criminal,
he broke free from his arrest.
The criminal has arrived. Hey, let's see. I'll show him on the Twitter. DMAC.
How many points?
If the guy was super nice, if I pay it within 20 days, it gets knocked down to something that's not even a speeding ticket.
Now, do you realize
how many points?
Do you realize?
Well, 2 points if I pay it in 20 days.
Do you realize? I'll give you two things here right now.
Yeah,
I only got one.
It's not like they gave you a deal because you're DMAC. That's everybody who gets
no
caught.
sympathy there. Trust me, I worked that the best I could.
Oh, you did.
Oh, it happened. I mean,
you told me you had a radio show.
Oh yeah, I know it happened like 100 yards away from here. It just happened on the other side. It's right here.
On the other side of Yosemite or something.
Yeah. Look at the address.
Let me see that ticket.
So two things I'll give you, and again, our studio.
And I played the whole thing. I'm on. Thank you, boss.
Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice.
Ooh.
So you may want to call, but two things. One, if you pay early, you do it all the time. Now, let me give you an insurance question.
God.
Just because you pay early and they say your points go down, it may be true for the state's count.
Yeah.
The insurance don't. If speeding is whatever the point system is for.
Great, thanks.
Your insurance guy says it's still a 4.
Thanks,
well,
Dad.
I paid early. You were still speeding.
What's the understood? Like, is it 10 miles per hour understood you can go over without getting a ticket?
Oh, I don't know.
It used to be 5.
I don't know.
I think that's the
I think 9 miles per hour is actually the unwritten rule.
What was I?
27.
15.
You were 15. Not bad.
You were going 65 and a 40.
I tell you, there's another part to it. This too. So I did have a little personal thing going on. We don't need to talk about that. But as I'm going, I'm like, I got time. I'm good. I don't have to speed. I'm good. No gas. I mean, like you get in your car and it's my fault because I knew I had no gas and I got home the other day, but I've used my bike for the past 2 days. I haven't thought about my car. I haven't driven a car in 2 days. And I get in there and I'm like, oh my God, seriously, like, can I make it or not? Have you ever been in that situation? No dumb question. You ever been there? And it's on E.
Oh, yeah.
And when it's on E, you're like,
you've always got at least 10 more miles.
The warden
Do you?
lives.
Yeah.
Do you?
The warden lives on the yellow light.
I hate it.
I do too.
I never really do it. And so, but I'm coming here, I'm like, oh my God, seriously. So it was like a splash of gas. Like I pulled in for like a splash of gas. And I'm like, I think I can still make it. I think I'm still good. But you got to turn in and get gas and the whole, deal.
Yeah.
So
But
where
I'm like-
exactly were you?
Just on the other side of 470.
Right. Well, no, I
Were
was,
you on the highway or were you on the
No,
street?
no. I was like coming across, whatever
So
this is.
legit,
Yosemite.
when I'm joking,
Yosemite.
you were going 65 and a 40. Or
55,
55 and a 40.
55. Yeah.
Again, I don't know if
Cobb
you
was
want to call.
Cobb was super nice, but I played the whole thing. I'm on the air. I'm on altitude.
How'd that go?
Well, he goes, give him a call. You're going to be late.
Hey, which,
and then here's what I did. I go, okay. And I sent Dan a text. I got pulled over. As I'm sending Dan a text, he goes, well, you can give me your license first. And I go, you know what? Good point. Sorry. Here you go. And I just kind of threw myself on the
so
sword.
real fast, let me just bring this in because I think again, it's just amazing. We don't just have sponsors; we have people that are useful. They're useful sponsors.
Yeah.
So our text line 303-504-0925, the Shop Mazda text line. If you're looking for a vehicle with great gas mileage, check out Shop Mazda.
There's nothing wrong with Shop Mazda, but I'd go to Mike Maroney Automotive.
That's not a
I get
station.
it, but
you just
That was actually very simple. Like,
maybe you
that
ought
was
to
the
get to
ult-
Mike
that
Maroney
was
and
the
tell him to give me some.
ultimate D-Mac move of all time.
Oh, yeah. If there's
like the station's getting paid a boatload of
Right,
money
he powered-
for that text line.
He power tripped the station.
Right, right.
Unbelievable.
Well,
You know why? He's a criminal.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Are you going to go to court?
God, I'm like shaky and nervous.
Are you going to go to court? They say you can always go to court.
No, I'm not. What am I going to go to court? What do I say? No, I'm just going to pay the money and just, whatever.
Tell them your dog was sick.
Tell my dog what your excuse?
Yeah.
The dog is, wait, who's pooping all over the
Oh, that
that
was
was your dog.
Yeah, that's my dog.
I'm not going to court. I was a
More
dummy.
poop, by the way.
I would have been fine had I not had to fill up with gas. I would have been fine. And
Could you not make it
Why'd
an
you cut it so
extra
close to begin
Dude,
with?
because I got a personal thing I can't talk about on the air. I got something going on that's family personal. So that's not fun to talk about. But the other stuff is fun to talk about. Like because I drive like a little old lady. I swear to God, you should see me drive. It's absurd.
You got a 4-cylinder?
I don't know what I got. I have no idea what I got.
You got a 3.8 Hemi in there?
I got a Hemi in it. It's jacked up. It's on more roids than Chris Dempsey. I mean, look at the thing. It's ridiculous. I got mud flaps and a tailpipe like Russell Wilson so I can go through a bog in Cherry Hills Village. Yeah, that's what I'm driving. I drive a mom-mobile.
You do drive a mom car.
I drive a mom-mobile. You know what I like driving? My bike. I like driving my bike. That's what I like driving. Unless it's a fantastic Ford from Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. That's what I would really love to drive. And I'm all like, did you guys already talk about stupid Pat Beverly?
No, we were trying to get
we actually already did
trying to
the
get
whole
Backus and Shanker to help you.
Scott really doesn't understand this. Backus and Shanker is helping the people affected by DMAC.
For guys like DMAC, criminals.
Not the ones
For
that
the
are breaking
criminals,
the law.
yeah.
They're helping the ones that got
but
affected
because
by
they're
DMAC.
sponsored, they may like DMAC,
Well,
and maybe they can help them.
You know what? I feel like Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
It's an emergency.
Yeah.
You're in the emergency
Gotta
lane.
get to work.
I got to get to work. It's an emergency.
Yeah.
No, Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. For the other guy, not me. I was guilty as hell, And so what am I supposed to do? Do you do that with costume? I was speeding. I see all these YouTube.
No, they always ask. They're like, "Do you know why you got pulled over?" Yeah, because I was going too fast.
I see all these YouTube videos of people like confronting cops about whatever, and like who really does that?
People that want to, they're trying to on purpose so they can put it on their YouTube channel.
I get pulled over by a cop. I am like, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm terrible. Thank you.
Did you
Thank
try
you for your
the Grizz
service.
approach? Because Grizz says he gets out of all of his tickets because he just starts complimenting them, and he's like, "Man, what a sweet truck you're driving! I love that truck." And then they're like, "Oh wow, I do like this truck." Blah blah blah. You know what?
So a lot of cops are pulling people over in trucks.
Yeah, what is he talking about?
I don't know.
Where's he getting pulled over?
I don't know.
By the way, this guy,
Cherry Hills,
unmarked.
Oh. Well, now, see, those are a little dirty. Okay, actually.
Unmarked.
Now you know why.
Okay, was he parked on the side like with radar?
No. Oh,
he was driving.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were really hauling.
Oh, yeah.
You passed him probably.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have passed him if it was a marked police car. I would have known, but no.
The last couple times I've got it.
He got me.
You don't know all the signs of the unmarked cars?
No.
Like, it's not that hard. Everybody knows what the unmarked
three
cars
little
are.
antennas in the back usually.
All right, can we just get it off me and talk about Patrick Beverly?
Why
and
would
how,
we do that?
I don't know. I'm still like, he got me though. He got me. There's nothing. I was, you know.
The last 2 times I got pulled over speeding, it actually, honestly, it was like days like today, and you're really not thinking about anything. Got some tunes going, and man, you're just kind of in your world thinking, this is nice. And the guy pulled me over. He goes, do you know how fast? I go, no. This is 35 here. 35. It's 4 lane. What do you mean 35? And I didn't know. And I said, you go, how fast you were going? I said, honestly, sir, I have no idea. I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm just driving. The road was open and clear. The sun's out. I said, I honestly have no idea. So he could have said 82.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did have a policeman up in Grand County do that. And I said, no, I wasn't. And I had 3 people in the car, and I had my alarm, my thing set at 65. And he said, you were 82. I go, no, I wasn't.
You got a quota guy there.
And so guess what I'm doing? I'm going to court. As soon as yeah, because I had 3 witnesses.
Is this recently?
2 summers ago.
Oh, whoa.
And,
did you go to court?
Yeah. So it's the day before. I don't know if we reached out or they reached out to me and said, oh, well, listen, you're right. We're not going to do the.
Really?
So it was a scam, I think, that they were doing to get, because it's tourist.
Well, this is why people yell at it.
And what tourist is going to drive all the way up to?
Nobody.
Well, I got a place in Grand County. So guess what? I don't mind driving up there.
That's
Stay
great.
and boom, boom, bing, you know.
So you're
solid humble brag also.
So you're one of these YouTube guys. You're one of these.
I didn't film it, but I told him, I said, sir, I wouldn't go. He goes, you're going 82. I go, no, I wasn't. I said, I was going 63 to 65 because I looked down. There was traffic in front of me. It's 55. But yeah, you were 82. We'll put you, he goes, you're really going 90, but I'll give you a break. That's what it was. You're really going 90. I'll give you a break at 89 so you don't have to come to court.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get into sports and this enough of my stupidity. I still got here relatively. I was still thinking I might beat Scott. It's a PhD.
Well, you know what? I was taking a poop at 11:45, and it took a while.
Why does every conversation go to poop around here?
Because you know what? When you're my
Shaggy
age,
Shaggy Rug got hit again, by the way.
What?
Yeah, Shaggy Rug.
Again?
Yeah.
Well, you might as well keep it now.
Why don't you start putting the dog outside once in a while?
I do, Scott. Do
you have a backyard?
It's
He's
PhD on 92.5.
Water.
Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. They have the inventory, and they're discounting their most popular models. Again, Mike Maroney Chevrolet in Longmont, you guys are the absolute best. It's $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados, $10,000 off, plus huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs, or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9% APR financing on new 23 and 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Need service? Mike Maroney has extended service hours for your convenience. So what are you waiting for? Do the smart thing this weekend. You know you need that new vehicle. The place to go to get it, Mike Maroney Chevrolet in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. I think Judas Priest. Can I tell you something too? So I was a little bit late for the show today because I got pulled over for speeding. We'll get to Pat Beverly here in a second. There is part of the story I didn't tell you guys. Do you guys know where all your stuff is, like your insurance and your registry? You know, in
the glove compartment.
Yeah, right, exactly. But I don't check. I just assume it's there.
No,
or if it's up to date.
I don't check that either. My wife takes care of all that.
I just pull up the insurance app on the phone.
You know, Tyler, I should learn how to do that too. So I'm fumbling around with and he goes, and I give him my registration. I think that's my insurance. He goes, well, I need to see your insurance. I go, can I call my wife?
You're like a little old man before you're a little old man.
Tell him about this stuff.
Yeah.
So So my wife is amazing, okay? And she's like, oh, here it is. She knows where everything is. She knows how I would be. I don't know how I would put my pants on without my wife. Seriously.
Sometimes a good thing.
She sends it to me right away.
Whoa.
So but the cop's already in the car checking me out. So, but I have here it is. I got my insurance now. So I get out of my car to go.
Oh, you didn't ask? You
Well,
didn't ask?
No, I'm looking for. Well, he's back in the police car.
You didn't ask?
Well, who am I going to ask? He's back in the police car.
Nobody gets out of their car. You can't do that.
So I get out of my car.
You should start running just for fun.
And all of a sudden I hear, "Get back in your car, sir." Like on his speaker.
No, seriously.
Get back
you
in
didn't
the
know
car.
that you can't get out of the car.
No.
Like bad things happen when you get out of the car.
No, I was going to show him my insurance. I got my, sir, get back in the car.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay, yeah. That
Plus,
makes sense.
if another car hits you while you're out there, he's liable.
You're getting dumber by the second here, pal.
Yeah.
Oh, I was a basket case, but I was like, as soon as he goes, get back in the car, I was like,
did you get nervous?
Well, I felt stupid for getting out of the car because, like, instantly I realized, what am I doing? Like, why did I get out of the car? Like, but get back in your car.
Yeah. That's like seriously though, guns get pulling when that happens.
The state of Colorado, and I think it's called My Colorado, or something like that, has an app where you can get it. You can keep your all your insurance information,
Well, I got
your
it.
registration information,
Yeah,
your
okay.
COVID information, all that's on there.
I'm sure.
Wow, you got out of the car.
Get back in the car.
Oh my gosh.
Felt like an idiot. Not as dumb as Pat Beverly, though. Listen,
Did he get mad at you when he came back to the car?
No, he could tell that I was kind
A
of
little old man.
Kind of, yeah. Plus, he big Nuggets fan.
Oh,
I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey, get your Scott Hastings autograph. You should have thrown that out there. Sir, that's 5-10 now, bribing an officer.
Unmarked, though. Unmarked. It's just a
God, it
little.
would have been so much better if you got tased.
Tased?
Oh, that would have been awesome. I'd have paid money for that.
Get back in the. I'm just going to tase you for fun. I have a request from Tyler Columbus to tase you.
Man, I wanted to do that for so long.
I wish you'd have got on that speaker and blared the whole thing. Hey, short stuff, back in the car.
No, if he my new name for him is Half Pint. If he was like, "Hey, Half Pint,
Half Pint,
get back in the car."
Back in the car.
Oh my God. All right.
But isn't this a beautiful thing about talk radio?
What's that?
The stuff like this happens in our life.
Yeah.
This is what people like.
It normalizes you instead of that stuck-up radio host that you play sometimes.
Dude,
it normalizes you.
If I'm not the most normal person ever on the air, I don't know who else is normal. I've been fired. I've been broke. I get pulled over by cops. I'm short. I've been fat. I'm skinny. I'm about as blue collar as you get. You don't get much more to be a regular guy than your boy D-Mac over here.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Well, you're
kidding
relatively
me.
arrogant little guy.
Well, there's a lot of arrogant people out there.
A lot of arrogant blue-collar guys.
Every guy in a sports bar thinks their opinion is right.
Sure.
Have you ever seen a guy in a sports
Oh.
bar who goes off on something and somebody says, "I think you're wrong," and they go, good point. I am wrong.
I got in a barbershop fight today about LeBron. I did.
Well, there you go.
I did
Yeah.
because some nitwit that's getting his hair cut next to me, he's like, "No, LeBron's not calling the shots. LeBron,
Yeah.
no,
Oh, my God. There
you go.
the GMs is the one that put the roster together." I said, "Are you drunk? Like, what time is it? You think that LeBron James isn't making the decisions on that team?"
So after you call the guy a Great Cuts drunk, did you?
Hold on.
I go to
do
Great
not
Cuts.
go to Great Cuts.
I know you don't.
I go to
I've
Great
got
Cuts.
I know because
I've
you're a
got
regular
barber.
guy.
I've got a
Oh,
barber.
we know Cherry Creek. We
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
It was a joke on purpose.
Great clips. Regular
Hey,
guy. Yeah.
that's right. So, did you convince him of your point of view?
No,
Of course.
he's an idiot.
So
Yeah.
is he arrogant for having a different opinion than you?
I didn't think he was arrogant. I just
Just
thought he was
wrong.
dumb.
Well, there you go, and that's
Yeah.
what I am. Dumb.
Yeah.
Pat Beverly. Can I be fair to him? Can I be fair to him before we're tough on him?
Yes.
He did apologize to the reporter. She put that out there. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
No.
She, in fact, I it's right next to my insurance card right now. Hold on a second. Let me get this for you. But she put it out there. Here we go. Melinda Adams. I want to thank everyone for their kind words and support. I am humbled because her support is
Because nobody knew who
Next
she
level.
was until
No.
now they do.
Patrick Beverly just called me and apologized. I appreciate it and accept it. The Bucks also reached out to apologize. I've been in the news for over 40 years, and kindness and grace always wins.
You know he
Four
denied
whole
it first,
years?
though. Oh, you know
Did
he
she
denied
say
it.
4 whole years she's been
No,
in?
40.
Oh,
40 years.
She's not that old. She didn't look like she was.
Are you calling Melinda Adams a liar?
She didn't look that old in the video.
You could just see her arms, Scott. Could you see how old she was by her arms?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't give him all too much credit though, because at first he literally denied it. Said he did not throw the ball at her. Didn't do it.
No, this is a whole different. This is a whole different thing.
This is the
This is the interview,
reporter.
and he basically told her,
Well, I'll play it.
"I will not answer your questions unless you subscribe to my podcast."
Let me play it. Let me play it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I finish, you subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then.
Okay,
No
well,
disrespect.
Jamal is here. so-
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
She did stick that mic in there.
Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Damn.
Now, I will say this.
Damn.
He at least is polite with his talk.
Stop.
However,
Come
that's the jerkiest thing I have ever seen in my life by an athlete.
What the heck was that?
It was the most outrageous thing I've ever seen in an interview setting. It was so absurdly unprofessional. And he got killed on
He
social
should.
media all over the place.
Absolutely should.
Crushed. And so now he did throw the ball. I don't know if he apologized to the woman he was throwing a ball at.
Well, I thought he was throwing at the muscle dude that was wearing the.
Well, here's how he explains it.
There was, I think, late game, kind of a back and forth with the fan. Like, what happened? Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing happened. Didn't do that. Didn't throw that ball.
Dude,
No.
didn't he play for 40 minutes and had like 3 points or something too? Like his line is terrible. His team got squashed because they're a bunch of. They don't
Here's
even
the
have a
biggest
team
question.
without Giannis.
Personal dumb question: is he back in the league next year?
Um,
isn't it eventually the headache now is overdone with the thing?
I just signed on to ESPN. Sorry to interrupt this. They fired Darvin Ham. Did you know that?
I knew they were going to.
Well, boom.
Yeah.
Just happened.
Yeah, LeBron wanted it.
Yeah. Hey, barbershop
LeBron
dude.
wanted
Hey,
it.
barbershop guy.
Wow.
Wake up.
All right, well, we'll get to that in a second. I'm sorry. I got distracted there. So, yeah, ridiculous. Do you give him a little credit, though, for apologizing and...
Well, I here's why I look at the interview. I thought he was trying to be funny, especially when he said subscribe to my pod.
She thought he was being
I
funny
did
at
too
first.
when I first saw it.
The
but
first
then
one.
But then he
Yeah,
carried it
yes,
over
yes.
the
Yeah.
second or third time.
Yeah, get out of the circle.
And she did put that mic right up by his face that one time, but we've all been in scrums.
Yeah.
But then I went, dude, okay, kind of funny. You know, if she was smart, she would go, what's the name of your podcast?
Yeah.
You know, and he could have said, well, it's a jerk off 521 podcast or whatever his name is.
Is that his,
Should I,
is that
I'm
his
going to
nickname?
just be safe on that. I don't know. I don't know what all the rules are.
Man, 2 days in a row.
I know.
We got dumps 2 days in a row.
I was just going with like, I'm a jerk.com.
Yeah, okay. Well,
how about
that's
that?
what I meant to say. But
Yeah,
when
okay.
I use that word,
No, I understand.
the word off tends to jump in there
Yeah.
on me, and I'm sorry for that. But I mean, it's the biggest jerk. Prima donna can't play any more move.
I do think,
you know, come on now.
I do think the first one was he was trying to use humor to get out of situation, right? And the first one didn't seem so bad. But then when he follows it up and get out of the
Get out of the
scrum,
circle.
Get out of the
and,
circle.
Yeah, it became and then it
Well,
felt like
I found out though. See, this is what you don't know if you're a national reporter and a local person would. He's been telling people you can't interview me all year if you don't subscribe to my podcast. But of course, he's not checking. You just
how much
say-
money was it? He wants more subscribers for money. So.
I think
well, he
what's-
only averaged 6.3 points this year. So
I think I checked out his podcast. He's got 265,000 subscribers, but he only gets about 50,000 per video, which, you know, that's a lot, but it's
pretty
not
solid.
it's not a lot compared to how many subscribers he has. It means there's people that like subscribe, but they're not paying attention. People subscribe to podcasts.
Listen, I
and they
subscribe to
forget about it.
podcasts, but guess what I don't want? I don't want the notifications popping up because you're doing a podcast.
Right.
So I turn off their notifications.
Right. So what he has at a podcast, yes, a lot of people are curious about him, but not a lot of people in general really pay attention to him. That's what he's got going on. But still, it's a big number for sure.
But why is this a bigger story than throwing the ball at the fan?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, because it's
throwing
just
the ball at the fan's a bigger story.
This is taking off like wildfire.
Yeah, this is huge too, though.
So I mean,
Plus he's doing it. Let's be honest, he's doing it to a
But
woman.
I mean, well, okay,
Yes.
fine, and I'm not dismissing that. But I mean, we see people being jerks all the time in press conferences.
I just have never seen.
You can't interact with fans like that.
You can't do either thing. He had quite a night. 40 minutes, 3 of 11, 6 points. His team loses by 22. Going down with the ship there, Pat Bev. At age 30, this guy, you got to be kidding me. The NBA really should, well, 2 things. The way he treated the reporter, awful, and throwing the ball at the fan, he's got to be suspended, right?
Has to be. Has to be, and we will see. Chuck said it last night for the ball throwing. That was before this even popped up. That was just for the ball throwing. Now, we'll say this. You know, I guess a lady came down, the ball popped her also, but the guy still caught it. He's throwing it at some – and obviously, if you're a grown man wearing just a team jersey and he's wearing a Pacers jersey, no shirt underneath, so he must be a little jacked. You got to be jacked if you're a grown man wearing a –
It looks strong.
Wearing a team, right? Okay. I don't know
What does
how
that mean, though?
I don't know how the
What
guy
does
got
that mean, though?
I don't know how the guy got the ball first in the first place. And how did Pat Beverly get a ball?
Well, it looked at first like he kind of playfully threw it back to Pat Beverly.
Yeah, and then
Beverly
he fired it.
He fucked it. It's hysterical.
Yeah, I'd like to know the big story on that. One, how did a ball get on the sideline?
I don't know what's going on here. The whole thing is chaos. But he has
every year at the end of the year of the playoffs, Patrick
you know
Beverly
what?
does something stupid.
You know what? Okay, so D-Mac, I'm watching it right now. D-Mac's exactly right. The fan had the ball, and then he gently threw it to him.
Kinda, like, here you
and
go.
then Pat Beverly launched it
it was a
back at
lob,
him.
yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, I wouldn't say the first one from the fan was aggressive.
But is that guy jacked?
Yeah, he's looking like a Jokic brother.
We are going to have Andrew Cogliano on with us here soon.
Oh, cool.
Maybe after the commercial break, Dan. We're crossing our fingers. They had a practice today, so we'll ask Cogs how practice went as they get ready for going to
Dallas. Got to be.
You think so?
Yeah, well, they're up 3-2 going home
They
for
are.
Game 6. If they don't, then they ought to be ashamed of themselves.
No. They're playing in Vegas for Game 6. They're the home team.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
it could be a Game 7.
We'll talk to Cogs coming up next.
Hey, you want to look as big as that Pacers fan? Call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Plum is here. You're going to love them over there. You're going to look so much better. Your workouts are going to go so much further. You're going to start losing weight. Guys, they've got incredible medical weight loss options, easy for me to say, that are flat out changing lives right now. I know multiple people firsthand that have lost so much weight. They look so great, and they feel so much better. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all. They've also got 3 locations. So let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right. So we have some cool things going on here today. We're expecting Andrew Cogliano here shortly. And then Justin Holiday will be on with us after 1 o'clock. So we got a little Avs, little Nuggets here. And it's kind of cool. You know, everybody's got a little bit of time off here. With the Avs, who knows? It's kind of weird. I wonder if, although the hockey gets going quick, like they don't waste time between series. And so this has been terrific for the Avs. And we'll talk to Cogs here in just a little bit. Hey, Holiday's going to join us after 1 o'clock too, Scotty. Justin. Matt Holiday. Matt. Your first we're Nuggets Avs. Matt?
Yeah, well,
that was your first recall?
Well, when you say he's the biggest Holiday that's played in Denver?
I mean,
just got in the Hall of Fame? Didn't he get in the Hall of Fame?
He didn't get in the, how many games did you call this year?
Well, all of them. Most of them.
I've done 89 games so far this year.
Okay.
So that Holiday, we're going to have Justin.
Justin,
the one that you talk about.
Justin.
Yeah.
All right. So he's calling us
one of the nicest guy, a pro's pro. You see him work out on his own. He's unbelievable.
Well, we can get into that
Yeah.
after 1 o'clock, and everybody loves Cogs, and he's going to join us here relatively shortly. They're both kind of role players on each respect.
Role players,
important
but
role players.
Very important that they both play good.
Yeah.
To help both these teams extend their seasons.
How important do you think role players are to win a championship?
I'll tell you this. I think if you had Bruce Brown, you win Game 4 in L.A.
Still won the series, right?
Well, what do you do without Bruce Brown?
Well, you lose Game 4.
What else do you lose without Bruce Brown?
Well, we'll see in the next series.
Fixing to find out, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
back.
Terrified of this.
Go back and look. Game 4 in Miami last year, he basically carried the team. He was the guy, the energy guy that got you going.
I am not terrified of the next series. I don't think Dallas or Vegas is like the next best team in the NHL.
Whoever wins this is definitely going to the championship, for sure.
I think Minnesota and Denver may be the top two teams in the NBA, period.
In the NBA.
In the NBA.
And no slide on Oklahoma City, but I agree with you. I think, and here's the only caveat. If these two teams beat each other for 7 games, the winner actually might be worn out.
Yeah. It's kind of like the home run derby where the one guy goes off for like 40 home runs.
In the second round, there has nothing in the next one.
left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and it's probably going the distance, so that adds up.
Well, if it goes the difference, then I am glad
it's
that
definitely
Game 7 will be in Denver.
You think Oklahoma City goes to the conference finals?
Yes.
I do too.
Because, again, I think the L.A.-Dallas series has been stupid to watch.
It's stupid.
Because I was talking to somebody, one of the shows in Grand Junction today. Playoffs are usually tight-fought games. It's kind of like New York sending Philly home last night.
That was so great, wasn't it?
But those are the games. those are playoff games. Denver beating L.A. for Game 5, 1-2. Denver beating Game 5 Minnesota last year, 1-2. Those are playoff games. That's how playoff games go. Beating Dallas by 20 at home and then losing to Dallas at home by 20.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Neither one of those teams
then,
very
let's
good.
be honest.
Not really.
We saw Jamal Murray, who put himself in a status. Jamal Murray right now in Game 5, forget the bubble and the bubble Murray and the 50 points a game he did a couple times and all that stuff. What he did in Game 5 the other night will go down in Nuggets history and Nuggets fans' history. They'll remember that shot forever and ever. Even more so than Game 2, which was, truly a game winner. Well, this was too, but that'll put him in lore. He is now in Nuggets lore.
No doubt.
For forever and ever. And what did he do? He played hurt when we all thought he wasn't. The day we all did a show that day, we didn't think he was going to play that day.
Coaches told him not to play. He told the no.
And yet you look at the Clippers and you got guys that are big time stars, possible Hall of Famers, and they're not going to play. Their knees sore. Their back hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
You're not going to play.
Before we get Cogs here, let me ask you the big question. Knowing now what the road is, how much does that loss against the Spurs, second last game of the season, sting right now?
Well, it big time, because I was hoping Oklahoma City, Minnesota had to play each other this
that's
series.
What would have been happening had – oh, wow, that sucks, man. But that is first of all, the Nuggets would have wiped the Pelicans away. That would have been easy.
So would
And-
Minnesota. So, all three of them.
But then Dallas, Clippers, whatever. Nuggets would have killed either of those teams. No doubt about it. And then, yes, Oklahoma City would have had to battle it out with Minnesota. But because of that stupid Spurs
we all
game-
took that stupid game for granted. It was like, hey, they won the ones that we needed to win. And so here we got all we got left, and we just got the stupid Spurs. That's all we got left.
But I'll tell you this also, and that hurt you because it was late. You also gave away a game to Oklahoma City in the middle of the year.
I got it, but
I can't think that far back, Scott.
But that Spurs game, you knew
was late.
You knew exactly what was on the line. The game you blew to, I know what you're talking about, but that's the middle of the season. Who knows what's going to happen? Spurs game, it was done. It's done. It's in your own hands. There's 2 games left. And Memphis, the next game, they got nothing going on.
Spurs had jack squat to play for.
Yeah, but the stupid Spurs had played like that all damn year.
They're the best worst team ever.
They were so competitive and they played hard, and they didn't get down on themselves because they knew it was building towards something else. And Wembanyama's amazing.
Yep.
They've got, hey, listen, man, they've got a potential MVP candidate right there, right now, for the next decade.
Hey, does Darvin Ham getting fired guarantee Braun comes back?
How about I am getting fired, man? Malone stuck up for him, too.
I think it guarantees he's coming back. That's what I think it means.
Oh, Cogs is going to be at 120. All right, so we'll do Holiday, then Cogs. All right, that's cool. That's good. Good to know. Thank you, Dan.
If you think LeBron's leaving, you probably take a little bit of time, figure it out. I know you don't take too much time, but maybe this is maybe it doesn't guarantee, but it's certainly you're getting down on your hands and knees and you're begging.
Can I
you're
tell
saying,
you that?
Hey, I'm going to give you what you want, Braun.
This is a ridiculous firing. This is stupid. He had that team playing as good as I think they could have possibly played. That really was. Listen, they led for 70% of game time. They led every game at halftime.
And in their mind is, well, the coaches couldn't help you close it out, but you're playing.
It's
ridiculous. The only thing I can
ridiculous.
think of, and you'll have to remind me what the situation was, but on the 2 game winners, did they have timeouts in the pocket?
No, the last one they were out of timeouts because they took that last challenge.
Well, the first
second
one it didn't matter because it was a buzzer beater. So I don't know if they had timeouts or not on the first one. It didn't matter. Clock, the ball's in the air, the clock goes off. The second one they didn't because they did the review thing, which they won.
Oh yeah.
Which was stupid. So they didn't have any timeouts left for that one.
Well, he should have coached D'Lo better.
Listen, everybody, you got to see how much these players whine about review the call and they start circling their hands like
every
helicopters.
freaking time.
Every time. I mean,
And
they
the
did
dumbest
win.
part
They
about
did
it
win
is they complained about it in the most consequential. Gosh,
So
why
close.
was that so hard?
D-Mac and
They
I
do
can
it
say
at the
that
most
one.
that word time of the game
Never-
when it means absolutely nothing.
Never give up, though.
Thank you.
Never give up.
Inconsequential.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
By the way, NBA, you do need to change something. If you win a challenge, you should get your timeout back. You should not lose your timeout
That's dumb.
if you actually win the challenge.
Why would you get punished for getting it right?
I actually don't know. I'm not sure why that happens.
But in the NFL, say you win the first one, you still have 2 more left.
Yeah, but you still lose. You keep your timeout. I mean, you lose it if you get it wrong.
Also, if you challenge and you don't win your challenge, the other team should get 2 technical free throws.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think the timeout is you have to have a consequence. Okay,
If you get it wrong,
there's got to be
and you shouldn't be punished if you get it right.
I'm not sure you need to be double punished for challenging.
Well,
I
what
mean,
would the
like
double punishment be?
losing your timeout and the NBA
And free throws.
because
but
you
I
lose it
agree.
no matter what. In the NBA, you lose it no matter what. But I'm fine with just losing a timeout if you get it wrong and keeping it if you get it right.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
And we could go back and look at the exact rule because there's some way that you get your timeout back if something happens earlier.
God, if we only had a basketball expert.
Yeah, but it's a dumb rule. But if this rule is in place the way it is, you know why it's in there.
Oh my God!
You know why it's not in there, right? Or why it's in there like this?
No, why?
Because the NBA referees don't want you challenging.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
They don't want you challenging.
The first line.
But I'll tell you what also. Nothing wrong with the challenge. Lost your timeout. He took a timeout with 10 minutes to go that he didn't need to take a timeout.
Did you see Roger
so he
Goodell's,
wasted one also.
Did you see Roger Goodell's defense of why they don't need full-time referees?
No.
He used the NBA. He said, well, look what's going on over there. They got full-time referees. How's that working out for them?
Wow.
Yeah.
He took a shot at the NBA?
I mean, he didn't say directly like that, but yeah, that's what he said. He said they've got full-time referees over there. They've got problems also.
Yeah, well, LeBron hates the replay center.
I can tell you why, but I'll do that off the air.
It's so much better on air, though.
Yeah, not this one.
We greatly appreciate Darvin Ham's efforts on behalf of the Lakers and recognize the many accomplishments. You had him for 2 years, and you got beat by the Nuggets twice.
Bron
And
wants
one
Ty
of the
Lue.
years they won a championship.
Does he want Ty Lue?
Ty Lue's with the Clippers.
I know.
You know what Ham did bring him? The IST banner.
Hell yeah, baby. They should have known right then and there. They should have never hung that damn banner. That was a curse. That is a curse. If you hang that damn banner, you will win nothing that year.
Oh, my God. They're blaming Ham. This is all for LeBron.
It's all for LeBron.
Oh, my God. So
it's never been
pathetic.
LeBron's fault, and yet no
So
one.
pathetic.
Again, I'll go with what Charles Barkley said yesterday. There's no of those reporters are going to mention. By the way, this is LeBron's now 10th coach.
That's insane.
That he's got out of. And I was told by a great source, you know why he left Miami after going to 4 straight finals, winning 2 of them?
Because they wouldn't fire Eric.
Because Pat Riley would not get rid of Spoelstra, and he tried to get Spoelstra fired.
Best coach.
So
well, good for Pat Riley.
He realized he wasn't going to control everything. So guess what? He left Miami, not because they weren't successful, because Pat Riley wouldn't succumb to what he wanted.
Look, there's a reason why
And I got
Miami
an
is a great
NBA
organization.
source that told me that.
There's a reason why they're a great organization, and because they've got a great leader. So I'm not saying that you should bend over to LeBron, but I understand when he's younger. I understand when it's maybe a little bit more impactful. Why you bend over. But the Lakers officially reached the point. They're just selling their soul for money because they know that they're going to continue to make boatloads of money as long as LeBron James is on the team.
Yeah, and now you want to add talent to this team, and you're going to be forced to draft LeBron's son, who by everybody's standards is not an NBA player.
And if you're really,
so you're going to waste with a team that doesn't have talent because of cap. You're going to waste a pick on a guy's son.
We're going to have Justin Holiday coming up here.
Can't ask him that.
Ham may have not wanted to say, Shizzle, I don't know what to do when it came to guarding Jokic. Even it's the truth.
Maybe.
You might not want to say
He's
that.
not the only guy I've heard say that, though.
We have Holiday. Not Matt. Justin Holiday coming up next. All right, it's T-Mac for Old Chicago. Listen, Old Chicago this weekend, boy, will that taste good. Their delicious menu, the pizzas, the chicken bacon ranch pizza, which is brand new, delicious, ranch is the sauce. Everything at Old Chicago is great, from the vibes to the food to one of the over 100 local and legendary beers that you can pair up with your meal. Doesn't have to just be one. Have a great night at Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com for takeout or for delivery, and get that Old Chicago app, and you'll get $5 off your first order of $25. All available for you at Old Chicago. Where do you want? My closest Old Chicago is right there at Parker and Arapahoe, but you can find your closest simply by going to oldchicago.com. That's oldchicago.com.
Strother has it top of the key over to Pickett. Pickett gets a J. Huff pick, moves off of that. He gets in the paint, throws out of it over to Holiday for three. Jumper's good. 111-92 Denver. It's a 19-point lead, their big lead of the night.
Well, joining us is Justin Holiday from the Denver Nuggets, who, man, it must feel like you haven't played forever, but they're getting ready for the Bucks tomorrow, 5 o'clock at Ball Arena. Justin, we really appreciate it. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing great. We're really happy that you took the time out to talk to us. What do you think about this Nuggets team, man? That you've been now with them for a full year. How would you describe this year for you being on this team?
It's been a blessing, really. I'm thankful to be a part of a team that plays the brand of basketball that we play, to be a part of an organization that, cares about the type of product we put on the floor as far as not just basketball players, but the people that we have in this organization. So it's been a blessing, really. It's been refreshing for me to be here, be with a team that obviously wins and does things the right way.
Hey, when you look at your journey, and I think it's amazing, you're in your 11th season, I believe, undrafted. Can you take it back to a young rookie, Justin Holiday, and would he have ever thought that 11 years later he's still playing in the NBA and playing for an NBA championship?
Yes, he would have. The way I was mentally and the way I am mentally is I always was optimistic and driven. So I thought I would be in the league for a long time. I just, at that point, thought I would be with like one team for all these years because, I grew up in that era of guys being on, so many guys moving around and, the Kobe's and Jordans and people just always staying in a certain spot. Obviously, they had that choice. So I didn't know I was going to move around as much as I did, but I definitely expected to be here still at this time. But it's definitely, again, it's still a blessing. Even though I expected it, it was something that was hard and something I was far from, for sure, at that time.
Justin, you've been around, and I'm sure this question gets asked all too often, and it gets redundant. But I am just curious, what is it like working with Nikola Jokic in comparison to other superstars you've worked around? Take us behind the scenes a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Nikola's very low maintenance. He literally comes in, does his job, and then, goes home. Like, you can tell he's one of the superstars. Obviously, he loves to play basketball, but he enjoys other things in life. He has other passions. I think he's figured that out whenever he did that, basketball is what he does and something he's great at, but he also has a life outside of it. And I think I see the balance that he has in that, in dealing with, being able to hoop, but like there's other things he does love to do. So I think that's a difference that I feel with him than some other guys that I've had play with. And there's no knock on, those other guys, but with him specifically, he really just he loves to play. He loves to win. He's very, very smart and obviously talented as far as basketball goes, but outside of basketball, man, he's just cool and just chills all the time.
Not knowing exactly when you're going to go in the game, I always have wondered, and I'm so impressed, when you're not quite sure when you're going in, but here you are, and you may get, 2 or 3 looks with the ball in your hand to shoot, and it might happen right away. Can you take us through the mental process and maybe physical process too? It's not like you get to run around a lot. I mean, boom, you're in the game, the ball's in your hands, here's a 3, you got to go. That looks really hard.
There's a lot of preparation, obviously, that goes into being able to do your job. You guys know I work out a lot. And in working out, not even just working out, but the years I have played this game, I've had experiences, I've had times and had years where my job was to kind of, come in and you got to make something happen quick. How do you get good at that? I'm not quite sure. I think that piece kind of turns into more of a mental aspect than it is physical because I am prepared to go out there and make shots, right? I work on that all the time.
Right.
The hard part is how you deal with it all mentally, and because there's going to be times where you don't make shots,
Right.
And people can be like, oh, well, the excuse is you haven't played much or you're not in that much. It's like, well, that's not an excuse. My time is my time. So that's how I look at it, right? When does it come? I don't know. But I think really mentally, I've been in a space where I literally give it all to God. And I'm like, you know what? It allows me to kind of release that pressure to where God's taking care of that. I'm going to go out and do what I do. And I'm going to try to be in a mental space of just having peace and letting everything just come to me. And if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And fortunately, this year's been working out pretty well for me.
No doubt.
Hey, and here's another thing people don't know. That I don't think any athlete, and Tyler over here, he played in the NFL for 8 seasons. You don't understand the time away from the game in season. The workout doesn't stop. And now you even see guys, have a big game. I watched Nikola one time get a 35-point triple-double, and he's lifting weights in Dallas after the game like a madman. I'm like, what are you doing,
Right.
That being said, I've also been in weight rooms across the NBA country this year and seen you bring a guy in 2 or 3 times on road trips, don't you, to get kind of specialty workouts. Talk about some of the stuff you do just to keep that old body of yours going and looking like a young man.
Yeah, 100%. I do have a guy that works with me. His name is Terry. But again, I've been in the league 11 years. I know what my body needs. And I know particularly what I need to make sure I tap into and have firing and have going, things I need to maybe, if there's an injury here, we have to take care of this, or if this needs to be stronger, we can tap into that. So I do a lot of, like you said, extra lifting, extra work to just prepare my body for those, I guess, again, to other people, those couple of shots, those couple of times I'm in the game. Because I have to hit the ground running when I play in these games. I don't get 35 minutes to come in, ease into the game. It's like I have to hit the ground with a whole lot of energy, with a lot of power, a lot of strength, a lot of aggression, that if my body's not ready for that, it wouldn't be able to hold up. Even though it's not that much time, I can easily, get hurt with coming off the bench with that much force. And so, my guy allows me to be 35 and run around like I'm 20-something.
If anybody were to call you skinny, would you be insulted?
No, I've been called skinny all my life.
I know, because you are so skinny. I don't want to be rude to you because you were just. What is your body fat percentage? Seriously, what are you rocking on that?
You want a photo?
It might be around 5 now. When I was in college, it was like 4.5. I'm around 5.
You let yourself go.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Why'd you let yourself go?
Yeah, Justin, you've left yourself go.
Goodness gracious, man. Have
I'm
a little
just
pride.
35 now.
Yeah.
Hey, real fast, and I'm just going to ask you this, and obviously Jamal, and none of us thought Jamal was going to play in that game 5. You get to watch this thing go down. Just give me from a professional basketball player, a peer of Jamal Murray, what you saw him do in Game 5 against the Lakers.
Man, just all hard determination, dude, and just not allowing how he felt, get in the way. Sacrificing for the team, man, which again, that's big. That's something that's motivating, inspiring, and helps us and the rest of the team or me myself to just go out there. It doesn't matter what you're feeling like. It doesn't matter if you're upset for missing shots, making shots. Like, you got to go out here and do your job because the top guys on this team are doing that. And for Jamal to step up like that for us was big, and we needed him. As you can see, he closed that thing out for us.
Did you think he was going to be able to play in the game beforehand?
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I was praying. He would. I was like, because in our head, right? You think about how many games it was 3-1. We're coming back home, and in our heads, like, if you can go out and close this out now, he can go ahead and get some rest. But at the same time, you're like, maybe we can close it without him, and he can rest as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's always an option. Again, with experience and having these experiences in the NBA, I haven't been to the playoffs since 2020 or had a chance to win a championship since I did with the Warriors. But I've watched playoffs, right? As far as like my brother and them, the year that they won, they had a couple games when Giannis was out for being hurt. And in your head, it's like it's a risk of, one, how healthy is he? Is he going to be able to help? How is the team if he plays or if he doesn't? And, it worked out for him at times. And then the next year, remember, Giannis was out again against Miami a couple games. Like, we're still up. We can do it. They end up losing the series. So I was like, man, I hope that he is healthy enough first of all to be able to play. And if he is, we know that whatever Jamal can give us is going to help us, and it obviously did that night.
You mentioned your 2 brothers who are obviously really talented. How does it feel to be the best of those 3 brothers that are playing in the NBA?
Drew's very good. Right?
Oh, you want to say something?
No. I mean,
you want to say something, Scott?
Hey, Drew is a good piece for Boston.
Okay.
Come on now.
Should I just
the one that y'all? I'm telling you, everybody talks about Drew, but Aaron is a special player as well. He just hasn't gotten this time. And I'm not saying that.
Wait, hold on, time out. Who's the best? Who's the best basketball player?
One-on-one at a family
all
picnic.
Right. Who's the best?
No one's won the most games, so literally it's whoever's scoring. And then Aaron's been playing one-on-one with us since he was in high school, able to win games. So it really depends on who's making the shots that day, to be honest with you.
It's that close.
It's hard to beat me.
That's unusual humbleness for a brother.
No, because he is a brother right there. Hey, last thing to say. Guys on the bench are young guys. You got Christian and Peyton. I think there's some times you've seen this. They I don't know if it's the pressure, the nerves, don't want to fail, don't, like you talked about, I make the shots or I don't. How do you help them as a vet to kind of just calm down as you get ready for this next series?
Yeah, I mean, all year I just continue to speak to them and talk to them. Those guys are very, very confident, which is great. They know what they're doing. They've been in the system for 2 years, so I think all that helps them. And even though they are young, I think they're further along than their years show with this team. And I just remember early on, especially with Peyton, because all of us, it was Peyton and CB that were playing at the time. Peyton wasn't playing as much at the time, but was still getting minutes. And I remember telling him early on, I was like, P-Watt, you're making it to where you almost was hard to take you off the floor. And at this time, he wasn't really shooting the three like that. He would drive and pass them up. I was like, you have to shoot the three and start by just shooting it. Because I know making or missing is always a big deal to everybody, right? When you can get to the point to where that's not made a big deal to you and it's you taking the right shots and not turning down shots you're supposed to take, those made shots are going to start coming. And I'm not saying he made all these shots because of me and all that, but just to try to put confidence in him and let him know, like, dude, you shoot well enough. You need to be shooting these shots when you're open and not passing them up. Because if you're knocking this three down, you're defending the way you are, and then you get into the basket the way you are, it's hard to take you off the floor. And so then his confidence he started shooting more and shooting more. His confidence started coming and just taking the threes. He's making the threes. And then now it's like, dude, we look crazy sometimes when we take him off the floor because, like, he's going to defend great transition, get to the basket, and you're making an open three. You're doing everything we need you to do. So I just speak to him all the time and just to let him know, it's like, there's going to be times of failure. There's going to be times you're going to miss and make shots. You know what you need to do. As long as you go out there, man, and play as hard as you can, don't pass shots you're not supposed to, you're going to be just fine.
Man, we really appreciate it. Hey, listen, we'd like to interview you again at some point. Do you have a podcast that we should subscribe to?
I don't. I used to. But I don't anymore.
Well, let us know because we're happy to subscribe to your podcast or anything you got going on, so we're happy with that. Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
All right.
What a good interview, right?
Man,
what a good dude.
I always find basketball intriguing in the terms of how you take care of your body. Oh. Football is so regulated. Everything's just got a regimen. Your routine, like Tuesday's your Tuesday, Wednesday's your Wednesday. You've got a plan for everything that you do. You got your recovery days. You've got your maintenance days. You've got your days that you're trying to gain muscle. And in basketball, you work, you get it in when you get it in, and it always blows my mind how individualized that can be for each player on the team.
5% body fat, maybe 5%.
Yeah, and he's let himself go from college at 4, right?
He is he is nothing but muscle, but he is, guys, seriously, he is so skinny.
But I am curious, like how that is like. Are they told what they're supposed to do after the game? Is it up to the players?
And obviously it's changed since my days where you go out, you couldn't wait to get off the game. You put some beers in your bag and head down to someplace and have more beers.
That is definitely not the case.
Yeah, not anymore. Well, they got 3 weight and strength and conditioning coaches who are fabulous guys. And I'm telling you, after games, it's amazing the work that guys put in. I've told you, I've seen Joker a million times. After game 4 loss, Joker and Michael Porter in there like freaking working out. I mean, hard. And that's kind of a routine. Justin, and I don't know, maybe there's other people that do this also, especially on long road trips or something. I've seen him 3 or 4 times going up to the workout room. He's got his guy, Terry, as he just said, met him one time, wonderful guy. And they're doing a lot of balance and core stuff. And they're doing, he's working out mandatory that they make you do after games and everything else. He's doing the practices. But on his own, he's like, okay, I want a little bit more. And he's doing core stuff and agility stuff and explosive stuff. It's pretty amazing.
All right. Hey, it doesn't stop there. Andrew Cogliano joins us coming up next on PhD. All right, we'll have Andrew Cogliano here shortly as the Avs were skating around in practice today, but I don't know when they're going to play. I mean, we're all rooting for a Game 7, obviously, at this point, with Dallas having a 3-2 lead. Hey, maybe Dan knows this, or you guys maybe you know that. If the Stars do win tonight, are the Avs playing in Dallas on Sunday?
I haven't seen the NHL schedule.
Well,
I've seen the NBA's, but
so Dan, do you know that or not? I mean, do we know how quickly they will turn that around? I think if it goes Game 7, well, they play Game 7 on Sunday. I do think it would start Tuesday. Like,
I thought they were going to start the next round Tuesday, no matter what. That's what I thought Grizz said.
Kind of makes sense. That actually does make sense to do. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it is. But, I mean, that's a long time off for the Avalanche.
And I'm telling you, off time's weird. It is. Off time does weird things. Sometimes a lot of coaches, a lot of players, they don't want off time because you just want to stay in your schedule. You want to keep going. Obviously, it's great when you got a banged-up team and you want to get get your health back. But off time's weird.
Yeah, if you're banged up, especially your
but aren't
core,
they all banged up? Isn't everybody
that's
kind
what
of
I'm saying,
banged up?
They got a chance. The key is, and what you're talking about, Tyler, is the mental sharpness you need.
Yeah.
Because they got a chance right now, the Avs, in my opinion, to have the majority of their bodies feeling better than they felt in 3 months.
But you know what makes your body feel good?
That's a good question.
Winning the way that they're winning. And I'm being dead serious. Your body does not hurt as much when you're having fun. When you're out there and things are going your way, it's weird how your body just feels better. It does. And
Well, winning cures a lot of aches.
It does. And like you as much mojo as they had right then at the end of that series, I'm sure they wouldn't mind just playing again.
Oh, well, it's a good question for Cogs. I mean, they don't have a choice, so he'll just go. I asked Bednar about the 12:30 starting. He goes, we don't care. 12:30, 9 o'clock, noon,
But see,
whatever.
We're also, let's be honest, we're all shaded because a lot of us think here in Denver, not that the Rockies would have beat Boston, but they wouldn't have been swept had they not had to wait 9 whole days.
I think that's bogus.
To play a baseball game. See, but I don't, because I think of all things that need timing.
I buy it.
I think don't you think baseball needs more timing and be consistent on it than any other sport?
I'm rolling my eyes, but you can win. I don't know. I know that
You're
was
a Red Sox fan right there.
You know,
It's on
Scott,
his ankle.
Yep.
Not in 2007, I wasn't. In 2004, I was. Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Not in 2007. That was like the most conflicted, worst sporting series of all time for me. Seriously, I thought it'd be awesome. Won't this be great? You know, Colorado, Boston. Sucked. It sucked. I didn't like it. It wasn't cool. Because I did have allegiances at the time to the Red Sox. Now, let me tell you this. If it's against the Bruins, who may just fold, how about what the Bruins are doing?
Right.
Again for the second year in a row. Way to choke it up, Beantown. And the Celtics, forget it. Forget both those teams. I am just, there's no conflict. But in 2007, it was weird. I wanted the Rockies to compete. Plus, I had Game 5 tickets.
Well, if they went ahead to rest 9 days, see, you just countered your argument.
I've never been to a World Series game, and I had Game 5 tickets.
Oh, I've never been to a World Series game, and I had Game 4 tickets.
Oh,
so
well,
I got to
right.
see it.
You got to see it.
Took my son.
Well, that's cool.
And then we stayed because there was tons of Boston fans. Remember that year? It was screwy with tickets.
It was so bad.
The Rockies messed up and just didn't do the area code preference thing.
It was so bad.
And they basically had as many Red Sox fans, or at least over a third of the fans were Red Sox.
While we're just killing a little time waiting for Cogs, we could do a little...
What's really going on at 20th and Blake?
That's a fair ball. He squirts it up the line. Carroll's home. Here comes Gurriel. Walker into third. Moreno a 2-run double, and it's 14-1 on opening night.
Let's keep it real with the Colorado Rockies.
And back lifts his ball high, deep to right. How about a walk-off Grady?
Here's your Rockies reality check on Columbus, Hastings, and D-Man.
All right, so if we didn't have this little gap, we probably wouldn't be talking about the Rockies whatsoever. But I can do it really quick. The Rockies had a chance to take a go-ahead run late in the game and got like the Keystone Cops. There was a ball thrown away, and Brendan Rodgers slides into third, and he doesn't run home, but he kind of runs home. Takes like 2 or 3 steps and goes back to third base. leaves a runner hung up between second and third. He easily could have got home. Easy.
At least a throw first there, and then that guy's going to get to third.
Dude, if they threw him out at home on a ball that got past the third baseman into left field, you're not angry at anybody. It's like, wow, they made an unbelievable.
Does the guy at second base get picked off? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
he thought Rogers was going to score.
Correct, because when you're the runner, you're watching the guy in front of you. If there's a play home, you're just going to keep going to third base.
Of course.
But this ding-dong, Brendan Rodgers, goes back to third after taking steps toward. The third base coach should have been screaming, home, go, 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 go. I have no idea why it got hung up. Anyways, they lose to a bad Marlins team. They get swept. Closed-door meeting. Bud Black does not talk to the media afterwards, even though you're supposed to. He doesn't.
Isn't every meeting closed door, Scott?
Well, this is a full team meeting after a game. Hold on. You know what I'm talking about, though.
You just got swept by an 8-win team.
Okay.
Well, 9 now.
9 now.
Now you're 31 games. Baseball history. You passed the 1887 white colonial stockings or whoever they were with 30 games to start a season, trailing in every game. 31, it's all yours. It's all yours. And they passed a club record, too, because they went for a streak of 30 games in the middle of a season not that long ago. Well, now you got that together. But you're losing close games. I'm getting fired up a little bit. You're not getting blown out in a lot of these games. You were mismanaging games you could win.
Hold on, though. And I don't disagree with you. And I think Bud Black gets just like walking free hall pass for whatever reason. But what did he do wrong there? What did he do wrong there?
The third base coach should have sent him home, and if he didn't,
was the third base coach not sending him home?
Bud Black should, because the name on the brochure is Bud Black, and all them other coaches work for him. And that guy not sending him probably did it because he was scared to, not even considering what's going on behind the base runner.
Correct.
Okay, but no dumb question. Like, was he not sending him?
No.
Was the third base coach not sending him?
It didn't happen. Let me tell you this. You lose one-run games because of your manager. If you get blown out or you blow out a team, whatever. When you lose close games, that's on your manager. And I'm telling you,
both ways?
Both ways. Credit to the guy that wins by one. Bad on the guy that loses by one.
Everybody knows it's not Bud Black's fault. Everybody knows that.
I'm sick of that, Tyler. I'm over it. I'm not saying the Rockets would be a great team, but I'm telling you guys right now, they are losing games because they're poorly managed right now.
Well,
okay?
I'm not following the games closely enough to know that. I'll take you for your word, and I believe you. But like the Bud Black conversation, it's not even that I think he's a bad manager. I don't know. It seems like anybody could literally be a manager in Major League Baseball. Like, what the hell do you really have to do? But the whole conversation drives me nuts when people are like, "Oh, it's not his fault." Well, you know what? There's got to be a standard somewhere. It's some freaking time. The building has to have a standard.
You got to judge them on close games. When you're down 14-1, ain't nothing your manager going to do right there.
Whatever. You lose 12-4 and 8-2 to the Astros like they did. Okay, fine. They're better than you. Okay. You lose a game where you're winning 5-0 in the bottom of the ninth, and you give up 5 runs, and you lose a game like that from poor base running. That's not young guys. You're doing a bad job as a manager, and you're having a closed-door, team-only sort of kumbaya moment, and then he's blowing off the media, because what else are you going to say? Because the last thing Bud Black ever does is take accountability for himself. I'm paying attention. I am watching games. I'm not just dismissing it as bad ownership. I'm watching a dude screw up game after game, close games, and I'm not saying you're going great or going to the playoffs, but you should be doing better, and these games are on the manager.
Well, everybody's too comfortable. That's what it comes down to. The entire organization is just comfortable.
I was going to say that. Is he a bad manager or is he just got comfortable?
He's a bad manager right now.
But is it because he's gotten comfortable?
I don't know. I don't care. I am evaluating them on baseball only. That's it. Nothing personal. And I'm not Bud Black's best friend. I don't need to suck up to Bud Black. He is doing a poor job right now, and nobody's holding him accountable.
So let me ask this. If you're the manager in the dugout, and your third base coach doesn't send him, what are you saying to that coach?
I'm firing him. For that, you're fired. That was such an obvious moment. It's like, if you can't figure that out, you don't deserve to be out there.
Why does a manager not go on third base? Why aren't they out there on the field?
Well, they actually are in every level except for Major League Baseball.
But why?
Or minor league baseball.
Like, wouldn't you want to be out there making the decisions?
Theoretically, you should be coaching your team and managing the other parts of the game.
You can't do that from third base? You can't call a pinch hitter from third base?
You can. They do it at every other level. They do. Most managers are out there actually at third base coaching.
All I know is if I'm
In
coaching
lower
a team,
levels,
I
lower
want to
levels.
have my hand on everything that's going on, and especially when I got runners out there.
I think of the easiest thing in any of the sports you've ever played. Like whatever is the simplest decision. That's what that was.
And let's go this also. Steve, what you think about this? When you're a bad team, they're a bad team right now. I mean, the records will show it, right? Okay. So why aren't you playing and making mistakes more on the over-aggressive side,
right,
than the safe side?
Go down.
To
swinging.
me, that's the biggest question. You're getting beat anyway. By the way, you said in Major League They records. struck out 16 times in that game. They're taking the wrong approach to their at-bats, and that's on the manager too.
You know what? I'm not transitioning to football, but I do like you make fun of Dan Campbell all the time. That's fine. You can make fun of him all you want, but the reason why that organization is turning around is that dude ain't going down with looking. That dude's going down swinging. And I do think that when you're trying to turn around a poor organization, I don't care what sport it is, the most important thing you have to do is say, stop being passive. We're going for this damn thing.
And I agree with that, and I think he does that. But I think now to go to D-Mac's side, because I like that he went for him fourth down. That being said, now you've got a team that's this good. Now you better start playing the numbers.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Why am I drawing a blank on Chargers, dude? But fired. Help me out here. He came from the Broncos. Goodness gracious. Looks like a nerd. He is a nerd. He lives by the analytics.
Analytic dude, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that dude was an idiot. He was. He was. It was
Start
a
with
B.
an S.
Brandon Staley.
Staley.
Staley? Yeah,
it was.
Brandon Staley,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We got there.
Now, but yeah, I mean, at some point you got to make real decisions, and you can't just follow the numbers.
This lengthy Rockies talk is brought to you by Andrew Cogliano not calling in kind of when we thought he was.
Wow.
But I hope no, it's fine. I'm not angry at Andrew. I'm just explaining to the listeners why we've talked this long about the Rockies.
No dumb question.
I'm not upset with Andrew.
Dan, no dumb question.
Not
Are you
upset
sure?
with- I am positive.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
This is for Dan and Tyler. We'll start the no dumb questions. Did D-Mac just throw Cogs under the bus a little bit?
No, he did.
Yes.
No, he
way.
100% did.
No
And they
way.
say behind every joke is a nugget of truth,
No
right?
way.
And
No way.
absolutely, he was slightly irritated that his schedule got thrown off.
No.
So you let the anger bubble go
I
up
mean,
a
I'm
little
telling
bit.
you, if I was Andrew and I was listening to that, I'd be
No.
like, all right, well, forget you. I'm
All right,
not
well,
calling it at all.
then I
Like, I'm
apologize.
doing you a favor calling into your show.
I'm quickly apologizing.
I think it's their PR staff's fault.
No,
It's
it
the
definitely
manager.
definitely is not.
It's the manager's
fault. No. I'm just trying to figure out why, with everything going on, we're spending this much time talking about the Rockies.
Because
That's
we like when you get red face.
Well, it pissed me off yesterday. And no, Cogs is great. We're grateful for at any point that he can call in. It's all good.
And
It's
Tyler,
all good.
You see, he got angry
He-
about the Rockies.
defensive.
I didn't even know they're still playing.
Yeah, me either. Hey, all right, serious, no dumb question. and I guess D-Mac has done this, but for reals, have you watched a single game start to finish?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah, I watch every game.
No. You didn't tell me my video was turned off.
I got it on Fubo.
I know, that FUBU.
I know. No, you know why I watch every game?
Because you don't want to stay and talk with your wife?
Because I don't. Well, no, I love my wife. Because I am ticked off with the lazy way out, sell the team, whatever. I think that's lazy. I think it's just an excuse, like draft people. Oh, the draft doesn't matter. It's because you're lazy about it. You really just don't want to pay attention. That's why you want to draft a tight end. You just haven't been paying attention.
Andy. No dumb question.
We got Cogs.
Hold on.
Did D-Mac
Hold
just
on.
throw
Didn't
Andy
you want
under
Brock
the-
Bowers also?
Here's what I want is Andrew Cogliano of the Colorado Avalanche, who's gracious enough to join us. Cogs, thank you so much for being on with us today. How's everybody feeling right now with this rest? How good has this rest been for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's been good. I think it is what it is. You'd rather finish a series early and beat a team in 5 than go to 7. That's just the bottom line. So we take the rest, take a couple days. I think in the long run, when you feel rested, you feel rejuvenated, you kind of get yourself mentally back in order in terms of getting ready for game one, and hopefully that serves us well.
You know, Cogs, I'm so curious about just the mentality that you guys had at the beginning of the series, moving forward. You know, a bunch of us on the outside, I'll hold my hand up high. I was concerned after that first game, for sure. But the way you guys turned that around mentally, and, you know, in particular, Georgie, I am curious behind the scenes where the confidence was after game one, and were we just a bunch of idiots for panicking?
Well, I think the game one, we played a pretty good game in terms of, you know, our analytics and how we possessed the game and our chances. And so I think that's where we probably built some confidence, even though we lost. And, you know, in terms of Georgia, obviously he had a tough game the first game. But, you know, how we approached that was, hey, listen, everyone has their job to do. And we supported him. He's been there all year. He's been great. And he's had success all season with us. And we just let him take his time in terms of, you know, doing what he needed to do to get back on track. And we had confidence that he would do that, and he did it. So, like I said, I think everyone has to do their job, and he did his in terms of getting it back and where he needed to be. And I thought we also did a good job in terms of tightening up defensive things, and it kind of came together all as one. So it worked.
Hey, Andrew, before I ask you a question, one, I have a son named Andrew, and it wasn't Drew, it wasn't Andy, it was Andrew. So I appreciate you going by Andrew. I respect that wholeheartedly. That being said, I thought, and I don't know if it was game 2 in this series, I thought maybe one of the greatest full end-to-end defensive series I may have seen you guys play, or game I've seen you guys play all year, from forwards to defensemen. I thought you guys were just on point through all the lines. Was there a different mindset that started kind of in that game 2 defensively as a hockey team?
Yeah, I think so. I think for us, you know, defensively, it starts with our forwards. You know, when our forwards work hard in terms of forechecking, when our forwards work hard in terms of back pressure and tracking and putting teams under pressure, when they have the puck kind of coming at us, it allows our D to stay up and have good gaps. And we have some of the best defensive players in the world in terms of, you know, their ability to use their stick and close on guys and being on top of them. So it kind of connected all as one, and that was the big adjustment, but that was the one thing we wanted to kind of get back to in game 2 and as we went. And I thought we got better as the series went on in that department, and it seemed like they just had no room to grow and kind of go as the series went on, and we were able to kind of turn all those pucks back on them and spend more time in their end.
What does it mean for this team when you look after the first round? You got 2 guys on your team that are in the top 5 in goal scoring, and their name's not Makar, they're not McKinnon, it's not Rantanen. It's 2 complete. What does it say about the depth of your team?
Yeah, I think the depth is, you know, exactly where it needs to be this year. You know, in terms of, you know, I thought C-Mac and Joe did a great job in terms of just bringing in really quality players at the deadline, which allowed guys to move probably in their proper spots and create 4 good lines that are able to play good defensively and offensively. We had, you know, huge performances from Middlestat. I thought he was great. His whole line, the whole series was awesome. You know, Lecky to me is probably one of the most underrated players in the entire league, you know, and he plays his best hockey in playoffs. And that's, you know, that's exactly what you want. You want a guy that elevates his game, and there's no better guy to do that than Lehkonen. So I thought third line really took a step. I thought Colton and Woods line, you know, especially early in the series were great, and, you know, had a couple really, you know, high-end games. And then I thought our line kind of near the end of the series, the last couple of games, I thought played really well and contributed and added on the offensive side of it, and it's a really good thing. So,
hey, Cogs, you know, I'm looking at your stats, your career stats. Isn't it wild at your age you're playing more games than you did the previous 5 years in a season? Like more. You're actually more sustainable. You're hanging in there.
What are you calling him, old now?
I'm calling him.
No dumb question. No dumb question. Andrew, did he just call you old?
No way, man. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I'm calling him like. What's going on with you that you're able to now even play
avocado?
Is it avocado? What is it? What is it, Cogs?
Well, I'm definitely old, so you got that down. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think I don't know. I think I take care of myself. I take pride in the things that go into nutrition and, being, the summer and keeping my body where it needs to be. And I just like playing. I like playing and I like competing and I like being a part of a team and having a role. And I think for me, playoffs, this is why I play. This is why I play in terms of, the energy and the excitement and the emotion that goes into it.
I just got to throw this out there because obviously both you guys and the Nuggets going to round 2, you both have, occupy Ball Arena.
Yeah.
You both have won championships here in the last 2-3 years. Is it kind of cool when you sit back and think that it's a sell every night for the Avalanche? It's a sellout every night. What the fans in this town has done for hockey and basketball, how crazy it is.
Yeah, it's awesome. I've managed to play a couple different places, but as a sports town and the energy from the building and just around town and how much goes into it in terms of this city in terms of sports it's phenomenal. Our crowds are sometimes during the regular season there are playoff crowds for other teams, to be honest. So but it's cool to see the Nuggets doing great and us and I think it adds the energy of the city and it's great to see.
All right, I got a goofy one for you. Have you ever walked into the Nuggets locker room?
No, I haven't actually.
That is so funny. You realize it's just on the other side of the building. It's like if you took a right, not a left, when you came in through the tunnel there, you'd be right at the Nuggets locker room.
Yeah, I know. I heard they have a pool, so I wouldn't mind checking that out.
Oh, they get the fancy things, huh?
They got
Well, also
they definitely got the fancy things.
The parking situation is interesting too, because if you guys are in the building at the same time, sometimes you get to park inside, sometimes you don't, right?
Yeah. We're rarely at the rink when they're playing, so they're more of the guys that are they're parking outside,
right? Because they're at family sports. They're at the.
If you had to cross over, what Avalanche could play for the Nuggets and what Nugget could play for the Avalanche?
That's a good question. I would go with Val. I would think for a basketball player, he's got right. He could play for sure. I don't know. I'd take. I think Jamal Murray would be a perfect guy.
Gotta be Jamal.
Yeah.
He's Canadian.
And he's Canadian.
It's gotta be.
So
Canadian.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, he's Canadian. He knows hockey for sure. He knows hockey for sure.
Gotta be Jamal.
So the new Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix said he can't wait to go to a hockey match. And so I'm just curious, if you went to an event being played on Sundays at Empower Field, how would you describe the event being played?
Football.
Yeah,
it's
just
football.
Okay,
you know what?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I love football. I think I'm big into fantasy, so I would describe it. I'd want to be on the field. I think I've been to a couple games that are more like I'm just higher, and it's not the same experience. I think being on the field. I just would love to see the speed and the contact on the field. Like I think when people come
Tyler
watch
can
us,
set that up.
Yeah, I could set that up for you, buddy. I used to play there.
What's funny about you, Cogs, is that first of all, you're a world-class athlete, but you just look like a regular dude because you're size-wise a regular guy.
Yeah.
Do you like that? Because I'm sure you get spotted here and there, right? But in general,
the odd time. Yeah.
But in general in life, do you just kind of just go incognito for the most of your life?
Incognito.
Yeah, incognito.
Oh yeah. I'm about to head home right now. I got 3 girls. I'm going to take them to the park, and I'm sure they'll just think I'm an average dad taking their girls to the park on Friday afternoon. So that's kind of like where I'm at.
So just for the record, D-Mac thinks that you're old and that you're not famous. So,
no, he's but he's like, what are you, 5'10", 5'11", whatever? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that.
Yeah.
Which
no, they're not knowing me for my size, that's for sure.
No, I mean, like, who on the team is like it's ridiculous to be with? Like, they just get spotted. It's absurd. You can't go anywhere with them.
Gabe. Gabe's one guy that Gabe gets. He's got a big head on him. Everyone knows that size.
He's too good looking.
All right, last one. You said
good-looking guy who gets spotted.
He is good looking.
You got 3 daughters, right? 3 daughters?
Yeah.
I do too.
Okay.
3 daughters.
All right.
Yeah.
Will your daughters play hockey?
I don't know. You know what? We'll see. I think it's whatever they want, but one likes soccer, one's into figure skating. I'll try to direct him in other avenues. I think I would love if they play tennis and golf, so I could just be outside and watch them.
Ain't that right?
And you can play when you're old.
Yeah,
exactly. And I could play with them, right?
Yeah.
So, I think that's the plan.
Cogs, we really
You're the
appreciate it. Good luck. Stay healthy. And do you care if it's Dallas or Vegas? I guess I got to ask that. Does it matter one way or the other? Do you care?
No, it doesn't matter. I think it's both heck of teams, and they're going to be a tough challenge. But we'll be ready. We'll be ready.
All right. Thanks, Cogs. Appreciate it.
You're awesome.
All right, guys. Yeah, thank you. All right.
Dude, he's off. We had really two good interviews. I know it's D-Mac's fault. Blew past the break.
Yeah.
But those are two good interviews.
Dan gave me permission.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's on Dan.
Dan?
SOP?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who says hockey guys? Who says
Kevin,
hockey
it was
guys are
D-Mac and
boring?
Dan.
Dan gave me permission.
I
That's
got
true.
the SOP.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. So
do we carry this a little bit further?
We sure do. We got 5 more minutes. We can.
Oh, we good.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did D-Mac now call Cogs? I mean, he threw one guy on the bus. He threw him on the bus, and then when he got on, he called him old, didn't he?
Called him old, not famous. He's mad at him that he called in late.
He was calling Justin Holiday fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, called Justin Holiday a little overweight, a little pudgy, and 5% body fat.
Right.
You guys.
Said he let himself go. I think
You guys are not funny. Cogs is what a career he's had.
Do you think Cogs would have got out of his speeding ticket?
No, the cop wouldn't have known who he was.
Maybe.
I mean, listen,
he wouldn't know the name. When he got the license, he wouldn't know the name.
He should know his name, but Cogs is a fourth line grinder.
Man, you really are saying he's not famous.
No dumb question.
Well, he's a role player. He's an important role player.
Had he got pulled over, would Cogs have had to call his wife
for his
to
insurance?
get his insurance card?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a good question.
probably.
He's still a guy.
He's still
right?
a dude.
I will say now that you're doing it. My wife one time took a picture of mine because it was on the counter at home and emailed it to, so I had to show the guy a picture of it. So I've done it before.
Okay. Listen, is it all right as a guy to not be great at paperwork stuff?
Just wait until you got to do it all on your own.
Oh, yeah.
What are you saying about my marriage?
I just.
Are you predicting something?
No, you just. Sometimes you got to learn new skills.
You want to share something, Tyler?
No.
Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you what, if D-Mac ever, if Kim ever Kim ever left, I mean.
Oh my God, it's over.
We would go to his house.
Oh, can you
on
imagine?
a Saturday afternoon, and he'd be in his underwear, a bathrobe, and slippers.
Mm-hmm.
On Saturday afternoon, it's 85 degrees out. Yeah. That'd be his,
There'd be an eviction sign on the home because I wouldn't know how to pay for it. I might have the money, but I wouldn't have nowhere to send it.
Carrying a paddle, what's a paddle ball, an ashtray, and a lamp, walking around.
That's right, like Steve Martin the Jerk. I love my paddle ball, this chair, and this lamp. And that's all I need. That's all I need.
You know, I recently watched that movie for the first time.
What'd you think?
I thought it was funny.
It is.
So first off, I think Steve Martin's like one of the most brilliant comedians of all time.
I agree.
But yeah, I thought it held up.
Yeah.
That's the best cup of pizza you can buy. Ran the old cup of pizza guy out of business.
He hates these cans. I don't know why that line is so funny. He's getting shot at it. He hates these cans.
I mean, it wasn't as good as Cheaper by the Dozen, but
Cheaper by the Dozen's good.
Solid.
So it's good. It's
Jerk's
all
funnier.
good.
How could you be a football coach with 12 kids?
It raises some interesting questions.
Yeah.
And Patty, my girlfriend, said I should be able to send some extra money home this week. And the dad,
You know, it's funny.
What's D-Mac weigh in this theoretical situation?
What?
Scott's theoretical situation with the robe and everything. I'm just curious.
Oh,
if he stays on the maintenance.
Well, did my bike get stolen or
he
not?
won't have soda. he won't have soda back then. So we have to see. We have to see. But yeah, no, I could. Yeah, Steve Martin and the Jerk walking out of his mansion. I could see you.
I'm still gonna be in good shape. I'd be. I'd be in trouble in other areas, but I
Well,
wouldn't be fat.
you're either going to go one of two ways. Now
Right.
it's time to start impressing people, or you just give
Or
up.
you get yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Either you give up, let yourself go, or you get over skinny.
Right. What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing here, Tyler?
I'm not
Tap
doing
dancing.
anything.
You're not doing anything?
I'm not
Oh,
doing
really?
anything.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the Avs are going to smoke Dallas. I'm cocky about the Avs. I'm not cocky about the Nuggets. I'm nervous about the Nuggets. Maybe you can. Let's go through some questions. with the
I
Nuggets.
think this playoff run for both teams are very similar. I think both these teams are built to diminish the strength of both the Avs. Dallas, if it's Dallas, is going to try to do it with sides, clog everything up. And I think Minnesota, who's the same thing, is going to try to pound you, make it hard for Joker, and no one else can do anything for you.
Well, let's go to let's dig it out. I guess what are the bigger questions with the Nuggets and the Avs? Maybe we wait on just a pinch, only because the series might not start till Tuesday. Seriously, we'll get to that next year on PhD.
All right, guys, it's time to start feeling the best you possibly can. You are not unique if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You are not unique if you've gained a few pounds around here, maybe a lot of pounds. And if that's you, call my friends at Revitalize Health today. Tyler Plumbus here, and I've been going over there for 7 years. That's a long, long time, and I keep going back because it works, because it helps me feel better, look better, sleep better, all of the above. They're going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and those medical weight loss options are changing lives. I know multiple people firsthand that are flat out changing their life. So check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over. You can find them at revitalize-health.com.
It's Funky Friday in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. And yeah, I was late today.
Watch out for D-Mac.
I got a speeding ticket. Yeah,
You almost said Slee Stack.
I almost said it. I did. Yeah.
Slee
We
Stack.
had kind of a fun show here today, huh? For not a lot going on, but
dude,
got to yell at Pat Beverly for a little bit.
It's PhD.
Got to yell at me. Got to Justin Holiday, Andrew Cogliano.
I mean, you have offended,
D-Mac
basically 3 or 4 people.
D-Mac has literally intentionally tried to offend every guest that we've had for like the last 4 days.
I just don't suck up to him. I'm the guy.
Yeah, that's another list.
Just
Yeah,
that is another list.
Like,
You're right about
you
that.
definitely do not get to. No, you can have no pride in not sucking up. Zero pride can be had. None. You suck up so bad that you've gotten other people to suck up to you. Nelly walks in here just out of nowhere. He's like, "Oh, D-Mac, what a great question you had yesterday. So fantastic." Like, really? You had to walk in this building, walk in this room to compliment him on a question of an interview?
You want some peanut butter with your jelly?
Maybe.
I guess.
To quote a line from The History of the World by Mel Brooks, it's good to be the king.
Do you like the 5 p.m. start time for the Nuggets on Saturday?
No.
Come on, that is an awesome start time.
Why don't you like that?
Why don't? Yeah, what's?
Well, I don't necessarily like the 8 o'clock either.
I hate
I think there's an 8:30. I think Monday's an 8:30.
I thought it was 8. I'll look, but I thought it was 8.
Yeah, I thought it was 8:30 on Monday.
I'll check.
You'd rather play at 8 than 5, though?
I don't know. I mean, 5 from the convenience of
so
getting
good.
home and stuff like that.
8 o'clock on Monday.
What I hate is 5 because what do we do all week? Do the shows, work,
Yeah.
prepping, get ready, ba-ding, ba-ba, ba-boom, ba-doo. And then you have a Saturday and you're like, oh, by the way, you got to be down there at Dove Valley. You got to be down at Ball Arena by 2 o'clock.
Yeah, but so what? That's like you can
But
have
you
a
get to get home.
Yeah, you can have a good time Friday night if you want to.
But I you know what?
You got recovery time, and then you're not.
Unlike you vampires, I like the sunshine.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say. I think the 5 o'clock is freaking awesome. And
well, you're not getting home at 11:30, 12. What time did you get home the other night?
1 a.m.
That's wonderful.
1 a.m.
I'm talking more of the pregame stuff that once again, the game starts at 5. I'll be there at 2.
Actually,
for radio,
8 o'clock.
Yeah, because we're still doing the TV stuff. We're still doing all the pregame shows and stuff.
8 o'clock on Saturdays, actually, I think I'd prefer than 5 o'clock.
On Saturdays.
On Saturdays.
Yeah.
Weeknights, yeah, I love getting that early game.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
I think you can get
like kind of like I'm not even having to go to the game like you guys and like get home at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'm like kind of stressed out about my sleep.
No, I get it.
I'm like, man, this game, like, what time is this going to be over?
You know what I find? Once you're at the game like that 12:30 Avs start, well, actually, once you're in the arena and you're at the game, you don't feel time.
No.
Time doesn't. You don't realize it till after the game.
It's one of those events, and you go outside and it's still sunny. out.
Yeah, but it always looks exactly the same inside the arena, no matter what.
Right.
So it kind of doesn't matter. I just like the fact that it's not 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning.
But
or
isn't it
whatever.
always freaky to come out of a game,
Yeah.
hockey with Nuggets, and you walk out
When
and it's
you're
still
indoors.
sunshiny and you've been indoors
I
for
get that
4
way
hours?
going to a movie.
Can I
yeah.
give you the craziest thing? I was up in Edmonton during the Western Conference Final a couple years ago. We got out at 10 o'clock at night, and it was sunny. Well, I mean, fading, like sun set at 10 p.m. at night in Edmonton.
See the Northern
That's
Lights?
weird.
No, it was sun. How do I see Northern Lights when it's sunny out?
Well, you figure in the next hour or so you might see Northern Lights.
You guys ever gone somewhere where it's dark all day?
Alaska.
No, I've never done
You've
that.
done it? So I went to.
Well, we had. I take that back. We had 2 hours or something like that. 3 hours
of sun, but you probably got it like
daylight.
It was probably like 2 a.m, right?
You've been where have you been? That
No,
it's,
well, I went the opposite though. I went to Iceland and it was sunny the whole time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which actually was freaking awesome. Like we went on midnight hikes and like you just don't get tired.
The Alaskan College Summer Baseball League every year has the midnight game, and they with no lights. They play a midnight game. That's like kind of the big
Yeah.
Look at us. We still got daylight.
We still got daylight.
Man,
like I'm in Alaska.
I don't know how people survive in the dark though. I couldn't do that.
It looks weird.
I could not do weeks. What was the True Detective show?
Yeah. Night Country, was it? Yeah, something like that.
It had how many weeks? It was 7 weeks or whatever it was supposed to be.
It was something like that. It was
what
weird.
was that one
Yeah.
vampire movie where the vampire got loose in some Alaskan or whatever city, and it stayed like that. It was dark forever, so these guys could walk around all the time.
I don't know what that vampire movie was.
Well, yeah, that's a bad place to be with.
Let me get into the Nuggets.
I mean,
Let me get to the Nuggets.
You need sun if you're going to be around vampires.
It's fun. Like it's fun to a degree, and then I got to pull us. I got to get the rope back in.
You really don't.
You actually don't have to.
Let me ask you about the Nuggets. You ready?
Every party needs a pooper.
Who is Karl Anthony Towns?
Very, very talented, whiny baby.
That's great. What position does he play?
Is whiny as AD?
With this team right now, he's probably more of a forward.
Okay.
Is he as whiny as AD?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that surprises me a little bit. I mean, I know he's whiny, but...
Did you see Ant kind of put him in his place at a press conference a couple days ago?
Mm-mm.
He was just like, stop fouling. He was using curse words. Like, just stop. Like because Cat's older than Anthony Edwards. Has to be.
And Cat's been in the league 8 years and has never fouled.
But it was a weird, like,
I never gave up a
juxtaposition.
sack. That was my fault.
Because the younger guy was clearly taking sort of the more alpha sort of role over Karl Anthony Towns. And it made me think he's a big guy that thinks small. He's then probably to go to he's a whiny baby. He doesn't play to his size. Not really, not like he could.
There are just some guys in the NBA, they're all freaks of nature, every single one of them. But there's some guys you look at and you're like, you should be an MVP every single year.
Well, when you look at him, it's hard to understand why he's not. Because he's got a great jump shot. He's huge. He's talented, but there is something a little weird missing. However, the alpha, all right, who's a better alpha on their team? Anthony Edwards or Jamal Murray?
Very similar. I think Ant is younger and brasher and kind of gets loud. It's kind of like, what he said on that back-to-back last game they played here and all the trash he was talking on the court the night before the game. You probably wouldn't see Murray do that. But very, very confident and talented. Now, Ant's a bigger specimen. This dude's built.
He's not taller, but he's thicker.
He seems thicker.
And he's
bigger hops.
Listen, yeah. I mean, but Jamal can get up, but not like Ant.
30 Days of Night, by the way, is the name of the movie.
I saw that text
of
line.
Night,
Yeah. Some people are calling it 28 days. Some said it was 40 days.
Well, there was another
But
movie
30's
called
the
28
magic
Days
number here.
Later, which is pretty
Oh,
that vampire
I've seen that
movie.
one.
That's a good
That's
one.
pretty good.
30 Days of Night.
But
you
then they
died.
made a follow-up to the 28 days. I think it was like 29 days later.
28 weeks later.
28 weeks
weeks.
later. Yeah.
Why does
30 Days of Night.
We should just not talk to D-Mac.
Okay.
We'll try
Let's
to
just
talk.
Let's just ignore him.
Why
and
does
talk
Jokic
vampires.
dominate Gobert so much?
Because he's not the vampire.
Is that the reason?
Because Gobert is a stationary figure that will block shots, but he doesn't move.
But isn't he one of the best defenders in the NBA?
Yeah, underneath the rim. They judge. This is my opinion. They give defensive players of the year things all the time with the guys that are blocking shots.
Mm-hmm.
And I want guys that can do multiple things. And I think, and I do agree with Anthony Davis on this. He's one of the more dangerous. I think he plays Joker better than Gobert does, and yet Joker averages a triple-double, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Gobert's just long, and he's underneath the basket and just block shots. They're the first team that they'll put Towns on Joker, and Towns will try to beat him and bang him and stuff, and then when Joker comes in the middle, automatically you're going to see Gobert flying at you and try to block those little hook shots of Joker, which now is going to open up, hopefully, opportunities for Aaron Gordon to have some big games.
Mm-hmm.
Has Tim Conley built a team that's better than the team he previously built?
Not better,
No.
but he built a team to beat the team he helped build.
Well built.
Yeah. He built this team to beat the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Period. That's why against other people they've struggled at times.
And this is why these are the two best teams in the NBA right now. I think. I really do.
You got the Boston in there too.
I don't.
Top-
I
top
think. I
three.
think Boston will find a way to lose.
Well,
I mean,
maybe.
I know they beat Miami and they took care of business. I get it. I want that Knicks Celtics Eastern Conference Final.
That's
I
gonna be
want
a
that.
war. That's gonna be like old school 80s.
Are you
stuff,
kidding
isn't
me,
it?
man? Is it? I really like the Knicks. I'm actually finding myself quite a fan of the Knicks, like that team.
Why?
There's just something about them.
Because they're physical. They play like their coach. They play like Coach Tibbs. I mean, he's finally got a team that kind of
they're pretty interesting,
leans
aren't
into
they?
what he does. Yeah, no, they're good. I think they're dangerous. I think they could beat Boston.
I can't wait till tomorrow, guys. It's going to be so. That building. It's 5 o'clock. You can still
you
can still get the shots in the hand. You can get
leave a little earlier and don't speed getting down there.
Yeah.
No, tell me about it.
Safety first.
What is your wife going to say about your speeding ticket?
She was so nice about it. I already called.
She gets mad at you when you order Uber Eats.
Well, that's a different issue because that's just like a waste of money and laziness. This is. I haven't had a speeding ticket in 15 years.
When I got mine, I think it'd been 12.
Yep. She piles them up. Not piles them up, but she's got them. I've not been pulled over by a cop in 15 years.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. After I got that ticket, I got that ticket first in like 12. Like 4 days later, in the mail, I got an express lane violation because I went over the white line.
I've got one of those.
They got me on. They got me on camera. They got me camera switching over the white line.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the heck?
Too.
It was $75. Yeah.
Right.
Those don't count against you though, right?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Dan, what time are we doing pregame tomorrow? Is it are we doing 4, 4:30? What do you guys?
Dan's going to be in Florida. He's giving up his gig.
I'll be doing the game tomorrow.
And how about Monday?
I'll be gone.
How long are you going to Florida?
You guys are jerks. You two are jerks.
What did I do?
Why
I
are we
just asked how
jerks?
long
You
he's
know
going-
what you're
I
doing.
literally just asked how long he's going to Florida.
You literally know what you're doing.
I have no clue what I'm doing.
Dan, do they know what they're doing?
Oh yeah.
Look, I'm just still ticked off at Dan about yesterday. So
yeah, I can tell.
So who's filling in for you?
This guy.
No, not on our show. I mean, in the big show.
Oh, Kreckman.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's pretty
Why
cool.
don't you hop on with Nate?
Oh, I'd be happy to hop on with Nate. No doubt about it. I love all our coverage. I think we kill it. I honestly, God, I'm bragging a little bit here, but if you want great coverage of what's going on, man, it's here from start to finish, top to bottom. So radio, TV, digital media, everything, man, and I can't wait. It starts tomorrow. All right, let's football go. Coming up next. Hey, Z-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, you've heard about how low testosterone can help your sleep. We're going into the weekend. It can help your love life too. And that may be something that you just don't take all that seriously, or you just put it off, or you make excuses for. But listen, man, low testosterone and you're just not feeling like you're in the mood, let's get you going. Come on now. Get back in that game. If you feel that your just libido's down, you put on some weight, guys, you start losing testosterone. 2 to 3% of your testosterone production goes down every year by your mid-30s. So you might have been you're not unusual. A lot of guys, most guys put things off maybe a year or longer, but there's no need to wait. With 5 locations of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic in Colorado, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, come on. You can start by just going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes, and then you're off and rolling. I've done it. You should check it out. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Ugh. You guys are going to help me pay my fine, right?
Did it feel a little bit exhilarating? Like
No.
like
No.
breaking the limits, pushing the boundaries?
No, I do not. I feel like a dummy. No is the answer to that question. No, I feel like a jerk. But we do have Mountain High Appliance. That's a tough segue. Anyways, mountainhighappliance.com. They're awesome with locations in Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, Denver. They are the best, offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan, Bud, Tanner, let's go. Let's football go.
All right, fellas, Jeff Legwold has a good piece out on ESPN.com talking about the upcoming quarterback competition for your Denver Broncos. Now, let's go through Bo Nix here. Here's a little bit of what Leggy writes. What he has, Leggy writes, a long list of ringing endorsements about his accuracy, poise, and maturity. Peyton and general manager George Payton also praised his arm strength after the Broncos made him the 6th quarterback off the board. His biggest hurdle for winning the job out of training camp, Leggy says, is defensive coordinators, especially those in the AFC West, will scheme to take away the things Nix was most comfortable doing in his offense at Oregon. Now, how can Bo Nix win the job, according to Jeff Legwold? By continuously flashing potential. The Broncos organization yearns for the long-term solution he represents at the position. The head coach, GM, and owner all celebrated his selection. He is their pick. Whether or not anyone admits it, Nix can play far closer to par than the other two quarterbacks. Not to repeat mistakes too often, shows progress on learning curve, and handles all that comes his way with the job when the football is not in his hands. Leggy ends it with his odds improve dramatically if he comes close to doing all of that. Do you guys think Bo Nix wins the starting job out of training camp?
Yeah, I do. And here's the thing. When you're talking about a dude that plays par, like he stays on schedule, it's a tough sell for fans because fans look at Jaden Daniels. They're like, oh, look at that. Look at the size, the speed. He's like a Madden character. Literally, if you could build the quarterback on Madden, you would build Jaden Daniels. But you know what coaches love? They do. They love robots. They love dudes that play on schedule. They love dudes that don't put themselves in jeopardy. Just keep the chains moving. It's not the most sexy sell. I was a little bit surprised to hear that he was praising his arm strength. I think he reaches the pass fail. To me, arm strength is overrated, and it's underrated. Both at the same time. People put way too much emphasis into it, and then they're like, "Oh, it doesn't matter at all." No, it matters, but it's a pass fail. That's it. In my opinion, you pass the test, you're good enough to play, or you're not.
Yeah, I listen. It's kind of funny to me because the knock on Russell is that he wouldn't play inside the hash, and the knock on Bo is that he don't play outside the hashes. Yeah. So you've got
Isn't that human nature, though?
Two extreme opposites that they've kind of gone to. I also find it interesting. I don't know if you guys heard of when George talked. He said, "Listen, Peyton was all over this guy. Peyton loved this guy. Blah 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 blah." And then we settled down and kind of went more to whatever they said it was for the other picks. So he basically said, yeah, this is Peyton's pick.
Correct.
Listen, I think he's going to win the starting thing. I think he's going to be the starter. And I'm a Bronco fan, so I hope he plays great.
I don't think he needs to start right away, but every signal.
There's no reason not to.
Every signal shows that he will. And so I'll be fine either way. But to answer Dan's question, yes, I think he will be starting from day one. I do. I don't think he needs to. I'm a little nervous about it.
But hold on.
But okay.
If he's not starting because you want to protect him and you just want him to get his feet wet in the league a little bit, that's one thing.
Oh, that's what I think.
If he's not starting because those other guys are better than him,
no,
that's a problem.
Then you're in trouble.
See, I am a huge advocate. I actually just went on Baltimore radio this morning talking about Roger, who got drafted out there.
Scott's in Grand Junction. You're in Baltimore?
Yeah,
you guys are.
I've done a bunch in Kansas City, too.
And D-Mac was hanging out with the cop.
I was with the Popo.
But, they were asking me if they think he's going to start day one. And I'm like, honestly, I hope not. I hope he's got time to marinate, to sit there and learn. He's not going to have the same mindset as me. It's always better if you can sit and learn. But you got to have someone you can learn from. And that's why it doesn't make any sense to me to have Bo Nix sit on the bench.
Hey, Dan, by the way, programming note, we really should do a segment. Hey, we're a big deal. And we should get the interviews that we all do on other stations around the country. Wouldn't that be funny just to hear ourselves like on other stations, like what other people are saying about things? Because we all do it. You guys apparently more than I do. But I think that would be a riot. Hey, I'm a big deal.
I'm a big deal.
Hey, I'm a big deal. Here's Tyler on Baltimore radio. Grand Junction has a radio station?
I was thinking that also. Yeah.
What is that station?
I don't know. It's a big affiliate. It's a big affiliate of the Nuggets and Avalanche.
Grand Junction, huh?
Yeah, big.
Okay.
Guy's super nice guy, Jim.
Yeah.
And so just they asked me if I would do one. They wanted a big deal. And I gave them my number and said, hey, keep it if you ever need me. So I've done it like 3-4 times.
They asked me first, but I said no.
We got to do it. Hey, I'm a big deal. Here's Scott in Grand Junction. Here's D-Mac and a podcast in North Dakota. That's probably the best I could pull. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes went on Logan Paul's podcast. He says that he's confident about the Chiefs' chances to become the first team in NFL history to win 3 straight Super Bowls. He said, quote, we're going to do it again. I'm putting it on the table. We're going to do it again. Yeah. I'm telling you now, close quote. Now, fellas, the Chiefs have played in every AFC championship game since 2018. Yep. Mahomes, 28 years old, already has 2 league MVPs, 3 Super Bowls, and is one of just 5 starting quarterbacks in NFL history with 3 Super Bowl wins. Do you think the Chiefs can three-peat next season?
Can they? Yeah.
Will they? Will they three-peat next season?
I don't know, man.
Probably.
I mean, certainly they can, and they're the lead dogs. There's no reason why they would not be the lead
it's their
dogs.
Time.
But I'm going to tell you something. They seem to be enjoying the fruits of their labor a little bit more than they did previously.
Really?
Dude, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce on their 5th trip to Vegas. They've gone there seriously 5 times since the season ended.
And that's going to matter in November. Why?
Travis Kelce's on his world tour going to Australia and Japan or whatever.
And that's going to make a difference in December because?
Did it affect Von Miller?
Because you went like Justin Holiday and let your body go.
Yes,
I mean, you dismiss it, but I think it affects things, and I do think it's extremely tough. It's human nature to have the same grind. When you want to be rewarded, everybody wants to be rewarded. To stay on that grind is tough, dude.
I'm telling you, I'm sharper today. I'm getting the jokes right off the bat. I'm getting them.
You're better.
I'm
better.
Way sharper.
Nothing like an encounter with the popo to wake you up.
My spidey senses are tingling right now. Kansas City, well, you must be.
They will not repeat this year.
How many of your friends back home are huge?
All of them.
Okay.
Wait,
they won't repeat?
No, they will not.
Why?
Because a little bit what Tyler just said, I think the concentration and the grind of doing it 3 years in a row is legit and hard.
Whose time is it then if it's not them?
Listen, I'm interested to see how Joe Burrow bounces back from injury. I think Baltimore, did they learn something? Did San Francisco learn something? Is Philadelphia going to be better this year? I mean, I think there's going to be more teams. Listen, people gun for the champs, but sometimes you ain't got no material to gun for them anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think this year there's going to be 5 or 6 teams loaded that are going to be able to give them a run.
Can I just say one thing, though, that we haven't even addressed? The Chiefs drafted, what are the Bills doing? First off, it's weird that the Bills even trade with the Chiefs on draft day.
Yeah.
The Bills just gifted the Chiefs the fastest wide receiver of all time. That's
Xavier Worthy.
That's what we need. Kansas City with the fastest wide receiver.
But the knock on him is his routes are very average and he doesn't work hard all the time.
You know what? If there's ever a coach that knows how to work with a guy like that, Andy Reid's not going to care about the route running. He's going to know how to figure that dude out.
I found fascinating. The Chiefs players hate their facilities and hate their owner. And they're still doing all this because they had that player survey thing.
But they love their coach.
They love their coach.
And that's, at the end of the day, it's all that really matters.
Nah. Hey, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Saquon Barkley has opened up about his departure from the Giants while engaging with fans last night on social media. So Barkley attended last night's game between the Sixers and the New York Knicks in Philadelphia. When shown on the Jumbotron, he was booed by the New York fans there in attendance. He writes on X, "It's been 2 months. No way y'all can still be this mad. MF can't even go to a basketball game. Let me educate some of you fans here. I can't bail or become a traitor if I never got an offer to come back. So I went to the organization. I felt that was the best. And after already being here for a month, man, I'm excited to be an Eagle. Go Birds." So fair or foul for New York fans to be upset with Saquon when he's saying the team didn't even give him an offer?
Well, I mean, listen, you know this. New York fans, Giants fans hate the Eagles. I mean, if he'd have gone to Cleveland or somewhere else, they probably would have gone, come on, man, why didn't you? You didn't give a shot, and then they'd attack the Giants. He went to their rival.
So he only made one small error there. One small error there when he said, I've been here for 4 months, and boy, am I glad to be here. You never want to compare and contrast the two organizations, but any fan, like we got to wake up. Things are different. I think fans are smart enough today to understand it's not the way it used to be.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's something hysterical going on. I'm sorry.
You're not sorry.
Kaz is not strong enough he can't figure out how to open the door. Jason Kosmiski is right outside. We're waving him in. He cannot figure out how to open the door. The door is too heavy for him.
Well, why don't you go open it?
I think it's so comical right now, Scott Tyler, that Kaz just can't figure out how to get in here.
Well, I love him, but I'm not sure he's strong enough to push the door.
Yeah.
I mean, those are. I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Those doors are like 500 pounds.
The door is heavy.
Doors, yeah.
Wait, no. We gave up?
No, he's back in his producer chair.
No, we just come into the studio.
Well, we only got one. No, we got 6 minutes.
No, we got time. But we have to see him open the door. Don't help him. Dan's dying laughing. Oh, you got it. You got it.
I think you crushed it.
You got it.
Is that door heavy or what?
Why do you come into this building wearing that stupid sweatshirt?
What's he wearing? Why? What's
unbelievable?
I mean,
Oklahoma State or Wyoming?
Wow.
Five-time, you mean five-time national champion?
Nebraska.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Boy, that is coming in hot.
I will tell a story. Put his mic.
We can't be friends for 2 seconds.
I'll give you one story of Kaz and me about Nebraska. He's got his Nebraska hoodie on.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. This isn't TV. You didn't have to tell everybody that.
Yeah.
Now everybody hates me all of a sudden.
He's wearing
all of a sudden?
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kaz and I spent a night in San Antonio at a few pubs. The last one was a piano bar.
Okay.
Requests.
Are those the best
Got
bars?
the guy to teach.
To
play the Nebraska fight song.
Dirty Nellies.
Yeah, and Dirty Nellies. And so Kaz and I, for like 4 hours, were singing Nebraska fight song.
Get out of here.
Yeah, beer after beer after beer.
How do you like that, Columbus?
We got to be pretty drunk to do that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. What are you doing here? Bumping around? You got to do something little. See man about a dog.
I'm doing a whole hour with Lindahl.
Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. All right.
So everybody must be on PTO or something. Or
oh no, this is Friday.
I thought
Friday
Connor
here.
was doing the show with him. Did he bump Connor for you?
No. I think there's so Shockey called me and he's like, I go, the earlier the better for me. I don't want to fight traffic.
Sure.
He goes, okay, you're 3 to 4. I'm like, perfect.
Okay.
So maybe Connor's 4 to 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Well, it's good to see you, brother.
Hey, you too.
How you feeling about everything? Where are we at? Where's your head at?
We're going to get into that at 3 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Yes!
Wow. Don't want to give the cookies away for free, huh?
Hey, you want to know where Kaz's head is?
He's not
Andy Lindahl, 3 to 4.
All right, gotcha.
He's not getting paid right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, then
carry on.
Are you okay? You seem a little tired.
You know, I haven't slept yet.
Today?
Since yesterday.
Really?
So I have that insomnia thing going on. It only happens like once every few months.
Oh, wow.
Dang.
So you're working on 24, 25 hours up away in a row.
Yeah.
So where are you going to be at 5 o'clock tomorrow? Are you going to be, good? Good to go?
Oh, yeah.
No matter what?
There's no doubt. Game days are easy.
Do you sleep?
What do you do when you realize that I can't sleep? Then
you
what?
you can't. So what you can't do, I don't know why we're getting into this, but what you can't do is just lay there and hope that you fall asleep.
Right. You got to get up and move.
So just you get up, you whatever, you watch TV, I mean, seriously, it's really all.
It's too stressful to lay in the bed.
Well, I mean, you're just sitting there going, okay, it's 2 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock. So this happens like on the road quite frequently, to be honest with you. And then you're just like, you just struggle with it.
Hey, listen, on that note, I think that brings up something pretty interesting, actually. Those games are like rock concerts. I mean, it's so much adrenaline. It's so exciting. I have often wondered how these athletes really seriously go to bed. And never mind us, right? Like, because how do you not replay these moments or have that adrenaline going?
Well, I'll ask Kaz this, that last game, Game 5, and we heard your call on the juice. Man, that game was so juicy. It was so intense, whole game. Walking to my car, I was dead tired. But then you get home, and all of a sudden it kicks in. You're like,
That's
you're wide
exactly
awake.
like driving home from the airport.
Yeah.
It's like you're doing zombie mode, right? You're nodding off, and then you get home, and it's like, now I'm awake.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. But I guess these guys, the players, are in just such a. Plus, they may be in better shape than us.
I
maybe.
could never sleep after games.
You couldn't?
No.
Really?
I struggle with Kaz deals with. I don't get as often as you, but it freaking sucks. And when you play, man, all your adrenaline is running. You stay up till 2 a.m. just trying to wind down a little bit. You get in the bed. And God forbid you give up a sack. You give up a sack, and that's running through your head for the next 12 hours.
Right.
You know what I like in an arena? See if you guys like this too. When there's nobody in there, there's a calmness, just like about like what just happened. Do you guys find sort of peace of mind a little bit when the place is completely empty?
I mean, I get it because you're an arena that holds 19,000 whatever, and you're by yourself.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so that there's a little peacefulness in that. But you know what's about to come as well. You know
right,
what I mean?
right. It's
But,
coming.
but I'll ask Cause this too, because we got to get there early, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's a 5 o'clock game, so you get there. We'll get there. Well, Malone will go at 3:15, so I'll get there at 2:30. And it's you do Malone, and then it's like, okay, now what? And then you've still got an hour and 10 minutes before the game. And you're like, you know. And now I'm doing the Nuggets live, but before you got an hour, and you're like, I hated that time, that hour where you're just kind of doing nothing.
You know what I've done seriously in that time? I've walked to just work out a little bit. I just walk stairs. I'm not joking. I just walk up and down the stairs at Ball Arena just to burn some time and burn some energy or whatever, because it just sort of makes me feel, now I'm getting all sweaty and stuff. You can't do that for TV or whatever. But I know what you're feeling. There's a lot of downtime. And it feels to me sometimes the people creep in to the point when they start. I'm like, where did all these people even come from? But then the energy is just like, and it's nothing like it in the playoffs.
Let me tell you a funny story. And I don't know if Cause ever shared this, but are we back in the 260 tomorrow?
Yes, sir. And by the way, welcome home to radio.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much. So the 260 is where we broadcast from, and
in the stands. You're in the stands.
Yeah,
which
you're with fans,
which is so cool. For me to now be an interloper, if you will, to come into Cause's world. That's Cause's section.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
it's
everybody around there are season ticket holders. He's walking in, high-fiving everybody. They're in the middle of the game. They now know Cause's mannerisms, and when he does something, they're repeating what Cause is doing. I mean, it's Cause's kangaroo court. All around him, from all the people behind him, all the people. What's the guy to the side that always Robert gives me 5 all the time?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Cause's court. So up there in the 260.
Well, here's a great story about Robert. So we give him box scores, and he brings me licorice. You know, it's a great relationship.
That's awesome.
And so they have tried to upgrade him. The season ticket holder people, like, hey man, you can go lower bowl. You know?
Right.
Because he sits right there, right next to us.
Those are pretty damn good. Those are
Can't
good
leave his
seats,
wingman.
Well, and then he goes, no, man, I'm not leaving the radio, guys. I'm here.
Yeah, but I would make the argument, as great as it is to be on the floor, of course, right? Those seats are where they're pretty damn good.
You get to see the whole action.
Well, so I've had my choice. And I tell our engineers, Jesse and Alan, I'm like, if I have an option, I want to be up in the 260.
That's
because however they design those seats down there, I don't understand how that is. Like,
because you can't see
you have fans in front of you, then you have Malone, and then you have a ref.
Yeah.
Now, what you do miss is you miss the energy and and all that stuff. You miss the emotion of the game. But from a broadcast perspective, I want to be there.
Yeah, well, listen, I tell you, we are so lucky to have Kaz and Connor and his radio only the rest of the way locally. So, and you're joining the broadcast as well,
now.
Of course.
Now, the cool thing is we went to the finals. They moved us out of the 260 because I guess they put like 5 cameras up there or something.
Oh, where were you?
And they
for the
put
finals?
us where the Nuggets come out of
Section 130.
Yeah, where the Nuggets come out.
Okay.
But the coolest thing about that is we got it nicknamed like in the first game.
Was Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown. He walks in, we go, hey, Bruce Brown joined in. The headset just dropped right down below it. He goes, hey, what'd they stick you guys in the cut for?
No, he said, he goes, why are they throwing my dogs in the cut, man?
Well, we'll enjoy your breakdown of the Nuggets because why waste it here? You'll be on with Andy coming up in a little bit. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh, my gosh. I want to say, well, thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. We have such a great crew here. It's so fun. I love it when Connor drops in and Kaz is here. And we had Justin Holiday on. We had Cogs on.
Yeah, I don't know if Kaz can hear us back in the other room. He's in there with Dan now. But if you can hear us, you know what we ought to do? He lives up in the mountains.
Oh, really?
We ought to do like one of our shows up in the mountains with him and sit on his deck, and we could do a show out on his deck.
Where's he at?
Where do you? What mountains?
Well, he's in a foothill, but I mean, he's
like Evergreen-ish?
Evergreen?
Kind of past Evergreen.
Past Evergreen?
I believe so.
Indian Hills.
Indian Hills.
Does he live in the UFO house?
No. That would be cool, though.
Indian Hills is past Evergreen, like deeper in the
You're
mountains?
about 285, aren't you?
Wow, that is out there. That's a beautiful.
Evergreen, Conifer.
Oh, you're the opposite direction of Evergreen. He's closer to Conifer.
285, though? Off 285? Yeah, that's beautiful. Oh my God. Fire danger. A lot of fire danger up there. But
Well, he lost a house to fire.
Oh, you did not. I apologize. I did not know that. I swear to God.
His house burned.
I swear to God, I'm so sorry.
You know how to do it, D-Mac.
I am so sorry. I did not
Is this
know
how
that.
we end the show every day this week?
Oh, my God. I need to just go home. I mean, that is at a very slow speed.
Yeah, three was it 3 or 4 years ago your house burned down? 3, 4, something.
All right. Let's jeez.
5 years ago.
Okay.
5 years ago.
I don't even know where to go from here.
It's just, hey, we can make Springer's here. Make fun of him.
No, I got nothing. Spring's great. He's doing the watch parties with the Avs. That's going there with Berto and Good Raj. You think the Avs? Who do you feel more confident about right now? Right now, before round 2 starts. Nuggets.
I'm staying true to the Nuggets. I am.
You're more confident than the Avs.
I'm more confident in the Nuggets. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, the bench is a concern for the Nuggets for sure, but the starting five is just so damn good, and you got to get a little luck, and you got to stay healthy. The Avalanche team has been like this the entire year, and we've had moments where they've been this good. We have. There's been moments where they look like the best team in the world, but it's just been so rocky, right? It's been up and down and up. And Nuggets are just steady Eddie. It's just who they are. Look, they get past this series against the Timberwolves, they're going to win the championship.
Well, I believe you on that, but I feel like Vic Lombardi. I'm so nervous about this Wolves team. So I'm more, at the end of the day, it's not like I'm doubting the Nuggets. It's just that I think the Avs are just in a better spot with who they got to play.
My take is this. I am confident both teams are going to play well.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. And looking back on that Lakers series, I really felt that in Denver, the Nuggets have done this a handful of times, is they played to their competition, and it's like, we know we're better than these cats. Let's get it. We know we're going to play in the next round. Let's don't put too much energy out there. Let's get this done. Bum. Oh, we're trailed half. Okay. Here you go. Oh, okay, we'll win the game. Walk away. See you later. I think you will see a different urgency. I think you are seeing a undertoned rivalry with Minnesota.
You know, that's interesting you're saying that, because we definitely have not seen the Nuggets' best, but I think we have seen the best out of the Avalanche.
Oh, I do too. Which is good. But
see, I think the Avalanche series woke them up to this is who we are.
And they played like it.
And by the way, that's a fantastic thing. I don't care what sport you're playing in. Mike Shannon used to always say, look, all that matters is that we peak in December. That's all that matters, right? You're peaking in late April. You're peaking in May. That's what every coach dreams of.
So the Nuggets just beat the Lakers without playing at their peak. How about that? Take that, Lakers. Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, fire your coach.
Oh, yeah, Darvin Ham, by the way, if you didn't catch it, got fired today for no good reason.
So when does Frank Vogel with Phoenix get fired? Although, did you see the owner came out today and said, we got a great day. 26 of the other 29 other teams are envious of our roster. 26 of them would trade their team straight up for us.
Hey, you know what Matt Ishbia is? He's a he's
Yeah, he's a rich dope.
He's a cocky little jerk.
Rich, cocky little jerk.
Yeah, and that's not good for an organization.
Suns changed forever after the Jokic incident.
Yep.
They changed forever.
Yeah, because he's a cocky jerk because he has to have that moment for him. He wants to be Mark Cuban. He's a wannabe. He's a literal rich, cocky wannabe. And that's bad news for that organization.
Well, it's funny because I had a conversation with a guy the other day. He said, listen, Matt's really a good guy. Told me that. Don't mean, hey, good guy, step in it. This is a new venture for him.
He's a little dude who was the last man on the bench for Michigan State. He's got issues beyond issues, and he's got a lot of money.
Little dude on little dude crime over here.
Well,
have some loyalty.
He tried to take the ball away from Jokic.
Well, he's been paying the price ever since.
You know where you can't take the ball away from Jokic? When you're up where you should be, in the owner's box, looking down on what you've built, because you don't need to be the star, because you're building it the right way. Not a front row poser that couldn't get off the bench at Michigan State. Good luck, Suns. I'll take Denver all the way, period, with the way we're operating. All right, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Plus, getting Bill was a terrible. But I will say this: horrible GM there.
Take us out.
Take us out. All right, I really don't have anything today. Keyword for the weekend, in my opinion, is empathy. We made fun of D-Mac today, but maybe we got to empathize with him.
But he's our guy. He's our guy.
Do stuff.
See, if somebody else makes fun of D-Mac, they'll all get mad.
Yeah, but remember, other people are having a lot of other issues that you don't know about, and when they step in it, instead of necessarily going right at them, take a second back and say, "I wonder what that person's going through." Show a little empathy this weekend.
Love it.
But Pat Beverly's still a jerk.
Yeah,
right?
he's still a jerk.
Okay. Cause and Andy coming up next on 92.5.
Yes, it's just the Lindahl. Gerard underneath for Taves, blocked by Kyle Connor, but Sam Gerard has it back. Taves again, Middlestad available. Taves for Sam Gerard. He backs against the boards. 3 seconds ago, all the way over Middlestad, holding, passed in front, tip, they score! That was awesome! Ross Colton, his first goal of the series. Colorado has scored 4 straight goals here in the third. And the Winnipeg Jets are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche that's coming down the mountain for the second straight game. It's 5-2 Colorado.
And it's Ska Friday. Feels good for you to have a Ska Friday. And we're going to start right off with a great guest, Ross Colton, here in just a moment. But Jason Kosmiski's in. We got a lot to do here. Connor, who you just heard, McGahee will take over at 4 o'clock. Then we'll wrap up with a little football-focused hour. In the 5 o'clock hour is Jeff Legwald will be along. So as we wait for one, Ross Colton, he's kind of our buddy. You know what I mean? That's our guy, Ross Colton. Who do you have a, you know what, Connor's already in the building. Do you have a go-to guy that you have on the Nuggets? So, you know, real quickly, Chris Harris was on yesterday. Chris Harris was my guy, thick, thin, good, bad. You know, when I did
an insider type of a thing.
Well, a little bit. Just, you know, a friend on the team. I use that term loosely, but the guy that would always cut you a break. You know, and we weren't going and hanging out in our free time or anything. But you knew, bad game. Chris isn't going to tell me no when I got to talk to somebody after. Because, you know, when I was doing the sideline, you have a little more leeway.
Right.
But I've had a few games in my life where they just lose and someone's got to talk to me.
Yeah, you got to ask somebody.
You have a guy on the Nuggets right now that's that guy?
You know, as far as players go,
yeah.
I mean,
or a coach.
A coach would be Ryan Bowen.
You know, he's everybody's buddy.
I mean, he'll just tell you the way it is. You know what I mean? He may not put that on the radio, but you know, if you ask him privately, he'll tell you what's going on. Bruce Brown was really good in that role last year.
Yeah, really.
I mean, so we don't get walk-off interviews after losses. So you only get them after wins. But he would still break the game down for you. DeAndre Jordan is another one like that. Like I used to do last year. I don't know why we didn't do it this year. Like a State of the Union. DeAndre Jordan hasn't played in 10 games, but you still get him on as a walk-off interview, just like, hey, where's the team at? So it's like an extension of the coaching staff, kind of.
Yeah, the guys that are always good to give you a temperature check, right?
Right, exactly that.
All right, how is this? We're efforting Ross Colton. When we get it figured out, we will chat with Ross. Till then, we're going to chat with Jason because we only have him for an hour anyway.
Do you stand up the entire time?
I stand up, sit down. So, you know, I was buddies and coworkers with Romy Bean, and Romy was real big. Now, again, being a former cheerleader, obviously, fitness was her thing. And when Ed and I started doing the show with her, she used to make me and Ed get up. She's like, I don't know, sitting is the new, 5 packs of cigarettes or something like that. And so she would always make us get up. And so we would get up and move. So you'll see, I'm a fidgety person anyway. I go up and down, but I try to do an hour at least on my feet every day because you know what, Jason, I got enough fat guy problems without adding to them doing the radio show for 3 hours in a seat.
Hey, at least you're giving it a go. I just tapped out, man.
What have you thought of the year so far? I mean, again, you know what I found out? So I live this life when the Broncos, well, really, whether you win or lose, the life is the same. In 48 and in 50, it felt the same way. I'm sure, although for you guys, I'm sure it always feels this way because the draft is so quickly. But like after you've been the champ and you're on the broadcast crew, everything seems to come fast, right?
100%.
The offseason, free agency, the draft, camps, all that stuff. Like I remember going to training camp after 48, I'm thinking, God, weren't we literally just here? How are we here again? You know, what's it been like for you this year? Has everything felt compacted?
Yeah, that is 100% correct because I think after the Nuggets won the NBA title and then you had the parade and all that stuff, like a week later was the NBA draft.
You're right.
Right? So that's like June 24th-ish, somewhere in there. And then 2 weeks after that, you have Summer League. And and so Shockey had me calling a couple of Summer League games, which I'd never done before. It was awesome because that was the first time I got to see Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett and Julian Strother. And, you know, you get to see the future of what the Nuggets can be. And then you basically have August end half of September, and then the preseason starts all over again in October. So, you know what? It's different because when the Nuggets weren't very good, you were done like April 19th.
Right.
And you don't mess with it again until October, right? So that's one lifestyle to live. But the other one is like, do you want to be a champion? And if you do, this is what you have to go through in order to do that. Now, obviously, I don't play, but you kind of feel somewhat part of the team. You know what I mean? So,
well, you're living their schedule. When you're the broadcaster like you do every minute of their season.
Yeah, 100% true. So it becomes a full year sport. And back in the Dan Issel days, it really wasn't, And I'm not blaming that on Dan, but, just when we weren't very good. But I just remember those years at McNichols when you'd get done in mid-April, and then you don't do anything until the beginning of October. So it's a different way of looking at it. But, I mean, do you want to be an NBA champion or don't you? Because if you do, this is what you got to go through.
Well, and that's part of the challenge, though, isn't it? I mean, again, that's why when you look at some of the true dynasties, and you look at the Bulls where they did it twice, the Lakers, I think, did it. Any team, the Warriors, that's pulled off 3 in a row,
right? That I don't see how that could possibly be done, and I hope I'm wrong. Believe me. Yeah.
Hey, let's just get 2 right now, my friend. Because
that's true.
My gosh, this Minnesota series feels a little daunting, and we'll get into that more as the hour goes along. But seriously, there is a little I know fans don't necessarily want to hear it. But I got to imagine these guys get a little sick of each other after a while. A little maybe tired of the grind. Maybe not. Maybe that's why they're so good and other teams aren't.
Well, and Andy, you know this. I mean, you actually spend more time
with each other
than you do with your family.
Anybody else in your life.
Yeah, like your kids and your significant other. I mean, you spend more time with these dudes,
right,
than you do with anybody else in your life. But
and not everybody is signed up to be with each other that much.
Right.
Thus the challenge.
Right,
all I'm trying to break out is what can be the challenge for people, right?
Well, I mean, I think it's like any relationship. At times you get mad, and at times you're upset, and at times you're happy, and it's just like any other relationship. This just happens to be in professional sports.
Well, even with coworkers, all of us have coworkers.
100%.
We would not sign up to go spend 2 weeks on the road with us, and they feel the same.
Yeah, like Springer.
We had a good time with Spring Vegas. But you're right. There's others that wouldn't want Mark Springer around for 2 straight weeks. There's a lot of people that don't need me in this volume, waking them up in the morning and dealing with all that. But
I got you. Yeah, it's a weird scenario. People think that, professional sports is all glamorous and, all that stuff. And but they forget about the people that aren't making millions. And, you land at the airport at 3:00 in the morning. By the time you get home, it's 4. And, so I'm not saying, listen, I have the greatest job in the world, all right? There's dudes out there driving for RTD buses, and this isn't really work, but it is work, It's all perspective, I guess.
No, I'm with you, but this is also, look, I bring this up because there's a point to it. The guys looked, all I can say is a little bit tired closing things out in Game 5.
Mm-hmm.
I just kept waiting for that push that we would see a year ago where they're like, last 5 minutes and you ain't got a shot. Now, they've had that most of the games this year, right? But I really thought I would see the step on your throat. We're really done with you, especially after Joker kind of said, these 7-game series get a little boring. I'm tired of playing the same team. I just thought we'd see it, and we didn't fully see it at the end, and we saw it in the last minute when it mattered with Jamal, with MPJ, all that stuff. But I just find it interesting, Kaz, because I feel like the Avs kind of had the same thing going on a year ago.
Right.
Where, especially in the Kraken series, there were just a couple times where, like, the Avs during their cup year, if they got a little time off, they would come out and just choke the life out of you. It'd be 7-0, 7, right?
So you're looking for killer instinct.
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
So the reason why you don't see that is they're a little bit more methodical.
Sure.
Would you agree? And
yes.
they're a little bit more patient. And I actually don't think the Nuggets really played that well in that series against the LA Lakers. Once they start making shots, I mean, this team is going to be a hard team to beat. They're a little bit more methodical, and why is that? Because they've been battle tested. They know that a lot of times it's a fine line, right? It's like where do you want to live? Being patient or being too patient, right? I mean, that's kind of where they live right now. They have an amazing ability to flip on a switch coming from 20 points down and all that stuff. That's a dangerous way to live. We've all seen the numbers. How many minutes did the Lakers lead in that series, and how many minutes did the Nuggets lead in that series? So it's a fine line. You want to be patient. You want to be methodical. You don't want to be gripping, right? Like, oh my God, we're losing. You don't want to do that
because you know how much more of this you have ahead,
right? Yeah, exactly that. So you know the end place where you want to be, and this is just step one in order to get there.
Yeah, I just think it's just fascinating to me because I wonder how the chip plays into. Like once you've done it, nobody is totally doubting you now. This team, if they wanted to, could get a full dose of every other team but them on ESPN if they cared about that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
But I do think it's tough to manufacture a chip. Like, again, they said that's what made Tom Brady so special. No matter how much the guy accomplished, he still found someone to be petty with. He still found someone to be the doubter. We saw that with Michael Jordan in The Last Dance. Michael Jordan just making up the kid has half a celebration because he's psyched he did something against the greatest, and Jordan decided it's the greatest personal slight of his life and goes and embarrasses him.
Self-motivation, baby.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it's tough to manufacture the chip for them? Does the chip matter in your mind? You've been around this team a long time.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it does. I mean, you got to find a way. Coaches can say all the right things and they can show you all the right clips and do all that stuff and get you prepared as possible. But at the end of the day, it's the man in the mirror. Like, how much do you want this? And do you want to go through this grind? I mean, this is Nick Van Exel, 1, 2, 3 Cancun. Do you just want to go there? Or do you want to fight through the grind in order to get the ultimate goal? I mean, quick, who'd the Nuggets play in the preseason, right?
You're right. I don't have any idea.
Yeah, I don't either. And so you go through this entire long process to get to where you want to go. So are you the kind of person that wants to let that go, or are you the kind of person that wants to go get that? And that's a hard thing to, there's no algorithms for that. It just comes down to what kind of person are you? Or do you want to go get it, or do you just want to say to hell with it?
Yeah, well, what I think is interesting, because I'm sure you've heard this a lot, covering the Mammoth for so long. Every coach I've covered for them, they're always looking to peak at the right time. That's a league where, it's fairly easy to get in the playoffs, so they just want to make sure they're playing good ball and getting. They don't care if they're the top seed or whatever. And I feel like the marathon sports are like basketball, NHL, MLB. You just want to be playing the best when it matters the most. This team does have a way of just finding its best game. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's, again, what I think is so. Now, maybe it's Jay Williams keeps saying anytime he's on ESPN, the Nuggets feel dynastic to me. He says it over and over and over again, and maybe that's what the characteristic is. You're not really the lull. No matter the lull, they seem to get back to their good game. What do you think it's going to take to get the shooting better? That's what's been so odd to me. A game or two, whatever. We're used to that, right?
Right.
But they'd always bounce back and have a great shooting game again. Was it something the Lakers were doing? What do you attribute the shooting to?
I don't think so, dude, because if you go back and watch the tape on all those games, they were getting good shots.
Right.
They get good looks. They just weren't going
in. Open looks.
And I'm with you. It's like, well, okay, I can see that for a game or two, but how does that happen through an entire series? You know what I mean? So I don't know. The longer the playoffs go, the more focus you have, right? So, maybe it was a lack of focus. Michael Porter Jr. was phenomenal in that LA Lakers series. I mean, you can make an argument that he was your second best player, even though Jamal hit 2 game winners. But they're getting the good looks. So what does that tell us? That tells us the offense is still good. Their offense is fine, but for whatever reason, the shots aren't going in. But you can't do that very long. They did that for 5 games, and now you have to go into another series with Minnesota, and if that fails you, then you have some problems. And people ask me all the time, what's going to be the key to the series? Series is make the shots. You can't hover around 41, 42, 43%. The Nuggets need to be 48, 49, 50% shooting the basketball. And once that happens, Andy, there's nobody in the world that can beat this basketball club. But can that happen? That's the biggest key to me.
He is the voice of your Denver Nuggets. He's Jason Kosmiski. I'm Andy Lindahl. Jason's with us the first hour, Connor the second, Jeff Legwold the third. We're going to come back. We're going to head off to Minnesota, get you a preview of what the Wolves are thinking in this series as far as that goes. That comes ahead here. Stick around. We've got all sorts of stuff to get into today. And we're going to hopefully, we may still have a few guests on the horizon as well to surprise you. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Superman, huh? This will get you right. Go play a little Tony Hawk. By the way, this band Goldfinger on a Ska Friday, they are going to be playing Denver Ska Fest middle of June. We still got tickets for you. We'll be sending you to the show with our buddies in Less Than Jake. We may have to play the Ska Friday open for our guy Kaz. Do you have any idea what ska music is?
I kind of do.
Okay, yeah, you're of our age.
Well, I mean, it's like it's kind of a, I don't know how to describe it, like a jazz bebop kind of happy music, I guess
It's
is what
punk with horns, I like to say.
there you go.
Now,
punk
there's
with
an
horns.
upstroke to the guitar, so you hear the higher strings than
Right,
the lower
right,
strings
right,
first.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's look, to me, it's fun. It's fun. It's happy music, and it's perfect for Friday. He's Jason Kosmiski, voice of the Nuggets. He's with us till 4 o'clock. Joe Wolf. How about that? We're going in the Wayback Machine. Talk about fan favorites.
Oh, my. I mean, some of your younger listeners may not remember. Well, I mean, he was part of the 11 and 71 team.
I remember that very well. What were you doing then? Hold on. Were you voice of the team or were you?
No, I was producer and studio host.
That's right. Shim was there, right?
Yeah, Shem was there. And then he started having a bunch of kids or whatever, so that I'd fill in every once in a while for play-by-play. And actually, this is why I love Wolf, is like he was the first one where I started doing this with, where like when players get injured, I just ask, hey, man, you want to come do color on the – like Vlatko Čančar
Yeah,
did
those are a lot of fun.
And so, I always call him the highest paid radio analysts in the NBA, but we've had a bunch. Joe Wolf was the first, but I mean, Nick Van Exel, Ty Lawson, Danilo Gallinari. You can go right down the list of all these players that were hurt that would just come do radio. I think more for the relationship than anything else, but they had nothing else to do. So,
all right. So Joe Wolf will join us at 3:45. I should tell you we're at the Backus and Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice, and if you want to text us, you can do so on the Schott Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. All right. See, it's interesting. I did not know Nick Van Exel did color with you. Nick Van Exel did an interesting time. McDyess had just come back, and I always loved Antonio McDyess. I love the core. Gosh, I always wondered if we could have had this type of era, if they could have kept Rodney Rogers, McDyess, LaFonso, Dikembe, Jalen, Stith, all those guys healthy and playing. One day I'd love to know what that would have looked like. We'll never know. So I told you, we had Chris Harris on yesterday, one of the most intellectual football players you'll run into, great at breaking stuff down. I used to watch the interviews, obviously, post-game with Van Exel. Was he kind of the same way? Is he appreciated enough for his basketballer IQ, or did I just hear the best interviews he did?
Well, no, I mean, to be honest with you, he's one of my favorite Nuggets of all time because he's a straight shooter, and you bring up that McDyess thing, story time with Kaz.
Let's do it. It's radio. We got plenty of time.
They left, and Alan Bristow back then was the general manager of the Denver Nuggets, and they let McDyess go. And this was his exact quote. If the player warn't the money would have been spent. So then he goes to Phoenix.
This was from Alan Bristow?
From Alan Bristow. This is back in the day. It's McNichols Arena day, So he becomes a free agent, and Tommy Shepard, the former media relations guy for the Nuggets, great guy, was the general manager of the Washington Wizards and just got let go a couple years ago or whatever. But he basically did a one-man recruiting trip to get McDyess to sign back to Denver. And Tommy Shepard was successful. Okay, so there's this whole story, man. This is great Nuggets story. So he's about ready to sign with the Denver Nuggets. Okay? Phoenix catches wind of this. And I can't remember the dudes. They send out Rex Chapman. I can't.
They're big hitters.
Yeah, they're big hitters. So they send them to McNichols Sports Arena.
Who was the little point guard that won? Steve Nash. Was Steve Nash
No,
part of the group?
no. That was
still
a little.
Okay.
That was after him. But so they send. Phoenix sends. This is during training camp, and the Nuggets had training camp in Colorado Springs, right? So McDyess is coming to McNichols. Phoenix gets wind of it. They send a limo full of dudes, and this is back in my younger years. So I thought I could get like a killer interview, right? So I have my little DAT machine. I'm like, hey, Rex Chapman, all these guys, I'm trying to interview them in the limo, and they won't talk. Dan Issel catches wind that they're trying to go get McDyess. So he sends dudes from Colorado Springs back to McNichols to prevent that from happening. I mean, it was an insane time, and this is before like bloggers and social media and all that stuff. But it was
we actually had papers.
Yeah, you had newspapers back then. But it was a great story. Obviously, eventually McDyess ended up signing with Denver on his second tour of duty. But man, what a crazy time that was.
Now hold on. Was that I read a story, and again, because I used to read Dave Krieger and all the guys in the paper every day, right? I can't remember who else.
Yeah.
Oh, we had another really good columnist.
Mike Monroe.
Mike Monroe, that's it. I could see his face from the little picture on his columns. But they'd written a story about how McDyess was actually a big Avs fan, and I guess they're
that's
touring
true.
that facility. And so
Waugh
actually gave him a stick because Waugh was in the hot tub or whatever.
But you know who organized that entire thing was Pierre Lacroix.
Okay.
And so was it Roy Rogers?
Rodney Rogers?
No, it wasn't Rodney. I think his name is I can't remember. I'll have to go back and look. But he was a huge hockey fan, and that turned McDyess into a hockey fan because they were really close. And so Pierre Lacroix, what legend has it, told Patrick Waugh, you need to sign a stick and give it to McDyess because the Denver Nuggets really need this dude. So it was a hockey guy that's basically didn't sign him, but he helped manipulate McDyess coming back to Denver.
Yeah, I swear, Monroe wrote that column where he said they walked into the training room, and there's, by no coincidence, there's Waugh getting a soak.
Yeah.
And he reaches over, grabs a stick after talking to him, and says, hey, this is for you.
Yeah.
It's a little of like that. I've got to watch The Saving Sakic, I guess, on Netflix or whatever.
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
I've heard that is, because I remember that time,
I want
too.
to watch that, yeah.
Where the Rangers, you remember, ComSat, I believe, still owned the thing or whatever, and the Rangers are trying to swoop in after the first cup and steal Sakic.
And do you know what happened with that? Man, I don't know if I should be telling these stories.
Why not? It's ComSat, right? This is pre-Crocky, wasn't it? We're okay.
The only reason I know this is because in my younger years, I was the producer and studio host for the Denver Nuggets, but I was also the studio host for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah.
And that was back.
You were the Birdo.
Yeah, exactly. I was the Birdo of that whole thing, and that's like when you had Sakic and Adam Foote and Deadmarsh and Eric Lacroix and Stefan Yell, and you go right down the list, right? Which was great for me because I was a little bit older than those dudes, but I could still roll with them. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going out to bars right now with Jamal Murray and all that stuff.
Right.
But when I was in my 20s,
I'm along for the ride.
So when they signed Pierre Lacroix as the man, dude, when they signed, I'm trying to think if I should tell this story. I'm going to tell it. So
blame it on Andy.
When they signed Sakic, back then fax machines were the thing.
Right. Oh, here in Denver, do we hate that?
So he just sent the New York Rangers a gesture.
Hey, that's out in public knowledge. You're okay.
Okay, good.
Who sent it back? Was it Lacroix?
Yeah.
Lacroix, yeah. It was the single bird salute.
Yeah.
Send it right back to him like, here you go, pal.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
What do you think of that? Here's what we think of your offer sheet, guy. Oh, man. That is. So I got to watch that documentary. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Hey, I got real quickly, because we're going to talk to Joe Wolf next. And I know Michael Malone kind of went out on the limb for his buddy Darvin Ham, a guy that spent some. You probably got to know Darvin here, right, as a player a little bit?
Well, yeah. So, again, long time ago, the Nuggets used to play the L.A. Lakers in preseason in Hawaii. So you'd have your preseason games against one team in Hawaii. And the storyline coming out of that preseason was that Darvin Ham had a chance to making the Denver Nuggets. And he did. So he played for the Nuggets.
He did. And it was, I remember, I don't greatly remember it, but by the way, Jeremy Roth, the disrespect for Jerome Lane is off the charts. I thought Jerome was fun. I'm sure he's being a little tongue-in-cheek. Jerome was a fun enough player, right?
Oh, for sure.
Cadillac Williams. How many old guys want to pull out of this thing? Look, I got on the Mark Macon train for a season or two.
You bring the old guy into the studio, this is what you're going to get.
No, it's a lot of fun. I was telling Nate one time, remember Orlando Woolridge?
Oh,
Look, I'm going to be a little off cuff here. I got psyched about Orlando Woolridge because he was the first Nugget I saw dunk in my lifetime that I can remember. That dude was throwing down like he was ready to go to the dunk contest.
I know, man.
Robert Pack was a ton of fun.
Man, he was terrific.
Dale Ellis.
Remember when Robert Pack dunked over Sean Camp?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like,
like
if you've been in Denver for a long time, I mean, there's some highlights. You remember him with Tumble holding the ball.
Yeah.
But when Pack elevated and dunked on big bad Sean Kemp, I mean, that's such a good highlight.
What about Ellis going over Patrick Ewing?
Oh,
and
yeah.
then holding the rim.
Yeah, for
Remember
sure.
that? He just
Yeah.
held the rim and
Yeah.
kind of gave everybody a look.
Yeah.
Oh, God, those
Man.
teams were so much fun.
They were.
So if guys would have just stayed healthy.
Right. I
Do
mean,
you think they would have
you-
been able to hold on to
Well,
deep,
I mean,
though?
you look back at that year, and we're going to have Wolfie on here, but you have LaFonso Ellis and Brian Stith both have Achilles tears in the same year. How the hell does that happen?
Yeah, dude.
You know, so those guys are out. Then you draft Bobby Jackson, Tony Battie, and Danny Fortson. All became good players, just not as rookies.
Fortson and Jackson, was Battie ever really they passed on someone for Battie that I wanted badly. Do you remember?
I might need another hour here. No, they passed on Chauncey Billups. Oh no, Chauncey went early.
No,
in
that was
draft.
the Rafe LaFrentz draft, wasn't
yeah,
it?
so that the one you're thinking of is Rafe LaFrentz.
When did they pass on Vince Carter? I'm a North Carolina fan. And all I wanted was Vince Carter.
It wasn't just him. They passed on Vince Carter, Antoine Jameson, and Dirk Nowitzki to get Rafe LaFrentz.
That worked out well.
Well, I mean, you win some, you lose some. You know what I mean?
No. We lost a lot for a while. Then everybody got hurt. And then everybody left. Is there anything that they could have done to keep Dikembe, do you think? Dikembe was so much fun, but he wanted a bigger market, right?
But that was back in the day when you don't really like right now is like, is Nikola Jokic worth a supermax?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so back then there wasn't a train of thought like that. Back then it was like, how much money do we give Nikola Jokic so he doesn't leave? So there wasn't ever a max or a supermax. It's just, but back then, you know, you were owned by Ascent.
Sure.
Remember that?
Yes.
Charlie Lyons, I think, was the guy that ran it. And they didn't have the money in order to do it. You know, they were just trying.
I know. Dude, there was some scare. I'm sure they got scarier close to leaving than any of us will ever know.
Oh,
How
I
about
know.
that?
Well, I mean, you know, think about it this way. Tractor Trailer was traded on draft day for Dirk Nowitzki. I mean, people make mistakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, plenty of modern ones we can think about. But real quickly, I brought up Darvin Ham.
Yeah.
You know, what is going on there? I thought Charles Barkley said it best on his NBA postgame show where he said, y'all commentators need to stop blaming the coaches because look, we all know LeBron is the de facto GM to that thing.
Right. Oh, for sure.
What else was Darvin supposed to do? You didn't have enough guys. They played about as well as that team could play in Game 5 and still couldn't gain separation for the Nuggets not to have a shot at the end. And the Nuggets, I don't even think, played all that well.
I don't think they did either. I thought the Lakers played great in Games 1, 2, and 5. Well, they played great the entire series. But, you know, like if you ask Tim Duncan, who's your favorite coach of all time? He's going to say Greg Popovich, because he's the only one he's ever had. If you ask Udonis Haslem or any one of the long-tenured Miami Heat, who's your best coach of all time?
Spoel, right?
Yeah, Spoel, because in my opinion, he's the best coach in the league. If you ask Jokic and Murray, who's your favorite coach of all time? They're going to say Michael Malone, right? If you ask LeBron James, who's your favorite coach of all time? He's got to go through like 11 dudes.
He'd just say me, won't he?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. LeBron's getting, he's like, hey, ran off another coach. And, there may be some truth to that. There may not be. I mean, if you don't win, you got to blame someone. You got to change the narrative. I guess maybe there's some truth to that, but he's gone through a lot of dudes, is what I can tell you.
I just think it's funny because I was seeing last night, I actually searched Twitter last night. I wish I could remember who had it first. I saw a tweet of the top 3 guys to replace Darvin Ham. And I'm like, what? Did I miss the news bulletin they'd fired Darvin Ham. I didn't think that had happened yet. And sure enough, here it is today.
But you knew it was
1 o'clock.
You knew it was going to happen.
I know, but still, I was like, that's pretty bold. And now they're going to draft Bronny to keep. Like, is that really how good is Bronny? I've heard Bronny's just like all right. Like he's not
second rounder
but
at best.
Yeah, I was like, first off,
he might go undrafted. If it weren't for his name, he probably would go undrafted.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
nobody drafted Walter Payton's kid because of his dad. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
You still got to be able to play.
Yeah. No, I mean, and he's good, but he's just not. I mean, you're talking about the NBA draft, right? There's 30 dudes that get a guaranteed contract out of the United States of America and Europe and across the world. And is Bronny one of those 30 dudes? No, absolutely not.
That's just more money for the family.
Yeah.
Hey, you can watch
They
us.
need it, by the way.
Oh, I know. Bronny's hurting. Bron's hurting. By the way, you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Many of you are doing so. Hello, Twitch. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers, chocolate dip strawberries. Shop in store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. Do you know that at Valentine's Day they had the chocolate dip strawberries going, and I bought some and made Nate eat one? You're lucky it's not closer.
Thanks for the worst visual in my life.
Oh, we got pictures. You don't even need a visual. There's a picture somewhere. He is Jason Kosmiski, voice of the Nuggets. I'm Andy Lindahl. We will talk to Joe Wolf, former Nugget, next here on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you are looking to support a great Colorado business, and I think it's like Small Business Month, or maybe it's just the week, but either way, I don't care what month it is. If you need truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is the place. Owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones, good Colorado people. Not only will they get you set up with whatever you need for your truck or 4x4, they'll give you great recommendations for the climate because they've lived here and they know what you're facing. Things like the bed cover. You know, I was asking Jerry, what would you go with? I wanted one that folded up. He gave me a great one that, with all the snow over the last 5 years, and trust me, it's been tested a number of times, it's always held up well and not lost its form. Ask Jerry about that one. Maybe if camping season's your deal, of course it is getting ready for camping season, he can get the truck and 4x4 ready for that. Whether you're looking for something to tow the fifth wheel or maybe tie downs for the gear and back, or if you just want to be able to enjoy your off-road adventures even more, suspension stuff, light bars, whatever, tow winch, whatever you need, he's got it all. It's Jerry and Wendy Jones over at Colorado Off-Road. They are located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, South Prince Street, right behind ACC. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. It's No Doubt. Just got done playing Coachella on a Ska Friday. Did you like No Doubt? I'm trying to get a quick musical taste from you.
So I'm not a really big music guy, which nobody says ever.
Sure.
But I did lately get into Texas red dirt country music, like Whiskey Myers, Rodney Rogers,
Okay.
Casey Donahue. That's kind of where I'm living right now, man.
We're just staring at each other when it comes.
I
Well, let's
know,
go
I
to
know.
our next guest. Let's run off to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Joe Wolf,
Legend.
famous Nuggets alumni. Joe, what kind of music, I guess, do you like? Let's open with that. Do you know what this red Texas dirt country is he just said to me?
No clue, but that is cause that I expect nothing less at this point. But I have to begin this interview by saying, "Konnichiwa, Ohio gozaimasu, genki desu ka?"
He's in Japan.
Wow,
He's
So
calling us from Japan, bro.
What time is it there?
6:30.
Too early, but I love you guys so much. I said I'll get up, and here I am.
And like Ron Burgundy, you regret this immediately. It's fine. We get it. Joe, again, I'll tell you what. Are you following the Nuggets from afar? Have you enjoyed the the adventures of your old team?
Absolutely. I've always loved Denver. I've loved the Nuggets. I tell everybody this. If there are players in basketball that I would pay money to buy a ticket, it would be my man Jokic, man. He's unbelievable. I love watching him play, and he makes the game so exciting and fun for me.
Hey, Joe, as your former Nugget twice, by the way, why is people ask me this all the time, and I've tried 6,000 different ways to explain it. What makes Nikola Jokic so special?
It's his selflessness and his competitiveness. He does it with a culture of team, and I think I appreciate that most. I think that sees the game like I wanted to see the game and play the game, but I wasn't as big or as long as he was. And the rules were much different when I played. So it's an appreciation for me as a former basketball player, seeing the game through him. That's why I see it. But I think it's a culture that he sets because of his selflessness and his competitiveness. Nobody can say that he does not play every possession. And you can tell that by every once in a while you'll see the bench and how he's getting his teammates to understand what's coming next or what the play is, or you can see him leading, and I love that.
Joe, I'm curious if you, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, I mean, I imagine we're about the same age. Big guys like
42?
yourself.
42?
Joe's 59. He's one of the few
Is
guys
he?
older than me. Yeah.
Well, he's only got a few years on me. We're all good. Joe, but when you were coming up, I mean, they didn't allow big guys to be point guards or to shoot three-pointers, it seemed like, or anything like that. How much differently do you think you would have maybe developed after a guy like Jokic opens everybody's eyes that you don't have to limit the skill set? Would you have been able to do some of the things that he does?
Probably not. I was never, my wingspan was below average, so that's a huge thing in today's game. I had good feet speed because you have two of them, not just one. So I mean, I appreciate what he does because his body type is unique, and his mindset is unique. Is the total package is what makes him him. I didn't have the total package, so that's why I appreciate him, because I can think the game like he thinks the game, but I could never have played the game like he played.
For those of you younger people that are listening, this is Joe Wolf, former Nugget. We worked together at McNichols Sports Arena back in the day. And by the way, and for those of you that don't know, George was kind of like Scott Hastings. Joe was kind of like Scott Hastings, where a good glue guy, but he wasn't going to log 40 minutes a game. Let's put it that way. But he had a hell of a following at McNichols, and it was the Wolf Pack. And they hung up signs. And Joe, do you still talk to these dudes, or are you in touch with the Wolf Pack?
First off, let me give some shout outs to my nieces who live in Denver, Elise Mackey, Jeff and Jim Melinda, who grew up in Kohler, where I grew up in Wisconsin. But let's move on to the Wolfpack because they are a special crew. 7 guys from Lewis Palmer High School that came to my game. They were juniors in high school, Chad Atherton and the boys. I still talk to them to this day.
Wow.
They were basketball players. They were in their junior year at Lewis Palmer High School. What they did, the first time they came with somebody's parent. So there were 7 of them. And they had these cardboards, and they were going to sign, put my name because there's 7 of them, and it's easy to spell out Joe Wolf because it's 7 letters. So they were going to put permanent marker on these signs. So, being juniors in high school, they got the bright idea to why not just put it on our chest?
In permanent marker?
Right. So they did it. And they were right behind the bench, and we had a great time, and they met me after the game. But what they failed to mention until later on was it took 2 weeks to wash off their chest. So I mean, they and then throughout the year, more kids started showing up. The Nuggets, we didn't draw many fans that year because we weren't that good. And the Nuggets started giving them tickets. By the end of the year, there were 30 kids coming to the games. They did a vote for Joe Wolf flyer during the political times, and I mean, these kids were unbelievable. They had they came to the game with win number 10. We're not the worst. ESPN put them on a broadcast.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I mean, these guys are just unbelievable. In fact, they were so good. After every game, I'd stop by. They'd wait after the game, whether it was snowing or not. And I talked to them, and then at the end of the season, I took them out for ice cream as a group. And now they're, executives. They're out in the real world, and I would imagine they're 30s, 40s, and have kids of their own. And they were just really, really good kids that were looking for an outlet in a positive way. And it was so much fun. So big shout out to the Wolfpack.
Wow, and that was during the 11 and 71 year, by the way.
Oh, it was dedication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These kids were dedicated because they had their season going on. They came to 30-plus games, and you only have 41 home games. So,
right.
It was that made it a memorable season for me. Not so much on the court, but off the court.
Well, I mean, so Joe, this is when we first got computers, right? Like at McNichols.
Okay.
I swear to
All
God.
right. No, I know. It's just
so
funny to hear.
After practices and shoot around, Joe would come to my computer and check his stocks on AOL.com, mind you.
That's right. That's exactly right, guys.
Let's basketball. How far can the Nuggets go, Joe? Honestly, I mean, I'm not trying to be, turn you into a homer or anything, but in your basketball mind, how by the way, he's an associate head coach for the Wisconsin Herd in the G League, so Joe does know a thing or two about basketball. How far do you think the Nuggets can go? What's your opinion?
Well, playoffs are all about health, so you have to put that first and foremost. Secondly, they're the defending champs, and they've played like it all year. They'll be tested in the next 2 rounds, and then I would imagine Boston may come out of the East, and so they've got 3 series. They've got to maintain their health, and I think they have a great chance.
Joe, let's get to the important stuff. I mean, we appreciate the analysis, but now I find out you're a good Wisconsin boy. I actually roomed with a couple of them in college. One of them I'm still friends with to this day. They all want to know, is the mullet still sweet and sleek? And is that good Wisconsin living that brought you to town with the mullet?
Well, the business in the front and the party in the back is kind of gone in a different direction.
It's coming back, bro.
I now have an 8 head. I no longer have a 4 head. So those days are my glory days, and everybody has a scrapbook, and mine was that I was co-MVP all NBA mullet team for 10 years. So
look, it was glorious. It's what led to the you were like Doug and Dave Weidel. Do you remember the Weidel brothers who played for the Broncos around the time that you played here? You guys were all legends. We all loved you.
Yeah, well, nobody could wear mullets like we could. That's all I have to say. I don't brag too much, but that's my brag right there.
By the way, Adam Peake is in our chat, so he says hello. He's listening to you, Joe.
Awesome.
Hey man, it's been a long day, a long time since I was a producer. But the one guest I booked for this program was Joe Wolf, man.
And we love it.
Yeah,
we love it. All right, Joe, we're going to let you get back to sleep, and we got to wrap things up. But we really do appreciate you taking time, especially since, I don't know, you're not even in the country. Safe travels, and maybe we'll catch up with you in the fall when all this stuff, gets back together and you're coaching again.
I appreciate it, guys. Always good to hear from you.
Wolfie, the man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
All right, that is Joe Wolf. Really enjoyed that. And again, he got a big kick out of Adam Peake. Thanks to Adam Peake. You were telling everyone to download the app. They just went to Twitch.
Yeah, see.
They know what's
there you
up.
go. My bad. Yeah.
The young guy's got it figured out,
my
guys.
bad, my
Kaz
bad,
is trying to, you can send an email to them. No, Kaz, they're texting now. Hey, man, I appreciate you sitting in too. We got to get going. We got Ross Colton and our guy Connor McGahey coming up top of the hour. But good luck. I know you maybe don't want to hear this from me. I hope it's a good long run. I hope it's post Father's Day before we wrap this thing up again.
No, I hope so too, man. I mean, that's why we're in this thing, right? Is to win. So it's better than the 11-71 season.
God, you're not kidding. All right, we'll be right back. Connor McGahey, top of the hour, along with Ross Colton. I'm trying to remember his call. I can't. Sorry, Connor. You can fill me in when you get in. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Yes, 4 o'clock hour underway. Andy Lindahl here with Connor McGahey. Nate Kreckman off today as he takes a family day in Chicago. He was literally broadcasting from his dad's workshop the last few days, so that was fun. And speaking of fun, it's one of our favorite guys, really one of our guys. Hopefully he feels the same. He's Ross Colton of the Colorado Avalanche. Ross, it's Andy and Connor. How are you doing today?
Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm doing well.
All right. First off, Ross, I'm going to start with not such a, important question or maybe serious question, but I got to tell you, you've come on our show a number of times. We love chit-chatting with you. So again, like I said, you're our guy, and I get a little angry when people mess with my guys. I come from a lacrosse background, as Connor can tell you, and you kind of don't like people doing stuff to your guys. Did you say anything to who was the guy that kept cheap shotting you? Priolo? Who was the guy, the little number 4, the defenseman? What was
Pionk.
with the Pionk?
Yeah.
What was with the whack in the ribs, man? Did you ever get a little something back for that?
Well, I think, me and him have been going back and forth a little bit, the whole series. And then, that was a pretty dirty cheap shot, knocked the wind out of me. But I think karma came back and got him because, he put one in his own net there right after that. So I think that's the only I might have said something or two after when he was skating back.
No.
But, I don't think I could repeat that.
Oh, that end of the ice was weird, wasn't it, Ross? Because you had the Josh Manson clearance that goes off of Lecky's shin padding in, and then you have the Pionk play. I was trying to think if I've ever seen 2 own goals like that in a hockey game. I don't think I have. Have you?
Yeah, no, I definitely have it. That was, obviously an unfortunate bounce on the first one, but for ours, we'll just say that it was all skill and Lecky was trying to do that one.
100%. Lecky's red hot right now, red hot.
Yeah, exactly.
He presented the stick. What are you going to do? I'll tell you what, Ross, I know this is your first year with the team. The Avs, I don't know if they played that kind of like true playoff hockey style in a number of years that I can remember. The first line is the first line. I don't have to tell you anything about your teammates when they're, McKinnon and Rantanen and guys like that. But the way you guys got in front of the net, I don't know if you heard Hellebuck's comment yesterday where he said, look, I didn't see half the pucks that went in. What changed from the last 2 weeks to the last 4 games that you guys were so effective offensively like that?
Yeah, I think, obviously the playoffs are a different animal. I think guys turn it up a little bit and, ramp it up another notch. So obviously we know we had that in us for the entire season. I think it's just hard to do that, for an 82-game stretch. So I think that just starts with the leadership in the room. We did a good job of kind of, we knew that they kind of took it to us the first 3 times that we played them throughout the year. So we just knew we had to ramp it up a little bit.
Ross, I should have led with this. I'm sorry you can't get away from me. That's horrible. So thanks for coming on.
I love you. It's okay.
Oh, my God. See, he's my guy too, Andy. But honestly, everyone has been saying for weeks that the Avalanche can't just flip a switch and go to playoff mode. But I feel like you guys just flipped a switch and went to playoff mode. Do you feel like that is actually a real thing?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I think, just the time of year and, obviously you grind for 82 games and, that stretch of, I would say, game 50 to honestly 70, the dog days of the season, it's tough. It's a grind. So it's kind of nice to, once those playoffs hit, I think, what you're playing for something else a little bit, something more special. So I know it sounds bad to say that you're not doing that every night in, night out, but, obviously it's a long season. So, I think it's not the easiest thing to do to flip that switch, but, now that I've been in the playoffs for, a couple of times now, it's definitely I don't know if it's just the energy in the room or what it is, but, guys definitely get a little bit more jacked up.
Well, and Ross, is there something to be said? I mean, you join a team, you've won a cup, they've won a cup. Is there anything in the back of your mind where you say to yourself, I know what I'm going to need to make it through that playoff chase that maybe affects what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think just a little bit. And I think again, I know it's cliche, but it starts at the top and you need the leadership in the room. And I was actually doing an interview earlier today where I said, I felt that same way when the year that I won, that we kind of had that same, the atmosphere in the locker room was the same come, training camp. It starts with, guys holding certain people to, certain standards and, only things are acceptable and, we're here to win. So, I mean, obviously I'm sure every team is like that, but that's one of the big similarities that I saw between the Lightning and the Avalanche.
A lot of us during the Stanley Cup playoffs watch the other series on off nights. Do you watch the other series on off nights?
I usually do. I just feel like, this time of year it's tough. It's a grind on the body that, I don't like to, do too much or, be too crazy. So, usually I'm just hanging out on the couch and kind of, I wouldn't really say scouting per se, but I like to tune in and see what's going on in the other games. Yeah, I definitely do.
Ross, I'm curious again, because you're such a veteran. One of the things that struck me, and I don't know, 20 years ago, whatever it was, when the Avs won that cup in 2001, I was a reporter, not a talk show host. And so the guy that I will always remember literally changing body types throughout the run was Alex Tanguay. Could not believe the amount of body weight that kid seemed to lose from the start of the playoffs to when, we were all interviewing him after they won the cup. How do you manage that this time of year? How much body weight did you lose during your Tampa Cup run?
I guess it all depends. I feel like I'm the type of person where I kind of I fluctuate. I kind of stay the same throughout the entire season, but there's definitely guys that, maybe gain some weight or some guys that lose some. So I think everyone's different, but I think that's just a matter of, how you treat your body. Hopefully you're putting the right stuff in, post game. And, we have such an amazing staff that, is putting the right stuff, on the table for us, whether it's, before the game, after the game, or, even in between periods and stuff like that. So it's just a first-class staff here that, kind of is on top of that.
And Ross, head of that staff is Joe Sakic, and Joe has said many a times that rest is a weapon. You guys took care of your business in 5 games. So there's this one camp that says, hanging around for maybe what could be a week if Dallas Vegas goes to 7 is a bad thing. That is never a bad thing, rest, when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs, is it?
No, I think we've definitely been throwing that term around a lot, even throughout the season, that rest is a weapon. Yeah. So I don't mind it at all. I know some people might say, it's tough to, when you're in that playoff mode, then you get some days off that you won't be able to ramp it up. But I think it's just more time to, for guys to heal up, get those injuries right. And, maybe if guys aren't feeling, whatever they need to get some extra rest or, get some extra treatment for whatever it may be. But, once that puck drops and, it's game day, everyone turns it on. And like I said before, it's a different animal. So if you can't get up for one of these playoff games, then, you probably shouldn't be on the ice.
How physical is your team? I thought coming in that maybe Winnipeg was the more physical team. That proved to be not true at all. How physical is this squad, Ross?
Yeah, I think we definitely have some guys that, like to throw it around. And, the thing I like about our team is, obviously guys are willing to, drop the gloves and fight. But, we'd rather just check between the whistles. And, we have 60 minutes to, play our game, and that's just play physical. And, obviously we know we have the, guys that could finish and score and whatnot. But, I think the, staff did an amazing job of kind of going out and getting those guys that play hard. And I guess you could say similar to myself and maybe like a Miles Wood and, Trennan and, Duhaime and those guys who kind of have skill as well, but also aren't afraid to, put the puck in, instill some fear in those D-men.
The most serious question of the interview so far is you have seen and been around Moj and Riker for a week and a half now. Riker's mullet is going, and now Moj has the soul patch going.
Oh, no.
Where do you stand on mullets and soul patches, yes or no to both?
I'm going to have to say soul patch, no, mullet, yes.
Thank you!
Okay, but yeah, I would have loved to see maybe Reichs when we saw him. I think we were in Florida this year, and he had the cheesy Hawaiian shirt on. We were teasing him for about a week and a half after that. I would love to see him with the mullet and then maybe throw that tarp on.
Oh, well, and Kiefer and I have matching ones. We all got it for like $8 in the same shop. So we'll get them out of the closet.
Yeah, that would look good. I think it would bring us some good luck.
Are you a playoff beard guy? Is that a requirement in hockey, or do you do, like, I know guys for a while just went with the little, a little goatee for a bit. What do you do this time of year?
I grow it out. I mean, I don't really grow a ton. Well, actually, it's been coming in pretty nice, so I do say so myself. But hopefully we get it going for a couple months longer now. But yeah, I just let it grow. I haven't touched it. I won't touch it.
How is Kale's? I don't remember Kale growing too much during the Cup run. Is Kale cherub face all year round? Do you give him a hard time about it?
No one really gives him a hard time about it. I think he's just got that natural kind of baby face that I guess you could call it more. He's got the peach fuzz going. I wouldn't really call it a beard or anything like that.
He's the babyface assassin.
Yeah, he's a Norris
Yeah.
Trophy winner. I
Yeah.
guess nobody could say much, right?
Yeah, when you're going end to end and scoring goals like that, he could do whatever the hell he wants.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's get to the real stuff. You know why we have you on. Giants went ahead and decided they wouldn't draft a quarterback. Tommy DeVito, I think, is still in your life, although you're going to be living some of our Drew Lock life, Ross. Let me just tell you, maybe don't get all in on Drew Lock just yet, because he will throw some pretty passes, but can be maddeningly inconsistent. How do you grade your guys' draft class? How much attention did you get to pay to that?
I kind of pay attention to the first round. Other than that, nothing too. I didn't really follow the. I think we played the next day, so I wasn't really too involved in that one. But I was kind of hoping that either that Harrison guy or obviously Neighbors fell to them, because as I've stated before, I'm still big on Danny Dimes, and I think he's the guy. I think that if he just had some pieces around him and just a decent O-line, I think he's the guy. So. Hopefully hopefully I'm wrong, but I still don't think they're going to be great next year, but we shall see.
Are you going to put your coach on? Is Dable on the hot seat if he isn't? Is that too soon?
No. I like Dabs. I think he brings some fire. And again, you just see the teams that they're putting on the field. Again, I don't know a lick about football besides the fact that I just want them to win, but I just feel like they haven't really been, competitive in these past years. And, I guess you just need someone to blame. That's always the coach's fault. But I think it's more someone higher up that they need to start building these pieces. So I like the Joe Shane guy as well. So I think he's putting them in the right direction.
Well, Dable went from being cheered at Ranger games to booed ferociously at Ranger games. So it changes very quickly in New York City.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So I'm a little upset, too. My boy Saquon's out, but – and, of course, he goes to the
Eagles,
so
of course,
stand.
yeah.
Exactly. So that's usually how it works. So, but again, yeah, I'm very happy with the Neighbors pick.
All right, real quick, before we let you go, then, Saquon's been on social media. You're a pro athlete. You've had to make a move. You don't always get the offer that you want, right? Are fans being too hard on Saquon? He claims he never got an offer from the team. Do you at least understand the move, or are you mad as a Giants fan? Are you mad simply because it was the Eagles?
I think I'm more mad that it's the Eagles, because I feel like in football, if you put the right O-line in front of them, you can kind of have anyone back there. So, again, I think that you don't need to pay your running back an absorbent amount of money. So that's just me. But, again, I think I'm more mad that it's just the Eagles. But he was the only, kind of spark that they've had the last however many years. So hopefully, again, this new guy comes in and, brings something else.
All right, Ross, you know how this works. You guys get this win, and whoever it is the next series, and we'll be bugging you again between rounds. So we hope you stay healthy and have a great series, okay?
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
You're a saint. God bless you.
Yeah, hey,
All
look,
right.
he's our guy. We love him.
Right.
We love Ross Colton. I
See
did not
that?
love the cross-check the other night by Pionk.
No.
Pionk bothered me. Did you have a guy... You know how this goes. You and I, should we tell a few tales before we go to break?
Ah, yes, telling of tales.
So there's a few guys on that San Diego Seals team I don't care for at all. I don't, and one of them
are any of them former?
Yeah,
Mammoth?
a few of them, but no, I don't. I love our former Mammoth guy. No, a lot of them are former Calgary guys, so you can understand.
Yeah. Well,
They're
that's where the
easy to hate.
hatred comes from.
And one of them scored a winning goal a couple years ago, and I mean. And you know how it is when we're the Mammoth broadcast, because the league is so small, my broadcast goes to both markets. So you are not allowed. We're on ESPN Plus.
Right down
ESPN
the middle.
people hammer you. You cannot be a homer. Right. We better get good highlights out of your call. And I had to act so excited that the guy I hated the most on that roster had sent the thing back to San Diego. That my teeth were down to nubbins. I was gritting my teeth so hard trying to call a good highlight for the guy. Did you have any guys like that? Like, who were you most sick of at the end of that series?
On the Winnipeg roster.
On Winnipeg.
I mean,
look, your tight was tight, maybe too big a word, but I imagine you have friendships with some of these players, and when you see dirty crap going on that maybe we don't even catch on TV, you got to get a little annoyed, don't you?
I do. And, there's so many things that and Jockey and I talk about this sometimes. Maybe I should back off just a tad. But it's standing up for your guys. And it's the stuff after the play. You know what I mean? It's the unnecessary things. It's the late hits. It's what happened at the end of game number 3 that drives me crazy. On this roster, I think, and look, he wasn't really a factor in this series, Mark Scheifele.
Right.
Do you remember the empty net versus Montreal where the guy from the Canadiens, I don't remember who it was, but he put it into the empty net, and Scheifele just absolutely blasted him into the ball. He was out cold on the ice. He got suspended for the hit. And I was almost waiting for something like that to happen. I'm glad that it didn't. But I mean, I try and not do that. You know what I mean? So,
sure, but you're human.
But yeah, but there was a couple instances with Pionk and Brendan Dillon. And look, at the end of the day, it's a playoff series. It's going to happen. We're going to get our heroes and villains. We just are. But the amount of people who said Neil Pionk to me was actually kind of funny. How much they didn't like Neil Pionk in that series.
Well, again, look, some guys are the way they are because they're trying to intimidate people. Pionk does not appear to be intimidating stature, shall I say?
It's like if I walk up.
Right. And part of me feels like you're being this kind of punk because you know it's the playoffs and no one's going to fight you.
You know, it was, and the incomparable Luke Johns has just reminded me that Jake Evans was the player for the Montreal Canadiens who got hit late, who scored that empty net goal. Thank you, Luke. Bless you.
Yeah, it's who do you want to see out of this next round?
Honestly,
that's the problem.
Honestly,
I already hate both those teams.
Well, that's
so
what I'm
much.
saying. Like, it's
my blood pressure can't handle it. I hate Ottinger, but it's because he's good. You know who I can't stand the most, maybe on both teams, is Ben. Gotta hate Ben. Jamie Benn. I just hate Jamie Benn.
Do you remember
sports hate?
Do you remember when he fought Josh Manson?
Yeah, I do.
Manson erased his face.
Good. I hope he does it again. just can't. I can't deal with that dude. I can't.
Yeah,
but then I get
there's
mad
a lot
at
of
Vegas.
villains on both teams.
Like Vegas has got a couple of guys. Some of the guys that I hated on Vegas are now gone. I'm spacing one of the guys' names. Anyway, most of the Vegas guys, although
Mark Stone gets booed every time he touches the puck.
Should because dude, it feels like you're up to something. Who was the big defenseman that threw the elbow and got in the penalty box?
Pietrangelo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had a tough.
Carrier, that's who I was trying to think
Carrier.
of. Carrier drives me nuts as well.
He's up there because every hit of his is technically late. It's just right on the border from being called a penalty.
Our guy Eric Rabbers is probably yelling at us right now. He's a great fan of everybody else, but for some reason likes Vegas, and so we go back and forth. But I don't
think it matters. I mean, both teams are. Is it the Raiders or the Chiefs?
You're slaying you're slaying a dragon either way if you get past
That's
them.
right.
Because they've never beat Dallas, to my knowledge, in the playoffs. Not that I can remember.
Nope.
You didn't beat them in the bubble.
Nope.
We know what happened
you go
in the
back
90s.
And then 04, 2002.
Yes.
Is that 04?
Well, even before, remember, 99 and 2000, wasn't it? Or 98,
back
99?
to back because Stars won the Cup in 99. And then,
And that was the first year the Avs had Bork, right?
99, 2000.
Or was it 2000, 2001, I guess?
Yeah.
Yep. So, anyway.
Yeah.
99, 2000 were the 2 years they
And then, obviously, they just played the one series versus Vegas where they were up 2-0 and lost in 6.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Remember it well. Funny little...
Oh, I know. I was there.
Funny little puck goes off the backside of Grubauer, and for some reason he becomes a different goalie. Just hockey playoffs are crazy.
They are.
I had said, I don't know what it is about the Nuggets versus the Avs, but it's nothing but stress. I almost don't enjoy the playoff game. I enjoy the joy, but when it's tight and you're
oh yeah,
you got the rear end that's so tight you could lay an egg. I don't need that for another 2 weeks.
First period in Game 5, I was like, I should be enjoying this more. You know what I mean? But that's why it's nice watching the other series, right? Because you don't have a dog in the hunt.
Not worried about it.
And you can just sit back and relax.
Be stressed.
And you can root for chaos as much as you want. You can root for triple overtime.
Give me overtime.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
care.
It doesn't matter to me. But when you have the vested interest, it's what makes it the best and the worst all at the same time.
You're right. Someone said they beat Dallas in 06. I don't remember that, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Oh, yeah.
Did they?
What
crew are we talking about? When was the lockout?
Was that Paul Stastny's rookie year?
That might have been. Anyway.
If only I had a small machine connected to the World Wide Web. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
We'll hit our break, and we'll go. When we come back, we can talk more about the annoyance of either opponent that lies ahead for the Colorado Avalanche. You got some questions for Connor? Hit us up on the text line, the Ramos Law hotline, text line there. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. You know what? That's the hotline.
You want to start over?
No, let's go ahead
Scene
and finish
24.
it. Thank
Andy
you.
reads
No.
the text line, take 2, marker.
Yeah, thank you to Ramos Law. But we also thank Shop Mazda. They're the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Shop Mazda. This is Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, guys, you know what it is. It's the weekend time again, and the weekend usually means date nights. Have you had the date nights that you've wanted to in the past a few weeks? If it's because of erectile dysfunction that maybe date night doesn't feel the same or you find it shutting it down early, maybe it's time to have a chat with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, ED is something not to take lightly. It can lead to depression. It can lead to a space in your relationship, a little bit of an awkward point in the relationship if you find yourself pulling away from having any intimate acts at the end of the evening. Don't let this hurt you or your partner. Go and talk to the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatment with success rates well over 90%, and some of the treatments will have you lasting for an hour or more. You stop by the clinic, you get yourself a visit. It's $99, and it includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have 5 locations around Colorado to serve you. Make your next date night better. Call them at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, it's Ska Friday. Connor McGahee in for this hour of Ska Friday.
Oh,
he's our
goody.
first guy that's going air drums for the ska music.
Oh, yeah.
You know Mark Stout pretty well, don't you?
Yeah, very well.
Mark Stout cracks me up because he's an air drummer too. You always find out everyone's instrument of choice. Now, you actually play the drums,
That's
though,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
Stout did not. He would bust into this trance-like look where his mouth was kind of hanging open, and then he would just stare at you. Like, we'd be calling crush games. They'd be playing some, you get some 80 hair metal song.
That's where
coming
him
on
and
in
Moshe
the
are
break.
kindred spirits.
Yeah, and Stout would just give you this weird look and then just start going into the perfect drum beat for it. I was always like, dude. So you threw me off with that. Never on Ska Friday have we had.
What is it? What does anyone play like Ska Friday air bass? Like no one does that.
Well, I think you're right. There's a couple. The bass guys, I feel like this was the problem with the band D-Mac and I were in. No bass player really could. Everyone got bored with the music because it simply was 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All
That
rock
was it.
beats all the time. Yeah.
Just this same 4.
And you can't. Bass players need a little bit of variety.
Need a little something.
You know
I
what
would
I mean?
always tell people, do whatever you want. We can. Who cares? Get after it.
You can have a
cover
great
band.
bass line in 4/4 time. It's easy to do.
Well, the best guy, his name was Skylar Ankley from. It was Heart and Soul Radio. They were on the Warped Tour with Dork. That was the band name when they went out there.
They're not still doing the Warped Tour, are they?
God, great question. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Anybody know? 303-504-0925.
It went to bed with the Lilith Tour.
The Lilith Fair?
The Lilith Fair? Yeah.
I think
they all
don't
they
we have
all
Big Head
ended at the
Todd's
same
coming out
time.
with a album soon, so check them out. Our friends in Big
Okay.
Head Todd. But does Big Head Todd and Blues Travelers still do Red Rocks on the 4th of July?
Well,
Is that still a thing?
I think so. Because that
Two
happened
old guys want to know what the modern events are.
Opens up the newspaper.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Checks to see if Blues Traveler
Listen,
is
this
playing
isn't
Red
Vic
Rocks.
Lombardi and Nate Kreckman. We don't have papers in here, but anyway, someone just said no. No to what? Sorry, Philip. Appreciate you answering. I need to know no to what.
No to we've asked about 6. We broke a cardinal rule of broadcasting. We asked like 6 questions in a row.
Yeah, that's this show.
I know.
We might as well call broken
I know.
cardinal rules.
I know. I listen every
Welcome
day.
to Kreckman and Lindo. Well, we appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hey, someone asked a question on the text line.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the Avs guy everybody hates? It's got to be. See, the problem is that it's kind of filtered in. It was McDermott for a while, wasn't it? And then he got traded.
I don't think it was hated though. I think it was feared.
Feared. Well,
it's like
feared-
Josh Manson is feared too. You hear what Brendan Dillon said yesterday? I
heard that he thought-
he thought that Josh was coming over to punch him in the face, but he was really coming to tell him that he was
You're in trouble.
bleeding. Yes.
Yeah. Your hand is severed, sir.
I'm going through the lineup here, and I'm trying to detect a pest, somebody that is undesirable.
Well, what about was Cogliano a bother to us when he was a member of other
no.
teams?
Nope.
He's a darn good player.
Hey, Ross and OC fought a couple times.
Yeah,
Ross
I know.
has that edge to him.
Well, someone had texted in. I was going to tell him, and then I forgot. But someone texted in, tell Ross it was Ryan. Tell Ross he's an annoying little gnat, and I love it. It's glorious.
Oh, well, maybe there's your answer then. Maybe our guy can pose tonight. The role of the villain will be played by Ross Colton.
So, is it him or Miles Wood? Because Miles Wood gets going fast. Miles
True.
Wood is going to lay. He's going to.
Well, and
it's going to hurt if he hits you.
It's like Cool Runnings. He don't take no crap out of nobody either.
And I love. Well, and he's got the face that. Miles Wood has the face that makes you go, I probably shouldn't mess with you. You've been in a fight or two.
Because he's like really handsome, but also he's missing teeth.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. A texter, Dan from Parker, says a lot of people didn't like Landeskog. He's right. Landeskog was kind of the Scott, who was the big New Jersey Devil?
Scott Stevens.
Stevens. There we go. Remember him? Really, really good player. Really intimidating.
He would
but
hit
you hated him because
so
of it.
hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Landy was that way too, right?
Yep. I mean, wouldn't hit. Scott Stevens and Rob Blake hit very similarly, right?
Oh,
with just the
Big old
rear
hip
end
check.
out. Here it comes. Nothing you can do about it either. And about the bruises that you're about to endure for a month and a half.
God, I forgot about Rob Blake. Rob Blake was so good. See, people are talking about Duhaime.
Maybe.
And I don't necessarily disagree, but Duhaime, I feel Duhaime's game has been a little tame compared to what I thought was promised us. Now, in the playoffs, I feel like he's definitely picked it up.
He's played the role perfectly.
And so is Trennan.
Yes.
Dude, Trennan's a guy I feel like I'm not messing with Yakov Trennan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Connor, we were told he was big, and you look at the bio, Trennan's one of those guys that when he's out on the ice, you realize how much bigger than everybody else he truly is.
And if you wear a full-breasted suit into the arena, I mean, you're not to be messed with.
Yeah, you're here to do
full-breasted suit means I'm here for business.
Mafia style.
Yes.
Listen,
I'm here to give you a hard time.
Talk about.
I'm going to make him an offer I can't refuse.
Someone's saying, a couple of people are saying Wood is like Kadri. There's no doubt Kadri was the guy forever.
Yep.
What do you think, real quickly? This isn't a punchable face guy, but if he keeps playing this way, he could add to the irritant that is the Avs. I thought Casey Middlestat really got back to where Coach wanted him that series. What were your thoughts?
I thought he was outstanding because, I mean, you talk about the 3 assists in a game, and he scored in game 1. But winning puck, when you talk about a guy who has good hands, good soft hands that Casey Middlestat does and is so smart, you don't often talk about how he wins puck battles. But how reliable was he along the wall, in the corner, behind the net when he's trying to pry it free? I think it was game 4. He wins that puck battle. Lekkonen's alone, all in front. And the chemistry that those two have is, I mean, it's Conehead stuff. Pass, shoot, score.
You just hit it. Lecky's the guy.
You think so?
Irritant fly that guys get. Well, because
there's no answer for you cannot. He's the unsolvable problem.
Well, but he's always around your goalie.
That's true.
And again, he's not afraid to do the dirty work it takes to get things done. Guys want to just cross-check the, now our friend Ross Colton caught one too.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a guy like Lecky bothers the other team because he's always around your goalie. I'm not going to say it's on the line because he was always outside the blue paint, but he's kind of like, if contact happens, it happens, right? You got to have that to play that position, to play that role.
But it's not like I think the question we're asking is, do we have a Brad Marchand
right.
on our team?
No, I don't think we do.
And we don't have a Brad Marchand on our team. By the way, Bruins trying to not be the first team in pro sports history to give up 3-1 leads in back-to-back years tomorrow night when they host Game 7. Can you believe that?
How about how bad that pressure has switched?
I know.
Huh? Toronto
wins 2 games without Austin Matthews.
Shipped out, right?
I know. Because usually we root for chaos when it comes to the Toronto Maple Leafs. You just want to watch the Leafs fans just melt down on a yearly basis. But this year, again, just like last year versus Florida, the pressure has shifted back to the Boston Bruins.
Okay, let me ask you this then. And I want to hear from the text line, 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Would it be cool, not for the rest of the country, I don't care, but would it be cool for these two cities if Boston and Denver met in both the NBA and NHL finals?
Because we've established that's never happened before.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Would it be fun? I mean, I get the rest of the country wouldn't care. I don't care about you. I'm just going to be selfish. But seriously, for the Celtics and Bruins to take on the Avs and Nuggets, that would be pretty cool.
It would be. I mean, you talk about never being – we don't like – I think it's safe to say, and sorry, Boston people out there, but we don't like you.
Yeah, D-Man.
Denver – I know he's listening too. But it's true. Boston has never liked Denver. Denver has never liked Boston. Whether it's Broncos, Patriots, whether Bruins fans will never forgive Avalanche fans for taking Ray Bourque and winning the cup before they did. That will never be forgiven.
And I'm not real psyched that the one good Rockies team we had, you had to go sweep them, and we had the shortest playoff, World Series we could have had.
And then we have, beating Tom Brady twice in AFC Championship games, right? So there's punch for punch here, all over the place. So they've never liked each other, Boston and Denver. It's been a good, actually healthy city sports rivalry. But if you meet in 2 sports championships at the exact same time, I mean, that puts it over the top. You will be arch nemesis for the rest of time after that.
I'm rooting for it to happen because, again, it serves my purposes. So, all right, 303-504-0925. Would you like to see that? Now, and real quickly, I got a bunch of people texting in. Folks, I get it. I said Gabe was that kind of player. As soon as Gabe gets back, I will say is that kind of player. I've not seen Gabe Landeskog play in 2 years. Forgive me. I've got all the desire in the world to see the captain return. But I also need to see the captain return, and then I'll change it. If you want to keep saying is, to each his own. But for me, it's a little bit of was right now. Although I like what I've seen, the videos that everybody else has seen. He's definitely stepped up the stress tests he's putting on that knee. He's testing the edges. He's going back and forth. There's nothing more that I want to see than Gabe Landeskog return to the ice triumphantly for the Western Conference Finals, because it kind of feels like that's probably what we're talking about.
Can I backtrack for 1 second?
Please, by all means, why not?
I forget. Hey, my name's not on the show.
Listen,
who cares?
it's nothing but free time. Although we do have a break. We have
Okay,
to. You know what?
one
I'll tell
second.
you what. Pause it.
Okay.
When we come back, Connor's going to backtrack. But about what? Nobody knows. That's the tease
Tune
on
in next
Altitude
time.
Sports Radio. We're back. I think these are our guys in Ballyhoo. It's a Scott Friday. Always having a lot of fun. All right. Connor McGay's in for another few minutes. Jeff Legwald, top of the hour. We also are going to have our winner from this week's contest to announce at 5 o'clock. Be around for that, which means we've got to mind our P's and Q's, so we're back at the right time. By the way, nobody seems to think that the Boston Bruins, if they win, will get past the next round. We had another vote for maybe both New York teams facing both the Knicks and the Rangers.
Also a possibility.
I don't know. I feel like the Celtics are better than the Knicks, but we will see. You wanted to backtrack. Please do so.
Well,
sir.
and credit to the text line, because the text line knows.
Okay.
And I can't believe that I forgot this when we were talking about Boston versus Denver. But the DU Pioneers just beat Boston University and Boston College in the same weekend to become the most successful college hockey program in the history of the world.
Take that, Beanpot people.
Yeah, wear it, Beantown.
So does that mean that the Dropkick Murphys aren't happy with us? Does that mean that they're upset?
Probably. But
Dennis Leary isn't our friend anymore?
I watched Draft Day.
Yeah.
The day after Draft Day. I love that movie. And Dennis Leary is, despite his Boston roots, big Dennis Leary guy.
Yeah, he's always made me laugh. Now, I will tell you, my greatest disappointment was at the New York Super Bowl. They were promoting Draft Day. Were you out there? Do you remember that at all?
Yeah, I do. I was there.
Yeah. So
we had our studio was right next to. We were in the downstairs of the Hyatt on the Hudson, and but they were promoting Draft Day at that point.
They were. Now, I was in the media
came out
hotel,
the next year.
And then I had to come and join you guys. Like, we had to get the special bus in to get into the facility.
We were in Jersey for the first, 4 nights at a random Marriott.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well,
we had 3 rental cars going back and forth in the city.
My
it was
life
a nightmare.
was between the Sheraton Manhattan, which it was funny.
That's where the cheerleaders and everybody else was staying. Because I think that we picked some staffers up to go to the Today Show. And we had Miles and all of them were at the Sheraton Manhattan. So we had to come from Jersey in the middle of the woods to pick these people up to go to the Today Show at 4 a.m.
See, my life that week was simply I had to get up, bus out to where the Broncos were, get on the boat by the Hudson, as you were talking about, spend half my day there, come back to do the show at the Sheraton at Manhattan, because that was the media hotel too. I guess I did not know that some of the other staffers were there. The bus ride was always interesting. I always got massive appreciation from the New Yorkers trying to get to their jobs every morning as we clogged the Lincoln Tunnel. So,
and then I walked through the Lincoln
Tunnel. So it was quite the interesting week. And then the night before, it was weird. It was wild because I was watching the Lawrence Taylor Football Life. I want to say as I was still in the hotel, and he's telling about how he used to send guys, hookers and cocaine and all this stuff. And he tells this story about, I was high the night before a game, and there was a spot that I like to go to get my cocaine. And they showed the Manhattan Sheraton. I was like, oh my God, that's my hotel. That's the front. I'm in the hotel that he's telling a story about right now. What is going on?
And little did we know it was room 1827.
Yeah, it probably was my room. I was like, what is this odd? So that Super Bowl was so beyond
it was crazy. I don't need to work another one ever again, by the way.
Don't?
I don't. I'm good.
Oh, I guess the whole reason why I brought that up, I was like, how the hell did I even get there?
I was wondering.
Dennis Leary was walking around Media Row. And I was like, I got to talk to Dennis Leary. That'll be awesome. Get us Dennis Leary. And he looked like my grandma. He had his hair was all weird.
It's
like
makeup Steven Tyler
on.
nowadays.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I was like, what? You're not Dennis Leary. Who are you?
Yeah.
Now, I think it was because at the time he was moving off of the Firefighter show and going to, he had that 3-season where he was the rock star with the kids and all that.
I totally forgot
so
about
I
that.
think, and I can't remember the name of,
Yeah,
what
me
was the
neither.
other one? Save Me? The fire one I should
Fire
remember.
one was Save Me.
Rescue Me.
Rescue Me.
But I can't remember. The rock star show didn't last long enough that I'll ever retain the name of that.
Save
but,
Me is what people are listening.
Yeah, Save Me from this. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I could not get over the man. I was just like, come on, Dennis, let's tone down the hair.
Yeah, I know.
And let's wipe half of whatever that makeup off.
Great movie though.
Oh, draft day ended up being really good. Do
I
you
loved
remember when Costner and was it Jennifer Garner was the other star?
She was.
Did the big presser?
Mm-hmm.
Costner thought he was pretty important.
Well, he is. It's Kevin Costner.
This was pre-Yellowstone. Has he had a dip? Did he ever have what was the Waterworld? That didn't go over so well.
I mean,
right?
Waterworld has turned into like a cult classic. Like there's
Really?
there's people out there who like Waterworld.
And they get together at a convention every year? Or what are we talking about
it's
here?
like Film on the Rocks, but it's like film at the Bluebird.
By the way, I saw Top Gun at Film on the Rocks.
Oh,
a couple
I did
years
too.
ago.
Yeah.
So
my two favorite that I've seen there, Top Gun, and then Princess Bride.
Well, very good.
Which is a great quote along. One guy got up in the middle of it, and he goes, "No more rhyming, I mean it." And this guy, as loud as he could, middle row at Red Rocks, goes, "Anybody want a peanut?"
So are you gonna? I'm just curious. Are you gonna? You have another movie? The Top Gun was real easy for the Winnipeg Jets.
Well,
is
I
there
mean,
a movie theme we'll continue into the next round?
You give me a movie.
Well, no. Do we need to vote collectively as Avs fans or
I
what?
don't know. We used to have the word of the day where someone would just give me a word that I had to sneak in, and that died years ago. I don't know why.
I got to ask you real quick. How did you come up with "It's not the pilot, it's not the plane, it's the pilot"?
Because that's the quote.
No, I know. But
I don't know. That's one that stuck out to me.
Did you hear me? I said we got done doing all that, and then I felt bad. Like somebody literally texted in and goes, "Top Gun Maverick quotes, crickets," and I thought, yeah, I guess I don't exactly. It's not exactly filled with all the all-time.
So the Top Gun 1
Right.
is a vastly more quotable movie.
Yeah.
Than Top Gun Maverick.
No, I enjoyed Maverick. I want
Maverick's
to
a great
see
film.
It again.
Don't get me wrong, but you can't quote it. Like we kept
Okay.
saying that with Georgie.
Yeah.
Keep sending them up.
Yeah, listen, you and I love that movie,
Top Gun.
Top Gun. Therefore, I was so like we got to talk to a couple of the actors out there at the Super Bowl a couple years ago. At least I did. I had a lot of fun with it. They seemed to laugh because I asked them ahead of time. I had said,
Was it a fake laugh?
No, it
Was
was
it
a
a
real laugh
courtesy
because I
laugh?
told him, I was like, do you guys have any of these sex scenes I need to be worried about? Like I was watching Top Gun with my dad, and the next thing, it wasn't the media laugh. But the guy, the male, I'm trying to remember the name. It wasn't Rooster.
Yeah.
Anyway, they were laughing because they're like, no. I said, there aren't tongues probing everywhere and all this weird stuff that went on in that original Top Gun love scene. Dude, when you're 10 years old and your pops is 2
Oh,
seats
yeah.
down, I don't need that scene.
Yeah,
we can
no,
let that scene out.
We can
Go fly some more planes.
we can do without the silhouettes.
Yeah, so they'd assured me that would not be the case. But you had to have been a little disappointed that Top Gun Maverick's main scene felt a little Death Star run like, didn't you?
Oh yeah, down the trench.
I was like, come on,
for sure.
What are we doing?
Again, it's hard to like. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Well,
first off, it's 40 years later. How
Yeah.
much later did that dang thing come out?
Let's
40?
see, 86 to whatever.
So 30
2022.
That's
Yeah.
36 years.
36 years.
It's quite the stretch. Lucky anybody was there to do it.
All right, Trent. How about this? Trent's mom's cousin was the main stunt pilot who flew the MiGs in the first Top Gun. That's great. The guy with the full mask, you can't see his face, but obviously, they were communicating with him.
Yeah.
Keeping up foreign relations.
You notice the same pilot shows up in every scene. They didn't
Maybe
have a vast array of pilots.
Maybe that was Trent's. Wait, if your mom, what's your mom's cousin? Is that your second cousin?
I don't know.
Is your parents' cousin your second cousin?
I don't know. I don't know the family tree
Maybe
stuff.
Trent's second cousin is just the one other pilot in Top Gun.
We have to go. We have to cut you free. Jeff's going to come in.
I didn't want to do the rest of it.
We got
with you
our
anyhow.
winner coming up here at 5 o'clock as well.
You can't fire
Thank
me
you.
because I
Yeah.
quit.
That's what makes this so awkward. I don't even work here. All right. Quick prediction before I let you go. Who they playing?
Boy,
Dallas, Vegas. Who they got?
Here's Vegas wins tonight to force a game 7, or Dallas wins on Sunday.
Boom.
Avs
7-game
and Stars.
series. All right. There it is. The rematch. Oh, Wesley wants some Star Wars quotes. So
Hey,
be thinking about that.
We got it. Look, we're good. And
Yeah.
it's Star Wars.
All right. Well, that's good to know.
Soon your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
There it is. He's Connor McGahee and the Emperor. Thank you, Connor. We'll be back with Jeff Legwald on Altitude. You don't get it. Thank you. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl. Thank you for listening to the program. Thank you to Connor. And thank you to Window Nation for being one of our newest sponsors. It's their semi-annual sale, 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. Are you thinking about new windows? Are you not sure if you need new windows? I found you pretty much know if you need new windows. If you were like me, I had original windows on my home, and the drafts would come in. The summer was not fun, especially in the upper level of the house where things just got so stuffy. New windows can solve this. They're also going to cut down on both the heating and the cooling bills. We know that a lot of people think about the heating bills, but the cooling bills aren't any much more fun. If you need new windows, Window Nation is your place. 96% of the windows installed require no follow-up service. They can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and Window Nation are truly the windows experts. There are professional installation teams that have over 10 years of experience. They do a 50-point inspection on every window as it leaves the factory, and 20-point installation inspection on every window. Plus, they measure 3 times to make sure they have the right size window for you. If you want to give them a call, get on their schedule. It's easy. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownations.com to schedule. That's 866-90-NATION or windows.com to schedule. Again, the offer is simple. Semi-annual sale, 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule the appointment this week. Go to windownations.com. Oh, it's a Ska Friday made even better when we have the winner of our Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes, which we have today. So congratulations to everyone. This is week 3 of the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes. And here are the prizes we'll be giving away. We've got an Altitude gift card, a signed Aaron Gordon basketball, signed Jamal Murray jersey, and 2 tickets to Game 2 against the T-Wolves. So from all the entries at nuggets.com/playoffs and on-air keyword text entries, we have these 4 winners. So we're going to announce them right now. Congratulations to Brian Lovenstein. That's Brian Lovenstein or Lovenstein. You won the gift card to Altitude Authentics. Maria Davis has won the Aaron Gordon signed basketball. That's Maria Davis. Jamie Garcia won the signed Jamal Murray jersey. That's Jamie Garcia. And getting to go and watch the T-Wolves and Nuggets do battle at Ball Arena on Game 2 on Monday is Eric Johnson. Congratulations to Eric Johnson. You got the 2 tickets to Game 2 against the T-Wolves on Monday night at Ball Arena. Darn right. Yeah, that'll make the happy hour just got a lot happier with that.
That's Eric with a C, not a K, by the way.
Yes, Eric with a C, but I'm assuming they all know, right? So
yeah.
Does that matter? Is that so?
No,
That's
I
why we
was
got the
referencing
Johnson.
our old Eric Johnson.
Yeah, so it all works in. How many Eric with the K's do you know? I don't think I know a lot. You know any there, Leggy?
Couple, yeah.
Hey, tune in next week for your keywords to enter, and don't forget to enter at nuggets.com/playoffs if you haven't already. It's the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes from the Nuggets and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, we'll do keywords again starting Monday all throughout the day. Be listening. All right, Jeff Leggold's here. That is right, as Connor. That's how Connor felt as he ran out the building. That was actually sound of Connor running to his car with his shift being over.
He was sprinting.
You saw that.
When he went by me, he was sprinting.
All right, we're going to do the high five, by the way, coming up at 5:20.
High five.
So we got rookie camp this weekend, right? Is that it, or is it next weekend?
Next weekend.
Next Mother's Day?
Yeah.
Are they done by Sunday?
Probably.
Wow,
for the
we're
most
just-
part. For the most part, yeah.
Hey.
It's the only thing they can do on the weekend.
Just
in the off-season program.
Just the NFL stepping on another holiday.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, it's just coming through. Get off the tracks.
Yeah, that's right.
Damn your brunch.
Do you have a favorite? We may have asked you this before, but again, the undrafted class. Any names, maybe more than one? Any names you think are worth listening to, listening out, maybe checking out, or listening I should say?
I think the Memphis running back and I think the tackle.
Okay.
The Wyoming tackle. I think those 2 guys. They were probably as close. They might have even had a draftable grade on them by the Broncos. They did by some teams. So I think those 2 guys of the list probably have the best chance.
All right, help us out. I need your help with this every year because it changes so much that I always forget. I used to be all in lockstep with this thing when I worked at the other station. Now I keep forgetting. So the first phase, we had all these phases of OTAs, and finally the mini camp. How do they differ?
The Broncos stay in phase 1, which is really basically conditioning, and then you can do some football things, but no offense versus defense anything.
Okay.
But phase 1 is largely conditioning in some fashion, and the Broncos actually stay in phase 1 longer than most other teams because that's a Sean Payton thing. He believes that that's an injury prevention item, is to keep them in conditioning longer. And he thinks mentally it's better for them to come, and he's even phrased it this way, to come to the facility and not think you're going to do football or game plan it. It's just come get a workout in and go home. He wants them to sort of look forward to getting in there and getting the work in and getting out, that they're not going to be grinding, all kinds of other stuff. But they stay in phase 1 longer than most teams. So they'll go directly from this conditioning format to the 3rd week of May or so will be their first grouping of OTAs. I believe the 21st or 22nd, something like that.
All right.
And OTAs, you can do 11 on 11.
All of OTAs?
Well, it's a contact issue. It's basically a contact issue. You can do you're far more free to do some football things. Mandatory minicamp is the closest thing that's sort of training camp practices that you'll see.
Are we still doing like this is the passing week, this is the run, or do they just call it all OTAs?
He does it differently than other people do. Like I say, he's in phase one so long. Other teams are in their OTAs, technically, the first grouping, when he's still sort of in this phase one thing. He just believes that's better, so that's how he does it.
Do you believe Courtland Sutton will be a part of any of these OTAs?
Again, I'm sort of taking people at their word in the building. I'm certain he would like something done, or his agent would, for sure. I mean, that's how it works. Players and their agents always want some things done, and sometimes it's the proper time, and they've got it coming. I'm not sure in the Broncos' view he's outplayed his contract. I think but I think he, the mandatory minicamp is, we're all going to have to wait and see. If he comes for that, then things are okay. But in-house, both Sean Payton and George Payton have publicly said they've spoken to him and they're fine. And OTAs, if he's not at OTAs, I don't see that as a major. That's more of I'm splashing the pond a little bit. I'd like your attention. If he's willing to skip mandatory minicamp, then that's a different story, because that's the only thing a player can be fined for in the offseason.
What would prevent? And I think you're.
And they're not that deep at that position. It's not like, they can just decide, okay, he's slightly upset, let's deal him. They don't,
Yeah, they didn't draft many.
They
drafted the Oregon kid.
If you remove him from the equation, where's the physicality?
There isn't any, unless
you've got speed. Finally, they've got more speed, which was needed. But he is a big part of the physicality component, and Tim Patrick would be too if he's back healthy. And then the rookie receiver's got a physical element to his game, but he's the real red zone, tough guy among the receivers.
All right, you wrote about it today. How clear's the path for Bo Nix to start?
I think we don't have the data yet as far as this is going to be a fair fight. We don't know if it's going to be a fair fight yet. I've seen them when they're not fair fights. Trevor Siemian won one that wasn't a fair fight in his favor, and he still won it in 2016. But we don't know yet if it's a fair fight. If it's a fair fight, I think it's a slower ramp-up process. If it's pretty clear by week 2 or 3 of training camp that they're dialing up his reps, then I think that's a different story. But it will be a big transition for him, no matter how much they like him, and they like him a ton. That's not a question. The question is, how do you go from sort of this short, intermediate spray passing attack that Oregon has to dealing with a lot more man and combination and press coverages? I mean, he was basically throwing 7-on-7 for a lot of those plays. I mean, look, I charted 2 years worth, and a lot of that stuff's just catch and run without a defensive back touching anybody. So that transition will be big for him. His accuracy will help him in that transition, but I think there is an element of a slower ramp up that is possible. Now, he blows through OTAs and we're already seeing, how he looks and all of that, then that's a different story when camp opens. But right now they're saying it's a competition, and Sean Payton even did say that they're going to have to figure out how they divvy up the reps to make it a competition.
Well, it's going to be interesting, especially with the incumbent Stidham.
The public pressure for him to play will be incessant. It will be unrelenting, and he will be. I hope Sean Payton. He's never been through this as a head coach, so we're all going to see how this goes when he's asked every single day after every single practice, who looked good? How would you rank him? Is he going to start? When's he going to play? Who's getting X number of plays? And, we're back to everybody in the camera and notebook crowd charting every pass of every practice.
Right. Who looks like they're ahead, all that kind of stuff.
So-and-so's 11 of 13 and 7-on-7, and, looked awesome, and when that may not be part of the grading.
Well, and everyone's going to have their opinion as to who
But
they
it
wanna
will be
play.
from the outside. It will be unrelenting. He, as a head coach, he's been through it a little bit as a coordinator a long time ago. But as a head coach, he's certainly never done it in a place like this, where the swirl is constant. And
Yeah, very few have. They always
Yeah.
seem to learn some once they get here. All right, he's Jeff Legwald. We are going to come back. We're going to bring you the high five. That is ahead, and we will get into more Broncos and what's next in this offseason move. I don't know. Are they done shopping? Will we get a new batch of free agents? We'll get into all that with Jeff Legwald here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, it's a Ska Friday. There's a little less than Jake. They're coming to Denver Ska Fest. We'll be giving those tickets away a little bit later on in the summer as we go along. Right now, though, on a Ska Friday, it's time for the high five. Our guy, Mark Springer, always is driving the high five. Same today. Mark, what's up?
High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's start with this. Where is Aaron Rodgers at? Not just in his recovery,
mentally.
But where in the world is Aaron Rodgers? Is he in a darkness retreat? Is he in a Panchakarma? Is he on the dark webs on a 4chan thread? Where is Aaron Rodgers at?
4chan.
And all of those things. Here is Robert Saleh today.
I know he's had a couple of prior engagements that he's taken care of, but he's here. He's working. I mean, the guy can still sling it. Obviously, he's still working through his rehab, but no issues on the trajectory at which he's going.
There's no restrictions.
No.
Are you guys managing him any differently because as part of the rehab, or is there?
No. Well, it's naturally managed because of the phase 1, phase 2 part of it. But once phase 3 hits, we're not anticipating any restrictions from what we can and can't do with him.
Yeah, how do you think this goes this year? Seriously, is he going to be welcomed back to open arms? I mean, we in sports radio often try to stay off the politics if we can. He has decided not to. How do you think the reception is for him there?
I think there will be some people in the locker room who, they're not going to like some of the stuff he said, but that happens all the time.
Sure.
It's basically, they compartmentalize pretty well who's working, who's not working, what are you doing football-wise, and that will trump everything else, and people just won't have long conversations with him in the cafeteria, that type of thing.
If he could still win, nothing really matters. At the end of the day,
I've
right?
always
Guys
said
will make money and all that.
In the locker room, if you're authentic, it's pretty much you're okay, no matter where you're at on the spectrum of politics, religion, whatever. If you're authentic, the minute they don't think you're authentic and that you don't really believe what you're talking, then that's the issue. Phony's like crime number one. Disingenuous. But if you're authentic, people will mingle fine. There's enough football to be discussed that there's always common ground.
Is that going to be the center of the hot seat world, though, here for a while?
Yeah, for sure.
A rough start. Everybody's going to be on notice,
no
right?
No question. Because they're so, like here with Russell, that's an all-in proposition that if it doesn't work out, there's a lot of scorched earth around it.
It's wild.
High five. Have some Odell Beckham Jr. news. Let's start with this.
I've been needing some Odell Beckham Jr. news.
Well, you got it today. Let's start with this.
Yeah, because the Dolphins needed more guys to touch the ball.
Well, yes, Odell Beckham Jr. signing with the Miami Dolphins, a one-year deal worth $3 million with incentives that can push it up to $8.25 million. Also, after 7 months of dating, Odell Beckham Jr. and Kim Kardashian have broken up.
What a shame. I didn't even know they were dating, so I'm proud of myself for that.
It's a good thing that you didn't know.
Yeah.
Ignorance was bliss.
I guess that wasn't. Who was the guy she was dating, the comedian?
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson, thank you. The old Saturday Night Live guy. I felt like I lived every moment of that one. Why does Odell have to keep going to different teams? What is it about him that he gets with the team and it only lasts till the end of the year?
He's kind of at that stage in his career, too. I mean, how much money he wants, to the return you might get, all of that. I mean, you're hoping, if you're the team, you're always hoping the best of what he has left is what you'll get. And you just don't know. I mean, they've got 2 top-end wide receivers and, maybe the wide receiver alpha in the league right now or close to it in Hill. So his role in this offense is you may get to touch the ball occasionally and don't make a lot of waves.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because he seems to be talented. I'm a little surprised he didn't stick with the Ravens, but I guess that's that. Like you said, we don't know what money he maybe said no to or
that's what I mean.
Like
usually a veteran of this stature and experience level their belief of their value does not match anything close to that.
Real quickly, I'm always wondering, because you keep telling us, and you said it again this year, another great class of wide receivers. Because of the 7-on-7 in high schools and colleges and all the different work they can do, I feel like every year we're going to get another interesting batch of receivers. How long before the receiver position becomes kind of like the running back position where they're just not going to pay you, period, because they think they can go find another one cheap in college and in the draft and all that?
I think the middle class shrinks, but the upper tier guys can still be difference makers. So I think those guys will get paid in the way, because they can impact on an individual level, so to speak. You know, they can still win one-on-one challenges for the ball and make plays other guys can't. Dolphins, I mean, for the fantasy football crowd, Malik Washington is a rookie to watch for me in the Dolphins. He fits what they do like crazy, and he's an interesting little rookie.
Well,
I thought he'd been a good fit here if the board would have fallen differently.
Yeah, we're going to talk about tight end at some point. I still need some answers there. I mean, you may not have any.
Yeah, and former Bronco River Craycraft in that Dolphins mix at wide receiver.
Hold on, was he there?
He just keeps
been like
keeping
everywhere.
on.
He's been a Dolphin for a minute, though. Didn't he get injured with the Dolphins last year?
He's just been. I love stories like that, because guys just keep on, and pretty soon they're vested veterans and they have pensions and have a good day.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
High five. We have another wide receiver signing today. The Bills have signed 25-year-old wide receiver Chase Claypool.
All right. Well, Chase Claypool's been an interesting study.
I always wonder if he'd have stayed at tight end, what would have happened.
Was he a tight end? I didn't know
He
that.
pretty much became a wide receiver at the combine when he went nuts. And people are like, never mind, wide receiver.
Interesting.
Keep your weight the same, you'll be a wide receiver. But I always wonder if somebody would have gone the other way with it, the way the league is, and told him, get to 235, get to 238, we'll keep you, we'll make you a slot tight end.
What do you think the Bills are doing? The Bills are
it's hard
kind of
to tell.
interesting. They traded with the Chiefs. They
Very
didn't really
hard to
take a
tell.
first-round pick. What do you think's going on there?
Is
it a salary cap reset?
Yeah, no, they're like a lot of teams. You're in that tight squeeze. You didn't hit the window of the rookie contract. It took 3 years of ramp up to get Josh Allen to the level where they needed him.
Josh Allen?
Needed him to be. And so that cut almost his rookie contract out of the equation. And your best chance to put it all together is to get it done when your franchise guy is on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And when he's not, this is what it looks like. You're just trying to hold it together. The Chiefs have done better because they've, say it with me, done better in the draft than a lot of other teams have. Again, 16 drafted players they started in the Super Bowl. That's how you keep it together.
Well, and they also got a Super Bowl, and Mahomes was on the rookie deal.
That's
They
what I
didn't
mean.
have to pay him right away, too.
But
so.
even if they've paid Kelsey, they've paid guys, but they can do that. When you're draft built, you can pay your stars and still keep it going.
Where do you think the Bills are going to rank this year? If you had to guess. I know it's still early, but, Joe Burrow's back in the
they're
mix.
healthy,
Aaron Rodgers back in the mix.
If they're healthy, they're in the mix. But the AFC is
brutal.
Yeah, no, the AFC is not where you want to be if you're like this up and coming. You got some quarterback gangsters you got to get by, and Burrow is never given his due, but that guy is. To me, he's the next guy after Mahomes, and will be until I see differently from anybody else.
High five. All right, let's talk about a couple stories we did not get to yesterday. Some Steelers news and notes. First and foremost, they declined the fifth-year option on running back Najee Harris. The Steelers declining his fifth-year option. They also have another running back who they seem to be high on, Jaylen Warren. He went on Cam Hayward's Not Just Football podcast, and he dropped a little tidbit about an interesting option that the Steelers might consider as a kick returner. Here's Jaylen Warren.
Do you think the kickoff rules will make you want to maybe kick return this year at all? The fans.
Nah. They don't trust your kickoff return?
I guess not. Dang. No, we want to win. No, don't go back there. I would. I think it's pretty cool. As soon as you touch the ball, that's when everything, starts to happen. But our offense or our special teams coordinator was talking about Justin Fields being back there.
What?
We're like, hold on.
Whoa, you breaking news already?
We looked at him like, Justin Fields about to be that back there, and I don't know. I think it's cool.
Yeah, listen, people
we don't know yet.
They've changed.
We don't know how this is going to look yet. There's 2 returners in a 20-yard return box, essentially. And a lot of people can't move until the returner touches the ball. But the special teams coaches I've talked to don't know how the ball's coming in yet.
Right.
Are people going to try and sling it in there and skip it, or is it going to drop in? I mean, people just don't know what all this is going to look like. But the thinking is one of these 2 returners is going to have it. If you break containment, that initial line, you may go, we don't know yet. Are they going to drop people back out? Is it going to be one line you're busting through and that's it? You're sailing to the house. So athleticism is going to matter. And I actually did a piece for us at ESPN of, 12, 13 guys in this draft that could be impactful as kickoff returners with the new rules.
Oh.
And it's a 1-year experiment. So teams are not sort of willing to commit this grand, let's get a returner for this position, because if it only lasts a year, then they've got a roster spot.
Well, not only that, but I think body types could change. I think if you're a bruiser that can break some tackles, you could be a problem for. They may go rugby style
or one of each.
Right.
Maybe you got a thumper and the fastest guy who's available, and we don't know yet what kind of contact you're going to take. You're going to put a starter out there and roll the dice. Every GM in the league still remembers Jason Sehorn from years and years and years ago of what can happen on a kickoff return.
Well, I think it's cool because it's the most creative they've had to be in quite some time with something that was established.
Where it's been tried, it looks interesting,
yeah.
and the athleticism's going to matter. I think that's the cool component, is there might really be some explosive plays with not much time on the clock or the game on the line. I mean, it might be some really interesting stuff.
Look, and just to explain to everybody, you don't need to have a lot of hang time anymore because guys aren't running down the field to cover. They can't leave until the ball is caught.
And it's a 20-yard box. The goal line to the 20 is where the returners can be, and that's where they can field the ball.
It'll be fun to watch that in preseason. You got a reason to watch preseason football this year to see what that's going to look like.
I'm intrigued to see what the special teams coaches sort of come up with,
Yeah, we'll see who's creative and who isn't.
But Justin Fields is athletically just the type of guy you might, and who's to say you can't do the old throw over for the other guy.
Get them all to one side, chuck it to the old, what was your favorite thing? The Tennessee Miracle? What is that? What was it?
Music City Miracle.
There it is. Yeah. That went against Tennessee, though, right? The Bills.
No, they won the game.
That's right.
With it, Wade Phillips still mad.
I was trying to remember.
He's still mad about that.
All right.
High five.
And finally, a couple Super Bowls ago in the third quarter, the Chiefs used a play called Corn Dog that saw Patrick Mahomes throwing a touchdown pass to Kadarius Toney. The game-winning touchdown in this past Super Bowl in overtime was a version of the play Corn Dog, in which Mahomes found Mecole Hardman for that game-winning touchdown. Patrick Mahomes is a brand ambassador for Logan Paul's Prime beverage, and Patty Mahomes went on Logan Paul's podcast called Impulsive, and Patrick Mahomes promised that they're using Corn Dog again in this year's Super Bowl.
The last touchdown at the Super Bowl. Overtime?
Yeah.
I mean, bro, freaking out.
Dude, that play was freaking sweet, man.
Corn Dog.
It was not. It was it was not supposed to go to the guy that caught the touchdown. So we ran the Corn Dog one against the Eagles. Sorry, touchdown, won the game. And then we were going to run a fake version of that, and then we were going to do a little shovel pass, and it was wide open again. So next year, New Orleans, we're going to do it again. Put it on the table.
No way.
We're going to do it again. I'm telling you now.
So, what you may not have picked up there is Patrick Mahomes is guaranteeing they're going to go to a third straight Super Bowl.
Why
and win
not?
it.
Why not?
Well,
why not?
Well, I can tell you why I don't want it, but who's going to stop him? We
Okay.
just went through the list of things. So.
This was the year you should have gotten him.
Right.
They were sort of looking around for what they were going to be on offense for half the season. You didn't get him this year. I don't know.
Thanks, Jeff.
I just don't know. Look,
Well,
the
that
guy's
concludes
28
your
years
time
old.
here. Go ahead. And
Yeah, high five.
High five. That's the whole deal. Yeah, look, I'm with you. I don't know.
He's not 30 yet.
I know.
Hello.
You tell us too much, Jeff. You tell us too often how young the young man is. The only thing that stops him is probably injuries.
That's why the all-in for the Denver Broncos is so dangerous. The short-term thinking is so dangerous. He's so young. If you don't get it, you are really going to be roadkill.
Wishing that you had other guys at times, but we'll see. We'll see how this all is going to play out. That is the high five, the 5 biggest stories in the NFL. We talk about it every day. I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead, we'll take our break. When we return, I want to talk to you about a couple of things. I do want to ask, do you think any other free agents are going to be maybe looked up by the Broncos as we near that June 1st post-cut deadline, all that other kind of stuff? You know, there's sometimes a secondary market after the draft is over and teams figure out what the holes they still need to fill. And Chris Harris retires, a guy that you and I got to know a little bit. Had him on the show yesterday, wished him well.
Oh, great. I'm glad. Yeah.
Got to
I'm
get
glad you
your
did.
list of UDFAs, the best ever. You know, best ever. You need to rank them. Broncos have been known to have a few, especially under Shanahan. We'll get into all that as we wrap up a Scott Friday next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we wrap up what's been feels like a busy week, although I guess it hasn't been. But we start the week with a couple Game 5 eliminations by the hometown clubs. Again, if you missed it, tomorrow we'll be having the Nuggets and the T-Wolves from Denver. That's a 5 o'clock tip time. You can catch that one tomorrow on TNT. So go ahead and do that. Then we got Game 2 coming up Monday. That's going to be the 8 o'clock time. We get back into the week. It's a weird break, folks. We got the whole schedule. You may have seen it on X, but they play Monday, and then their next one won't be till Friday. They get 3 days off. I'm assuming that's in part to make sure that some of these other series that are going a little bit longer have a chance to catch up, and hopefully the Nuggets can handle business quickly again and get more rest after this, but quite honestly, I don't see that happening. Jeff, we'll talk some football, but I know you follow everything.
Yeah. Well, I try.
To me, this is going to be the Nuggets' first 7-game series of the last 2 years. I just think I think the Nuggets will get it done ultimately because they were able to handle the Wolves at the end, but I think it's a Game 7, sweat it out.
It's kind of that, young team that thinks it's, or at least the young star who thinks it's his time, and sort of the champion trying to fight all that off. That's an old story in the NBA, and it's really a question of Edwards get enough help around him, and can the Nuggets hold off?
They got to be healthy.
The other people in the equation. I mean, he's going to do stuff. There'll be a poster shot every night with him. He'll do something crazy, amazing, and they just have to survive those bursts of creativity and keep everybody else from being a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be the matter of they know each other so well, which it's always tough, I think, to play a divisional opponent in the playoffs. You know what I mean? In some ways, it truly does throw the records out. You know each other so well. And look, a couple of things. Nuggets,
when you have a talent like him, it's, what does Gobert give him on offense? What is Anthony Towns? What's those other guys? Because he's going to do amazing things. He's going to be the OMG.
Well, he is.
Plays every.
But don't forget, they've had 2 fourth quarters where they've held him scoreless.
That's what I mean.
So they got a little something for him.
They got to keep that under, because he's like in that mode right now. Like that last series, it seemed like 3 plays a game where he was just doing something where you're like, okay.
What'll be curious, though, is to me, both the Suns and Lakers are just brand names. It's kind of like the Steelers. People pick the Steelers every year, no matter who's dressing in the uniforms.
But they always seem to have winning seasons too.
Yeah, they do. They do.
No,
well, they do.
I thought the Suns and they were and then the Lakers were styrofoam. I just thought, yeah, but it was obvious it wasn't clicking or what they had hoped for. And the Suns had been the worst fourth quarter team in the league much of the year.
Well, I just don't get the theory of go get a bunch of the same guys, all scorers, and think that's going to matter. Right. We've seen it in the NFL. There's only one football. Only so many people can catch touchdowns, and defense always shows up in any playoff, in any sport. Well, defense matters.
Yeah, because the games aren't regulated the way they are the rest of the year. And if you don't adjust or don't have a roster to adjust, then you're not.
Well, and the refs want to get out of the way. Yeah. They're going to let you get away with
because
some
they take more heat for deciding games than letting it go. So. I like when everybody gets upset when they let them go. You complain for 4 months about the whistles, and now you want whistles all the time.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's get into some Chris Harris stuff. I got all. We got months to talk about whatever free agents, all that other kind of stuff. But Chris Harris.
I always tell the Chris Harris story. You know that.
Well, yeah, you've got a really cool one that I can't tell if I can get out of here or not, but. Give us your favorite Chris Harris story. Let's start.
Well, it didn't involve him per se. It was like the second day of training camp, his rookie year. They had been through the offseason program. And the second day of training camp, I was talking to Champ Bailey for something else. And Champ looked at me and he said, "Hey, let me tell you something." He said, "That kid's going to be around here long after I'm gone." He said that the second day of training camp, Chris Harris's rookie year.
Because he was next to him in film all the time, right?
And just how he was on the field. Tough, willing to line up against anybody. And the 2015, he was a lot of the fire. When you heard about practice altercations, it was a big chance that he was involved.
Oh, he was always talking, right?
And he played fierce He didn't have quite the top end speed some guys do, and all the things, the so-called measurables. But the furnace burned hot on him, and very few players I've ever been around burned any hotter every single play of every single day. He never, that I saw, had a day where it was like, I don't feel like competing. I'm just going to coast on through. That dude competed every play, every down, every snap, because he earned every inch of it.
What do you think? It was funny because I brought up to him, I asked him what his favorite game, aside from the Super Bowl, because everyone will always pick the one that gets you the championship.
Yeah, no.
But I said, what was your favorite game in 2015? That was my question. Because I remember the Cleveland game where the defense had to push them out of field goal range
Unbelievable.
in overtime.
And it wasn't just a couple yards to get him out of field goal. They had to get him like 20.
They had 3 sacks. It was 3 straight sacks.
It was crazy.
I had never seen anything like it, Jeff. He immediately went to the Green Bay game where they held Aaron Rodgers. What was it, 79 yards or something?
It was total lockdown. But that team, people forget because they won it all. I think forget sometimes how many close games they were actually involved in and won because they were simply tougher than everybody else. That team, they were not the most talented team I've seen, but they were the toughest. Mentally tough. Unrelenting, never gave an inch, even in practice. It was just the combination of personalities and people, and they were the toughest, mentally toughest team I've ever been around.
Did you remember? I'd forgotten this till he said it. I didn't realize.
Right from Gary, Kubiak.
He said they were down all their safeties at the end of the AFC Championship. Like, he just was like, oh, man, that was so stressful. He said he was playing safety.
He was. He took snap. They had, I think, concussion. I think they had, a concussion issue.
For D-Stu.
Yeah. But, yeah, he had been – a lot of the reasons he wasn't drafted because he was selfless enough at Kansas to move to safety when they needed him to in one of his seasons, I think his senior season. And that was a big reason he didn't get drafted. People were like, he's too small for safety, blah, blah. It was like they couldn't remember this uber competitive corner. Because I can remember going back and thinking, I think this guy is a draftable grade. I didn't, I can't tell you I had like a third rounder on him, but I know for a fact I had a draftable grade on him just because of the versatility. And he competed every snap. And Terrion Arnold was kind of the guy in this draft, the Alabama corner, that reminded me of Arnold. Ran 4.5 at the combine, but he competed his ass off every play I watched. And that was, to me, that's the hallmark of Chris Harris. He was afraid of no one at receiver. I don't think he ever woke up in a cold sweat. Let's just say that.
Oh, no, yeah. He would always make me laugh. He was ready for every matchup. Where do you rank him? All-time corners for this team?
Well, he's pretty high.
I mean, Louis Wright's in there, Champ Bailey's
in there.
in there.
Champ Bailey. I mean, he's right there. He's the best nickel corner probably the best nickel corner one of the best nickel corners I've seen in my career. Just everything about a nickel corner, he is just spectacular.
Also bringing up 2015 because what
and
he
he got
so
the last undrafted slot that year. He got the last bit of money that was left over, and he got the last undrafted spot. The scout came to John Fox, said, "I got a fast guy, I got a smart guy, and I got the measurable guy, height, weight, speed guy." Fox said, "Give me the smart guy."
All right,
that was Chris Harris Jr.
That's the story I wanted. Jeff told me that story years ago, but you told me I couldn't tell it on the air, so I never told it.
No.
So
John,
you finally told it.
John has said that he's told me that story many times because, John had coached DBs in college,
and they weren't even names. You said it was just simply fast, smart, or the measurable.
There was one spot left. There was only whatever money they had left in the rookie pool. Was whatever the player, that was what the player was going to get, no matter what, no matter who it was. And he said, "Give me the smart guy."
See that? I just laughed, Jeff.
And he was.
That's all it is.
I've been around.
And now the guy's going to likely be a Ring of Famer.
He better be.
Right.
They got some work to do on the Ring of Famers. They better get it going here.
Yeah, we need to fire those things up. All right. Well, thank you to everybody. Thank you to Mark Springer. Thank you to Jeff Legwald. Thank you to Jason Kosmiski. Thank you to Connor McGahee. Thank you to Joe Wolf, who called in from Japan. Thank you to our guy, Ross Colton. It's been quite the full day. Nate will be back coming up on Monday as we return to normal programming for the most part. Monday, we'll be previewing, obviously, Game 2 between Minnesota and the Nuggets. Hopefully, the Nuggets will be holding that 1-0 lead. Mark, what do we know much? Like, if Dallas wins tonight, do we have any guesses when the Avs will start their next series?
If Dallas wins tonight, it could start on Sunday, but I would still doubt that.
So would they go Tuesday to not compete with the Nuggets? If Dallas wins tonight, Avs got to go to Dallas. If Vegas wins, ultimately in 7, Vegas has to come here. So there is no blitz. Berto's getting a night off with more action about ready to come, so we'll send you off to Fox Sports Radio. Thank you to everybody involved. It's been a lovely Ska Friday. We'll talk to you coming up here on Monday. Good night, all.